After training in druid skills at the druid circle, she was no longer the scrawny girl she once was. Now, she had a balanced figure, with the right parts sticking out and the right parts sinking in, full of youthful energy. Plus, with the charm of a druid, if Anna revealed her true self, most of the opposite would probably be captivated. Most importantly, Anna was able to become a full druid in about 3 months. According to Aunt Drenna, her druid talent was rare even among pureblood elves, a true genius. Maybe Ryan isn't my match anymore, Anna thought, clenching her small fist and smiling. Thinking of Ryan's surprised face made her cheeks flush faintly. After leaving Silvertown, the graceful girl quickly knelt down on the ground. Less than 2 seconds later, a tall, strong antlered deer appeared and ran off swiftly. Soon, the deer disappeared at the end of the road. Mazire. Inside the Sword Bearers division. Right now, Ryan was checking system notifications. Congratulations, you have defeated a powerful enemy and gained 13 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, legendary, class level has increased. The Warhammer Mage, legendary, class has leveled up by 1, now at level 9, 380/10,000. Previously, the Beast Sacrifice, legendary, class was at level 5, and it also gained a level during this battle, reaching level 6, 1022/3000. In total, this amounts to a 2-level increase, giving Ryan 2 skill points and 2 attribute points again. Adding these to his remaining points, he now has a total of 8 attribute points, 2 skill points, and 16 gold skill points. Ryan looked at his attribute panel. Constitution, 47 Strength, 51, 2 points of strength gained during battle. Agility, 47 Spirit, 55 Willpower, hidden attribute 7. Huh? Willpower has increased by 3 points? Ryan looked surprised. No wonder. I feel like the influence of the evil flame mark on me is decreasing, and my attack power has slightly increased. Feeling happy, Ryan focused again on his talent points. After witnessing the projection of the high-level aura, Ryan thinks he should quickly change his class, and the most likely epic class to achieve this is the King of Blades. He believes that the power boost from an epic class should surpass that of the Warhammer Mage, legendary. Both times, Ryan was able to overcome these challenges mainly because of the core skill of the Warhammer Mage, Soul-Shattering Warhammer. This has made him realize how urgent it is to change his class. Currently, the prerequisite for the class change is mastering 9 different mysteries, and he has completed 6 out of 9. Based on previous experience, with 3 skill points available, he could spend about a week to master a transcendent combat skill, such as Shadow Spear Throw. But now, the problem is that he doesn't have enough skill points, only 3 points, which are just enough to upgrade 1 transcendent skill. On average, 1 transcendent skill requires 1 skill point. If he cannot use skill points to upgrade after reaching level 9, it could take him several months. And what about switching to a subsequent class to gain more skill points? This method, Ryan had naturally considered it. For example, the follow-up to Breaking Bad, Supernatural, might be found through clues at the Munster branch of the Royal Apothecary Society, but how long would it take to trigger? It's hard to control. It's not that Ryan lacks patience, but a series of attacks and the current instability of the Empire might not leave him much time. However, once he upgrades the basic Supernatural Insight passive to an intermediate talent, how much faster can he progress? It's still unknown. But considering that the basic level increases by 30%, Ryan estimates that intermediate Supernatural Insight probably boosts progress by over 60%. Suddenly, a loud knocking interrupted Ryan's thoughts. He opened the door and saw Elena standing outside. But unlike her usual sharp and capable appearance, she looked anxious and defeated this time. This surprised Ryan. Could it be because of the recent attack? Lady Elena, Ryan, General Edward hopes you can attend an urgent meeting immediately, Elena said with a forced smile. All right, we'll go right away, Ryan nodded, his expression serious. Clearly, the Sword-Bearer division must have received some important or not-so-good news. As they walked, Ryan asked, Lady Elena, what is the main topic of the meeting? General Edward just received a message via the Red Crystal, Elena replied after some thought. A message via the Red Crystal? Ryan looked surprised. He wasn't sure what this level of message signified. Yes, it's the highest level of communication within the division. It's a way to receive real-time messages from the imperial capital, Tamriel, but it requires a special crystal stone. Usually, it's not used lightly. As for the content, Sorry, Ryan. The red crystal is set up in General Edwards' office, so I don't know the details. But it probably isn't good news, Elena explained. Ryan nodded. It seemed that this red crystal message was similar to the central red phone in the offices of high officials in his previous life. This gave him a faint premonition of something very bad. The conference attendees included leaders like you, the Sword Star captain, and heads of various departments within the branch, Elena said as she walked and explained to Rain. Soon, they arrived at the large conference room on the top floor of the administration building. At this moment, the oval conference table was almost full. In the center sat General Edward, with department heads like Yumas, the head of the task hall, and Colonel Stanley, Edward's secretary, on either side. Everyone looked serious, and the atmosphere was tense. When Edward saw Rain enter, he nodded slightly in greeting. Guided by Elena, Rain sat next to a tall, strong man. Everyone, most people are here. We are holding an urgent meeting now, Edward said after glancing around. I just received news from Tamriel in the Imperial capital. Very bad news, he paused before continuing. Our great emperor was attacked by the avatars of several foreign gods at the critical moment of his ascension to demigod status. Although the Empire's guardians fought hard to stop them, the emperor was seriously injured. Now, the Dragon Empire is fully on high alert. As Edward finished speaking, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Then, suddenly, chaos erupted. What? Ascended to demigod? The emperor was badly hurt? This. Clearly, the few words Edward just spoke carried a lot of meaning. Although everyone present was a high-ranking sword wielder from the Minster branch, they understood better than anyone what the emperor's injury meant for the entire Dragon Empire. The news was like a bolt from the blue. Rain was also shocked. But he quickly calmed down and thought quickly. No wonder, recently Princess Minia suddenly abandoned her great opportunity of defeating the Sea Dragon Tail Three Heads and returned immediately to the Imperial capital. It turned out the Emperor was about to become a demigod. Was the attack carried out by the avatar of an outer god? Although Rain wasn't sure how much stronger an avatar was compared to a projection, it was obviously much more powerful. But with a little thought, I realized that being able to hurt the stronger Emperor under the protection of powerful guardians like Prince Minia must mean that the divine power has at least an epic level, or even stronger. It seems I need to speed up my progress and grow faster. I must quickly change to the epic level class, King of Blades. When I return, I will add points to the talent Supernatural Insight. If the situation worsens further, the Empire, now unstable and shaky, might no longer be able to serve as a strong protector. By then, I will be the only one I can rely on. Silence. General Edward loudly commanded, his presence commanding without anger. Immediately, the noisy meeting room gradually calmed down. Everyone, fortunately, the Emperor was only seriously injured after reaching semi-divinity. Additionally, news from Tamriel states that the avatars of those gods also fell in the palace. Even facing high-level beings, losing one avatar is not an easy matter. So, the situation isn't as bad as everyone thinks. However, the Emperor needs time to recover, and these evil gods are gradually regaining strength, but they also need time to recover. Hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief, but Ryan still frowned tightly, because he understood clearly that General Edward's words were actually a mix of downplaying and then boosting morale. The Emperor's serious injury is real. In the short term, the capital city probably can't spare resources to support the provinces, and that is also true. Tamriel's news has already been sent to all provincial departments, including the administrative office and the Goddess Church. Unlike the task of relocating small-town residents to the county city handled by the administrative office. Now, the main tasks assigned to us, the sword bearers, are twofold. First, each provincial sword bearer division must thoroughly investigate existing and undiscovered sealed gates and prevent enemy forces from opening them. Second, we must eliminate all evil cult organizations within our jurisdiction. Hearing this, General Edward slightly turned his head to look in Ryan's direction. Because the seats representing Ryan are held by the Swordholder Captain, who is currently the strongest member within the Meister branch of the Swordholders. Ryan immediately thought of a problem. Whether going to the Bishio Construction School would now be considered impossible, or at least not feasible at this stage. Today might not be a good time to ask, Ryan thought as he glanced at Admiral Edward, who looked exhausted and still injured. The meeting was held in a hurry and ended quickly. A few minutes later, Ryan returned to his residence. Without hesitation, he immediately invested some talent points into basic extraordinary insight, passive. He planned to see the effect first. If the improvement was too small, it would mean this quick method wasn't workable. Then he could consider other options. At least, he still had 3 talent points left to upgrade other talents, which could be a second plan. Ryan focused on basic extraordinary insight passive and silently allocated points in his mind. Suddenly, a refreshing airflow appeared in his mind, like waking up from a deep sleep, feeling very clear and sharp. At this moment, a system notification also appeared. Congratulations! Your talent, Basic Extraordinary Insight Passive, has been upgraded to Intermediate Extraordinary Insight Passive. Ryan eagerly checked the Intermediate Extraordinary Insight Passive talent. The description read, Legendary Weapon Master Talent, Intermediate Extraordinary Insight Passive. Effective Intermediate Extraordinary Insight Passive. The Weapon Master can easily learn various combat skills. With an additional 80% increase in the speed of learning any extraordinary combat technique. 80%? Ryan raised his eyebrows, showing surprise. This is much higher than I expected. I thought it would be around 60%. If previously, practicing extraordinary combat skills gave plus 10 experience, now it's plus 18. Great. This means the time to train combat skills can be nearly halved. The key is, I still have talent points left to upgrade it to a higher level. After thinking quickly, Ryan's eyes brightened. Immediately, Ryan silently allocated points to his talent, Intermediate Extraordinary Perception Passive. The same effect appeared again, and the system prompt reappeared. Congratulations! Your talent Intermediate Extraordinary Perception Passive has been upgraded to Advanced Extraordinary Perception Passive. Effective Advanced Extraordinary Perception Passive. Weapon masters can easily learn various combat skills, with the speed of learning any extraordinary combat skill increased by an additional 200%. 200%. If the experience needed to practice an extraordinary combat skill was originally plus 10, then now it should be plus 30? Based on the calculation that it takes 100 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, I only need 1/3 of the original time to complete the upgrade. Ryan quickly thought about the improvement. Thump, thump, thump. Lord Ryan, outside the door is Master Magaro from the Imperial Capital. He wants to see you, announced the guard. Ryan, do you know what happened in the Imperial Capital? Magaro asked anxiously at first glance when he saw Ryan. Yes, General Edward just held a meeting with us. The Emperor of the Empire is seriously injured, and the situation is not good. Not just not good now, communication between the Empire and the academies has been suspended, and all active personnel have returned to their posts. Your plans to study at the academy will probably have to be put on hold for now. Hearing Magaro's words, Ryan nodded. When General Edward held that emergency meeting, he had already anticipated this. He wasn't too emotionally affected, though a small sense of disappointment was natural. Moreover, I will be returning to Tamriel soon to repair the supergiant war golem, the steel giant. I probably won't have time for you in the short term, Magaro said, looking at Ryan with a hint of regret. He had intended to teach this talented disciple properly. There's no rush, Master Magaro. Let's wait until the situation stabilizes, Ryan comforted him. No way. I'm anxious if you're not. You're my disciple, and I've decided. Magaro immediately raised his voice. As he spoke passionately, he pulled out a sheepskin scroll emitting a strong aura of magic from his and handed it to Ryan. Here you go. This is the contract to join the Bishio Construction School. Take a look, and if there are no issues, sign it. I've already mentioned your situation to the head of the school. Once you sign, you will become an official member of the school, and you will be my disciple. No one can take that away from you. Huh? A contract? Ryan took it somewhat surprised, not expecting Magaro to be more eager than him. It seems that Magaro is really paying close attention to Ryan's potential as a wizard. However, from my initial contact with Magaro, I think he's a pretty good person. Magaro is straightforward, or rather, very expressive with his emotions. Ryan can feel that Magaro might be skilled in puppet magic, but his own strength is quite average, only at the peak of level 1 wizard. Compared to Minol, a level 2 liquefied wizard and a duke's advisor, Magaro's aura is noticeably weaker. Although Magaro isn't very strong, Ryan sees him more as a guide on the wizard path. As for strength, it's better to be stronger, but if it's average, it's not a big problem. After all, with the system in hand, even if Magaro is stronger now, Ryan will likely surpass him soon. Of course, Ryan still needs to carefully review the contract before signing. He took the parchment, which radiated magical energy, and looked at each clause carefully. After a few minutes, Ryan found no issues. The contract mainly stated things like not harming the school's interests and not spreading secret knowledge of the school. He looked it over again, then hesitated no more. He picked up his feather pen and signed his name quickly. At that moment, the parchment suddenly emitted a white light, then quickly disintegrated into dust. At the same time, a complex magical symbol appeared in midair, flickered a few times, and then disappeared. Very good. Maguro, who had been waiting anxiously nearby, took the parchment and examined the signature Ryan Karen with a big smile. Actually, Maguro cared more about Ryan joining the school than Ryan himself did. Since that day, he immediately contacted the school. This morning, after receiving news from the Imperial City, he felt very anxious. He took the contract and a few other items, then hurriedly came over. In that case, I can give you a few things first, Maguro said as he pulled out a transparent, multifaceted crystal from his pocket. The crystal had 8 faces, shaped like 2 overlapping tetrahedra, about the width of and the length of 1 finger. This is a memory crystal, containing the first layer of the school's most important advanced meditation technique, Heart of Steel. Although it's just the first layer of the advanced meditation method, it's a secret not shared with outsiders by all major wizard schools. Usually, new members need over a year of observation, background checks, and assessments before they can learn it. But you're different. With your talent and status, these things seem a bit unnecessary for you. The Heart of Steel advanced meditation technique can help official wizards further improve and refine their mental power. Its special ability enhances control over metals, which suits you perfectly. However, it's quite difficult to learn at first. Just take your time to study it. At this point, Maguro took out a slightly thicker book from his pocket and handed it to Ryan. The principles of puppet magic are easier to learn, though mastering it is more challenging. Focus on learning how to make metal puppets. This matches your affinity for metal and will help you maximize the combat potential of metal puppets. As for other types, like clay puppets, rock puppets, and flesh and blood puppets, you don't need to master them, just get a basic understanding. Additionally, here's a beginner-level combat puppet, the Iron Skin Combat Puppet. How to make it. Maguro then produced an old parchment scroll and handed it to Ryan. You don't need to make it yourself. It's mainly to help you better understand and grasp the principles of puppet magic. Keep these 3 items safe. Given the current turbulent situation, I think it will take 2 or 3 months for His Majesty to recover and restore stability. During this time, these items should be enough for you to learn. I hope you can study hard over the next few months. When you return to the school, you'll be able to get started more quickly, Maguro advised. Seeing these 3 items, Ryan was first surprised, then naturally filled with great joy. He didn't expect that this contract would bring benefits so quickly, especially the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method. Ryan had already checked the exchange hall for this item. It wasn't there. Maybe the sword holder headquarters might have it, but the branch office definitely didn't. Moreover, even if the headquarters had it, the exchange conditions could be very strict, or require high-level mission evaluations or star-level medals. He asked Elena about this, and from what she knew, it seemed only by going to the sword holder headquarters could he have a chance to learn it. He didn't expect to get it so easily now, even if only the first level. It seems his super-level metal element affinity is more rare than he thought. By the way, Mentor, how do I use this memory crystal? Reen looked at the transparent crystal emitting a faint white glow and asked. He also changed how he addressed Maguro, calling him Mentor, which made Maguro his red beard happily. Hearing Reen's question, Maguro suddenly patted his head and said, I almost forgot such an important thing. Just focus your mind on the memory crystal, and you'll see 9 light spots arranged in a square pattern, 3 in a row, 3 rows in total. Draw a Z shape over the square to activate these light spots, and you'll be able to read the contents inside. Also, be careful with the memory crystal. Once you've memorized everything, just squeeze it hard, and it will shatter to prevent accidental leaks, Maguro warned seriously. Understood, Mentor, Reen nodded. This method is quite convenient, but making such a crystal is probably not easy, and there might be some restrictions. Otherwise, many ancient books wouldn't have been preserved in book form. All right, Reen, I have to go now. The Imperial airship departs in 2 hours, and I still need to pack some things, Maguro said as he stood up. Okay, Mentor, I'll see you off, Reen smiled. Back in his room, Reen looked at the 3 items in his hands and couldn't help but smile with joy. I thought my chances of going on the school trip were gone. but I didn't expect to find a new way out after all. He placed 3 items neatly on his desk, and Ryan was immediately drawn to the memory crystal. Advanced meditation method of the steel heart. He picked up the glowing memory crystal and focused his mind on it. Following what Maguro had explained earlier, he quickly managed to open the crystal successfully. Suddenly, a very complex, three-dimensional pattern appeared in Ryan's mind. Is this the first level of the advanced meditation method, steel heart? Ryan looked carefully. Actually, it was a 3D shape, but its complexity far exceeded any of the will runes from his previous basic meditation method. If the 24 will runes he learned before were like different building blocks from a Lego toy set, then this 3D pattern was a collection of those blocks. It was like a toy car or a toy house assembled from many blocks. Of course, the difficulty was much higher, but its power was also incomparable. The latter not only could enhance and refine his mental strength but also achieve special effects or give the wizard practicing it some unique abilities. Feeling a bit excited, Ryan immediately tried to practice. After some time, even with his current mental strength, he couldn't master it yet. It seems Maguro was right. Learning the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method is quite difficult. Although Ryan had a system, he still needed to get started first. Only when it appeared on his system panel could he improve it by adding points later. However, Ryan calmed down a little and put the memory crystal aside. He crossed his arms and paced around the room for a while, then focused on his system attribute panel. Right now, the most important thing is to first change to the epic level profession, King of Blades. Then, I can consider spending time and effort on practicing the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method. My goal must be clear. After thinking, Ryan decided to change his profession first. Also, he still had some talent points unused. Actually, if he wanted to use those talent points instead of saving them, he had no other choice. Because whether it is Intermediate Mighty Power, active, Advanced Extraordinary Insight, passive, or Advanced Steel Body, passive, improving them cannot be done with just a few talent points. After some thought, Ryan decided to use his talent points rather than save them. In the current situation, each point of strength increases his ability to handle crises. As Ryan focused on the talent Basic Weapon Mastery, passive, a system notification quickly appeared. Congratulations! Your talent Basic Weapon Mastery, passive, has been upgraded to Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive. Ryan immediately checked the Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive talent. The description was as follows: Legendary Weapon Master, Special Talent Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive, Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive. Effect: Weapon Masters have a natural familiarity with various weapons, and using any weapon automatically grants Specialization Level 2. Note: Hammer Specialization Level 3 remains unchanged because it exceeds this effect. Thinking for a moment, Ryan casually transformed hardened gold into a spear. When he held the spear, he clearly felt a difference from before. He felt more familiar and in control, as if he could handle it more easily. From the description, this is because his overall weapon mastery has increased from level 1 to level 2. Additionally, upgrading to level 2 has a major benefit. With the mastery of all weapon categories at level 2, the difficulty of understanding advanced techniques will be further reduced. Probably level 11 is enough. Plus, I have 3 skill points left, so after raising the extraordinary technique to level 10, I can add points to understand the ultimate move. If that's the case, I might be able to master a new ultimate move in just 3 to 4 days. In other words, in as little as 9 days or as long as half a month, I could change to the epic profession King of 1,000 Blades. Ryan quickly calculated the approximate time needed for his class change. This made Ryan feel very confident, and a slight smile of excitement appeared on his face. But, which weapon category should I choose for the next extraordinary technique? Ryan accidentally glanced at the nearby trophy cabinet. He noticed that there were more than 3 daggers inside, yet he had never trained in any extraordinary dagger techniques. Could it be that I naturally dislike the assassin profession? Ryan thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile. Then, the next skill I choose will be a dagger technique. Deciding on his choice, Ryan quickly left his room and headed toward the exchange hall. At his current level, Ryan already possessed good close-range and long-range attack skills. Learning any new extraordinary technique wasn't as urgent. He planned to first learn a dagger-related extraordinary skill. After that, he would consider learning a long-handled weapon, like a lance, which could be used while riding his swift horse, Blackie. As for the ninth ultimate skill, Rain hadn't decided yet. Half an hour later, Rain returned to his room holding a rolled parchment. He sat at his desk and unrolled it. On the parchment, a few large characters read, Barak's Stealthy Dance. He smiled and nodded. This was the new extraordinary dagger technique Rain had just acquired. Why did he choose this one? The reason was simple. It was the most expensive to exchange, costing more than any other dagger technique. Perhaps because Rain had experience using short blades like the razor claws, he learned this technique in just a few minutes. Then, Rain went to the training room nearby, instantly transformed into 2 daggers, and began practicing. The system's notifications kept flashing like a rotating lantern. You trained in Barak's Stealthy Dance. Your understanding improved. Your skill Barak's Stealthy Dance has increased, experience +3. Every 6 or 7 seconds, the system would show a message adding 3 experience points. Compared to the original 1 point, this was a big difference. In just about 10 minutes, Barak's Stealthy Dance reached level 2. Rain was very happy with this rapid progress. Is this the effect of the advanced talent, advanced extraordinary insight? Amazing. Although Rain had already predicted this situation during his earlier calculations, he still felt very happy at this moment. About half an hour later, Barak's stealth attack skill advanced to level 3. Less than an hour after that, it reached level 4. Wow, this speed is incredible. It's like a rocket boost. Rain himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Rain opened it and saw Neo Oro, Vieri, and several team members arriving. Captain. Rain, Captain. Come in quickly. Since Rain moved into the suite of a sword-wielding star, which had a private training room, it also became a gathering place for Rain's team. Usually, whenever they had free time or something to discuss, they would come here. Hey, Captain, are you practicing with a dagger? Vieri was sharp-eyed and noticed immediately that the weapon Rain was holding was different this time. What made him more curious was that this was the first time he saw Rain use a dagger. Yes, Captain. I remember a couple of days ago you were practicing spear throwing. Why are you using a dagger today? Angus, standing nearby, also looked confused. After all, a few days ago, Rain's shield was almost damaged by his spear throwing. I was feeling spontaneous, so I found a special skill for dagger combat and just practiced a bit. Hearing Vieri and Angus's questions, Rain looked down at the dagger in his hand and gave a casual excuse. He couldn't exactly say his talent suddenly improved so much that he could master a secret technique in just a few days. But his words still made the others exchange glances. Feeling spontaneous? Just practicing casually? Perhaps only Neo Oro, as a scroll master, didn't quite understand how much effort, time, and sweat it takes for an ordinary knight to learn a special skill. Whether it was Angus, Vieri, or Evelyn, who was also a knight, they all understood how difficult it was. Silently, they thought, he's really a genius. By the way, since you all came at the right time, you can help me try out this new dagger technique, Rain said with a smile. Captain, did you just learn that today? If you lose, don't be too embarrassed, Vieri joked, volunteering first. Just try and see, Rain replied with a smile. A few minutes later, the contest ended. Vieri looked at Rain with a shocked expression and asked, Captain, are you really not joking? Did you just start learning how to use a dagger today? Maybe because a dagger is a short weapon, and it has many similarities to the blade claw I already know. So I learned it quickly, Rain explained vaguely after thinking for a while. Evelyn blinked her beautiful eyes and thought to herself, is that really fast? That's more like flying. Angus listened quietly, nodding and stroking his chin thoughtfully, looking like he found the explanation quite reasonable. Thanks to the team members taking turns practicing with him, Rain's new combat skill, Block's Stealthy Assassin Dance, improved at an incredible speed that most people couldn't imagine. 2 days later, in the early morning, the sun was just rising. A slender girl arrived alone at the waterfall lake, looking tired and dusty. Several groups of men and women camping by the lake looked at her curiously, surprised that she was traveling alone. Recently, the Empire was in turmoil, with many refugees, bandits, and even dangerous cultists appearing. Most people relied on large merchant caravans or mercenary groups to travel safely. The girl washed her face with clear water, then stood up, looked up at the tall mountains and the huge city of Minster built into the mountains. After staring blankly for a few seconds, she quietly sighed. So this is Minster. It's really magnificent. The girl was Anna, traveling from the town of Meist. She had asked the servant left behind at the Meist residence for news about Rain, and learned that he was made a baron, joined the Empire's Sword Bearers organization, and recently, her family had moved to Minster. So Anna headed straight for Minster. The journey wasn't always smooth, but Anna's transformation into a large antlered deer was very useful. After transforming into a large horned deer, not only did I gain impressive fighting skills, but my speed while traveling was also as fast as the quick-footed antelope Little Black. On the road, I encountered some bandits, but I didn't stop at all. I sped up and took a detour. If I happened to meet particularly reckless ones who chased after me, I used a move called Giant Horn Charge, which immediately caused them to break bones and fall down. Meanwhile, at the Munster branch of the Sword Bearers, knock, knock, knock. Outside Ryan's room, there was a knocking sound. Wow, Lady Olenna. So early? Good morning, Lord Ryan. General Edward has asked to see you. Also, Duke Munster has just arrived at the branch. It seems he wants to commend you for your outstanding contribution during the Heresy Cult incident. Olenna smiled and said. Soon, Olenna led Ryan to the top floor of the administrative building, where General Edward's office was. Viscount Ryan, we meet again. Duke Munster greeted with a smile as Ryan entered. Good morning, Duke and General Edward. Ryan bowed slightly and smiled. After some polite conversation, Duke Munster got straight to the point. Viscount Ryan, to honor your outstanding work in handling the Black Flame Heresy Cult attack, I, on behalf of the Munster Administrative Office, have decided to award you the Munster Province Outstanding Contribution Medal. Additionally, since you are new to Munster, you might need a residence suitable for your status. I think an old count's mansion in the noble district would be quite fitting. He paused here. He opened a finely crafted dark brown wooden box on the coffee table and took out a gold medal with a purple lilac pattern. Thank you for your generosity, Duke. Ryan immediately expressed his gratitude and slightly leaned forward so that Duke Munster could hang the medal on his chest. He naturally understood that the significance of the medal was more symbolic than practical. The main reward this time was that mansion. Furthermore, after discussing with General Edward, we both agree that your achievements already meet the criteria for being granted a countship. So soon, Edward and I will jointly write a recommendation letter to higher authorities, proposing you for the title of Count. However, His Majesty the Emperor is seriously injured, and promotions above the Count level require his approval. So this matter might take quite some time to resolve. Thank you very much for your recognition, both of you, Rain said as he stood up and expressed his gratitude once again. The first reward was quite helpful to Rain in practical terms. Currently, the entire Munster province is quite unstable, with many noble families from the county towns moving to the safer provincial capital. This has caused housing prices in Munster to keep rising. Not only in the noble district, but even in the upper city, good residences are hard to find. The Duke of Munster directly allocated a count's mansion to him, solving his urgent problem. The location is in the noble district, which is considered the best area in Munster for its environment and security. One reason Rain has been staying at the Sword Bearer Division recently is because the assigned suite for the captain of the star-level Sword Bearers includes a training room. His current mansion near the division has only 5 bedrooms, and his family is almost too crowded to stay comfortably. As for the second reward mentioned by the Duke of Munster, the official application for the title of Count, Rain isn't in a hurry. Given the current situation, even if he is granted the title of Count and has his own hereditary territory, the defense pressure will still be very high. This can be seen from the Habsburg family where Cray is from. The empire is in turmoil, with frequent attacks. Nobles with hereditary lands tend to have large territories, which forces them to split their forces, making it harder to defend against attacks. After staying a little longer, the Duke of Munster left. He is responsible for all administrative affairs in Munster and is quite busy. Ray noticed that during the short 15 minutes he sat there, his personal guard came 3 times to deliver urgent messages from different county towns. Now, only Edward General and Rain are left in the office. Edward General then looked apologetic and said, Rain, about the last time you applied to headquarters to have the Empire Guardians help you remove the mark, we have received a response. A few days ago, during the great battle in the Imperial capital, many of the Empire Guardians were injured. Others were on urgent missions and not in the Imperial capital. So, your situation might take some more time to resolve, said Major General Edward. He took out a gray wooden box from the drawer and continued, Of course, don't worry too much. This is a high-grade purification potion sent from headquarters. It can't completely remove the mark, but it can suppress its effects on you for at least 3 months. Thank you, Major General Edward, said Ryan, slightly bowing as he took the wooden box. He had expected this outcome from the emergency meeting 2 days ago. Given the current state of the Empire, every protector is probably very busy. Removing his mark is naturally a lower priority. The main reason Ryan remains calm is that he has already fully suppressed the evil flame mark. In fact, fighting the mark has helped him quickly strengthen his willpower. Ryan has a feeling that once his willpower reaches 10 points, he might completely erase the evil flame mark. Of course, he prefers to keep this to himself and not report it to Major General Edward. It's another difficult secret to explain. If people find out someone has many secrets, they are more likely to become curious and investigate. Ryan doesn't want to test people's trust. After speaking, Major General Edward kept watching Ryan's expression. Seeing that Ryan looked calm, he grew to like him even more. He genuinely liked this young, modest, yet powerful subordinate. Ryan, don't worry. I've already written to Cardinal Osborne of the Goddess Church in the Imperial Capital about your situation. He's a good old friend of mine. No matter how bad things get, I believe he has a way. By the way, how is your body after the last battle? It's fine, sir. Is there a difficult task coming up? Ryan asked, grateful for Major General Edward's concern. Not yet, but I have a bad feeling. You might be assigned a mission soon, Edward said with a frown. During the last emergency meeting, I mentioned 2 main tasks from headquarters. First, to investigate and protect all the sealed gates within the provinces, and second, to eliminate the evil cult. Let's do these 2 tasks separately because our team is shorthanded. After discussing, we decided on a preliminary plan to combine the 2 tasks and divide the area into sections for these tasks. Since the number of star-level sword holders is limited, the plan is to assign 1 star-level small team for every 2 counties, along with 2 or 3 gold-level teams and several silver-level teams to handle the tasks. Normal search and combat missions within the area will be assigned to these silver or gold teams. If they cannot handle it, then you will need to step in. As for choosing the counties, Ryan, do you have any preferences? Major General Edward asked proactively. Ryan naturally understood that Major General Edward was giving him special treatment because he already knew Ryan was from Meist. Ryan thought for a moment and decided not to refuse. After all, Kriya is still there, and Vino is at the fishing port town. Sir, how about Meist and Rossby County? Ryan smiled and said, Of course, but the sea folk there are under a lot of pressure now. Although the Imperial Navy is handling the front lines, some unexpected situations could still happen, Major General Edward warned. Thank you for the reminder, sir. I will be careful, Ryan nodded. Back at his residence, Ryan continued to practice dagger skills with Vieri and Angus. In the center of the training room, Ryan suddenly created 2 illusions with different stances, one jumping and stabbing, the other turning and stabbing left, both attacking Vieri at the same time. These illusions are just illusions and will disappear quickly. They are not like the energy-based illusion spell, but they can still confuse enemies during battle. In fights between experts, a moment of distraction can decide the outcome. The illusions caused Vieri to momentarily freeze, and Ryan's dagger narrowly brushed his left temple. Immediately, a small lock of hair was cut off. Next to him, Angus was also brushed by Ryan's other dagger across his forehead. Both of them ended up defeated. Captain, was that a special technique? Angus's eyes widened in disbelief. Over the past few days, Ryan and his friends have been practicing dagger skills. At first, they thought their team leader was just trying something new out of curiosity. But after 2 days, they knew very well how fast their leader was improving. He went from one-on-one training to fighting 2 enemies at once. This was not just a passing interest. His progress was incredible. In just a few days, he made as much progress as others might in years. Ryan nodded and said, I suddenly had an insight. This is the secret of my practice, the shadow step from Burke's assassination dance. As he spoke, Ryan looked at the system prompt, feeling quite happy. The system message said, Congratulations. You have understood the beginner-level secret of Burke's assassination dance. Shadow step. Shadow step. Another skill mastered. Now I only need 2 more extraordinary combat skills from different weapon categories. Once I get them, I can meet the requirements to change my class. At the same time, Ryan saw a new icon above the Burke's assassination dance skill on his weapon master, legendary panel. The icon showed three thin men holding daggers, each in a different attacking pose. If you looked carefully, you'd notice the figures on the sides were slightly blurry, like illusions, while the one in the middle was real. Below the icon, there was a description of the skill. Shadow Step, beginner-level secret, uses a special movement combining force and leg strength to leave 2 extra illusions around the user within a 3-meter radius, confusing enemies. To upgrade Shadow Step to intermediate level, the following conditions must be met. 1. Burke's Assassination Dance level 14 or higher. Specialization can reduce some level requirements. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique level 12 or higher. 3. Strength 30, Agility 38, and Constitution 34 or higher. 4. Spend 1 gold skill point. Ryan didn't expect that with the support of the Advanced Extraordinary Insight, his understanding of extraordinary combat skills would improve so quickly. Of course, having intermediate weapon mastery, and that last skill point was also very important, as it shortened the time needed to improve the most difficult levels later on. Otherwise, relying only on Advanced Extraordinary Insight, it would have taken him about 20 more days to reach his current level. At this moment, Vieri and the others nearby opened their mouths, wanting to say something but unsure what to say. In recent days, they had been stunned by their captain's incredible learning ability. Even Neo, the Scroll Master, was speechless about Raynor now. With such a remarkable knight talent, was there really a need to also become a wizard? Meanwhile, Raynor was thinking about another problem. The extraordinary combat skill Barak's Assassin Dance hints from its name that it differs from typical dagger-based skills. Its creator, Barak, believed that the most important thing for dagger-using assassins was quick attack speed and agility. So he designed this skill to enhance movement speed and create illusions with fast, special steps to confuse enemies. Understanding the secret technique Shadow Step helped Raynor overcome a weakness. Originally, his full armor made him fast in a straight line, but his agility was lacking. Now, that was different. Should I upgrade Shadow Step to a mid-level secret technique? Raynor looked at the remaining 16 golden skill points on his attribute panel. After some thought, he decided to upgrade Shadow Step to a mid-level secret technique. He spent 2 points to improve Barak's Assassin Dance and 1 more to Breakthrough. Then the system prompted again. Congratulations! You have mastered Barak's mid-level secret technique, Shadow Step. Meanwhile, on the Legendary Weapons Master panel, the icon for Barak's Assassin Dance's secret technique Shadow Step also changed. The icon, which previously showed a thin man attacking with a dagger, now displayed 5 figures. This meant, besides the real person, the illusions increased from 2 to 4. Indeed, Raynor confirmed this from the description of the secret technique. Shadow Step Mid-Level Secret Technique Effect uses a special footwork combining primal force and leg strength, leaving 4 extra illusions within a 5-meter radius to confuse enemies. Upgrading Shadow Step to a high-level secret technique requires 1. Barak's Assassin Dance level 16 or above specialization can reduce some level requirements. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique level 14 or above. 3. Strength 35 points, Agility 42 points, Constitution above 38 points. 4. Consume 2 gold skill points. The range has increased, and the number of illusions has also grown. This ultimate skill is very useful, Ryan thought happily. Meanwhile, inside Minstar City. Since Anna came from the future to such a lively city, she looked around with curiosity, especially as she followed the main road of Minstar City, Leavenworth Avenue, walking up the steps. Along the way, she saw various shops and vendors, and as the city gradually climbed higher, she gazed out at the vast Dorn Plain, which was breathtaking. Everything amazed Anna. After walking a while, Anna arrived at the Minstar Trade District. The many colorful goods, stalls, and busy pedestrians made her feel overwhelmed. But soon, Anna froze in place, staring blankly at a tall, beautifully decorated building nearby. She was captivated by the large sign above the door that read Axton Auction House. Is this the Axton Auction House? Anna whispered to herself. Clues about my mother's disappearance. For a moment, the words Axton Auction House seemed to pull her in like a black hole, and she couldn't help but move closer. At that moment, among the crowd entering and leaving the auction house, a middle-aged man in a black wizard's robe appeared, accompanied by several well-equipped guards. They casually discussed, I heard Marquis Oren's had a tough time here in Minstar and was forced to give up all shares of his family's branch in Minstar. That's right. I heard that the Blood Op mercenary group was wiped out completely. Wow, they're so powerful. The Scorpion Woman and Iron Man are tough opponents, but the leader of the Blood Op group, Asimov, is even stronger. Did they all escape? Yes, that beautiful woman was their representative. That beautiful woman? So she's the new shareholder. She looks quite striking. Boss, do you think we should check her out? Don't cause trouble. Tomorrow, we're heading to Nam Province, the middle-aged man in the black robe said firmly. However, as he passed by Anna, he suddenly paused slightly, his nose twitching. Huh? What's that smell? His eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. Then he turned to look at the elegant girl who had just passed by, carefully sensing her. It can't be wrong. The scent just now was from plant essence. Is this girl a rare natural-type wizard? The middle-aged man looked thoughtful. After a moment, he gently touched the ring in his hand. It seemed he was picking up a faint breath from Anna, and the ring emitted a soft green glow. No, wait. This is Druid's aura. Could she be an elf? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly widened. Then he stared at Anna's graceful figure with a meaningful smile. Such good luck. Coming to Monster for a meeting and meeting an elf girl. If I offer her to Duke Drom, I'll surely get some good rewards. The man's name was Sam Ager. He used to be one of the captains in the catching teams under the main branch of the Axon Auction House. Because of his excellent performance, he was noticed by Duke Drom, one of the shareholders of the Axon Auction House, and became the Duke's agent, responsible for the affairs of the Axon branch in several provinces of the Empire. This time, he came to Munster because of a shareholder meeting at the Munster branch. Dixon, follow her and see where she lives. Maybe we can act tonight. Sam pointed at Anna and said, Got it, boss, replied a thin, leather-armored man named Dixon, excitedly agreeing. Since many customers came and went, and Anna was fully immersed in observing, she didn't notice she was being watched. After staring at the auction house for a long time, she headed towards the administrative district. A servant from the Rain estate in Meister County told her she could go to the Sword-Bearer Munster branch to find Rain. Meanwhile, Dixon followed Anna all the way to the gate of the Sword-Bearer Munster branch. Huh, is she connected to the Sword-Bearer? Dixon frowned as he watched from afar. This could be a bit troublesome. But then he relaxed his brow and thought silently. As long as she's not one of those few star-level sword-bearers, with the boss here, we should be able to handle it. There's no rush. We just need to observe for now. After a short while, a tall young man quickly stepped out, accompanied by several other young people of similar age. These were Rain, Neoro, Very, and others. Seeing Anna's friends, a group of young people, Dixon's heart immediately relaxed. He had heard before that the Blood-Top mercenary group was wiped out in Munster, and the attacker was a star-level captain from the Munster branch of the Sword Bearers. But these young people in front of him clearly did not look like star-level squads. In his memory, not to mention star-level teams, even gold-level teams usually had men with beards or strong faces, and women who were mature and charming, all at least 27 or 28 years old. But this group of young people looked much younger, some probably not even 20 years old. The one with the shield looked a bit older, but at most around 21. They were just rookies. Most likely, they were silver-level team members, maybe even newcomers. Dixon smiled as he quickly jotted down the investigation results on a small piece of paper. Then he released a small, fast swallow from his pocket. Seeing the swallow fly high into the sky, Dixon hummed a light tune and followed Rain and the others at a distance. When Rain saw Anna, he was naturally very happy. As soon as he heard the guard report that a girl named Anna was waiting outside, he hurried over. Neoro and the others saw their captain's excited and happy expression and curiously followed. After seeing Anna, they started to observe her more closely. Anna, long time no see. This time, don't leave without saying goodbye. Rain wanted to reach out his hand, but thinking of Anna's shy personality and the onlookers nearby, he lowered his hand. Long time no see, Rain. Wow, Rain, you've grown so tall. Last time, I was with Aunt Drina, so sorry about that. Anna's eyes lit up when she saw Rain. She pointed to their height difference and exclaimed in amazement. You're changing a lot too. By the way, Anna, did you come with your aunt this time? Rain smiled and looked her over, noticing her significant change. She had gone from being thin and weak to looking well-nourished and fully developed. Actually, I snuck out this time. Anna shyly lowered her head and whispered. Hearing this, the boys behind Ryan looked at each other in surprise. Wow, our team leader is really something. He managed to make such a young girl run from far away just to find him. What a charming person. Although the girl in front of them had a nice figure and a friendly, neighborly look, she wasn't very beautiful. She seemed a bit less fitting for the team leader. Vieri looked at the girl, then at the red-haired beauty, Evelyn. If he had to choose, he would naturally pick the prettier Evelyn. After some small talk, Ryan took the lead and, along with Anna, headed toward his house. Anna really wanted Mint. After walking a short distance, Ryan suddenly stopped and said, "Don't look back. Someone is following us." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan left a shadow behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Dixon. This was his newly learned mid-level skill, Shadow Step. Dixon was casually following, thinking Ryan and the others were new sword users, so he kept a close but not too close distance. Suddenly, everything before him blurred, and a tall figure suddenly appeared like a wall in front of him. Dixon wanted to curse, but when he looked carefully, his heart clenched, and cold sweat soaked his back. You. Dixon, looking like he saw a ghost, stammered and pointed at Ryan. As a former member of the catching team, Dixon was skilled at tracking and gathering intelligence, proud of his agility. But just now, what did he see? He only saw a flash, and Ryan appeared right in front of him. How fast must Ryan be to do that? Ryan smiled and said, "From your reaction, I guess I didn't pick the wrong person. Were you following me? No, don't say that. There are so many people on this street. How could I be following you?" Dixon's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, but his mouth remained stubborn, as if he were a dead duck. Nearby, Neuro and others also gathered around. There were many passers-by watching curiously. Ryan knew that arguing with this guy was just a waste of time. And was it even necessary? Absolutely not. Ryan suddenly reached out with lightning speed, grabbing the other's neck with his large hand. Then, like picking up a chicken, he carried the person toward the sword-wielding division, walking briskly. This made Dixon blush with embarrassment and struggle desperately. But because his neck was grabbed, he couldn't shout. He could only hold tightly onto Ryan's armored arm, trying to break free. After a few attempts, he realized Ryan's big hand was like a steel clamp, unmovable. Just as he was about to kick at Ryan, Ryan seemed to have expected this. He gently applied more force with his right hand, looked down at Dixon, and his fierce gaze immediately made Dixon behave. He knew that if he dared to move again, Ryan would probably choke him to death without hesitation. At this moment, Ryan returned, still holding a thin man. This scene immediately drew the guards at the sword-wielding division to rush over. Another guard saw what was happening and quickly entered the division to report. Someone dared to challenge Lord Ryan? The guards were curious. The last time they saw someone daring to attack Lord Ryan in the street, it was that ice mage, who looked much more impressive than this skinny man. But in the end, Ryan had taken care of him quickly and easily. "Find a cell and interrogate this guy thoroughly," Ryan told the guards. "Understood, Lord Ryan." "Captain, let us handle this. Vieri and I are both from the army, and we're good at interrogation," Angus volunteered. "Yeah, Captain, leave it to us," Vieri added in agreement. Ryan thought for a moment. His own team handling it was probably more reliable. He nodded and said, "All right then. Thank you." He was busy reuniting with Anna and didn't want to waste time on these small troublemakers. Meanwhile, Anna watched silently with big eyes, observing everything. She noticed that after a few months apart, Ryan's presence had become even more commanding than when he was the town's security deputy. Every movement he made carried a strong, captivating aura. Ryan, is it okay to handle someone like that in public?" "Why not?" Ryan replied with a slight smile. "We sword holders also serve as security advisors for certain parts of the city," Anna explained, understanding now. "Oh, I see. Just like when you were deputy security officer before," she nodded. "Exactly," Ryan agreed. Neo and Evelyn exchanged glances, sharing a silent understanding, and then said their goodbyes. Now, only Ryan and Anna remained, walking together toward the mansion while chatting. When they reached the door, Anna looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, such a big house, and here in Munster. It must be very expensive, right?" "Well, it's not too bad," Ryan replied. Suddenly, Anna's younger sister, Mint, who was playing with cookies in the yard, saw Anna and looked amazed. She immediately ran over, excited, and threw herself into Anna's arms. "Anna, I missed you so much." Mint said, holding tightly onto her. I missed you too, Mint. Anna responded warmly. Seeing Mint, who had brought her comfort during her hardest times, Anna felt emotional. She kissed Mint on the cheek and tousled her hair. Mint, you've grown so tall, Anna said. Anna, you've grown up too, Mint said curiously, looking at Anna's chest. When Mint ran over earlier, she had bumped into something soft and big, feeling very comfortable. Huh? Anna looked in the direction Mint was gazing and immediately blushed deeply. Anna, are you leaving again this time? Mint asked eagerly, her big, innocent eyes wide with concern. Anna didn't know how to answer. Big brother, can I share a room with Anna? Don't worry, I won't disturb her sleep, Mint suddenly asked Ryan, thinking of another question. Clearly, Mint was both happy and excited at the moment. Of course, but we are about to move into a new house. When that happens, you and Sister Anna can each have your own room. Ryan remembered what Duke Munster had said and nodded with a smile at his sister Mint. Moving to a new house? Mint asked curiously. At that moment, Jenny and Agatha came out of the villa, also curious. They had just heard Mint's happy laughter upstairs. Both women immediately saw the slender figure of Anna. Jenny didn't have a strong impression of Anna, but on the other hand, Anna had a clear memory of Jenny, the noble young lady. Moreover, Anna noticed that Jenny hadn't changed much so far, so she recognized her at first glance. Seeing Jenny and another noble girl both living at Ryan's estate surprised Anna. Could it be that these two are already involved with Ryan? She felt a little nervous. But soon, Anna realized from their words and actions that their relationship with Ryan was different from what she had thought. They showed great respect for Ryan, and there was a hint of awe in their speech. It was completely different from her initial idea of their relationship. This made Anna breathe a sigh of relief. Before long, everyone, including her mother Emma, learned that Anna had arrived. The Ryan estate was more lively than ever before. Watching Mint and Emma holding hands and showing closeness, Agatha nudged her friend Jenny and said, Jenny, I think you've met a tough opponent this time. Look at how close Mint and Emma are with her. I feel you've already lost quite a bit. In response to Agatha's teasing, Jenny shook her head but said nothing. She silently thought to herself, Mother, I fear you've met a real rival this time. At this moment, a luxurious carriage stopped at the gate of Ryan's estate. A butler dressed in a tailcoat stepped down and slightly bowed to Ryan. Excuse me, are you Lord Ryan? I am the butler from Duke Munster's residence. The Duke said there is a house that needs your acceptance. I am Ryan. Ryan didn't expect that just after mentioning the new house, the butler from Duke Munster's side would come to visit. Lord Ryan, do you want to go now or set a time to go later? The butler respectfully asked. Let's go now. By the way, do you all want to come with me? Rain thought for a moment and asked everyone. Great. Brother, I want to go. Sister Anna, will you come with me? Min happily said. Yes. Everyone was very curious about the new residence and agreed happily. So, the butler's carriage for Duke Munster led the way, followed by two carriages carrying Rain and his group, heading toward the new house. Since it was in the noble district, they arrived quickly. The new house given by Duke Munster was spacious and beautiful, covering a large area. It had front and back gardens, a 3-story main building with white stone walls, and a 2-story servant and guard house nearby. As they entered, everyone kept praising it. The front yard was a large lawn, about several hundred square meters, with a slightly bigger oval-shaped fountain in the center. The fountain featured sculptures of children playing, adding a soft and lively touch to the otherwise formal and serious villa. The backyard was also a garden, but smaller, used as a stable. Inside the main building, Min happily counted and found there were 11 bedrooms on the second floor. Anna was amazed. Even Jenny and Agatha, used to seeing many luxurious noble homes, were surprised. This place must be one of the best among the Count's mansions in Munster, they thought. There was also something that made Rain very happy inside. On the first floor, there was a large indoor training room covering several hundred square meters, fully equipped with weapons, swords, guns, and other gear, along with training dummies and archery targets. Finally, I don't have to stay in the sword-bearers division every day, Rain nodded secretly. After walking around, Rain found that, apart from no outdoor training ground, this mansion was roughly the same size as Count Habsburg's house in Meist County. This made Rain very satisfied. The 11 bedrooms meant he could comfortably accommodate everyone, with plenty of space left over. The house was fully furnished, and the cleaning was maintained by a few remaining servants, keeping everything neat and tidy. In other words, as long as Ryan nods, he can move in at any time. Lord Ryan, if you are ever unhappy with anything, please tell me, or I can find you another residence, the butler said respectfully. Ryan waved his hand and immediately said, let's take this one. Please pass on my thanks to the Duke for his generosity. After thinking for a moment, Ryan turned to everyone and said, how about we move in today? Let's pack some essentials and settle in. The rest can be moved gradually over time. Wow, that's great, was the first to cheer. Mint. I want to sleep next to Anna's room. Watching the happy crowd, Ryan smiled and went alone to the training room of the new residence. Since Anna was occupied by her sister Mint, he planned to learn the 8th extraordinary combat technique, Longelo's Spear. He took out a sheepskin scroll and carefully looked at it. This was something he found yesterday in the exchange hall, about the extraordinary skill for a long-handled weapon called Lancer, which is best used on horseback. On flat ground, it doesn't change much, but by changing the length of the spear, it can still be used effectively. If riding a griffin, the spear can be even longer than when riding a horse. This is a versatile Lancer technique. Soon, Ryan mastered the basics of Longelo's Spear, and the system prompt sounded, you have trained in Longelo's Spear, your understanding has increased. Your skill Longelo's Spear has improved, experience +3. While Ryan was practicing spear techniques, the door of the training room slowly opened, revealing a pretty face. It was Anna. Huh? Anna, you're here? Ryan was surprised and waved with a smile. I was just about to ask how you're doing in Ferdinand Forest, Anna said. His sister Mint had been pestering Anna earlier, and his mother Imra had been chatting with Anna for a while afterward. He wanted to talk to Anna but hadn't found the chance. Mint and Aunt Imra went to the kitchen. They said they want to cook something delicious for me, Anna said with a gentle smile as she approached. Alone with Ryan in her room, Anna felt both sweet and a little nervous. She shyly said, Ryan, I think you're different from before. Ryan looked at Anna from head to toe and replied, same here. You're different too. His tone sounded strangely meaningful, which made Anna remember what Mint had said earlier. Suddenly, Anna's face turned red, and she lowered her head, clutching her clothes tightly. Then, she looked up again, her bright eyes on Ryan, and waved her small fists. Actually, you're right. I am really different now. Look, she said. In Ryan's surprised gaze, Anna bent over and supported herself with her hands. Before Ryan could understand what was happening, a flash of magical light appeared. Suddenly, a lively, large deer appeared in front of Ryan. It was over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and more than 3 meters long. The deer's antlers were very unique, unlike other deer. Instead of branching out, the main antler was flat and shovel-shaped, with a rough surface and many small sharp points around the edges. Is this a druid transformation? Ryan thought, stunned. Seeing Ryan's blank expression, Anna, now in the form of a big deer, had a sly look in her large eyes. Suddenly, she charged at Ryan. Anna wanted to play a joke, to lift Ryan into the air and then carry him on her back. But just as she reached him, she suddenly couldn't move. Ryan reached out and grabbed her wide antlers, and a powerful force flowed from them. No matter how she tried, she couldn't shake free. Anna felt very disappointed. In the next moment, with another flash of magic light, Anna returned to her human form, and Ryan's hand was resting on her head. At that moment, Ryan suddenly fell forward and was knocked down by Anna. Anna threw herself onto Ryan. Ryan felt a soft, fragrant body press into his arms. But immediately, Anna's face turned red as if it could bleed. She knew Ryan was doing it on purpose. After all, even a fool knows that a big antlered deer can't move a lot, but now she is in human form and can knock over Ryan? Are you joking? But at this moment, her posture is a bit inappropriate. She is sitting astride Ryan, and it feels quite uncomfortable, making her unable to exert much strength. Anna, have you officially become a druid? Ryan asked softly. Yes. Anna, sitting on Ryan, whispered softly, like a mosquito, and nodded. Ryan, how come your strength is so great? Even a top knight shouldn't have such power. Anna, feeling shy, still looked confused and asked. This question really puzzled her. After transforming into a big antlered deer, she tested her strength many times. She could easily lift a bear weighing over 1,000 pounds. According to Aunt Drenna, the big antlered deer's strength is comparable to the peak knights among humans, and its speed is not much worse than experienced knights. But when facing sharp weapons, its defense is not enough. However, Aunt Drenna also gave her advice. If in danger, it's best to run away. Because I'm a Grand Knight, Ryan smiled and revealed the answer. Grand Knight? Anna's eyes widened in shock, staring at Ryan with a stunned expression. But you only became an exceptional knight 3 months, no, at most 4 months ago. And now you are a grand knight? Anna said with disbelief. Maybe I have some talent in the way of knights. Ryan shrugged and smiled. Oh my, compared to you, I feel like my druid talent is just so average. But Aunt Drenna still praised my druid talent, saying it's rare even among pure-blood elves. When Anna said this, she deliberately erased the words genius after rare, because compared to Ryan's speed, the word genius was too embarrassing to mention. At this moment, Anna nervously twisted her body, feeling more and more uncomfortable below, and a strange sense of panic arose. Meanwhile, Ryan's large hand had quietly moved to gently rest on Anna's slim waist. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Suddenly, Anna jumped up like a frightened deer. Captain, Angus and Vieri entered the room. Seeing Anna's face flushed and nervous, and their captain still on the ground, they immediately understood that their visit was poorly timed. Go ahead and talk. I will check on Mint. Anna quickly lowered her head, smelling fresh and leaving in a hurry. Angus and Vieri watched Anna run away, their faces thoughtful. How did the interrogation go? Ryan asked as he stood up. Captain, you won't believe it. This guy actually followed Miss Anna here, Vieri said first, making Ryan raise an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? Followed Anna? Did he come all the way from Mice to track her? Ryan asked again. No, Angus shook his head. He was following her from the Mintsider trade zone, and his identity is quite interesting. He's a member of a group called Sam Team, which is also a subsidiary of the Axon Auction House. Another subsidiary of the Axon Auction House? Ryan was truly surprised. Yes, Angus nodded confidently. Ryan looked thoughtful and asked again. Many shareholders are involved in the Axon Auction House. Do we know which shareholder this team belongs to? Not really. They only know that behind the team, there seems to be a duke. This person's name is Dixon. He used to be part of the catching team, just a small. He's good at tracking and also persuasive, so the previous team leader recently brought him along. Ryan nodded and asked, did you find out why they are following Anna? Angus and Vieri exchanged glances, unsure about what to say next. Ryan looked at them with curiosity. Well, they said that Miss Anna is a rare elf. Angus repeated their words. Although, in the eyes of Vieri and him, this was simply nonsense, a girl from the elf race? How could that be? Miss Anna was lively and youthful, but compared to the beauty of the elf race, there was still a big gap. However, both of them instinctively felt that there must be a problem here. Because according to the man named Dixon, the one who issued the tracking order was their strong team leader, Sam. Obviously, a skilled at least a second-level liquid mage, the chance of him making a mistake was very small. Interesting. Reen couldn't help but smile. The other person actually saw through Anna's magic disguise and discovered her true identity. If it had been before, he wouldn't have had enough strength and influence to protect an elf girl in Munster. But now he had that ability. Captain, could it be that Miss Anna is really an elf? Seeing the captain's expression, Vieri immediately understood something and said in surprise. Yes, more precisely, she's a half-elf. Reen nodded and replied, using disguise magic to hide. Angus quickly reacted. At the same time, the two exchanged another look and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Our captain is so amazing. A half-elf girl runs away from home and travels a long way to find him. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. Having extraordinary talent is one thing, but being a romantic hero? Can you really handle that? Additionally, both of them greatly admired their captain's ability to attract trouble. They had both fought against the Bloodtop mercenary group before. Although they arrived late and mainly cleared the battlefield, they naturally learned the cause and effect afterward. They knew that their captain, Reen, was actually one of the shareholders behind the Axon Auction House, belonging to the Oran's Marquis family in the Imperial capital. And this time, it was the Axon Auction House again, and it seemed to be a team affiliated with a duke. That's a duke, who wouldn't be difficult to deal with if granted a duke's title. However, after witnessing Reen's exaggerated and almost supernatural learning ability, the two of them developed a kind of, almost irrational confidence in their captain. I believe that our team leader can still hold his own, even when facing a duke. Leader, what should we do with this guy? Angus asked. Reen thought for a moment and said, no rush. First, lock him up and see how he reacts. He has many things to do now, mainly changing his class and learning advanced meditation techniques. He's too lazy to deal with the formalities of negotiations or small talk with these nobles. Reen plans to ask Jennifer when she returns. It seems she mentioned there's a shareholders meeting today. Since Jennifer became a shareholder of the Axton Auction House's Munster branch, her workload has increased significantly. Thanks to Jennifer handling the business side, Reen can focus fully on training without being bothered by many trivial matters. Oh, and this matter also involves Neo and Evelyn, Reen added. Understood, Leader, Angus replied. Leader, your house is really nice, and the indoor training room is so spacious, it seems custom-made for you, Vieri said, looking around at Reen's new home. When they first arrived at Reen's old house, the servant on guard mentioned that Reen was checking out the new place, which surprised them a little. Yeah, the training room is indeed great. By the way, Vieri, remember to bring your stuff. Let's move everything here today. It's perfect for practicing together during free time, Reen said with a smile. Vieri was happy to hear the first part but looked distressed at the second. He knew very well how tough it was to be a training partner for his leader. In 2 words, it's challenging, but the progress was clear. Reen would point out any mistakes or details that needed improvement. All right, Leader. I'll go get my things now, Vieri nodded. Leader, I'll help Vieri carry his stuff, Angus offered. Just as they were about to leave, Reen suddenly called out, Wait, you two. Who wants to stay and practice riding with me? Both Angus and Vieri looked at each other, surprised. Did they hear right? Riding practice? But when they looked at Reen's hands, they knew their ears hadn't played tricks on them. Because at this moment, the dark metal in the captain's hand was slowly transforming into a spear over 3 meters long. Captain, this time. Are you just acting on impulse again? Vieri widened her eyes and looked at the spear. This time, it's not just impulse. Well, it's a long-term plan. As a knight, I need to master a long weapon for charging, Ryan said with a smile. Captain, I'll move first and practice with you later. Angus, thank you for your help, Vieri said and quickly left. Angus looked at the 3-meter spear in Ryan's hand and his own single-handed shield, feeling a bit speechless. He knew that facing such a spears, even with a shield, felt like it couldn't hold up. The 2 small daggers earlier had already caused him a lot of pain. His shield had been repaired over 10 times. And now, with this spear, the impact of them was far beyond what the small daggers could handle. The power difference was like heaven and earth. At the Minster branch of the Axon Auction House, inside a nearby mansion. This place was part of the auction house's property, usually used to host important guests of more than 3 people. Of course, if only 1 or 2 people came, the VIP lounge could also be used, like how Drake used to stay there. This time, Sam brought quite a few people, so they stayed here. Sam, who was resting in the bedroom, came out to the reception hall. After looking around and noticing Dixon hadn't returned yet, he asked the others with some doubt. Has Dixon not come back yet? Everyone shook their heads and said, No, he hasn't. Something's wrong. Garcia, go check and find out what's going on. Okay, Captain Sam, replied the tall woman with a long bow on her back, standing up and nodding. The other 2 exchanged glances, thinking their leader might be overreacting a bit. Sam, meanwhile, frowned and quickly thought. A few hours ago, Dixon had sent a message saying that the elf girl was going to the Minster branch of the Sword Bearers to meet a sword bearer. Based on their ages, the elf girl's friends are all very young, probably new sword users. So, at first, he didn't pay much attention to this news. Could it be that Dixon acted on his own because he thought the target was easy to handle? After thinking, Sam shook his head, feeling this was unlikely. Let's wait until Garcia returns to discuss it. Less than half an hour later, Garcia came back. The first thing she said made Sam look worried. Captain, Dixon has been taken into custody. Then Garcia quickly explained the situation. There were quite a few witnesses who saw the fight between Ryan and Dixon, and Garcia, being a woman with good social skills, easily found out what happened. She also talked to the guards at the sword holder's entrance and confirmed that Dixon was now locked inside the sword holder's branch. What? Dixon is locked up? In the Munster branch of the sword holders? That's abuse of power. What crime are they accusing him of? One person said angrily. This was the first time their team, the Sam Squad, had a member detained by the Empire's sword holders. Suspected of being a cult member, attacking an Empire sword holder in the street, Garcia replied. Suspected cult member? That's just an excuse, a bald man said, scratching his head. The Munster branch of the sword holders seems a bit strange, another person added. Everyone knew that the Blood Up mercenary group had fought a star-level sword holder from Munster and was wiped out. Do you think Dixon might have run into that person? You mean the sword holder from Bloodtop mercenary group? No way. Dixon is so unlucky. After hearing Garcia's report, Sam, the leader, who had been silent, finally spoke. The person in charge of the Munster branch should be Fabian. Send him to help communicate and get Dixon out first. Also, find out about the young sword holder involved in the fight with Dixon. Garcia, you go to the auction house again and gather information. Sam thought clearly that in Munster, it would be more effective to ask someone like Fabian, who knows the local situation, rather than sending someone himself. Okay, Captain, I will contact them right away, said Garcia, a woman with a bow on her back, as she left. At the Axton Auction House, Munster branch. Inside an office on the 3rd floor. Huh? Miss Garcia, you say Lord Sam's attendant, Dixon, was detained by the people from the Munster branch of the sword wielders? Fabian asked in surprise. Yes, there might have been a misunderstanding, so I need to trouble Lord Fabian to find a way to get him out, Garcia replied with a smile. Fabian's mouth twitched slightly. Whenever he heard the word sword wielders, a young man's image would involuntarily come to mind. All right, I'll try, but I can't guarantee success, Fabian thought for a moment. He didn't refuse but nodded in agreement. After all, as a veteran of the auction house, he knew well that the Sam Group was backed by Duke Drum of the Imperial Capital, a very powerful figure. Of course, please try to hurry a bit, Lord Fabian. According to the plan, Lord Sam will leave Munster tomorrow, Garcia said. Yes, I'll handle it right away, Fabian nodded. When Fabian contacted an acquaintance at the Munster branch of the sword wielders and learned the details, what? Again, it's Ryan. Fabian stared at the note in his hand, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, feeling completely overwhelmed. Why did I have to provoke him again? Who did I offend this time? Fabian felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Neither the Sam Group nor Ryan was someone he could afford to offend. Wait, no. Now Ryan was a shareholder of Munster branch. No, the actual controller. The shareholder was that beautiful woman. And Lord Sam was one of the major shareholders under Duke Drum, the owner of the auction house. From this perspective, both Sam and Ryan were insiders of the Axton auction house. Since they were insiders, let them handle their own issues. Why should he interfere? Fabian's eyes sparkled as he immediately thought of a good plan. Half an hour later, Garcia returned to the temporary residence from the auction house. What? It's really Ryan, the one who wiped out the Bloodtop mercenary group? Sam was stunned when he heard this. Yes, Fabian also said that the other person is now a shareholder at the Munster branch and is his superior, and you are also his superior. So, as an internal conflict within the auction house, he suggested that you communicate directly with Lord Ryan, Garcia explained. Just now, she heard Fabian's words and felt speechless. Who was really on Ryan's side? Sam was rubbing his chin and quickly thinking. This person named Ryan, a sword-wielding star-level warrior, defeated the Blood Up mercenary group, so his strength is very strong, no doubt about that. It wouldn't be wise to confront him directly. However, elf girls rarely appear in human territories. As a former captain of the catching team, he naturally knew how risky it was to go to the elves' habitat to catch elf girls. But because of this, elf girls are symbols of status and rank among top nobles. Duke Dram also has a special fondness for elves. A couple of years ago, he happened to catch an elf woman in Munster. That excellent performance earned him a good reward, greatly improving his strength, and he quickly rose from being a catching team captain to becoming a spokesperson for Duke Dram in several branches. Now, another opportunity like this has appeared. If he gives up, he would naturally feel unwilling, and for a moment, Sam found it hard to decide. The team members nearby also saw their leader's hesitation. But there's a saying, risk and opportunity go hand in hand. Is there anything without risk? High risk means high reward. Boss, I have a suggestion, said the bald man. Huh, go ahead, Sam. As the team leader, had a good trait. He was willing to listen to reasonable suggestions from his subordinates. Actually, our target is that elf girl. That means, as long as we find the chance, we can directly kidnap her. Why do we have to fight head-on with the other side? The bald man looked rough, but his suggestion was quite thoughtful. You mean? Sam immediately understood his idea. Distract the enemy elsewhere, catch the elf girl, and then leave Munster directly. Exactly. Boss, we can split into 2 teams. one to hold the other side back, and the other to directly kidnap the elf girl. Then they immediately left Munster. What could the others do to us? Another team member's eyes lit up, and he agreed right away. Well, that's not impossible. Who should go and distract or stop this Rainer? Sam looked around at his team and asked. Suddenly, a few people hesitated and looked at each other. I'm willing, but I'm worried about my strength and might delay the captain's main task, said the bald, strong man, scratching his head and smiling. For distracting Rainer, Captain, we don't necessarily need our own people to act. I suggest we ask Hansar to come and draw Rainer away, Garcia thought for a moment and said. Earth Dragon Knight? Hansar? Sam raised an eyebrow, immediately thinking of someone. Yes, Captain. Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar, with his Earth Dragon mount, is very fast. Having him distract Rainer should work well. Then we can directly capture the elf girl. The Earth Dragon is a kind of sub-dragon creature with a faint dragon bloodline. Although among dragon-blooded beings, it's not very powerful, it is still a dragon-blooded creature. In terms of strength and speed, it is much better than other fierce beasts. Without his Earth Dragon mount, Hansar is just a top-tier knight, but with the Earth Dragon, he is almost legendary. And among nearly legendary beings, he is very formidable. But the hiring cost for Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar, isn't low, the bald man interrupted. The cost is indeed high, but it's just a matter of paying more. If he joins us, our risk will be much smaller. After some thought, Sam nodded and said, All right, let's do it. Let's invite Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar. Spending a bit more money to greatly reduce the risk is worth it. Yes, the current Sava province is about a 4-day journey to contact the other side and for them to arrive here, Garcia added. Good, then 4 days. Tomorrow, we'll follow the plan and go to Norn province first. When we return, they should have arrived in Munster, Sam agreed. When Vieri returned to Rainer's new residence, he was immediately stunned as soon as he entered the training room. At this moment, in the center of the arena, Angus was holding a shield and defending very well, almost without letting any attack through. However, their captain, Ryan, was wielding a lance, stabbing and jabbing, making Angus unable to fight back. Is that really a knight's lance? Vieri whispered to himself. Wow, he just started using it, and he's already making Angus look so helpless? That's impressive. Since he met Ryan, this was the first time he saw him use a knight's lance. It was clear that Ryan's skills with the lance were still a bit rough, probably because he had just started practicing. Still, he kept pushing Angus back step by step. Vieri couldn't quite understand why. Actually, neither Neo nor Angus in the center of the arena understood it either. Although Ryan's lance moves were a little unsteady, whenever Angus saw an opening to counterattack, Ryan would quickly change position, preventing him from closing the distance to strike with his sword. The way Ryan kept shifting back and forth made Angus almost feel like vomiting from frustration. Stop. Captain, I need a break. I can't go on, Angus shouted. All right, you've done well, Ryan replied. Captain, your control of the distance just now was really frustrating. I wanted to attack, but the distance was too far. When I hesitated, I missed my chance to counter, Angus said happily. Ryan explained that was actually a technique I learned a few days ago while practicing with a dagger, called Shadow Step. It uses a special movement combining force and leg strength to move quickly forward and backward twice in a short distance. He then shared openly with his team, and Angus, when you're using your shield to defend, I feel that some of your strength and force aren't working together well. After sharing, Ryan pointed out the specific issues Angus had. Oh, Captain, could you tell me exactly what I should improve? Angus asked happily. Everyone enjoyed practicing with Ryan because he was very skilled at using almost all the weapons their team members used. He could pinpoint each person's problems in battle very accurately. Ryan nodded and walked over, tapping Angus on the left shoulder blade and the right side of his lower back. Think about it a bit more, and you'll likely gain something. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. Angus slightly bows in thanks. You're welcome, Ryan waves his hand. Angus is actually quite skilled, with a solid foundation in sword and shield combat techniques. If he can adjust his strength application in these two areas, his strength could increase by about 50% in a week. Although 50% may sound small, sometimes it makes a big difference. Two fighters with similar strength might have a gap of just that much, which can determine the outcome of a fight. Ryan glanced at his system and saw that his Lancaro spear had already reached level 4. Since gaining the talent advanced extraordinary insight, his speed of learning new extraordinary combat skills has been very fast, like a rocket. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to understand the essence of spear weapons in about 3 days, similar to how he learned Black Stealth Dance. Captain, I've moved everything. I also informed Nero and Evelyn about this matter just now, Vieri said happily as he stepped forward. Good. It's important that they've been notified. Come on, practice with me for a while, Ryan nodded. Huh? I don't have a shield, so I can't block well, Vieri said with a forced smile, but he didn't hesitate and quickly went to the training ground. Near evening, the beautiful woman Jennifer returned looking exhausted. But when she saw the new residents, her joy was mixed with a clear sense of Ryan's influence. Duke Munster personally awarded her this residence, an honor she had rarely heard of before. Originally, she planned to wait until the year's auction profits were in hand before buying a slightly larger house, but now it seemed unnecessary. Moreover, it was almost a one-step upgrade. Compared to the best residences she had seen on the market, this one was at least one level higher. Ryan immediately shared the key points of what happened today with the beautiful woman. Elf bloodline? When the woman heard Anna was an elf, she covered her cherry lips in surprise. No wonder they were tracking her. Huh? Do you have any thoughts? Ryan asked back. Of course, the elf girl is very popular among the top nobles. The beautiful woman clearly knew a lot about this and explained it to Ryan. As for the duke behind the Sam group, I think I know who he is. I don't know much about the imperial capital, but at the Munster branch, there are only 2 dukes involved, the Munster Duke and the Drum Duke from the imperial capital. Obviously, the Munster Duke is unlikely. So, the answer must be the Drum Duke from the imperial capital. Ryan raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect that the Munster Duke also had shares in the Axon auction house, but after thinking a bit, he understood. Of course, as the most powerful family in Munster, the Axon auction house would naturally bring in allies if they had any foresight. Dear, the elf girl is very rare. You shouldn't miss her, haha. Regarding the beautiful woman's teasing, Ryan smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he asked, Jennifer, how much do you know about the Drum Duke? Hearing Ryan's question, the woman shook her head and said, I just took over the Munster branch recently, so I'm not very familiar with the details. Moreover, although the Drum Duke is a major shareholder, he has been in the imperial capital for years and has never appeared at the Munster branch shareholders meeting. Here, he only sent a representative named Sam, who is the leader of the Sam group. Today, I saw him at a meeting. He seems to be a quite powerful second-level wizard. A wizard? Ryan nodded. Send someone to investigate the Sam group in the next couple of days. Should we proactively communicate with them? The beautiful woman suggested after some thought. Ryan shook his head. No need. I don't have time to talk to them now. And besides, this matter should be them seeking me, not the other way around. That evening, a grand dinner was held at Ryan's new residence to welcome Anna back. Jennifer, the beautiful woman, volunteered to sit on Anna's other side, frequently introducing delicious food and constantly praising Ryan's achievements with glowing words. This left Jenny utterly stunned. My mother's strange behavior is really hard to understand. Why is she pushing her lover away? Although it's common for nobles in the Dragon Empire to have lovers, I had expected this. Even if my mother is with Rain, it's normal for him to have several lovers outside. But the problem is, my mother's attitude seems like, how should I say it? It looks like she's eager to push Rain toward Anna. This scene also confused Agatha, who was standing nearby. After a moment, she gently elbowed her good friend and said, Hey, Ginny, did you argue with your mother? She's standing right here and isn't helping, yet she's trying to set Rain up with this new girl? Ginny looked just as confused and didn't know how to answer. She shook her head and said, I don't know either, but I haven't argued with my mother. She also mentally corrected her friend's words. This girl isn't new. She's known Rain longer than my mother has. Meanwhile, the elegant lady's enthusiastic attitude toward Anna made Anna feel a bit overwhelmed. She didn't understand why this beautiful and refined noblewoman was so friendly to her. Next to her, Rain's mother, Emma, was smiling so much her face almost hurt. She had a natural sense as a woman and sensed that the beautiful Lady Crawley's relationship with her son seemed unusual. Sometimes, her gaze toward her son was so tender it almost seemed to drip with affection. Emma, having experience, knew what that meant. Although the beautiful Lady Crawley was talented and very attractive, she was quite old and a widow. As a noblewoman, being a widow is just a fact, isn't it? However, Seeing how passionately the noblewoman was helping Rain and Anna today, Emma's worries disappeared. She realized she was too sensitive before. Lady Crawley probably just admired her son, which is quite normal. After all, women tend to admire strength. Actually, for the beautiful woman Jennifer, her reason for doing this is not very complicated. Last time, she really wanted Ryan to find a noble girl with extraordinary powers because, as an ordinary person, she simply couldn't handle it anymore. Although the noble girl didn't arrive, instead they met a rare elf girl. But as long as she could share some of the fire, that was enough. The problem was, she subtly asked Ryan for his opinion, and he just went with the flow. This made her even more anxious than Ryan, so she tried to arrange things at the welcome banquet, giving Anna and Ryan a chance to be alone. After dinner, thanks to Jennifer's efforts, Anna and Ryan finally had some rare private time. Wow, has Cookie grown so big? Remember, when Anna left, Cookie was just a small puppy, but now he's tall and strong, with a size comparable to a small pony. Ryan, what did you feed Cookie? Wait, is Cookie turning into a wild beast? How is that possible? Anna, who had just bent down, looked surprised. After petting Cookie's head, she immediately noticed something. As a formal druid, her perception of animals and plants is much sharper than ordinary people. What woof? Feeling the soft, warm little hand stop petting his head, Cookie barked twice in dissatisfaction, as if saying, I want more. This guy. Ryan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Anna chuckled softly and continued to rub Cookie's head, making him close his eyes comfortably. He remembered his owner's scent very clearly, but it seemed to smell even better now, giving him a feeling of closeness. Cookie couldn't help but nudge Anna's pant leg to show affection. Watching this scene, Ryan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Although he was a beast priest, in terms of harmony with animals, he couldn't compare to Anna, who was a druid. They each followed very different paths in taming and understanding beasts. Do you remember the journal where we found the basic meditation method? It recorded a kind of mutated growth potion. I made it and used it on Cookie. Looking back, the effect seems pretty good. By the way, Anna, I also used this potion on the horses. I'll take you to see Little Black. I think you'll really like it, Ryan said with a smile. Facing Anna, Ryan felt a special sense of calm inside. Sure. Little Black? Is that the name of a black horse? Anna chuckled softly. As they talked, they soon arrived near the stable in the backyard. Seeing the tall build and the prominent horn on the forehead of the swift horse, Anna's eyes lit up with interest. She stepped forward and said, This isn't Little Black. Clearly, it's... Just as Ryan was about to remind Anna that swift horses can be temperamental, Anna's fair hand reached out. Little Black voluntarily poked its head out of the stable fence, allowing Anna to touch it. Ryan was quite surprised by this. But after thinking for a moment, Ryan understood. This was probably due to Anna's natural affinity as a druid. By the way, Anna, you mentioned last time that you had an important matter to discuss this time? Ryan suddenly remembered and asked. Yes, Anna nodded. When talking about this, Anna's smile faded as she gently stroked Little Black's head. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she was thinking about how to say it. After a while, Anna finally spoke. I found a secret letter in Aunt Drina's study. It said that my mother's disappearance might be related to the Axon auction house. Really? The Axon auction house? Is that information reliable? Ryan raised an eyebrow, surprised. He didn't expect that not only was Anna's matter connected to the Axon auction house, but her mother's disappearance was also linked to them. It seems to be information coming through a special elven channel. I don't know the details, but I believe it's true. Anna nodded and continued. Ryan, do you know much about the Axon auction house? Yes, it's a huge organization. They have branches or offices in most of the larger cities across the empire, Ryan replied. Does that mean I can't handle this alone? Anna's eyes darkened slightly. Not exactly. First of all, you're not alone. Ryan looked at Anna seriously. This made Anna blush slightly. Secondly, although the Axon auction house is a large and influential organization with complex connections, internally it is divided into several interest groups based on shareholders. So, as long as we identify which shareholder is involved in this matter, handling it later will be much easier. Ryan quickly shared what he knew about the Axon auction house with Anna. Really? So, does that mean you're also a shareholder of the Axon auction house now? Anna blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. She didn't expect Ryan to become a shareholder of the Axon auction house, even if only of the Munster branch. Isn't that a good thing? You can think of me as an undercover agent you sent inside the Axon auction house, Ryan said with a smile. However, Investigating your mother's case might take some time, Ryan added seriously, his smile fading. Because Jennifer had just become a shareholder of the Munster branch, it would take some time to develop personnel and influence. Ryan also guessed that if Anna's mother's disappearance was truly related to the Axon auction house, she was probably sent to the imperial capital. So, the investigation would take even longer. Yes, my mother has been missing for over 2 years. I was worried for a while, but now I just hope she is safe. Of course, it would be even better if we could find out exactly where she is. Anna nodded, showing little emotional fluctuation. Don't worry. If it really is connected to the Axon auction house, your mother is unlikely to be in danger of losing her life. This wasn't just Ryan trying to comfort Anna. He believed that if there was indeed a link, it was probably the work of their various catching teams or similar groups under the organization. They would definitely capture Anna's mother, a rare pureblood elf woman, and sell her for a good price. And those capable of paying such a price would be wealthy merchants or high-ranking nobles of the empire. In other words, although Anna's mother had lost her freedom, she was unlikely to be in immediate danger of death. At this moment, the two of them were walking slowly toward a corner of the new estate's backyard. The previous owner had planted 7 or 8 beech trees, which grew tall and lush. Moonlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees, illuminating Anna's delicate figure. At this moment, Anna was no longer the thin girl Ray first met. She now had a curvy, feminine shape. Although she wasn't as full-bodied and charming as the beautiful woman Jennifer, her figure was just right. On her young face, there was still a hint of shy innocence from when she was alone with Ray. But at this moment, when she heard Ray's comforting words, she responded with a soft then looked up, her big eyes focused on his face, and said, "Ray, thank you." Ray smiled slightly, about to say something, when he suddenly sensed a fresh, fragrant breeze approaching. Like a butterfly, Anna moved lightly closer, tiptoeing, and with soft, warm lips, she quickly kissed Ray on the cheek. Then, like a startled young deer, she quickly pulled back, lowering her head and saying, "Well, I'll go back now." As she spoke, she didn't wait for Ray's response and hurried to leave, shy and eager to go. But just as she turned around, a strong hand grabbed her slender waist. With an irresistible force, Anna's light body was pulled back, pressed against a broad, warm chest. Suddenly, Anna felt a rush of panic, her hands raised and then lowered, feeling helpless. In the next moment, she could only make soft sounds. Her small lips were covered. Anna had no idea how much time had passed. She felt as if she was floating on clouds, until she started to gasp for air and finally took in some fresh air. Her face was flushed, looking as if she was drunk, dizzy, and confused. 2 days had gone by. Ray, practicing the Lancelot spear in the training room, still hadn't received an official response from the Sam group. Instead, many people approached the beautiful woman, trying to establish connections, asking if they could get Dixon released. The woman replied that she could handle business matters herself, but for personal issues like this, it was better to speak directly with Lord Ray. Now, she no longer needed to compromise. As one of the shareholders of the Munster branch, she is supported by Raynor, who is also her confidence. Additionally, according to the latest intelligence on the sword bearers, Raynor has discovered that the situation within the province is becoming more unstable. Almost every day, small towns and county cities are attacked by cults or giant beasts, causing many casualties. More reports only mention injuries or deaths, and the attackers are always listed as unknown or unclear. Being able to receive these secret messages quickly is thanks to the changes brought about after Raynor was promoted to a Diamond Star Sword Bearer. In terms of status, a Diamond Star Sword Bearer is no longer just a fighter or team leader. Their importance means that any team leader at this level is a pillar of their division and is involved in decision-making to some extent. For example, this time, General Edward will seek Raynor's opinion. Clearly, the division also considers the opinions of other Diamond Star Sword Bearer leaders. From another perspective, being at the Diamond Star level shows Raynor's contributions to the Empire. If he chooses to move to Duke Monster's side, or be transferred into the Empire's administrative system, his position would be quite high. For instance, he could serve as a county governor, similar to Count Habsburg, though the details might be a bit limited. But serving as the deputy security chief in Munster City is definitely possible. Even joining the Griffin Guard would mean at least a captain level, and if there are vacancies, he could potentially hold a higher position. Raynor understands these changes very well. The main reason is his own growing strength. Otherwise, he might not be able to continue advancing smoothly and could even fall in a dangerous mission. So these days, he hasn't spent much time accompanying Anna or attending the snowflake-like banquet invitations. Instead, he stays mostly out of sight. Most of Rayner's time is spent in the training room, working hard to improve his extraordinary riding spear technique, Lynx's Spear. In just 2 days, he has reached level 8, 122/7000, just one step away from level 9. At the same time, he is urging other team members to strengthen their combat abilities. In Rayner's new study, knock, knock, the doorbell rang. Come in. And walked Elena, a capable young woman. Lord Ryan, there's a new task. But this is the latest intelligence gathered today. I think you should take a look first. Elena's face became serious as she took out a document and handed it to Ryan. Due to the sudden change in the Empire's situation, the Sword Bearers Division in Meister also adapted quickly and set up a temporary coordination agency. Its main goal was to complete 2 tasks assigned by the Empire. Specifically, it involved having several deputy officers in each department responsible for directly contacting a sword bearer captain at the star level to improve communication. Therefore, Elena, who was most familiar with Ryan, continued her role as deputy in the mission hall while also taking on the responsibility of communication and coordination with Ryan's side. Ryan took the materials and carefully read through them. The intelligence from the sword bearers was mainly divided into 2 parts. One was about some cult activities in Meister and Rosby counties. What caught his attention was a note. Suspected members of the Serpent cult have appeared again in Meister County. Seeing this message, Ryan paused for a moment. After thinking, he believed that they were probably looking for the legendary Earth Serpent. The message indicated that after their appearance, they quickly concealed themselves, as if searching for something. Of course, it was also possible they might launch revenge or attacks once they found the Serpent. Ryan had a strong impression of the Serpent cult's combat strength. Compared to the Black Flame cult, they focused more on physical training and possessed more secret techniques related to that. In some ways, their approach was similar to his own dual training as a knight and wizard, only with more bizarre methods. Those from the Serpent cult have appeared again? Ryan looked up to confirm. Yes, Lord Ryan. And unlike last time, this time the members are a small team. Currently, at least 7 or 8 people have been identified, Elena nodded. Elena, please quickly pass this message to Miss Kriya in Meister and ask her to be cautious. Is it the Habsburg family member? Elena remembered the beautiful young lady who returned from the Imperial Royal Academy. Yes. Understood, Lord Ryan. After finishing one message, Ryan quickly moved on to the next. The next piece of information is about the coast of Fishport Town, specifically regarding the underground caves of the Blood-Cursed Naga. Has the silver-ranked sword-wielding team stationed there gone missing? And the gold-ranked team, the Rock Squad, sent to investigate hasn't reported back for a day? Seeing this, Ryan frowned and looked thoughtful. As Admiral Edwards said, both Rosby County and Mister County are at war with the sea creatures. So there are many related missions, and they are quite complicated. Since the Seal Gate was opened, and Princess Menia, the Red Queen, severely damaged the sea dragon 3-headed beast, this area has been abandoned by the sea creatures. If there are any new developments now, Ryan thinks it's very likely that the sea creatures are returning. They probably noticed that the Empire's protector, Princess Menia, has left and are planning to take action. Ryan saw Admiral Edwards' notes, which are also part of his current mission. Any more information about the Blood-Cursed Naga Caves? No, nothing new. They've stopped sending teams there because the Rock Squad is very strong, and even they. Elena shook her head. Ryan nodded. The remaining news isn't urgent or important right now. For example, the sea creatures in Rosby County are becoming more active, and the attacks by the sea giants are happening more often. These issues won't cause big problems in the short term, so they can be put aside for now. The second part of the intelligence is a summary of important information across the entire Munster province. When Ryan turned to this section, his eyes immediately sharpened. One message caught his attention. At the northern part of the province, Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass, the Adachi mine is suspected to have discovered the Seal Gate. The star-level sword-wielding team Black Sword, responsible for the area, has already gone to investigate. Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass. Ryan knows a bit about some key mountain passes and strategic points within the province since he joined the Sword Wielders. He understands that Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass is very close to the neighboring Sava province to the north. It's far from Munster's main area, requiring crossing the Howling Wind Ridge and Bright Mountain Pass to reach it. Has the news about Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass been confirmed? Not yet. Elena shook her head, her face showing concern when she heard Ryan mention it. Because if it is truly a new, undiscovered gate of restriction, it would be a big problem. Yes, if confirmed, remember to notify me immediately, Rain nodded and said. Understood, Lord Rain, Elena nodded. At this moment, Rain was thinking about two things. The first was whether to bring Anna along when he went to the blood-cursed Naga Cave. For the Sam group from the Imperial capital, it's not a big deal to act inside Minster City. This is clear from the attitude of the original Blood-Top mercenary group. As a mercenary group from the Imperial capital, they naturally feel superior. Even if they lose a fight, they think they just had bad luck. So, once Rain leaves Minster, the other side will probably kidnap Anna directly. This is something he cannot accept. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative and eliminate the hidden danger early. As for the later visit from Duke Drom, he has prepared a good excuse. The Sam group sent someone to follow Anna, and when he came to demand an explanation, the Sam group attacked him first. Then, he destroyed the Sam group. This is the explanation Rain has prepared. Whether Duke Drom believes it or not is another matter. The second thing will be dealt with after the first is resolved. By the way, Lord Olena, please arrange for our team to take the earliest Imperial military airship to Meist this afternoon, Rain said to Olena. Lord Rain, why not choose the morning? Olena asked with some doubt. Because I have a small matter to handle in the morning, Rain smiled and replied. 15 minutes later, Minster Auction House. Viscount Fabian was relaxing in his office, leaning on a large armchair, sipping a cup of Jotun red tea, looking very comfortable. Since a few days ago, he had shifted the conflict between the two big figures, Sam and Rain, letting them settle it themselves. This made Fabian feel much more relaxed. At the same time, he was proud of his own cleverness. To describe himself, he came up with a phrase, the flowing big shot, the unbreakable Fabian. No matter how the ownership of Axon Auction House changes or how the struggles unfold, as an elder of the Munster branch, he can still stay on and live comfortably in the gaps. That is true skill. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Come in, Fabian casually said. Puff after seeing who entered, Fabian immediately spat out the Earl Grey tea in his mouth, splashing himself and covering the table with tea, looking quite messy. But he didn't have time to clean up. He quickly stood up in a flurry and respectfully called out, Lord Rain. Lord Rain, what brings you here? Although he is also a Viscount and Rain is also a Viscount, there is a difference between Viscounts. He managed to become a Viscount by relying on family connections and working hard enough to barely reach that level. But Rain is different. A Viscount is just a small step in his promotion path. If Fabian couldn't understand that, he would have wasted his efforts. Lord Fabian, sorry to bother you. I want to ask you about something, Rain said with a slight smile, straightforwardly. Please, go ahead, Lord Rain. Please sit down, Fabian quickly nodded and said. I want to ask where Lord Sam is staying now. I want to visit him. Well. Fabian wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes shifting uncertainly. Although Rain's tone was quite calm, he knew very well that Rain was probably planning to trouble the other person directly. It sounded polite, but he feared they might end up fighting in just a few words. The key point was that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. If he led Rain to him, and later Sam's group came to trouble him, he would be in trouble. But if he didn't say anything, it seemed the problem was even more serious. He might already be in trouble now. The choice was very simple. It seems Lord Fabian doesn't want to help me, Rain said. No, Lord Rain, I am willing to help. They are staying in a nearby guest house. I will take you there immediately, Fabian hurriedly said. Good. Rain nodded with satisfaction. He planned to deal with Sam's group before heading to Meist. Soon, Rain and Fabian and their group arrived at the guest house. What? They left yesterday and haven't returned? Fabian asked in surprise after hearing the servant's answer. Lord Rain, I'm really sorry. Their actions don't require my knowledge, and I honestly didn't realize they left yesterday. Rain first looked at Fabian's expression, which didn't seem fake, and he felt a slight disappointment. In this case, Anna would have to go with them. As for his family, Rain wasn't too worried. After all, their target was clear, Anna, not him. The other side was also part of the Arxon Auction House, and although they were from the main branch, they wouldn't attack his family without reason. If they did, it would only anger him, and even Duke Dram, who backed Sam's team, couldn't protect them. So, as long as Sam's team wasn't foolish, they wouldn't do such a thing. Lord Fabian, once Lord Sam returns, please notify me immediately. Thank you. Of course, of course. After Rain left, he didn't go to the new residence but headed to the Sword-Bearer branch. Before leaving, he needed to do one more thing: visit the exchange hall to acquire the 9th and final superhuman combat skill he needed, Rockdilo's guarding staff. This is an extremely rare superhuman skill related to his staff. The creator of this skill, Rockdilo, was actually a high-level wizard who also trained as a knight. Since he wasn't a metal-type wizard, his usual weapon was a staff about 1.5 meters long. He gradually developed and perfected a set of superhuman skills centered around the staff as a weapon. To use this skill, one must have a sufficiently sturdy staff. Rockdilo's weapon was a famous ironclad staff. Apart from the top of the staff, which was designed to communicate with mysterious energy, most of the staff was covered with thick metal, making it good for blocking and parrying close attacks, very practical. This was how Rain had been thinking and searching for his final secret technique over the past few days, and he learned from a casual chat with Naoro that there was such a superhuman skill involving a staff. Although it seemed a bit pointless to him, Ryan thought that as a wizard, holding a staff could be quite effective in confusing enemies. Half an hour later, Ryan happily returned to his mansion with a sheepskin scroll. After informing Vieri to notify about the mission to Munster in the afternoon, Ryan found Anna. Anna, you might need to prepare to go with me to Munster for the mission. If you stay here, they might come knocking on the door. Ryan said, Really? That's great. Anna clenched her fists excitedly and asked, When do we leave? Seeing Anna so excited, Ryan was momentarily stunned and hesitated to say what he originally planned. He thought it would be difficult to persuade Anna, but now she was eager to go. Later this afternoon. There might be a fight, so you should prepare a little. Okay, Anna nodded firmly. In the evening, at the Munster fishing port town airship dock, after Ryan and his group disembarked from the airship, they hurried from the port to the nearby cave, where they previously encountered the ancient blood-cursed Naga. At this time, besides a small elite military team stationed here, there was also a full member of the Stone team. Because their strength was weakened, Captain Batista assigned him here as a liaison and guard. Seeing Ryan and his group arrive, he quickly stepped forward, looking anxious. Lord Ryan, you've finally come. Ryan quickly assessed him and saw he looked exhausted. Clearly having stayed awake for the past 24 hours while the Stone team was missing, his mind kept alert. Don't worry. Tell us what you know so we can better rescue the Stone team. Angus, experienced from many missions at the military headquarters, said as he patted the man's shoulder to comfort him. Yes, thank you. The man gratefully looked at Angus, then turned to Ryan and said, About 30 hours ago, Captain Batista, along with Ramir and 2 other team members, entered the cave. According to the plan, they would send a message every 2 hours, but until now, there has been no communication or news. So, they must have had an accident. The other person quickly explained. Have they been missing for so long? Ryan thought for a moment and said, All of you stay here. I'll go in and take a look. Captain, let me go with you, Neoro volunteered. Ryan was surprised. He didn't expect Neoro, the son of a marquis, to be the first to step forward and say he wanted to go down with him. Aren't you afraid? Ryan asked with a hint of curiosity. Neoro smiled calmly and replied, Because I'm afraid, that's why I need to go. Yes, Captain. We know we are not as strong as you, but we can't live under your protection forever, Angus and Vieri said one after another. Captain, I know you're worried there might be danger inside, but we are a small team. We need to face challenges to grow, Evelyn added in agreement. Besides, I trust the captain. As long as the enemies aren't legendary strong, other foes won't be a match for him, Evelyn said with a light smile. Ryan, I also want to go down with you, Anna said eagerly when she heard her teammates. All right, let's go together, Ryan nodded with a slight smile. Inside the sealed gate, it was a deep, spacious cave filled with the bones of various large sea creatures. Some bones reached over 10 meters tall, and their lengths were 50 meters or more. There were bones of giant whales and slightly smaller ones, like the skeletons of deep-sea plesiosaurs. Of course, there were also smaller remains, such as the bones of fierce beasts like the jagged turtles, a few meters long. At the deepest part of the cave, there were 7 or 8 broken purple eggshells. Most of the shells had disappeared, leaving only empty fragments. Inside, it was completely empty. These were the eggs of the sea serpent three-headed dragon. Beneath a huge skeleton nearby, there was an intricate array drawn, glowing faint green light that flickered intermittently. If examined carefully, you could see inside the bottom of the skeleton there was still an egg, mostly buried in the ground, only a small part exposed. Even that small part was hidden behind the bones. Next to the large skeleton, two people were talking. Among them, the taller one is a male blood naga, over 3 meters tall, wearing a 2-meter-long pointed tail shell on his left hand. He respectfully says to the 6-armed female naga nearby, "High Priest, your plan is very effective. Using the siren song, we have now captured the second group of elite human combat teams. Each of these people is a great knight, and one of them is the top knight who escaped last time. Also, there is a formal wizard. Using their blood and flesh to awaken the magic tail sea dragon's egg should work very well," said Rolgars, the Tide Piercer, smiling. However, he lost one of his left eyes, and now his smile looks even more ugly. "Rolgars, thank you for your hard work. Although we are still missing some offerings, we should gather them soon," the High Priest said with a smile and nodded. "But be careful this time. Humans are not stupid. Since several elite teams have gone missing one after another, they will surely notice something is wrong. So, even if the enemies this time are not Dragon Knights, they are definitely more difficult opponents. Don't worry, High Priest. As long as the enemies aren't Dragon Knights, I believe with your help, we will win." Rolgar's ugly dragon face smiled again. Yes, the High Priest nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, she looked at the broken sea dragon eggs nearby and felt a bit regretful. Because they had been sealed for a long time, to keep the eggs active, these eggs had been put into a deep sleep by the three-headed sea dragon's sleep spell, along with it, until the seal was broken, and the Dragon Knight Mania suddenly appeared, causing the eggs to be completely destroyed by the shockwave in that battle. But when a Blood Naga scout accidentally returned, they found a whole intact sea dragon egg hidden inside a pile of bones nearby. Hearing this news, she was naturally overjoyed. She did not inform the sea god cult about this, because for her, if she could contract a young magic tail three-headed sea dragon, her strength would surpass that barrier and reach a very high level. However, there were many problems to solve in between. This sea dragon egg, having been in contact with the large bones for many years, had almost fused with the massive skeleton remains. Because of this, the sea dragon egg was not discovered, but it also caused a problem. The egg is very hard to move, and if forced, it could be damaged, ruining her plan. While she was worried about how to solve this issue, good news came from the sea god cult. They said the human dragon riders had left the area, and they received reliable information that the riders would not return soon. Additionally, the sea god cult hoped the blood-cursed Naga clan could secretly go back to the human coast to set up a base, making it easier to launch a counterattack later. These two pieces of news were like a gift from heaven. However, when they arrived at the sealed gate, they faced a second problem. Meanwhile, Ryan and his team quickly saw the signs of the previous battle when they entered the cave. There were many broken stones on both sides of the passage, but it had been cleaned and reinforced, making it passable. Ryan remembered clearly that he had mostly collapsed the passage last time to stop the pursuit of the Tide Piercer, Rolgats. Over here, Ryan led the way, with the Spirit Hound Cookies beside him. "Captain, you seem very familiar with this place," Neo-Ro asked curiously. "Yeah, I was here before and fought the ancient blood-cursed Naga," Ryan said as he walked, explaining what happened then. Soon, they reached the underground hall where Ryan had killed the blood-cursed Naga leader last time. The hall still had the same style as before, with pale blue rectangular stones forming the walls, and 2 rows of Doric-style columns in the center. Suddenly, a strange singing voice echoed around them. Because there were 3 passages, the sound reflected in many ways, creating a surround sound effect, making it hard to tell where the voice originated. "Why is someone singing here?" Anna asked in surprise. Everyone looked up and around, trying to find the source of the sound. "Something strange. Be careful, everyone," Ryan said in a serious tone. Ryan sensed that something was wrong. The singing made him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, the sound grew louder. Soon, Ryan's vision blurred briefly, and then he could no longer see his teammates or Anna. Huh? Is this an illusion? A hallucination caused by sound waves? Immediately, Ryan thought of a solution. He quickly closed his eyes and relied on his heightened senses to scan his surroundings. At that moment, he realized that Anna's familiar scent was nearby, but she was quickly moving away in the opposite direction. In an instant, Ryan understood the enemy's plan. They intended to use this enchanting song to split up his entire team. If they succeeded, defeating everyone would be easy and satisfying. No wonder the previous gold-level team, the Rock Squad, was affected. Not just because of their strength, but because this tactic was very effective at breaking them apart. Ignoring everyone else, Ryan hurried toward Anna's scent. Just as his hand was about to touch Anna, she let out a frightened scream and suddenly transformed into a large deer, charging at Ryan. Ryan was surprised but quickly understood what was happening. This song was very tricky. It could make people mistake friend for foe. Ryan forcefully held onto Anna's large antlers and shouted, "Anna, it's me." But Anna's large deer form was still struggling violently. In her perception, she felt as if a huge demon was grabbing her antlers and laughing, saying, "Come on, little one, come into my arms." Anna was panic-stricken and struggled with all her might. Seeing Anna like this, Ryan shook his head. "It looks like this is the only way." Roar. Ryan's neck suddenly puffed up, his mouth opening wide. In the next moment, a huge white sound wave burst out from his mouth. Instantly, concentric rings of shock waves spread outward. Anna felt a sharp pain as if her eardrums were tearing. Then, everything in front of her suddenly blurred, and she saw that Ryan was standing right in front of her, with his large antlers pressed against her. Anna couldn't help feeling confused. You. She wasn't sure if what was happening now was real or if it had just been real a moment ago. Ryan smiled and quickly remembered something, saying, "That day, in the oak forest at the mansion, I was holding you." Ah. Anna immediately used her transformation magic again, returning to her human form. Her pretty face suddenly flushed, and she covered her face with her hands, saying, "Stop. Don't say anything. I know you're really Ryan." Ryan nodded and said, "That sound wave is strange. It seems to have a strong illusion effect." He looked around and saw that the other 4 people had already quickly moved away in different directions, each acting as if they had seen a ghost, waving their arms and legs wildly. For example, Nero was attacking a wall in the hall with multiple scrolls, casting powerful magic spells. Ryan's shout interrupted the strange singing for a moment, but now the singing was starting to sound faintly again. "Hey, what is that sound?" Not far away, Rolgars, the Tide Piercer, was about to attack when his huge body suddenly froze. That voice was so familiar. He quickly realized it was the voice's owner, the one who had blinded him in one eye. "That guy. Human, you dare to come back?" A deep, angry voice came from Rolgar's throat. He swung his massive snake tail and sped up, rushing toward Ryan's direction. Ryan saw that the other team members were already about 20 meters away from him and were still quickly moving away in the opposite direction. He frowned, because, from the darker depths of the distant underground hall, Ryan could faintly see some figures that didn't look human. Clearly, in a little while, his teammates would be completely separated. At that moment, the enemies behind them would suddenly attack. Moreover, these enemies might be mistaken for allies in the eyes of his teammates, whose senses had been distorted. In other words, their current situation was very dangerous. Of course, it's not that Rain's speed isn't fast enough, but that his teammates are currently in a state of constant retreat and high tension. Rain is sure that once he gets close, he will be affected again by that strange sound, twisting into a monster in his teammates' minds. If that happens, even if he manages to save 1 or 2 people, he probably can't save everyone, and that's not the outcome he wants. At this distance, even the intermediate ultimate skill roaring battle cry might not be powerful enough. The main problem is the enemy hiding in the dark. Rain quickly thinks. Soon, that strange singing voice sounds again. Rain feels a flash before his eyes, and the very special illusion effect appears once more. Fortunately, he is holding Anna's hand at this moment. Anna is still Anna. But Rain knows clearly that if he doesn't come up with a quick solution, it will be too late. Since the opponent uses sound waves, maybe I can also strengthen my sound wave ultimate skill to break their strange singing. Determined, Rain quickly glances at the upgrade conditions for Roaring Battle Cry on his panel. Upgrade Roaring Battle Cry to a high-level ultimate skill requires meeting the following conditions. 1. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique level 14 or above. Originally Giant Bear Breathing Technique level 16 or above. 2. Constitution above 35. 3. Consume 3 gold skill points. Rain hasn't upgraded Roaring Battle Cry for a long time. He already meets conditions 1 and 2, and now only needs to spend 3 gold skill points to upgrade again. Naturally, Rain has no hesitation. In an instant, As he allocates points, a flood of training memories related to the Soundwave Ultimate Skill Roaring Battle Cry rushes into his mind. It's as if Rain has been practicing this Soundwave Ultimate Skill diligently for over 10 years in some mysterious space. The system prompt appears immediately. Congratulations! With the power of your bloodline, you have mastered a special high-level Soundwave Ultimate Skill, Dragon Roar. Dragon Roar? Bloodline Blessing? Rain is momentarily stunned, then a smile naturally appears on his face. On the Legendary Weapons Master panel, the Soundwave Ultimate Skill Roaring Battle Cry has now been changed to Dragon Roar. At the same time, the icon for the high-level Ultimate Skill Dragon Roar looks quite different from the previous intermediate Ultimate Roaring Battle Cry. The skill inside the icon has changed from a strong man to a smaller black baby dragon, also with its mouth wide open and roaring. The lines around its mouth look like a solid shockwave. The small text at the bottom right of the icon has also changed. Dragon Roar. Advanced skill combines its special dragon bloodline with a unique vocal technique to produce a powerful sound wave attack with a faint dragon aura, which can intimidate enemies. Note: the power of the roar weakens with distance and is proportional to the dragon bloodline concentration and physical strength. Note: to upgrade Dragon Roar to the top-level skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. Increase bloodline concentration. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique level 16 or higher. 3. Strength at least 42, Agility at least 40, and Constitution at least 45. 4. Consume 4 gold skill points. Confidently, Rain patted Anna on the shoulder and said, "Cover your ears." Okay. Anna quickly covered her ears. Rain's roar almost tore her eardrums, and she still felt a dull pain now. Actually, Anna didn't know that Rain hadn't used his full roar skill just now. Compared to its maximum power, it was only about 1/3. Rain quickly moved and appeared in the center of the hall. After creating some distance from Anna, he took a deep breath. The surrounding air seemed to be swallowed by a whale, and Rain's chest suddenly expanded as if holding a speeding steam train, with his open mouth like a whistle about to roar. As Rain's neck swelled like an angry snake, a huge burst of air shot out from his chest. Roar! A loud, mighty roar echoed through the hall, unlike any human voice. Besides the fierce white wave of energy, the roar also carried a strong sense of intimidation. Rain's advanced skill, the Dragon Roar, released a powerful sound wave that echoed repeatedly throughout the underground hall. This strange sound also disappeared without a trace. In an instant, 4 team members about 20 or 30 meters away looked visibly clearer and more alert. Suddenly, a few people looked around with confused faces, trying to understand how they had ended up in this place. What just happened? But in the next moment, they stared in shock at an area a few meters away. They saw several ugly monsters with dragon faces, holding tridents, also looking surprised and standing still. These creatures were male blood curse Naga. It turned out that these hiding in the shadows saw an opportunity and came out to attack the group. However, the male blood curse Naga did not expect the human in the center of the hall to make such a loud roar. The roar was so powerful that it broke the siren's song and shattered the illusion. The roar also contained a sense of fear that made them momentarily stunned. When they recovered, they realized their ambush had failed. The male blood curse Naga quickly turned and fled into the darkness around them. Above the hall, which Ryan couldn't see, there was a recessed groove with 3 eagle-headed monsters with human faces. They looked at each other in surprise, having been frightened just now. "I felt a hint of dragon power and siren language," one said. "You guys?" "I felt it too. Could it be a dragon descendant?" The siren creatures immediately stopped talking, scared to continue. In the underground hall, slow spell. Inner Oro quickly tore open a slow spell scroll, causing the fleeing male blood curse Naga to slow down. Ryan's eyes lit up. He didn't miss this chance. His hardened gold turned instantly into a spear. With a swoosh, a black lightning streaked across. Blood splattered everywhere. One male blood curse Naga was hit like a bullet, its body pinned to the hard wall of the hall. Because the spear hit right at its head, the Naga died instantly. But its strong life force caused its body to twitch constantly. Indeed, an ancient blood curse Naga. It seems the disappearances of the 2 previous teams were caused by them, Inner Oro said angrily, walking quickly to the dead Naga. "Is this an ancient blood curse Naga?" Vieri and others looked on cautiously, curious and wary at the same time. "Captain, I think I might now understand what the singing was about," said Neoluel. "If I'm right, This singing probably comes from an ancient sea monster called a siren. It's said that their songs have strange magic that can trap people in illusions they can't escape from, he explained seriously. Siren? You mean those creatures with the head of a human and the body of an eagle? But weren't they supposed to have gone extinct 1,000 years ago? Evelyn, who was also studying magic, looked surprised, having heard about such monsters. Yes, there are rumors about that, so I can't be completely sure. Just guessing, Neo Luo nodded. But from what I've seen, the effects are almost exactly like the descriptions of siren songs in old books, he added. Evelyn thought for a moment and nodded. Your reminder makes it clear. This sound really does match the description of a siren's voice from those old texts. In ancient sailing journals, there are many stories of entire ships running aground or sinking, often caused by sirens behind it all, using their strange songs to confuse the captains and sailors. We don't know where these blood-cursed Naga found the sirens from, she said. Yes, but I didn't expect the captain to be able to break the siren's song. That means the upcoming fight won't be so scary. Neo Luo finished speaking just as Ryan suddenly turned his head and looked toward the passage leading to the sealed door. Everyone looked up and saw a creature much larger than a normal male blood-cursed Naga rushing out in a snake-like form, releasing a powerful aura. Behind him were two groups of over 20 male blood-cursed Nagas following closely. Sea-Tide Piercer, Rolgars. Ryan's face turned serious as he spoke. Hearing the name, everyone shivered. When they saw the distinctive sharp-tipped conch arm, they understood what was happening. This was a powerful blood-cursed Naga, equivalent to a knight in human terms, and the same one Captain Ryan had mentioned before. The creature's only remaining eye was fixed intensely on Ryan. Captain, you don't need to worry about us. Without the siren's song interfering, we can handle these blood-cursed Nagas, Angus quickly said, raising his shield. He knew that in a battle at Ryan's level, losing focus would be very dangerous. They, as team members, can get hurt or bleed, but they must never become a burden. Be careful, everyone, Rain said as he slowly approached the others. Seeing Rain coming over, the ordinary male blood-cursed Naga dispersed. Whether out of fear or respect for the strong, they formed a semicircle around the area. Human, you're very brave to come back. Now, go die. Rolgars, the tide-piercing attacker, was furious from the moment he saw Rain. As soon as he finished speaking, Rolgar's white-pointed conch shell on his left hand emitted a loud, fierce whistle, striking at Rain with a powerful. Faced with Rolgar's swift attack, Rain's hardened fine gold had already transformed into a spear, and he counterattacked immediately. The tip of the spear and the top of the conch shell sparked as they clashed. Clang! Almost simultaneously, a harsh, sharp sound of metal hitting metal echoed around. Both the two groups of male blood-cursed Nagas nearby and Rain's team members furrowed their brows in concern. After a quick exchange, the two separated. Rain took a few steps back, while Rolgars, over 3 meters tall, slightly leaned back, showing a stance of equal strength. But in the next second, Rain tapped his toes on the stone ground, causing it to, and he launched an attack proactively. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures appeared in the field, attacking Rolgars from the left, center, and right with their spears. This was Rain using the intermediate secret technique Shadow Step in his spear attack. Although he couldn't summon 4 illusions like when using a dagger, even 2 illusions greatly increased Rain's spear attack power. This surprised Rolgars slightly. Clearly, this was the first time he encountered such a situation, but he quickly regained his composure. In a duel of experts, this hesitation gave Rain the chance to seize the advantage. Rain's spear suddenly stabbed out from the left side, aiming at Rolgars. Unable to dodge, Rolgars had no choice but to hold up his white conch shell like a shield and quickly block the attack. Clang! In that moment of collision, Rain used the rebound force to suddenly dozens of spears in rapid succession. His speed was so fast it seemed as if he was wielding dozens of spears at once, all striking Rolgars. Immediately, the dense clanging sounds of metal echoed nonstop. On the white-pointed conch of Rolgars, a burst of sparks suddenly erupted, forcing the large Rolgars to retreat step by step. This made Rolgar's anger grow even stronger. He realized that the human he thought was easy to defeat had actually become much stronger. Sea-Tide Impact. With a low roar, a circle of blue ripples burst out from Rolgar's strong body. Rain was instantly pushed back several meters by the powerful water energy. Taking the chance to create distance, Rolgars quickly gathered his strength. His white-pointed conch immediately formed 3 swirling streams of light blue water. This was Rolgar's signature move, Tide Piercing. Seeing this, Rain narrowed his eyes. His spear started to change shape rapidly, transforming into a dark, double-handed warhammer in an instant. Just moments ago, Rain used his spear to fight Rolgars almost evenly, which helped him understand and gauge his own strength better. It also deepened his understanding of the weapon master profession. But this time, Rolgars was using his secret weapon, so Rain had to respond with his own. He silently recited a spell, then suddenly leapt into the air. In midair, Rain raised his war hammer high with both hands, like a bow pulled to its limit, and swung it fiercely at Rolgars. Seeing this, Rolgar's single eye showed a sneer. He remembered clearly that last time, Rain had fought him like this, and his double-handed war hammer was shattered in one. This human was planning to use the same move again. How foolish. In a flash of lightning and fire, Rain's war hammer and Rolgar's pointed conch clashed. Clang. But upon contact, Rolgar's expression suddenly changed. His white conch tip was shattered into powder, and his left arm and palm felt a sharp pain. Meanwhile, Rain's war hammer also shattered. Rolgar's felt a moment of relief. Strangely, most of the hard, golden fragments that burst apart floated in front of Rain, then quickly reassembled into a new double-handed warhammer. Rolgars was stunned by this scene. Metal magic? Boom. Ryan held his hammer with both hands and launched another attack. Because Rolgit's favorite weapon, the sharp-tailed conch shell, was damaged, he was left more vulnerable and less defensive. Ryan seized the chance, repeatedly using his special move Shadow Step. By creating a shadow clone to distract Rolgitz, he suddenly charged and struck with the Annihilation Hammer. Caught off guard, Rolgitz could only raise his sharp-tailed conch shell to block. This time, the conch shell broke at the elbow, and Rolgitz let out a muffled groan, looking pained. His left elbow was bent backwards, clearly broken. But Ryan's attack was not over. After a quick burst of energy to recover, he continued to use the Annihilation Hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Rolgitz's waist, chest, shoulders, and other parts exploded with cracks. Large, bowl-sized piercing wounds appeared all over his huge body. This series of powerful moves left Rolgitz unable to fight back. In the next moment, Ryan took a quick step forward and leapt high into the air. Boom. His dark, double-handed war hammer swung through the air in a semicircle and struck Rolgitz's ugly dragon face directly. A small hole opened on his forehead, but the powerful impact caused his back of the head to burst open, with red and white jelly-like substances spilling everywhere. Rolgitz's massive body wobbled and, unwillingly, slowly fell backward. Immediately after, a huge transparent Naga shadow appeared from Rolgitz's corpse, dragging a long tail of flames. It circled Ryan several times before merging into the hammer's head. This scene caused the two male blood-cursed Nagas to look terrified, losing all fighting spirit, and they turned to run. But whether they could escape depended on Ryan's decision. Ryan's double-handed warhammer suddenly transformed into a large two-handed sword. The wide blade was covered with small, square-shaped flying darts. With a quick spin on the spot, Ryan swung the sword, sending a dense swarm of black four-cornered darts flying toward the fleeing male blood-cursed Nagas. The air was filled with screams of pain. Meanwhile, Ryan moved forward slowly but swiftly, changing his weapon back from the sword to the warhammer. Smack! Smack! As the sound of skulls shattering echoed, one after another, soul shadows were pulled out. After circling around Ryan a few times, they charged into the warhammer. Ryan quietly counted. He personally killed 11 enemies, while the others were defeated by Nero and the others. The 10 parts of soul energy needed to release the soul fragment shock had been gathered. It wasn't that Ryan foresaw the danger in advance, but he rarely had the chance to collect soul energy, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. After all, finding 10 enemies of at least knight rank in a different place isn't easy. Can I switch freely between various skills, even share them? Through his recent fight with Rolgars, Ryan began to understand the epic profession of the King of Thousand Blades. Captain, look! At this moment, Nero and the others, who were chasing a male blood-cursed Naga, ran ahead of him. About 10 meters in front of them, a blue water barrier blocked the way. It's a water barrier formation, which can block external interference, including sound, light, and energy waves. There must be a secret inside. I can break it. Nero, a scroll master, immediately identified the type of barrier. Meanwhile, inside the sealed gate, The blood-cursed Naga High Priest Serenis suddenly looked up toward the underground hall where Ryan was. Just now, she sensed the unique soul fire belonging to Rolgars, which suddenly went out. How is this possible? Rolgars is dead? Did the Dragon Empire send the Empire Guardians? It probably isn't. Then who could it be? After a moment of thought, Serenis decided to temporarily abandon the ritual and head toward the blue water barrier. Suddenly, the blue water barrier vanished, and a group of humans encountered her head-on. From Ryan and his group's perspective, after they removed the barrier, they saw a beautiful six-armed female Naga holding a short staff, coming straight toward them. So, an unexpected battle began. Quick, get out of the way. Ryan's pupil shrank as he shouted loudly. He immediately used Shadow Step, transforming into 5 shadows, and charged at the opponent. This time, the weapon he transformed into was no longer a lance but his favorite two-handed warhammer. He unleashed a powerful combined attack of the top skill Annihilation Hammer and Spirit-Shattering Impact. His opponent remained silent, not showing any signs of aggression, but Ryan could feel the terrifying power hidden within the opponent's not-so-tall body. This was the strongest he had ever seen. Almost on par with Princess Minia, he thought. So he went all out with his attack. Under the distraction of 4 illusionary images, Ryan's real body quickly swung his hammer from behind Selene's side. Selene's was momentarily stunned, then she smiled. She waved her short staff, and 3 protective magic lights appeared around her, flashing quickly. But as soon as they touched, her pretty face showed shock. 2 of the 3 protective spells shattered, but Selene screamed in pain, clutching her head. Her counterattack was equally fierce. One of her 3 arms aimed at Ryan and struck like lightning. Bang! Even though Ryan's body was surrounded by a metallic shield and a hardened gold barrier, he was still hit like a cannonball and was knocked flying backward. He traced a parabola through the air, then crashed heavily onto a huge skeleton behind him, bouncing to the side onto the bones below. Ryan felt a cracking sound under him. Next, he was immersed in a thick, slimy liquid with a strange, pungent smell. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding! The host is being baptized by the magic tail 3-headed sea dragon egg liquid. A small amount of dragon gene fragments are detected. Would you like to absorb them? Note: absorbing this small amount of dragon gene fragments can slightly increase the host's maximum dragon bloodline concentration. Huh? Is this sticky, slippery stuff with a bit of a fishy smell actually the egg of the magic tail 3-headed sea dragon? Seeing the system prompt, Ryan was momentarily stunned. But then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Great stuff. He didn't expect that what he crushed under him was actually a sea dragon egg. This was a huge surprise, and more importantly, the system could absorb some of the gene fragments inside. I had only heard of the dragon blood baptism before, but I never heard of the egg liquid baptism for dragon eggs. But no matter what kind of baptism it is, as long as it can improve strength, it's a good baptism. Reen quickly chose yes, without hesitation. Suddenly, he felt the part of his body that was covered in sticky egg liquid, and a warm sensation spread through him, like warm spring water seeping into his skin. The whole process lasted less than a second and then ended. Reen quickly glanced at his attribute panel: Dragon Bloodline, Weak Level, Effect, Slight Increase in Fire Element Affinity, Slight Boost to Giant Strength Talent, Slight Boost to Steel Body Talent, Minor Enhancement of Battle Roar Techniques. The change seemed small, only thin became weak level, and the description of battle roar techniques now included the words minor enhancement. No, wait, the most important thing is that sentence is gone. Reen immediately realized. The sentence, the dragon bloodline has reached the limit of the current body, further development requires increasing bloodline concentration, is missing. So, I can improve my development of the dragon bloodline by enhancing the fire dragon breathing technique. Reen's eyes sparkled. He looked up at the 6-armed Naga not far away, still suffering terribly, and quickly decided to push his bloodline concentration to the limit to develop his dragon bloodline and strengthen himself to face this 6-armed Naga. He looked down at his chest and abdomen, where 2 wounds about the size of bowls were bleeding heavily. The wounds weren't large, but remember, this was done despite having a metal barrier, mithril-engraved armor, and advanced steel body defenses, showing how strong his opponent was. His danger sense was right. The opponent was likely a seasoned legendary expert. Immediately, Reen kept adding points to the fire dragon breathing technique until that sentence appeared again. Further development requires increasing bloodline concentration. At this moment, Reen could clearly feel internal changes happening. It was as if he was a dormant volcano, with magma slowly flowing inside him, gradually growing stronger. At the same time, Ryan noticed that he had just invested 3 points into his gold skills, and his fire dragon breath had reached level 18. This time, the description of the dragon bloodline on his attribute panel changed again. Dragon bloodline, weak, effect, moderate increase in water and fire element affinity, moderate boost to the giant strength talent, moderate boost to the steel body talent, and a moderate enhancement of battle roar skills. Note: the development of the dragon bloodline has reached the current physical limit. Further development requires increasing bloodline concentration. Just as Ryan was about to check, a furious scream came from about 10 meters away. No. Ryan looked up and saw that the 6-armed Naga had finally regained some consciousness after being affected by the spirit-shattering impact. From her fierce and beautiful face, Ryan could easily imagine that the magic tail 3-headed sea dragon egg he had just shattered must have held special significance for her. Perhaps her secret reason for returning here was for this sea dragon egg? Additionally, the power of the hammer-wielding wizard's secret move, spirit-shattering impact, once again expanded Ryan's understanding. He didn't expect that spirit-shattering impact could seriously injure a likely veteran legend like the 6-armed Naga, causing her to be in intense pain for 4 or 5 seconds. Previously, the ancient hero was already severely wounded, so his injury couldn't be used as a standard for spirit-shattering impact. But this time was different. Here was a healthy, experienced legend in perfect condition. Being able to instantly control the 6-armed Naga and make her scream in pain for 4 or 5 seconds. What did that mean? If Ryan hadn't been knocked back just now, he would probably have gained an even greater advantage or even secured victory. If spirit-shattering impact were used in a fight of similar level, it could have killed his opponent countless times. Meanwhile, the blood-cursed Naga High Priestess, Selenis, had just recovered from a soul-tearing pain when she saw an almost unbelievable scene before her. This human actually shattered the sea dragon egg. It's over. All her hard work is ruined. She spent nearly half a month planning carefully, investing so much time and effort, and was about to succeed. But now, it's all over. Due to the need for a large number of fresh offerings to activate and energize the sea dragon egg, besides the special awakening ritual, it is very important to gather enough high-quality sacrifices, including living creatures. The sea dragon egg has been sealed for a long time, and to hatch it perfectly, the sacrifices must be of very high quality and alive. Because Silene's plan must be kept secret, and the cave is currently in a human-occupied area, hunting large sea creatures as sacrifices is impossible. Therefore, Silene sent people to the distant shipwreck bay to invite the remaining Siren tribe. This was a solution she thought of after much consideration. She aimed to quietly deal with the elite human team that came to investigate and to accumulate enough fresh, high-quality sacrifices through repeated visits by these teams. She believed that by the time humans fully realized what was happening, the awakening ritual would be over, and she would have successfully hatched the sea dragon and escaped. However, things did not go as planned, and her efforts failed. Die. Silene clenched her teeth against a terrible headache and angrily lunged at Ryan with quick, slithering movements. She wanted to kill this fool. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ryan's warning, everyone quickly retreated. From the aura of the 6-armed Naga opponent, it was clear she was a legendary-level powerhouse. The oppressive, tangible pressure was undeniable. Nayoro and the others knew that if they advanced, it would only cause unnecessary casualties and serve little purpose. But in the next second, they were stunned. They didn't expect their captain to be so reckless, immediately engaging the opponent in a head-on fight. For a moment, their hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. Soon, everyone relaxed a little. Although their captain was injured, it seemed the injuries were much lighter than the opponent's. However, seeing Ryan bleeding heavily from both sides, Anna looked worried. After hesitating for just a second or two, Anna's expression hardened, as if she made a decision, and she began to silently recite a spell. A few seconds later, small green leaves glowing faintly with green light appeared in front of her. With a quick gesture, Anna caused these luminous green leaves to gather together, forming a rolling green serpent that shot straight toward Ryan, who was lying on the ground. This is one of the few first-level natural magic spells Anna knows, healing. When Ryan just stood up, a long green snake-like creature coiled around him. In the next moment, These glowing green leaves automatically attached to the wound under Ryan's ribs. Instantly, Ryan felt a cool, tingling sensation at the wound. He looked down and saw that the wound was quickly stopping bleeding and healing at a visible speed. But Ryan was not happy at all because Anna's healing spell could very likely cause the six-armed Naga to turn and attack her directly. In other words, Anna's action was very risky. However, Ryan soon relaxed. Maybe it was because he had broken the egg of the three-headed sea dragon, or perhaps the real damage from the spirit-shattering impact had left the opponent confused. At this moment, the six-armed Naga didn't pay attention to Anna, who was casting the healing spell. Instead, it stared at Ryan with eyes burning with fierce anger, ignoring everything else and charging straight at him. Meanwhile, Angus stood at the entrance of the sealed gate, holding a sword and shield, looking alert. "Everyone, be careful. Those blood-cursed Nagas are rushing here," he shouted. He had just sensed that, perhaps because of the scream from the six-armed Naga or some kind of summon, the blood-cursed Nagas in the tunnels underground were quickly gathering here. "We need to hold this place and try not to let these creatures in." To reduce the pressure on the captain, Angus yelled. Everyone nodded and immediately prepared for battle. Except for Anna. The other four had team training and quickly positioned themselves and cast spells according to their previous plan. But if Ryan knew about this situation, he would definitely have let 10 blood-cursed Nagas come in. Why? It was naturally to stack 10 layers of soul energy to make it easier to use the spirit-shattering impact again. About 10 meters to the left of Ryan's current position, on the dark cave wall, hung over 10 open bags woven from some kind of seaweed, resembling mesh nets. These elastic bags outlined human-shaped bodies inside. But what was most disgusting was that each face had a small gray creature that looked like a scorpion but was soft like an octopus, resting on it. These monsters have tail cavities that face the mouths and noses of the trapped people, occasionally spraying a yellow-green gas. This gas seems to have a hallucinogenic or sleep-inducing effect. If someone gets close, they can see that the trapped people have their eyes tightly closed, but their eyeballs are moving rapidly under their eyelids. When faced with the six-armed Naga rushing toward him, Ryan initially wanted to dodge sideways, but suddenly he felt something strange in his feet. Looking down, he saw 2 streams of transparent water appearing out of nowhere, wrapping around his feet. The one casting the water flow binding was Selene's. Selene suddenly stopped, and at the same time, her topmost pair of arms quickly aimed a small fishbone bow at Ryan. His level 3 danger perception immediately warned him fiercely. Ryan knew that this attack was probably very powerful. Although he stomped hard to break free, the brief pause had given his opponent a chance. There was no time to dodge. Ryan quickly decided to act. He transformed his hardened fine gold into a 3-sided kite-shaped shield and held it in front of him. Bang! In the center of the 3-sided gold kite shield, a large, irregular hole about the size of a bowl suddenly appeared. But when the arrow approached Ryan's chest, he raised his hand and deflected it in front of his body. The fishbone arrow, glowing with blue magic light, continued to spin in Ryan's left palm, as if a drill trying to pierce his hand, making a sizzling friction sound and sparks flying. At this moment, a sharp chirp broke through the air in the cave. No wonder the arrow was so powerful, its speed was far beyond sound. Initially, Ryan thought that although the arrow had been weakened by 3 shields, it was still very strong. He was prepared for his hand to be injured or even pierced. But unexpectedly, amid the sparks, his hand remained completely unharmed. He even felt only a slight, not much pain. This greatly surprised him, but then he suddenly understood. Clearly, this is what was described in the news statement after his bloodline concentration just increased, a moderate increase in the power of the steel body. At this moment, based on his defense, the advanced steel body combined with the moderate enhancement from the dragon bloodline has likely reached the level of a top-tier steel body. Even if not quite there, the difference is minimal. Serene saw that Ryan was able to withstand a shot from a spell that seemed to be a first-level talent magic, even though it was more powerful than a second-level spell, without any damage. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Right now, she was still troubled by a soul-ripping pain, so she couldn't think clearly about her tactics. Her only thought was to attack and kill the man in front of her. She quickly waved her short staff, and suddenly, 2 pools of green water appeared on the ground. These pools were about 1 meter in diameter, round, and their surfaces reflected a mirror-like shine. It seemed as if these pools connected to another world. In an instant, 2 large green water arms suddenly stretched out from within, and then around, 3-meter-tall creature made entirely of green water flowed out from the pools. Nero was blocking the impact of the male blood-cursed Naga and was also paying close attention to the main battlefield where Ryan and the six-armed Naga fought. When Nero saw these two summoned elemental creatures, his pupil shrank sharply, and he immediately shouted to Ryan, "Captain, be careful. These are toxic water elements comparable in strength to liquid mages. Their spitting toxic streams are highly corrosive and toxic." As soon as Nero finished speaking, the toxic water element seemed to test itself and immediately spat out a high-pressure stream of green, foul-smelling liquid like a water gun directed at Ryan. For a moment, the toxic water shot forward. But in the next second, most of the toxic water was pulled back, and some of it splashed around. It turned out that a silver-white kite-shaped shield suddenly appeared in front of Ryan. This shield was formed instantly from a highly resistant metal called Enchanted There in Silver. The Enchanted There in Silver shield blocked the toxic water about 1 meter in front of Ryan, while a small amount of the liquid splashed onto his mithril plate armor, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. Because the force of the toxic stream was so strong, when Ryan blocked it, the splashes spread over a wide area. Many toxic waters spilled just a few dozen meters away, soaking the trapped people. The small monsters that looked like face-hugging bugs covering their faces squealed loudly when touched by the poison water and immediately ran away, revealing the faces of those with their eyes tightly closed. These people were the missing members of the sword-wielding team. Among them were Batista and Ramir from the Rock Squad, whom Rain was familiar with. Since the face-hugging monsters had left, everyone was quickly awakened by the loud sounds of fighting. Especially Ramir, a formal wizard, was the first to wake up. When he saw the familiar figure fighting the six-armed Naga, he was overjoyed and his eyes widened with excitement. Ramir excitedly shouted to the people nearby, "Wake up! Lord Rain has come to save us. Captain, Lord Rain is here. Everyone, we are saved. Lord Rain has arrived." Batista, hearing Ramir's shout, struggled to open his swollen eyelids, glanced toward the direction of the noise, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He looked terrible now, with multiple wounds on his head, torn flesh, and serious injuries. To his right, about 7 or 8 weaker-looking people, probably the earliest missing members of the silver-ranked team, were present. One young man, still energetic, curiously looked at Rain and asked sideways, "Lord Ramir, is this the Lord Rain?" "Yeah. I knew that the star-level sword wielder responsible for Rosby and Maced counties, nicknamed Maced Fortress Hammer, Lord Rain, is also a new sword wielder. I didn't expect him to be so young. He's probably not even 20. This young man was Famer, the captain of the silver-ranked sword team Broken Blade. He had heard of Rain but had never seen him. After all, Rain had become a star-level sword wielder in less than 3 months since joining the sword wielders. That speed was incredibly fast. Because of this, most members of silver-ranked teams knew less about Rain compared to Batista, Ramir, and others. "Yeah, Lord Ramir, Lord Rain is so young. Do you think he can defeat that six-armed Naga?" Another person asked. "This guy is much stronger than that Tide-Piercer Rollgarts." Hearing their questions, Ramir hesitated, unsure how to answer, because he didn't know how Ryan had entered. If Ryan used some magic method to bypass the Tide-Piercer Rollgats and came directly here, then the situation would be very dangerous. At that time, Lord Ryan would face a 2-front attack from 2 strong fighters. But if Lord Ryan had killed Tide-Piercer Rollgats before coming here, then it would be different. However, is such a situation really possible? Ramir looked at his captain, Batista. His captain was in such a terrible state because he was attacked by Tide-Piercer Rollgats. Rollgat's deadly move, Tide-Piercer, was incredibly powerful, breaking most of Batista's bones. In the cave center. Meanwhile, Ryan took advantage of the enemy being blinded by the toxic water all around, and stomped heavily with his armored boots. Suddenly, the water wrapped around his legs exploded, and the ground cracked like a spider web. Ryan drew a silver line across his body and charged straight at the 6-armed Naga. This made Sarnai smile slightly. As she raised her fishbone bow to aim and shoot again, Ryan suddenly blurred, leaving a shadow behind. His real body appeared next to a poison water element. He swung his double-handed warhammer in a black arc, smashing into the unguarded poison water element. With a loud bang, the poison water element was hit like a heavy bomb. Immediately, the green poison water making up its body surged like a tsunami toward the 6-armed Naga. Faced with this huge wave of poison water, Sarnai's fishbone bow couldn't aim properly. At the same time, A lot of poison water hit her protective magic, causing a sizzling, corrosive sound. The second poison water element was caught in the same way and was instantly destroyed by Ryan's sudden hammer of oblivion. Ryan's two quick attacks made everyone trap their watch with shining eyes. Well, just now, Ryan used the poison water element he killed to weaken the enemy's magic defense with the water itself. The goal should be to attack the opponent's core. Batista instantly understood Ryan's intention. Sure enough, Ryan, wielding a double-handed warhammer, followed the toxic water clouds and engaged in fierce close combat with the six-armed Naga. Clang clang. Both fighters moved very quickly. Ryan's speed relied on Shadow Step, while the opponent's speed depended on her six arms. The middle pair of her arms held two short swords, attacking very fast. The top pair, although holding a fishbone bow and arrows, occasionally swung down or jabbed at Ryan. Fortunately, Ryan's magic metal barrier immediately used a kite-shaped shield to block the attacks from above. Although the opponent had six arms, Ryan relied on three shields surrounding his body and agile phantom step movements, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Uh-oh, Lord Ryan is in danger. Using powerful magic repeatedly consumes a lot of stamina, and as an ancient race, the opponent's stamina far exceeds ours. If this continues, Lord Ryan will run out of energy. Famer's words made Batista and Ramir exchange a glance and smile. They had seen Ryan's stamina before. Finally, Ramir explained, Famer, maybe you don't know, Lord Ryan is not only skilled with hammers but also has great stamina. Great stamina? Famer looked confused. But even if it grows longer, can it be longer than the six-armed Naga right in front of us? Clang. Reen's hardened mithril war hammer collided heavily with the pair of short swords wielded by the six-armed Naga. This time, Reen was knocked back several meters by the impact. Although Silentith did not retreat, her upper body leaned far back, and the ground where her snake tail touched cracked instantly. Clearly, she transferred the force into the ground. Reen gasped heavily, white steam rising from his body. He had just used his special skills almost non-stop, which drained his stamina greatly. However, his eyes grew brighter and more focused. In the previous battle, Reen had already activated his special abilities twice. That means he recovered his stamina twice, allowing him to fight the six-armed Naga for so long. Her six arms could all attack, putting unprecedented pressure on Reen's tactics. He had to control the three-sided shield of his magic metal barrier to block the Warhammer's unstoppable strikes, while also casting his special skills. But this was the first time Reen fought such a worthy opponent. At this moment, a flicker of fire seemed to jump in Reen's heart, making him feel excited and full of passion. Unlike ancient heroes like and the High Priest Exter of the Black Flame cult, who relied on strength, the opponent here was not very strong in pure power, only slightly stronger than Reen. With Reen's strength boost and the Dragon Bloodline blessing, they were nearly equal. Both relied on various close combat skills. This was a perfect training match for Reen. On the other hand, Silentith looked exhausted. Her middle arms, holding the short swords, trembled slightly. It was clear that the recent fight had drained her stamina almost completely. Even though she had used all her tricks, she still couldn't defeat her opponent. This made Silentith, who already found it hard to think rationally, feel extremely angry. She waved her short staff in her hand and began muttering something under her breath. If her soul hadn't been injured at this moment, she could have cast her water vortex spell almost instantly. But now, she had to recite a spell to activate it. Rendon suddenly roared like a dragon, interrupting Seleni's spell and causing her to pause for a moment. In that instant, Rendon flashed twice, and his true form appeared from the side rear, attacking her from behind. The two immediately engaged in a fierce close-range fight. At the same time, Selenis let out a sharp scream. 20 or more male blood-cursed Naga, blocked at the entrance of the sealed gate by Angus and others, suddenly went crazy. Their eyes turned red, and they charged forward without fear of death. This caused Angus and his group to retreat quickly. Even if they moved away from the narrowest and most strategic entrance, it was now impossible to block the blood-cursed Nagas from entering again. Angus and the others were shocked, and Enoro immediately shouted at Rendon, "Captain, we can't hold them. Be careful, the blood-cursed Nagas are coming in." Hearing the warning, Rendon glanced at the approaching Nagas and saw more than 10 male blood-cursed Nagas, all wounded, rushing toward him. This made him feel a bit relieved. To avoid prolonged trouble, Rendon wanted to quickly kill the six-armed Naga in front of him instead of dragging it out. Unexpectedly, spiritual energy was delivered right to him. Rendon used Shadow Step with all his might and instantly appeared beside the 5 Nagas rushing toward him. Almost at the same time, 5 different hammer-wielding figures appeared, each in a different stance. Bang! Bang! After 5 consecutive hammer strikes, resembling firecrackers, 4 of the 5 figures suddenly disappeared. Only Rendon's true form remained, still holding his hammer and smashing down heavily. The 5 blood-cursed Nagas' heads exploded, and they collapsed to the ground. After repeating this process once more, 9 transparent blood-cursed Naga illusions, trailing long flames, circled around Rendon several times before being absorbed into his warhammer. Undead magic. Selenis narrowed her eyes, surprised. In the next second, Rendon raised his warhammer and charged rapidly at Selenis, delivering a powerful strike. Clang! It was blocked. But before Selenis could rejoice, she suddenly screamed and covered her head again. She managed to block the Annihilation Hammer, but couldn't withstand the soul-shattering impact. This time, the soul-shattering impact caused her already injured soul to suffer even more damage. If it weren't for her strong and experienced soul, this single attack might have caused her to fall. But at this moment, she was like a madwoman, screaming in pain, her 6 arms flailing wildly. This made Ryan hesitant to rush forward and fight her directly. However, in an instant, a bright idea flashed in Ryan's mind. He quickly transformed his twin warhammers into a 3-meter-long spear, using agile footwork to attack from a distance. Although the spear's power was weaker than other weapons that understood profound skills, and far less than weapons wielding top-level techniques, it was safer to use. It was similar to using a protective tool to subdue a troublemaker in a previous life, keeping a safe distance while continuously attacking. Ryan controlled the distance and kept stabbing at her. It seemed that being hit twice by the soul-shattering impact had severely injured her soul, making her attack chaotic and unorganized. Ryan's spear hit every time. On the 6-armed Naga, whose defensive magic had disappeared, blood kept spraying out. She had become Ryan's target for spear training. Her movement slowed down more and more. Ryan narrowed his eyes and launched a powerful. The tip of the spear pierced through her throat. Celine's eyes suddenly widened. She felt her life slipping away. In an instant, countless memories flooded her mind. Why am I going to die here? I feel so unwilling. Bang! The sound of weapons hitting the ground rang out. The weapons held by Celine's 6 arms fell, and she lowered her head, no longer moving. Huff! Huff! Ryan panted, recalling the feeling of that last spear attack. At this moment, he sensed a strong green energy swirling around him. Small green leaves, about the size of a palm, emitted green light as they fell onto his wounds. Ryan looked up and saw Anna performing healing magic. Her forehead was covered in fine sweat, showing she was using all her strength to heal. This warmed Ryan's heart. Seeing Ryan look over, Anna smiled sweetly. Due to the enhancement from the dragon's bloodline, Ryan's advanced steel body defense was further improved. Even when facing the 6-armed Naga's attack, his injuries were not severe. Under Anna's healing magic, he quickly recovered most of his strength. Wow, this is incredible! Famer looked at Ryan, who had defeated the 6-armed Naga, with a shocked expression. Baptiste and Ramir, however, could withstand much more. Because both of them had seen Ryan's exaggerated fighting power before, they quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of surprise. After calling out a few times, Neoro and others hurried over and rescued Baptiste and the others, who were trapped. Although everyone was injured and their fighting ability was greatly reduced, walking was still manageable. Baptiste and Ramir stepped forward and bowed slightly to thank Ryan. Lord Ryan, we owe you again this time. Otherwise, we might all have been killed. Last time, Ryan saved them here too. And this time, it was the same. This made Ramir feel a bit embarrassed. You're welcome, Lord Baptiste and Lord Ramir. It's my duty, Ryan said with a wave and a smile. Lord Ryan, I am Famer, the captain of the silver-ranked team Broken Blade. Thank you for saving us this time. A young man stepped forward, somewhat nervous, to thank him. Hello, Famer, Ryan nodded with a smile. After some polite chat, everyone began to clear the battlefield. At this moment, they had time to carefully observe the empty cave behind the sealed door. Soon, they discovered a row of large, damaged half-human-sized eggs deep inside the skeleton-filled cave. Next, they saw the broken egg that Ryan had crushed, with wet egg yolk still on it. This made everyone exchange surprised looks. Could these be the eggs of that three-headed sea dragon with a tail of magic? Ramir exclaimed in shock. He recognized these eggs quickly because he had personally witnessed the fierce battle between the Dragon Knight Manilla and the three-headed sea dragon, so he knew the general situation inside the blood-cursed Naga cave. Yes, they probably are, Ryan nodded. Hearing Ryan's confirmation, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Wow, the eggs of the three-headed sea dragon. If only it hatched, it would be so powerful. Dream on. Have you thought about how long it takes for a three-headed sea dragon to grow? By the time it's an adult, you might be gone. That's true. For Ryan, with the system's hints, he naturally knew this was a sea dragon egg. However, he hadn't seen the row of broken sea dragon eggs before. Then, Ryan focused on the egg he had just crushed. Under the cover of bones, the crushed sea dragon egg was very hidden. Maybe that's why only this one egg survived. It's such a pity. The last magic tail three-headed sea dragon egg is also broken. Otherwise, it might have been raised as a battle pet, Neo Luo sighed. Probably not likely. The magic tail three-headed sea dragon is hard to tame. Unless you, as the owner, can always overpower it, it's easy for it to rebel, Ramir explained. I can't do it, but the captain probably can. Neo Luo looked at Ryan and said to Ramir. This. Ramir was suddenly at a loss for words. Is Ryan weaker than the three-headed sea dragon? That's hard to say. Not to mention Ryan saved them. Honestly, with his current strength at his age, Ryan might really be able to keep the magic tail three-headed sea dragon under control. Ryan remained calm, since the essence of the sea dragon egg had been absorbed by him, maximizing its use. Most importantly, through this egg liquid baptism, he gained information far more valuable than just a battle pet. At this moment, the group arrived next to the corpse of the six-armed Naga. Ramir carefully examined her body features and said to Ryan, Sir Ryan, according to ancient records, this six-armed Naga has legendary or even peak legendary combat power. Also, she's female, so she's likely a priestess, possibly the high priestess of the blood-cursed Naga clan. Oh, Ryan looked again at the corpse of the six-armed Naga. This confirmed his earlier guess. With such strength, she must be either the clan leader or the high priestess. The blood-cursed Naga clan is matriarchal. The high priestess holds a position above the clan leader, and all are female Nagas, Ramir added. That's how it is. I have also seen records in ancient books about this. Neo-Oro agreed nearby. Captain, you should come see this. There is a letter on the other person. Vieri, a follower of Ryan, naturally took charge of collecting the loot and held up a letter to show him. Ryan took it and looked surprised. Huh? It's written in a common language. Shouldn't it be in Naga language? High Priest Celine, organize. Outpost. Wait for the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Indeed, it's from the High Priest. And this is a letter from the Sea God's cult addressed to Celine. After reading, Ryan handed the letter to Ramir beside him, while he himself looked thoughtful, quickly forming a rough idea of what was happening. There are probably two main reasons for their return to the Gate of Sealing this time. One is to hatch that mysterious, surprisingly preserved sea-tail three-headed dragon egg. The other is, likely at the Sea God's cult's request, to cooperate in launching a counterattack when the opportunity arises. It seems I need to immediately inform the Navy and the sword-bearers so the higher-ups can make decisions. Evelyn, contact the branch immediately. Send this letter and the situation of rescuing everyone to Lady Alina, Ryan ordered. Understood, Captain, Evelyn replied, quickly placing the letter into a small bamboo tube. Let's leave here first, Ryan said. Everyone agreed without hesitation and quickly followed Ryan toward the cave entrance. Along the way, Batista and Ryan were talking. We were originally in Mestis, guarding against the recently appeared cult of the Hidden Serpent, but after hearing about the situation here, we came immediately. Huh? What's the cult of the Hidden Serpent doing now? Ryan asked with concern. They've scattered, seeming to be searching for something, and haven't launched any attacks against the Empire, Batista explained. It looks like they are probably searching for traces of the ancient legendary land snake, Ryan nodded. Legendary land snake? Batista looked surprised. Yes. Ryan then briefly explained what had happened earlier to Batista. At this moment, everyone realized that Lord Rain had actually completed such an impressive task. Not only did he encounter the legendary Earth Snake, but he also killed a high priest of the snake cult and another priest as well. However, do you think once the other side controls the Earth Snake, They will honestly leave Meist? Vieri asked. Probably not. I think it will be around the time they launch their attack, Rain replied after a brief thought, shaking his head. Captain, since that's the case, why wait? Let's find and eliminate them first. We can't just sit back and watch them take control of the Earth Snake, Vieri suggested. Yes, that's my plan too. We should return to Mice Town as soon as possible, Rain agreed, naturally thinking of Kriya. If the enemy chooses to attack Count Habsburg's estate directly, Kriya might find it hard to defend, even though she has now reached the level of a Grand Knight. The reason is simple. Even Garen, the High Priest Rain defeated last time, would be no match for Kriya in a one-on-one fight. But this time, the enemy is prepared and will send more people, likely stronger than Garen. Lord Rain, I suggest Rimmel and the others stay behind to help. They've tracked some of the Snake Cult members and have experience, Batista said, knowing his own physical condition and realizing he wouldn't be much help in battle. That would be perfect, Rain nodded. Soon, the group left the cave. The guards at the entrance were naturally very happy and greeted them warmly. Anna, after slightly recovering her mental energy, quickly bandaged the injured and used her Healing Touch spell. Healing Touch, a basic druid magic, consumes much less mental energy, making it suitable for their current situation. Rain took the opportunity to check the system notifications. Congratulations. Your skill, Longelo's Lance, has leveled up to LV9. Congratulations. You defeated a powerful enemy and gained 12 gold skill points. Congratulations. Your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Weapon Master, Legendary, class level has increased. Since the last time the Weapon Master, Legendary, class was close to leveling up, this time it naturally advanced by 1 level, reaching level 10, 991/20,000. This granted Ryan some skill points and attribute points. Adding these to his remaining points, he now has a total of 6 attribute points, 3 skill points, and 22 gold skill points. Ryan looked at his attribute panel. Constitution, 47 Strength, 54, 3 points of strength added during combat. Agility, 47 Spirit, 55 Willpower, hidden, attribute 9. Willpower increased by 2? Ryan looked surprised. Nice. Just 1 more point, and willpower will reach the 10-point threshold. Ryan carefully sensed again and found that the evil flame mark's influence on him was indeed minimal. Sure enough, personal strength is always the best support. Huh? The long Giro Spear has leveled up to level 9? Does that mean I can now directly improve it through attribute points and understand its ultimate technique? Suddenly, Ryan's eyes lit up, and he looked happy. Maced. At the entrance of the Habsburg Count's mansion, Butler Yodel hurried out with a guard from inside, got into a luxurious carriage marked with the collie bird emblem, and the coachman immediately drove the carriage forward. However, after a few steps, a graceful woman in a black robe stopped the carriage in the street. She wore a hood, hiding her face. Shoo. The coachman had to pull on the reins and scolded. Are you crazy? Excuse me, is the butler Yodel inside? The woman's rich, magnetic voice asked. The coachman and guard felt a tingling sensation in their hearts and inexplicably liked the black-robed woman. So, even when they saw her walking toward the carriage, they didn't stop her. Who are you? Yodel looked puzzled, staring at the stranger before him. The black-robed woman slowly lifted her hood, revealing a beautiful, charming face. Her deep eyes flickered with a faint, enchanting glow. Jordell the butler felt his vision blur, then his eyes appeared to be in a dazed, confused state. At the same time, 2 tall figures in black robes suddenly appeared beside the coachman and guards. Just as they sensed something was wrong, they heard a hissing sound like a snake's breath coming from inside the black-robed figures. In the next moment, 2 snake-like creatures with large mouths suddenly emerged from the wide sleeves of the black robes. Before the coachman and guards could scream, they were swallowed whole, with no time to cry out. After the black-robed woman sat in the carriage, the 2 figures quickly took control of the carriage and headed toward a remote alley. Jordell, tell me about the young man who controlled the giant snake. How did he die, and who was responsible? The black-robed woman asked, turning her head inside the carriage. Yes, my lady, Jordell replied obediently. In Jordell's eyes, the person asking was the respectful Count Habsburg. He didn't know why the Count appeared before him, and he didn't want to think about complicated questions. Without hesitation, Jordell told the whole story from start to finish. Very good. Now, you are no longer useful, the black-robed woman said calmly. Huh. Jordell's eyes gradually cleared, and he heard her last words. Just as he was wondering what she meant, suddenly, a big mouth bit down from above his head. Jordell felt darkness fall, and a stabbing pain spread through his body. Then, everything went black. At this moment, the carriage slowly stopped in a quiet alley. Two men in black robes immediately moved from the driver's seat into the carriage. Envoy Ikosaret. They bowed respectfully. Things are now clear. My brother was killed during the attack on the Habsburg estate by a swordsman named Rain from the Empire. Envoy Ikosaret. Do you mean? That Rain has already returned to the Minster Swordsman Division, but my brother's death is connected to Count Habsburg. I want everyone in that estate to pay for it with their lives. Then, I will go to Munster again. Envoy. This. You see, perhaps we should wait until Lord Edmondo finds the legendary land snake. After all, the Pope's order is to. The robed man hesitated, seeming a bit afraid of the person in front of him. Suddenly, a fair arm grabbed the robed man's neck, instantly stopping his words. I hate it when someone uses the Pope to pressure me. The fair fingers kept tightening, as if trying to break the other's neck. Another robed person quickly bowed respectfully to Icosera and said, Please, calm down, Envoy Icosera. If you attack Count Habsburg's residence now, the chance of completely defeating them isn't high, because there are only 3 of us. Someone will definitely escape. And look. Icosera followed the direction pointed out by the robed man, looked through the carriage window at the sky, and saw 2 small black dots flying one after the other above Meister. With Icosera's sharp eyesight, she could clearly see that those 2 small black dots were 2 Imperial Griffin Knights. So, once Lord Edmondo joins us after leading the legendary land snake, I believe we can ensure that everyone in Count Habsburg's residence won't have a chance to escape and will all be destroyed. Waiting is for a better outcome. Very well. You have convinced me. I will wait another 2 days. Icosera nodded, releasing her grip. With a heavy thud, the first robed man fell to the ground, gasping heavily. His face had turned a dark purple. He looked at Icosera in horror, then lowered his head, not daring to meet her gaze again. This woman, known as the Mad Snake in the church, is one of the 12 secret snake messengers above the high priest, second only to the Pope himself, with the ability to independently perform sacrifices to the great devouring serpent. Holden, my dear brother, I will personally kill every one of the murderers who harmed you, Icosera whispered. Although she wasn't speaking directly to the 2 elite secret snake priests beside her, both of them shivered and exchanged glances, seeing a trace of pity in each other's eyes. Of course, this was pity for those who killed Holden. Everyone in the church knows that Holden's sister, Icosela, is a very protective older sister. Even high-ranking priests who have disagreements with Holden are often directly approached by Icosela to settle things. You can imagine how badly the enemies will suffer this time. And now, they have also heard about what happened. Recently, Holden accompanied the high priest Ganon from Norm province to Munster on a mission. This trip was actually arranged by Icosela, who wanted to help Holden gain experience and prepare for future promotions. But unexpectedly, what was supposed to be a valuable experience turned into Holden's death in Munster. This made Icosela, the protective sister, very sad and angry. Now that she knows who the culprit is, her anger is unstoppable. 2 hours later, headmaid Shadia hurried into the study on the 2nd floor of the villa. She said, Miss Cray, something bad has happened. Butler Jodl is missing. Shadia, don't worry. Tell me everything slowly. Cray, who was reviewing documents, paused and looked up at her maid. It's like this. Mississippi Jodl and I had an appointment this afternoon to go over this month's income and expenses for the estate. But I waited for a long time, and he never showed up. He should have returned an hour ago. I just sent a guard to ask at Viscount Hamadi's residence. They said Jodl never came there. I asked him to go to Viscount Hamadi's house myself. Knowing Jodl's character, he wouldn't miss it, Cray said, her face changing slightly after hearing this. Did you send someone to look for him? If he's lost in the city, there should be witnesses among the many people on the streets. That's what I thought too. I just sent a few guards to search around. Just as Shadia was about to say more, a guard knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Miss Cray, headmaid. We found the estate's carriage in a quiet alley, but we couldn't find Jodl or the guards. Even the coachman is missing. Guard reports. Has the carriage been retrieved? Clea raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes, it has. The carriage is now in the front yard. Good. Let's go see it now, Clea said as she stood up. It seemed Clea's calm expression eased Shadia's worries, and they quickly arrived at the front yard of the estate. There, a luxurious carriage with the collie bird emblem was guarded by 4 guards. Miss Clea. The guards saluted. Clea first examined the carriage's exterior, which was almost undamaged. Some scratches were visible, but they looked old and not recent. However, when she entered the carriage, she suddenly smelled a faint, strange odor, which made her pause briefly. Then, as she carefully checked inside, she noticed a corroded spot under the seat. Clea used a dagger to poke the corrosion. The painted would have been completely eaten away. Seeing this, Clea looked thoughtful. It seems to be some kind of biological fluid. Miss Clea, a guard inside the estate has gone missing. The captain of the guards hurried over, looking serious. Yes? Clea's eyes sharpened immediately. All patrols within the estate are to be on high alert. The patrol team has been increased from 2 to 3 people per group. Also, send a squad of city guards to patrol the perimeter, she ordered firmly. Miss, should we contact the Griffin squad immediately? The maid leader, Shadia, asked with concern. After witnessing the fierce battle between Rain and the legendary hero, Shadia knew that ordinary trained people, no matter how skilled, would be of little help when facing enemies far stronger than themselves. It would only lead to more casualties. At this moment, the only ones they could rely on were the extraordinary beings. Yes, contact the fishing port town and ask the Griffin squad to pay extra attention to us. It would be best to increase patrol frequency, Clea nodded thoughtfully. Not far from Count Habsburg's estate, on the roof of a smaller villa, a man in a black robe watched the somewhat panicked Habsburg estate with a sneer. Let them panic, doomed ones. This is the appetizer prepared for you by Lord Icosila. The cloaked man looked at the setting sun and smiled wider. Night is the best spice for fear. In a quiet alley, 2 cloaked figures, one tall and one short, walked. Lord Icosira, are you not worried that Deeganer's actions might alert others to come for help? The tall cloaked man asked curiously. Oh, don't you think that's interesting? Icosira chuckled softly. This is just the residence of a county governor. Not even a semi-legendary expert lives here. Timshire, do you know? If you want to wipe out a colony of ants, you need to bring all the ants back home. Maybe you'll find something unexpected. The cloaked man named Timshire silently glanced at Icosira, thinking, what a strange way of thinking. No wonder he's called the Crazy Serpent. By the way, have you contacted Edmondo? Yes, sir. We've reached out to Lord Edmondo. Based on the last message, Edmondo and his team have found traces of the legendary land snake. With Edmondo's strength, controlling the land snake shouldn't be difficult. He should join us soon. Good, Icosira nodded. Near the entrance of the blood-cursed Naga cave, close to the coast. Everyone was making some adjustments and resting. After Anna finished treating everyone, her beautiful eyes kept glancing at Ryan, who was deep in thought nearby. For a moment, she felt Ryan was both familiar and strange. Familiar because he was still the same person, the way they talked and the understanding between them was unchanged. Strange because of his strength. Ryan had improved so quickly that she felt even Aunt Drina wouldn't be his match now. Yet, Ryan had only recently entered the extraordinary realm. It all felt so unreal. The others soon noticed. Though Anna wasn't particularly beautiful, she possessed rare natural magic. She seemed to have some inexplicable feelings for Lord Ryan. Because when she looked at Ryan, the light in her eyes clearly showed her emotions. Since everyone here wields swords, although they differ in skill level, they have seen each other before and are somewhat familiar. Seeing this, they couldn't help but smile and whisper among themselves. After all, gossip about important people is a good way to relax after a battle. Hey, Angus, what is your relationship with Lord Rain? A curious young boy asked gossipingly. Yeah, I thought Lord Rain liked the red-haired beauty in your team, another person said eagerly upon hearing the question. Are you talking about Evelyn? Angus replied a bit slowly. How do you know Lord Rain doesn't like both of them? Another person added. Well, the first person suddenly thought their companion's words made sense. That's true. If I had Lord Rain's strength, I would like both, the young man said, touching his head and nodding in agreement. Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. Everyone nearby burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Rain was alone, facing the endless sea, lost in thought. He recalled his battle with Celine. He realized that his first move, the spirit-shattering impact, essentially secured the victory early on. The true damage bypassed her triple magic defenses and physical defenses, directly affecting her soul, catching her off guard and causing serious injury. This means that the opponent he faced was not a fully healthy veteran legend, but a heavily injured one. No wonder, it seemed like her strength wasn't very strong, Rain thought with a hint of realization. However, he didn't think there was anything wrong with using his trump card, the spirit-shattering Warhammer, to gain an advantage at the start and then defeat her. After all, whether it was the way of knights or mages, he had only recently started practicing them, and battles were never truly fair. What he was more curious about was the recent changes in the system's description of bloodlines. When he upgraded the Fire Dragon breathing technique to level 18, the dragon bloodline once again showed a warning of insufficient concentration. This meant he needed to find ways to continue acquiring dragon blood or dragon eggs to improve himself. Additionally, the weak level of the dragon bloodline now included a description of water element affinity enhancement. This is getting interesting. Could it be that because the magic tail three-headed sea dragon is mainly a water-type dragon, the system absorbed related gene fragments? Then, does that mean if I can find dragons or dragon-blooded creatures of different elements and obtain their essence, my elemental affinity could improve across all types? That would be amazing. However, soon, Ryan shook his head and gave up on this somewhat unrealistic idea for now. After all, I was lucky to get the sea dragon egg this time. If I really want to obtain dragon blood or egg fluid, it might not be so easy. Thinking for a moment, Ryan focused his attention on the recently upgraded Longiero spear. It is now at level 9. With a little more improvement, thanks to the intermediate weapon mastery talent, he could understand its ultimate move early. Since everyone was resting, Ryan didn't hesitate and immediately invested some skill points into the Longiero spear. With a small investment, a flood of memories related to the Longiero spear surged into Ryan's mind. The system also prompted, "Congratulations! You have understood the beginner ultimate move of the Longiero spear, Armor-Piercing Strike." Armor-Piercing Strike. Nice. Now, only one more extraordinary combat skill ultimate move remains. Once I learn it, I will meet the requirements to change to the epic class profession King of 1,000 Blades. Ryan looked at the prompt with a gleam in his eyes, feeling quite excited. Just one step away now. Ryan sighed with emotion. At the same time, on the Weapon Master Legendary panel, Ryan saw a new icon above the Longiero spear. The icon depicts a tall, armored man riding a warhorse, holding a long spear. The man is galloping at high speed, with the spear aimed forward with such force that it seems capable of tearing the air. There are wavy lines on both sides of the spear, indicating turbulent airflow during the attack. In the lower left corner of the icon, there is a description of the ultimate move Armor-Piercing Strike. Armor-Piercing Strike. Beginner ultimate move, a special spear technique combining primal force and piercing energy, delivering a highly penetrating strike. Note: if paired with a suitable mount for a charge, the power of Armor-Piercing Strike will be enhanced. The Armor-Piercing Strike has been upgraded to a mid-level ultimate skill, requiring the following conditions. 1. Rancher Spear level 14 or higher specialization can reduce some level requirements. 2. Fire Dragon Breath technique level 12 or higher. 3. Strength of 38 points, agility of 35 points, and constitution of 35 points or more. 4. Spend 1 gold skill point. Can riding a mount improve the power? Ryan's eyes lit up as he watched. That's good news. Maybe I can try riding Little Black first. With a thought, Ryan saw the hardened fine gold in his hand quickly transform into a 3-meter-long spear-like riding weapon. The swift pony, Little Black, sensed its master's call and trotted over affectionately, rubbing against Ryan. Ryan swung onto the horse, holding the riding spear, and gradually increased his speed toward a dark red reef stone a few meters high on the beach. The surface of the reef, worn smooth by years of waves, had rounded edges like cobblestones, with shells like oysters and mussels attached. But this reef was extremely hard. Ryan's unusual action naturally drew the attention of the others who were adjusting nearby. "Look, what is Lord Ryan about to do?" asked a silver-ranked sword wielder. Could he be testing the power of that giant reef with the riding spear? Vieri guessed, watching Ryan's horse move forward. "That seems likely." Angus nodded after thinking for a moment, agreeing with Vieri. "The hardness of this red reef isn't ordinary. I'm afraid my knight's longsword even with secret techniques, can only cut a few centimeters deep, said the silver-ranked sword wielder. Suddenly, Ryan commanded Little Black to accelerate, activating the mount's innate ability, haste. In an instant, man and horse moved swiftly like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight toward the reef. Clang! But even faster was Ryan's dark long spear. The hardened fine gold shaft screeched as it rubbed against the air at high speed, and the spear shot out like a black lightning bolt, striking the massive dark red reef. Boom! The point of impact between the spear and the reef exploded outward in a circle of white energy, with small fragments of stone scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Ryan's black spear had vanished without a trace. You see a black spear that has already embedded itself into the hard red reef stone, leaving only part of the handle visible. The reef stone is not shattered, but has a small round hole punched into it. The powerful penetrating force from such concentrated energy immediately leaves everyone stunned. Wow, such power. A spear over 3 meters long, all the way inside? If this hit a person, their armor would probably be as thin as paper. That was amazing. No wonder Lord Rain can kill that 6-armed Naga. He's really strong. Everyone starts talking excitedly. Many people, ignoring their injuries, quickly run forward to check behind the reef stone. Wow, it really broke through. Unbelievable. The impact was so strong. A group of people behind the reef stone, including Angus and Vieri, are all wide-eyed and gasping in shock. Rain looks at the power of his recent attack and nods slightly. He is naturally satisfied with the strength of that strike. However, to be honest, the basic skill of the spear, armor-breaking strike, shouldn't be so powerful. But with the speed boost from the quick-footed Black Horse's innate ability, all the inertia from the acceleration was poured into that attack. That's why it had an effect comparable to a mid-level skill. Unfortunately, Bloodfeather is still a bit short of the mark. It should be ready after a little more time. Compared to the Griffin Knight, I will also become a Griffin Eagle Rider then. By then, if I perform a diving attack, the power of the armor-breaking strike will probably be even more impressive. Thinking of this, Rain feels very happy. My methods for fighting are becoming more diverse. Next, I can focus all my energy on upgrading the ultimate skill, the Rock Delo's Guardian Staff. But Rain looked around and noticed that everyone else had mostly finished adjusting, so he said, "Let's head back to the fishing port town and rest for a while." Soon, the group arrived at the nearby Imperial camp in the fishing port town. As expected, Rain and the others were warmly welcomed by an Imperial major within the camp. At the dinner party, Rain also met his old subordinate, Connet. "Did you say Vinonica has gone to the South Sea Fleet? When did that happen?" "Just this morning. Miss Vinonica apparently wrote a letter to you, sir." Connet thought for a moment and said. Rain nodded. "The letter was probably sent to Munster. Do you know the reason?" It is said that Miss Vinonica's mentor, the South Sea Fleet advisor Aeneas, was seriously injured and is in critical condition." "I understand," Rain said, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. The side effects of Prince Menia, the Dragon Knight, returning to the Imperial capital, are beginning to show, and it looks like the Sea God cult has already started their attack. "Lord Rain, long time no see," said a smiling vice-captain of the Griffin Squadron, a blond man named Vilt. "Vilt, long time no see." Rain raised his glass and smiled. Just as Vilt was about to say something, a Griffin Knight hurried over and said, "Lord Vilt, urgent news from the Habsburg residence. They want us to increase patrols because there might be enemies hiding in the city, ready to attack at any time." The Griffin Knight's report was clear, which made Rain's eyes narrow. "Vilt, could you send the next patrol of Griffin Knights to take me to the Habsburg residence first?" Rain asked. Deep beneath Maest, in a dark, deep tunnel, a handsome middle-aged man, accompanied by 4 or 5 black-robed people, was moving further into the tunnel. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and the black-robed people immediately stopped. "It should be here. I smell the earth snake," he said. "Are the super-strong ice potions ready?" "Yes, Lord Edmondo. We have 20 bottles of the super-strong ice potion." "Good. Prepare the materials and formations for the summoning ritual." "I will handle it from here," the handsome middle-aged man said with a satisfied smile and nodded. "Yes, sir." One of the black-robed people placed a neatly arranged box containing 20 bottles of cold, blue potion emitting a strong chill in front of the man. As the middle-aged man muttered a brief spell, a large block of ice emitting intense cold suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, Around the tunnel, about 3 or 4 meters in diameter, white frost began to form on the walls and spread quickly in both directions. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of glass bottles breaking one after another echoed. Inside each bottle was a powerful cold ice potion, and the icy energy continuously merged into the ice block in front of the man. The ice suddenly expanded and became almost dazzling white. It seemed to reach a critical point. Even he started to sweat slightly on his forehead. He gently pushed forward. Go. The ice block moved forward, causing white ice shards to quickly form on both sides of the tunnel. In no time, the entire tunnel was rapidly freezing over. The handsome man, like Ikasura, was one of the 12 serpent messengers, the Ice Snake, a third-level crystallization wizard. His main goal this time was to control the legendary Earth Snake. The Earth Snake's only weakness was its fear of cold. It's not that cold would do much harm, but it would make the snake sluggish, almost like hibernating. At this moment, the legendary Earth Snake, resting, felt a chill all over its body. As it considered moving elsewhere, its instincts made it drowsy, and it quickly fell into a deeper sleep. After a while, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and said, "The control ritual can now begin." Half an hour later, after successful control, the 5 black-robed subordinates stepped forward and said, "As expected of Lord Edmondo, you are truly amazing." Yes. At this moment, a black-robed person hurried from behind and said, "Lord Edmondo, here is a letter from Ikasura." Oh. Edmondo took the note and casually looked at it. It seemed that her brother's situation had deeply affected her. She had already found the person responsible for killing Gano and Horton. Start with the ruling house in the city, then move to Monster? Edmondo frowned slightly as he read. He instinctively felt that this plan was a bit too crazy. Although news from Tamriel indicated that the Dragon Empire was in turmoil, Edmondo thought that wiping out an entire county's officials was too risky and might provoke the Empire too much. However, Edmondo reconsidered. Their mission had 2 main goals. First, to control the Earth Serpent, and second, to avenge Ganon and Horton. Echo Sella's decision was somewhat related to completing the second task. All right, then let her do it this time. After all, losing his younger brother was very painful for the supportive brother type. Thinking of this, Edmondo couldn't help but smile. He put down the note, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go. We should test the Earth Serpent's power." At the Imperial camp in Fishport Town, Viscount Filk looked serious and asked, "Lord Rain, is the situation really this serious? Do you need to go there personally?" Rain nodded and said, "Yes. I suspect it might be members of the Snake Cult." The Snake Cult? I heard that this evil group mainly operates in 7 or 8 provinces in the central part of the Empire. Why would they come to Munster this time? However, I've also heard that this cult is very strong and hard to deal with. No wonder you want to go yourself, Lord Rain. Viscount Filk had long been impressed by Rain, especially when Princess Minia gifted him a dragon scale. Filk realized that this young Viscount Rain, if he didn't die young, would surely become a legendary figure in the Empire. Naturally, he wanted to establish good relations early. Lord Rain, since that's the case, I'll have my deputy officer accompany you right away. The patrol Griffin Knights just set out not long ago. They'll probably be back in about an hour. All right, then I'll trouble you, Viscount Filk, Rain said gratefully. Immediately, Rain had no desire to stay at the banquet. After greeting the major responsible for the camp, he went to his team members. "Everyone, I need to go to Meist County immediately." The Snake Cult members might have appeared. The others were surprised and started discussing loudly. Already? Weren't they hiding their whereabouts before? Isn't it inappropriate for the captain to go alone? Yes, maybe we should all leave now and set out together. Reen glanced at everyone. Since most of them couldn't recover a little bit at a time like he could, even the uninjured Neo and others looked very tired. After all, fighting the blood-cursed Naga was not easy for them. And for those who were injured, like Ramir, it was even harder. So Reen waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll fly on the Griffin first. You all rest and recover now, and come over tomorrow morning. Captain, please be careful." "Got it." Reen nodded. At the same time, Reen saw Anna in the crowd. She looked at him with big, sad eyes. Thinking for a moment, Reen walked over to Anna, patted her head, smiled, and said, "Don't worry. Anna, don't you trust my strength? Come back early tomorrow, okay?" "Okay." Reen's friendly gesture quickly made Anna forget her sadness. She shyly nodded and didn't say anything else. When Reen arrived at the Griffin camp, he was surprised to see that Filk's deputy was a rare female knight. She had blonde hair and a pretty face. This made him quite surprised. "Reen, I am Julie, Filk's deputy," she said proactively. "Hello, Julie. Thank you for your help. It's my honor to serve you. Reen, shall we set out now?" "Yes." Reen sat on the Griffin, but he didn't feel like chatting with Julie. Instead, he focused on the system panel. During the fight with Selenize, Reen discovered that the intermediate secret technique Shadow Step was very useful. It could be combined with various weapons attacks. Although it worked best with light weapons like daggers or claws, he could still use Shadow Step with heavy weapons. The only difference was that the number of illusions decreased and the effect was weaker. But this can actually be improved by raising the level of the secret technique, Reen thought. If I upgrade Shadow Step to a high-level secret technique, holding a lance or a two-handed hammer should still create at least 5 illusions, Reen mused. After some thought, Ryan looked again at the remaining 22 gold skill points on his attribute panel. He immediately decided to upgrade Shadow Step to a high-level ultimate skill. Since I might face battles again, there's no need to save too many gold skill points. Because the Fire Dragon Breath technique was already at level 18, far beyond the requirements for upgrading Shadow Step to a high-level ultimate. So, Ryan spent 2 gold skill points to improve Burke's Assassination Dance, and another 2 points to Breakthrough. Then, the system prompted, "Congratulations! You have mastered Burke's high-level ultimate skill, Shadow Step." Although the name didn't change much, the icon for Shadow Step on the Weapon Master, Legendary panel changed significantly. Within the icon, the thin man wielding a dagger, who was attacking, now appeared as 7 figures, each in different attack poses, vivid and lively. This means, besides the real person, the illusion has increased from 4 to 6. Ryan confirmed this again in the description of the high-level ultimate. Shadow Step, high-level ultimate, effect, uses a special movement combining primal energy and leg strength, leaving 6 additional illusions within a 10-meter radius to confuse enemies. Note: illusions do not have attack power. To upgrade Shadow Step to a top-level ultimate, the following conditions must be met. 1. Burke's Assassination Dance at level 18 or above. Specialization can offset some level requirements. 2. Fire Dragon Breath technique at level 16 or above. 3. Strength 40, Agility 45, Constitution 42 or higher. 4. Consume 4 gold skill points. Wow, the illusion range has also increased. It was 5 meters before, now it's 10. That makes the confusion effect even better, Ryan thought happily. Using 4 of the 22 gold skill points, I now have 18 left, Ryan's eyes sparkled. The armor-breaking strikes effect is quite good. It should work very well against enemies with magic shields. Compared to a two-handed warhammer, a lance's biggest difference when facing magic shields is that such shields are tough or elastic. The blunt force of a hammer gets absorbed by the shield, greatly reducing damage. But a lance is like poking a balloon with a needle. No matter how tough the shield is, attacking one point can cause significant damage. Since that's the case, let's upgrade Armor-Piercing Strike directly to a high-level ultimate skill. After spending 7 gold skill points, the system repeatedly prompted, "Congratulations, you have mastered the intermediate ultimate skill, Armor-Piercing Strike. Congratulations, you have mastered the advanced ultimate skill, Armor-Piercing Strike." At the same time, a flood of training memories for Armor-Piercing Strike poured into Ryan's mind. It was as if Ryan had been dedicated to practicing the mysterious spear technique, Armor-Piercing Strike, alone in a secret space for over 20 years. After fully absorbing all the memories, Ryan looked at the new icon for Armor-Piercing Strike on the Weapon Master, Legendary panel. The icon's image changed from a knight riding a horse to a knight riding a griffin. The knight was diving rapidly on the griffin, with his spear tearing through the air, stabbing diagonally downward. There were many circular lines on both sides of the spear, probably indicating that the airflow around the spear looked like a tornado when it was out. Additionally, the description of the ultimate skill, Armor-Piercing Strike, was slightly updated. Armor-Piercing Strike, high-level ultimate skill, a spear technique combining primal force and piercing power to deliver a highly penetrating attack. Note: with a suitable mount, the power of Armor-Piercing Strike can be increased. To upgrade Armor-Piercing Strike to a top-tier ultimate skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. Ranged Weapon Mastery level 18 or higher. Specialization can offset some level requirements. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique level 16 or higher. 3. Strength 50, Agility 45, and Constitution 45 or above. 4. Consume 4 gold skill points. Meanwhile, Julie, the Griffin Knight responsible for escorting Ryan to Meist County, felt a bit awkward. As a beautiful knight, she noticed that Ryan, behind her, didn't talk much, and after a while, he suddenly released a powerful aura, almost startling her Griffin. But Lord Filk had already warned her that Ryan was very strong and that she must not offend him. Naturally, she didn't say anything. Still, this was the second time she was shocked. Her heart was pounding loudly. If Ryan kept playing like this, she might be able to endure, but her Griffin might suddenly lose control. While she hesitated to politely remind the person behind her, the lights of Meister County at night gradually appeared in their view. When the Griffin just arrived over the edge of Meister County, Ryan thought for a moment and said to Julie in front of him, "Julie, just let me off here." "Understood, sir." After a brief thought, Julie quickly understood Ryan's intention. He didn't want to disturb the enemy. He probably intended to quietly head to the Earl of Habsburg's residence. A few minutes later, in the study on the second floor of the Habsburg residence, the door suddenly opened silently. "Who's there?" Clea, sitting behind the desk, immediately stood up, ready to fight, alert. "Don't be nervous, Clea. It's me." The familiar voice sounded. A tall figure she recognized appeared before her eyes. "Ryan, why are you here?" Clea's pretty face immediately showed surprise, then she smiled brightly. Clearly, she was very happy about Ryan's arrival. "Don't forget, I'm your guardian knight. When you're in danger, shouldn't I come?" Ryan said with a smile. But before Clea could answer, Ryan's expression turned serious, and he continued, "Let's talk about the situation first." He naturally understood the importance of timing. Now is not the time for chatting. "Yes, the situation is like this. Around 2 p.m. this afternoon, the butler Jodl disappeared from the residence. Then, roughly every hour, a guard, maid, or even a male servant goes missing. The whole house is in panic." Clea nodded and quickly explained the situation. Seeing Ryan's appearance, Clea somehow felt that a big weight in her heart had been lifted. She suddenly felt much more relaxed. Although she knew enemies were lurking nearby, waiting to attack, she was no longer so worried. "Every hour?" Ryan frowned slightly and confirmed. "Yes." Clea nodded. "Have you tried to find their hiding place?" "No, we've tried a few times. Their methods are very secretive. Unless everyone is in one hall, there's always a moment of distraction," Clea said with some helplessness. Ryan nodded, understanding that with such a large count's mansion, along with guards and servants, totaling over 200 people, it was impossible to oversee everything at once. "How much time is left before the next attack?" About 10 minutes, Clea glanced at the clock on the wall. "Good. I'll try now." Ryan's mind moved slightly. Above the dark sky over the Count's mansion, a swift bird figure suddenly flashed by. It's the Bloodfeather Horn Eagle beast, Bloodfeather. With dark vision like its own, it has nearly perfect sight in the night sky, making it an excellent scout. Even Ryan, facing such a large area of the mansion, finds it hard to monitor everything fully. But with Bloodfeather's help, it's a different story. "Yes." Clea nodded. Seeing Ryan deep in thought, Clea naturally didn't want to disturb him and turned around to pour him a cup of tea. "I think I found something." A smile appeared on Ryan's face. But when he turned to look at Clea, he was momentarily stunned. He saw her bending over beside the tea table as if pouring tea for him. Pouring tea isn't unusual, but Clea, dressed in tight hunting gear, was turned away from him, revealing a very eye-catching curve of her hips and legs. Her hips were large and curved, and her legs straight, slightly thinner than a wine glass leg, but more powerful and elastic. Long night training had given Clea an excellent body proportion, and her noble upbringing from a young age added to her outstanding temperament. This scene naturally made Ryan momentarily distracted. Just then, Clea turned around with the teacup in her hands, saw Ryan's expression, and immediately reacted, blushing. "Cough. I'll drink it when I come back. I need to go out first." Caught in the act, Ryan felt a bit embarrassed to stay in the room and quickly made an excuse to leave. "Yes." Clea smiled slightly, watching Ryan quickly disappear by the window. Inside the Count's mansion, near the bathroom in the southeast corner of a servant's building, Dagano calmly watched his black forest viper as it slowly appeared behind a maid who was about to go to the bathroom. He planned to wait until the maid crouched down, then have the black anaconda bite her. What are you doing here? A strange man's voice suddenly sounded in Degano's ear. Startled, Degano jumped back 3 meters like a frightened rabbit, quickly turning his gaze toward the sound. His eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Although Degano was only a first-level wizard, he had achieved 90% misting and was close to becoming a second-level liquid wizard in a few years. He couldn't believe he was caught off guard and approached so closely without noticing. Even after seeing that the opponent was a tall knight in silver armor, he still felt a bit shaken. How did you appear? Degano asked, still a little scared. I'm the one asking questions first. You haven't answered mine yet, Ryan said with a smile, unconcerned about the distance between them. Humph. Degano's face darkened. Suddenly, he pulled out a whistle from his pocket and blew into it. A faint subsonic wave, barely detectable by the human ear, spread quickly in all directions. Are you calling for help? Ryan asked calmly. Higi, no matter who you are, once Lord Icosila comes, you're done for. Degano held a short staff, ready to hold Ryan back. I understand. So, in a little while, Lord Icosila will come, right? Ryan repeated with a smile. Exactly. Degano didn't know if Ryan was being truly foolish or pretending to be, but he saw him shaking the call and still chatting leisurely. He was quite happy to waste time like this. Then you're useless now, Ryan nodded. Huh? Degano looked confused. But in the next second, he froze. Whoosh. Suddenly, in Ryan's hand, a 3-meter-long spear appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, a black lightning bolt shot toward his neck. The speed was so fast he had no time to react. Pape's bubble-like black membrane was instantly shattered. His snakescale skin, as fragile as paper, was torn apart immediately. Spurt. The spear pierced through Degano's neck. Warm blood splattered everywhere. As sharp pain shot through his neck, Degano could only gasp and tremblingly point at Ryan with his finger, unable to speak. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. At this moment, Degano's mind was blank. He couldn't understand why his protective magic and snake-scale skin couldn't even block for a second. Ryan slightly raised his lance, gently lifting Degano's still convulsing body, and lightly tipped it into the air. Shoo! Ryan quickly retracted his lance, transforming it into a warhammer. Then, he aimed the hammer at Degano's head in midair and struck with a loud smack. Crushed skull. As the body, now with only half a head, fell heavily to the ground, a transparent shadow with a long tail of flames lingered around Ryan for several circles before being pulled into the warhammer. One more soul energy to gather, can't waste it, Ryan muttered to himself. At this moment, Ryan transformed his warhammer back into a lance, used the tip to lift the opponent's hood, revealing a middle-aged man with a distinctive snake-shaped tattoo on his forehead. Sure enough, it's someone from the serpent cult causing trouble. Ryan recognized the clear trait immediately. The 2 people he had killed earlier also bore various snake-shaped marks. Thinking for a moment, Ryan didn't put away his lance but rested it on his shoulder, calmly waiting for the other to speak, the Lord Icosira. A little tactical misdirection is not bad. After waiting for a minute, Ryan looked somewhere and said, Since you're already here, no need to hide anymore. Higi, interesting. Not bad strength. I didn't expect Degano to die at your hands. With a chuckle, a graceful figure in a black robe appeared not far in front of Ryan. Icosira didn't seem to mind that her subordinate Degano had been killed. She only glanced at Degano, who was lying in a pool of blood, and walked forward with a smile. Oh, you don't mind if I kill your subordinate? Ryan raised an eyebrow and smiled as well. However, while speaking, he cast a quick glance behind him. Just now, his danger sense and the blood feathers in the sky had warned him. There was an enemy behind him. Of course I don't mind, because it proves your strength is greater. If I kill you, wouldn't I be gaining something? Icosila smiled. Behind Ryan, another black-robed figure, Timsy, was helping to trap him. Timsy looked at the corpse lying on the ground, his expression uncertain. Clearly, he felt sad about his companion Degano being killed. But when he heard Icosila's words, he was stunned and thought, she's really a crazy snake. But her words sound so reasonable. Maybe one of us doesn't need to fight between you and me, Ryan said with a smile. You. Just as Icosila was about to speak, Ryan suddenly turned around sharply. In his hand, a short spear appeared out of nowhere and was thrown forcefully. There was a sharp sound as the spear cut through the air. Timsy felt a flash before his eyes, and a sharp pain hit his chest. At the same time, he was hit with great force and slammed into the wall behind him. Ah! Timsy cried out in pain. He couldn't understand. Shouldn't he be fighting Lord Ikeosila? Why was he attacking himself? Several illusions flickered in quick succession. In almost no time, Ryan appeared in front of Timsy, holding a warhammer. Bang! His skull was shattered. Immediately, a terrifying shadow appeared again, dragging a long tail of flames into the warhammer. Dark magic. Illusion magic. Metal transformation magic. Who the heck are you? Ikeosila, furious, was about to attack but was stunned by the sudden appearance of a transparent shadow. As a member of the 12 secret snake messengers and a third-level crystallized wizard, she naturally thought Ryan's warhammer absorbing soul energy was some kind of dark magic spell. She also mistook Ryan's remaining shadow for an illusion created by magic. Huh? Don't you know who I am? Now, Ryan was a bit surprised. Rain initially thought that the secret snake cult had already investigated him thoroughly after their recent attack, especially since they had killed 2 of their high-ranking members. However, looking at their expression, they seemed completely unaware of who he was. Actually, Rain had misunderstood. Ikasura learned from her butler Yodel that the person who killed her brother was named Rain, and the description of the attacker was someone skilled with a large 2-handed hammer. Usually, he carried a 2-handed hammer on his back. Because of this, Ikasura did not connect the man in front of her, who was using necromancer magic, with the killer of her brother that she had heard about. While Ikasura was still carefully considering Rain's words, she suddenly felt the ground shake violently. She quickly looked up. Rain, who was about 20 meters away, suddenly raised his spear and drew a silver line toward her at lightning speed, almost instantly reaching her. In that moment, Ikasura was both surprised and angry. She knew that the man had probably been trying to distract her with his words so she wouldn't notice his attack. But now, she didn't have time to cast a powerful spell. She could only use her innate magic to defend herself. Suddenly, a black energy serpent appeared in front of her, wrapping around an invisible sphere. The black serpent used its thick body to block Rain's attack, which was aimed at breaking her armor. ZZZ. At the moment of impact, the spear and the black energy serpent clashed with a loud screech. The serpent's body was suddenly missing a large chunk and was deeply dented, but it still didn't break the spear. Seeing that her innate magic, the black python shield, had not been broken by the attack, Ikasura showed a calm expression and a faint smile. At the same time, she began to chant a spell, determined to give her opponent a lesson. Rain, at this moment, felt a strong, unyielding resistance coming from his spear. Seeing that Ikasura was standing her ground and starting to cast a spell right in front of him, Rain couldn't help but smile too. He took a deep breath, and then his neck swelled up like a furious king cobra. Roar! Suddenly, an invisible wave of energy burst out from Ryan's wide-open mouth. It was the advanced sound wave technique called Dragon Roar, which also carried a hint of dragon power. This unexpected attack interrupted Ikasura's spell, and the backlash from her magic caused her expression to change immediately. She cursed silently. It's a sound wave attack. At the same time, Ryan's right arm, holding a lance, suddenly swelled and forcefully pierced through the serpent's defenses. In an instant, the sharp tip of the lance aimed straight at Ikasura's forehead. Ikasura was startled, her snake-like pupils shrinking suddenly. She instinctively stepped back, trying to retreat quickly. Just as the lance's tip nearly touched her, a black shield suddenly appeared on Ikasura's body, blocking the lance before it could hit her. The lance, weakened after passing through Ikasura's defensive magic, lost much of its power and couldn't pierce the black shield. Whoosh! Whoosh! From her black cloak-covered body, 2 large black snakes, each as thick as a thigh, suddenly emerged from the collar and the hem of her cloak. They opened their bloody mouths and lunged at Ryan's face. Ryan's eyes sharpened. He immediately controlled 2 hardened gold-colored shields shaped like falcons to block the attack. Bang! Bang! The giant snakes were incredibly strong. Although Ryan managed to block them in time and was not hurt, their attack delayed his pursuit of the lance, giving Ikasura a brief chance to escape. Ryan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He was so close to injuring her just now. From this brief fight, Ryan realized that Ikasura's strength was even higher than that of Garen, the high priest of the secret snake cult he had previously defeated. But Ryan was no longer the same person he was back then. He flicked his toes, causing the ground to like a spider web. He charged toward Ikasura again, seemingly unwilling to give her any breathing room. Ikasura was still shaken and frightened. Although she was not injured by Ryan's last attack, the sudden display of his power made her very cautious. Fortunately, She could sense that Ryan's attack strength had not yet reached the level of a third-level crystallized wizard. If she could free her hands to cast a third-level spell, defeating him would not be a problem. Aiko Sella's expression changed again as she saw a silver figure flash past. The opponent seemed to be like a deadly infection, wrapping around her once more. Is this their fighting style? This doesn't look like a wizard at all. Not even a knight. It more resembles an assassin. Aiko Sella's opinion of Reen kept changing. At first, she thought Reen's outfit was that of a knight. Then she realized the magic he used was necromancy, so she immediately believed he was definitely a wizard. But now, Aiko Sella feels like he's actually an assassin disguised as a wizard. Bang, bang, clang. For a moment, Aiko Sella fought very frustrated. Reen's speed was too fast, and he wielded his spear with great penetrating power. Aiko Sella tried to cast magic to counterattack several times but was interrupted by Reen's close range, which was like a deadly infection. She didn't dare to use powerful magic that took a long time to cast because, against Reen's spear skills, most defensive magic couldn't withstand 2 strikes of his armor break attack. Her nickname was the Crazy Snake, not the Dead Snake. If she only knew how to attack wildly without defending, she would have died many times over. In theory, even if Reen mastered the advanced skill armor break, he wouldn't cause such trouble for a third-level crystallized wizard like Aiko Sella. After all, a senior knight with advanced skills is roughly on par with a senior first-level wizard in attack power. But Reen was different because he had the innate talents intermediate strength and advanced steel body, and his talents were further boosted by the dragon bloodline. This made Reen's attack power even stronger, enough to compete with a second-level liquefied wizard. Moreover, Reen's attacks didn't drain his stamina. Before using armor break, he also cast the advanced skill Shadow Step to increase his speed, further boosting the spear's ability to pierce magic shields. With these combined effects, Reen's armor break was as powerful as that of a seasoned second-level liquefied wizard, even surpassing it. Such attack power, even for Aiko Sella, a third-level crystallized wizard, was not something to take lightly. She had to be very careful. Suddenly, the sound of many footsteps rushing around came from all directions. It turned out that since Timsy's scream, the entire Habsburg estate had already been alerted. At this moment, dozens of guards are rushing from the mansion toward the place where Ikasura and Rain are fighting. Don't come any closer. Rain shouts angrily. Rain knows that, given the enemy's strength, anyone below a great knight will likely die if they try to intervene. But it's too late. 7 or 8 guards have already reached near Ikasura. This makes Ikasura smile slightly. In the next second, swish, swish, swish. Her hood suddenly shatters into pieces, revealing dozens of thin black snakes, each about the width of a thumb but several meters long, flying everywhere. The guards see the flying snake hair and are momentarily stunned, then their faces turn to horror. In the next second, the snake hair seems to find its target. 7 or 8 thin snake strands whoosh and wrap behind the guards, biting sharply into their necks or backs of their heads. Immediately, these guards convulse violently, their eyes rolling back, showing only white, with no other color visible. On their exposed armor and skin, large purple-blue web-like patterns suddenly appear, as if their blood vessels are swollen. When Rain gets closer again, these guards, under the control of the snake hair, act like madmen, lunging at Rain. Bang! A guard's knightly sword slashes onto Rain's swirling shield, surprisingly powerful. Wow, they become much stronger. It seems the snake hair has injected some strange substance into the guards, greatly boosting their strength. At this moment, Kriya arrives at the scene. Seeing the flying snake hair, she quickly realizes what is happening. Not good. It's snake hair. As a top student who studied at the Empire Academy, she is very familiar with some cult signature moves. The legendary ability of the Cult of the Serpent, Snake Hair, is one of this evil cult's hallmark powers. Rain, be careful. The opponent is a legendary master of the Cult of the Serpent. Those controlled by the snake hair will become much stronger, fearless of life and death. But if they are controlled for more than a minute, they cannot recover and become mindless zombies. Kriya's warning doesn't seem to bother Rain much. He just nods quickly, but it surprises Ikasura greatly. What? You are Rain? Ikasura's eyes widen as she stares fiercely at Rain, exclaiming in shock. After fighting for a long time, she finally realized that her opponent was actually the murderer who killed her brother. As for why Rain was not in Munster but appeared here, it was no longer something she considered. All she wanted now was one thing. You're the one who killed my brother Horden. Die. Horden? Seeing Icosila rush at him like a madwoman, Rain immediately remembered the young man from the serpent cult he had previously defeated. Is she his sister? But before Rain could think further, he saw 7 or 8 guards controlled by snake hair being swung at him like hammers, hitting with incredible force. This made Rain's anger rise instantly. These guards are like walking corpses. Better to send them back to the goddess's embrace. In that moment, the spear in his hand instantly transformed into a two-handed war hammer, and he struck the attacking guards with several powerful blows. Bang, bang, bang. Blood and flesh splattered, and bodies flew far away. In less than 2 seconds, these guards controlled by snake hair had completely lost their human form. One after another, transparent ghostly figures rose from the shattered bodies, trailing long flames, circling Rain several times. Unlike the spirits of past enemies, these ghosts looked relieved, smiling at Rain as if thanking him for freeing them from the control of snake hair. Then they rushed into Rain's warhammer. But this scene made Rain feel a bit heavy-hearted. Number 9. But number 10. That's just enough. Rain looked up, focusing his gaze on Icosila. Go to Black Snake Domain. Seeing that relying on snake hair alone could not defeat Rain, Icosila suddenly burst out with a strong aura. Within a radius of several dozen meters, black mist instantly spread, creating what seemed like an independent space. But in an instant, the black mist vanished. Hundreds of black pythons suddenly burst out from the ground, launching indiscriminate attacks around them. Many guards were immediately swallowed by the open mouths of the black snakes, while others were entangled and strangled, screaming loudly. For a moment, it was as if entering a forbidden snake territory, and Ryan naturally became the main target of attention. At this moment, even though Ryan had a metal barrier and 3 constantly circling kite-shaped shields protecting him, the number of black giant snakes was too many. Some managed to bypass the shields and bite directly onto Ryan's silver-carved armor. As the black giant snakes increased, the metal barrier Ryan created was soon wrapped into a huge snake ball by dozens of snakes, further squeezing it. Even though Ryan had fused 3 hardened gold kite shields into a single piece, the immense force caused them to creak and deform. Ryan, Kriya, standing nearby, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and shouted in alarm. Without hesitation, Kriya wielded a large double-edged sword and rushed quickly toward Icosila, but was immediately blocked by the black snakes within the domain. Shish. Shish. After cutting down several black snakes, Kriya was increasingly blocked by more snakes and couldn't break through for a while. TSK, how touching. Icosila glanced at Kriya with a smug look. Anyone bitten by my black snakes will die from poison within a minute. Maybe I can show some mercy and let you two die together. Hearing Icosila's words, Kriya was worried and distracted, unable to dodge in time, and was suddenly hit in the abdomen by a snake's tail, flying backward with a loud bang. Really? At this moment, a deep male voice came from inside the huge black snake ball. Kriya's face lit up with joy, but Icosila's expression changed because that was Ryan's voice. Boom. A scene of black snake bodies flying everywhere appeared, and a strong, enormous figure holding a war hammer emerged from the chaos, with more than 10 huge snake heads hanging from him. But if you look closely, you'll notice that although these giant snakes bit through Ryan's silver armor, they didn't seem to bite into his skin. At this moment, Ryan's exposed skin emitted a flickering silver-gray glow, flowing like mercury across his body's surface. Strangely, because of the influence of his dragon bloodline, the glow now faintly resembled scales. All along, I've met so many strong opponents, but none could withstand my hammer. Do you know what the secret weapon of a warhammer wizard is? What? Icosila was stunned, still recalling what a warhammer wizard meant. Suddenly, she saw Ryan rushing toward her faster than at the start. After the wind swept through, a series of afterimages remained. In an instant, Ryan was 2 or 3 meters in front of her, raising a dark double-handed warhammer and smashing it down hard. Icosila's alarm bells rang, but Ryan's speed was too fast. She had no time to cast a spell or retreat. She could only use her innate magic and turn into a snake. In that moment, Icosila's vertical pupils narrowed, and dense scales appeared all over her body. A giant constrictor snake also formed around her to protect her. Because she was inside the black snake domain, the surrounding black snakes rushed toward her like moss to a flame, wrapping around her and shielding her. It all happened so quickly. Ryan's warhammer struck. Bang. Suddenly, Icosila felt a sharp, tearing pain in her head. Then, It was as if a cannon shell hit her directly, causing her to fall sharply. The dozens of black snakes around her turned into black mist in an instant. Boom. Dust and debris flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the place where Icosila had been standing was now a crater about 4 or 5 meters wide. Her arms seemed to have shattered at the elbows from blocking the attack, and below the elbows, they were gone. Her legs were bent backward, feet in the air, and she looked like a radish planted in the ground up to her chest. You. Huh. Your strength. Huh. Icosila spat blood loudly. Don't be proud. I haven't lost yet. Just as Icosila was about to perform a secret spell, Ryan took the lead, a black arc flashing past. Smack. Icosila's pretty face was instantly smashed to pieces. Want to turn into that big snake? Want to be beautiful? Ryan shook his hammer, flicking off the white, jelly-like substance on it and throwing it to the ground. He had also learned some experience from the serpent cult. Their final trump card seemed to be transforming into a giant snake, but if he could kill them in that moment of transformation, he could naturally stop their comeback plan. Clea, who had just stood up nearby, looked at the crater on the ground with wide eyes, then glanced at Ryan's muscular body, which was exposed due to the broken silver-engraved armor, like a sculpture. How is this possible? It's only been a short time, and Ryan's strength has grown so much. Clea whispered softly. She remembered clearly that when Ryan fought the High Priest Ganon of the Serpent Cult before, it was even more difficult than this time. But this time's enemy was clearly stronger than Ganon, an expert at the legendary level. At this moment, the guards gathered around. Under the night sky, they saw the tall figure holding a double-headed hammer, Ryan. Lord Ryan. It's Ryan who defeated the enemy. Of course, it's Lord Ryan stepping in. When did Ryan come back? For a moment, the guards seemed to find their confidence and all stepped forward to salute. Ryan nodded and quickly walked to Clea's side, helping her up. It was strange. Clea had never been held by a man around her waist before. Her body stiffened instantly. Although she had been knocked back, it was just a small scratch, and she didn't really need help. But for some reason, when she saw Ryan coming to support her, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Ryan, are you okay? Clea asked, brushing her hair that had fallen over her forehead from the battle. I'm fine. Thick skin and tough, no worries. How about you? I'm fine too. Thanks to you this time. Your pants are torn. Remember to change them, Ryan whispered into Clea's ear. Huh? Clea's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She turned her head to look behind her. Sure enough, when she was knocked back, her hunting pants scraped against something sharp, and now there was a long, narrow tear about 10 centimeters long. Her white, elastic buttocks were faintly visible. If she looked carefully, she could see the black. This made Clea blush fiercely. She finally realized why Ryan had come forward to support her. Ryan, I'll go change. After saying that, Clea, who usually paid great attention to noble manners, surprisingly ran off in a hurry. Ryan couldn't help but laugh at this scene. After seeing Clea walk away, suddenly Rain realized something. Just now, he kept hearing multiple system notifications. When he opened the system, Rain froze. Ding. The host's willpower has exceeded 10 points, triggering a special class change, Sword Saint, Epic. Prerequisites for the Sword Saint, Epic, class change are 1. Willpower above 10. 2. Faith in the sword. 3. Any extraordinary sword technique at level 16 or higher. 4. Any breathing technique at level 16 or higher. 5. Strength above 45. Agility above 45. Constitution above 45. All current conditions are met. All prerequisites for the Sword Saint Epic class change are satisfied. Do you want to proceed with the class change? Warning. Once you choose to become a Sword Saint Epic, your mental power will be fixed, transforming into an attribute of willpower, which conflicts with the current spirit power of the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class. Warning. Changing to Sword Saint Epic will cause the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class panel to disappear. This process is irreversible. Please decide carefully. Huh? Sword Saint? Another Epic class? Huh? A warning? Rain saw the system prompt with the word warning for the second time and immediately began to examine it carefully. The Warhammer Wizard class panel disappears? Does that mean I lose the Spirit-Shattering Impact trump card? No. Even worse, the entire wizard path is cut off. Rain was suddenly alarmed. But this is the Sword Saint, an epic class. It should be stronger than the Warhammer Wizard. Wait, why does the King of 1,000 Blades, which is also an epic melee class, not have this situation? Ryan immediately thought of a question. He quickly recalled the class change conditions for the King of 1,000 Blades. There was no requirement for willpower. Compared to the Sword Saint, it seemed to focus purely on physical strength. Of course, there were some skill, secret technique requirements as well. Could it be that the King of 1,000 Blades follows a route of brute force and physical enhancement, so it doesn't conflict with the wizard path? And the Sword Saint, on the other hand, integrates personal will into the faith of the sword, seeking a unity of mind and body, aiming for extreme attack power. That's why it conflicts with the wizard path? For a moment, Ryan seemed to have a sudden realization. Without much hesitation, Ryan, feeling a bit regretful, chose no. At that moment, the system prompted again. Since the host chose no, the remaining residual evil flame mark after refinement will be transformed into a mental attribute. Congratulations! Your mental attribute has increased by a moderate amount. A moderate increase? Suddenly, Ryan felt a cool airflow in his mind, making his thoughts exceptionally clear. This surprised him, and he looked at his attribute panel. Constitution, 47 Strength, 56 2 points added from fighting. Agility, 47 Spirit, 59 Willpower. Hidden attribute 10 Spirit has increased by exactly 4 points. So, a moderate increase is more than 3 points? Ryan murmured. He continued scrolling up to check his previous battle records. Congratulations! You defeated a strong enemy and gained 9 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your hidden willpower attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your hidden willpower attribute has reached 10 points, and the residual evil flame mark has been completely removed. Since the Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level was just upgraded last time, it did not increase this time. Adding his remaining points, he now had a total of 4 attribute points left, 2 skill points, and 20 gold skill points. Nice. I finally removed the evil flame mark, resolving a hidden threat. Plus, I absorbed its residual energy, boosting my mental attribute. That's an unexpected gain. Ryan nodded happily. Suddenly, Ryan remembered a question and looked around. There are only 3 people here, which is far fewer than the 7 or 8 people Batista mentioned. Could it be that the others ran away? No. When they attacked from both sides just now, there were only 2 people, which means there were probably only 3 people here at the time. Ryan shook his head and thought silently. The only explanation is that the others are in another team, and most likely, their goal is to find the legendary farming snake. Ryan's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment and quickly headed towards his villa, feeling it was important to inform Cray. As he entered the villa, Cray had just changed her pants and was coming downstairs. Perhaps because her previous wardrobe malfunction made her feel a bit shy, she looked at Ryan with a blush, flicked her hair, and showed a shy smile. Cray, there is something important. The secret snake cult probably has more than just 3 members, so you should remind the guards not to let their guard down, Ryan said seriously. Huh? More? Yes, I will inform them. Hearing this, Cray quickly wiped away her shy expression and returned to her confident, brave demeanor. By the way, Ryan, why are you here in Mice this time? Is it for a mission? Cray asked curiously. Yes, I happen to have a task at the fishing port town. So I came here, Ryan explained. Thank you, Ryan. If you hadn't arrived in time, the Habs family might have suffered heavy losses, Cray said gratefully. Don't forget, I am your guardian knight, Ryan said with a wave of his hand. By the way, how's Count Habs doing? Is he feeling better? Ryan suddenly remembered and asked. He has been sent to the Imperial capital for treatment. A close friend of his, who is a master at the Royal Alchemist Association, is very skilled with medicines. He sent a letter a few days ago saying he's improving. That's good news. Have you heard about what happened in the Imperial capital? After a brief chat, Cray went to handle the aftermath of the evening's battle. Ryan returned to the bedroom he had arranged earlier to rest. Alone in the room, Ryan began to think about his recent fight with the legendary stronghold of the secret snake cult, Icosala. Clearly, the decisive was still the top-tier legendary skill of the Warhammer wizard, Shattering Spirit Impact. If I hadn't used this move, winning would have been very difficult. I might have relied on healing and continuously using top-level techniques to wear down the opponent, but whether I could kill him was uncertain. After all, as a third-level crystallized wizard, he could still escape if he couldn't beat me. Ryan supported his chin with one hand and crossed his arms, pacing back and forth in the room. Fighting the Naga High Priestess Selenis with the Blood Pact relied on soul-shattering impact, which severely injured her right at the start. Looks like I need to find a way to change my class to the King of 1,000 Blades. This epic-level profession. Being an epic profession probably gives me a stronger secret move. After 2 battles against legendary fighters, if it weren't for the top-tier legendary class, Warhammer Wizard, Ryan might not have won. This made Ryan feel a sense of urgency. Because if in the future, a fight has fewer than 10 enemies and he can't gather 10 sets of soul energy, that secret move would be useless. After all, what if the enemy is alone? Thinking this, Ryan no longer felt like resting. He decided to go straight to the training room on the first floor to practice the final super ability, Rock Delo's Guardian Staff, and hurry to meet the last condition for his class change. But when he saw the remaining 20 gold skill points on the system panel, Ryan stopped as he opened the door. With so many gold skill points, I should upgrade first. Shadow Step is very useful. Increasing its speed makes it great for attacking, dodging, or escaping. Let's upgrade Shadow Step to the top-level secret technique first. Since the Fire Dragon breathing technique was already at level 18, surpassing the level 16 requirement for upgrading Shadow Step to the top-level secret technique, Ryan spent 2 gold skill points to improve Black's Assassination Dance and another 4 points to Breakthrough. Then, the system prompted, "Congratulations! You have mastered Black's top-level secret technique, Shadow Step." At the same time, on the Weapon Master Legendary panel, the icon for Shadow Step changed slightly. In the icon, the skinny man attacking with a dagger now appeared as 9 figures, meaning, besides the real one, the illusion had increased from 6 to 8. This was confirmed by the text below. Shadow Step, top-level secret technique, uses a special stride combining primal force and leg strength, leaving 8 extra illusions within a 15-meter radius to confuse enemies. Note: this secret technique has been upgraded to the top level and cannot be upgraded again. Has it been upgraded to the top level? Rain looked at the final notes and fell into thought. From this, it seems that extraordinary combat skills also have differences. The hammer technique can still improve after reaching the top-level secret skill, but Black's Assassination Dance can't. However, at least once upgraded to the top-level secret skill, its effect becomes stronger. The illusion range has increased from 10 meters at the advanced level to 15 meters now. The number of illusions has also increased by 2. 6 points of gold skill points have been used out of 20, leaving 14. 8 points are reserved to improve the basic annihilation field, leaving 6 points to upgrade another extraordinary combat skill to the top-level secret skill. Should I choose to upgrade the lance, the greatsword, or perhaps the spear throw, and so on? Rain's eyes sparkled. Due to the high attribute requirements for the basic annihilation field, he could only delay it for now. Otherwise, it would have been his first choice. Still, the lance seems most suitable. It can be paired with various mounts and complements Shadow Step, further increasing attack power. Additionally, it's the best choice for breaking through wizard shields and magical defenses. After calculating, Rain spent 6 points of gold skill points, and the system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have mastered the top-level secret skill of the Longiro Spear, Armor-Piercing Strike. At the same time, a powerful memory about the training of Armor-Piercing Strike flooded into Rain's mind. After absorbing all the memories, Rain looked at the new icon for Armor-Piercing Strike on the Weapon Master Legendary panel. The icon's image changed from a knight riding a warhorse to a knight riding a giant dragon, with the spear now longer than 4 meters. The knight was soaring downward on the dragon at high speed, wielding the spear which whipped up a fierce wind, striking downward. Interesting. Does this mean the spear and the dragon knight are a good match? Rain smiled slightly when he saw this image. When Rain arrived at the training room, he didn't expect to see someone already there. A tall, well-toned figure, wielding a shining greatsword, was swinging it in arcs, creating silver crescent-shaped slashes. It was none other than Clea. Clea was still feeling quite frustrated after today's battle. As Mister has always been a talented female knight, today in battle, she surprisingly couldn't help Ryan at all. She knows she must awaken her bloodline quickly. Recently, she has sensed strange changes in her bloodline, and especially after this battle, the feeling has become stronger. Clea feels that her bloodline awakening might happen within a day or 2. So, after taking care of some safety matters, she went to the training room. Suddenly, as Clea swung her greatsword down forcefully, a dazzling arc of light flashed. Clea remained in that stance, motionless. Ryan was about to step forward but immediately noticed Krea's unusual state. He stopped because he could feel a special energy growing stronger within her. Is this enlightenment? No, it doesn't seem like a sudden realization, more like. Is it her bloodline awakening? Ryan looked at the scene with surprise, thinking to himself. As Krea's aura grew stronger and stronger, she suddenly tilted her head back and shouted loudly. Ah! Following that, a green whirlwind appeared around her. When she took a long stride, her speed surged dramatically, leaving several afterimages behind her as she launched an arc slash at the training. The sturdy training was cut in half at the waist. Huff huff, Krea's chest rose and fell rapidly. Her fair face was flushed, steam rose from her head, and beads of sweat reflected a faint light, showing her spirited and heroic demeanor. Clap, clap. Ryan clapped and walked over with a smile. At this moment, Krea realized that Ryan had already come into the training room without her noticing. Congratulations, Krea. It looks like you just awakened your bloodline. Thank you. Although Krea felt a bit awkward in front of Ryan, the joy of her bloodline awakening quickly dispelled her unease. Ryan, compared to your strength, I still have a lot to improve, Krea said seriously, looking into Ryan's eyes. Want to practice a bit? Ryan asked with a smile, raising his staff. Of course, but Ryan, are you going to fight me with your staff? Krea looked at his weapon and couldn't help but smile too. Higi, give it a try. Rain smiled. In the center of the training room, Rain and Clea quickly started fighting. Clang, clang, clang. Their swords and staffs kept hitting each other. At first, Clea thought, Rain is underestimating me too much. But as time went on, Clea focused more and almost used her full strength to perform Arcadia swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Rain's smile grew brighter because, in just 1 minute of their quick fight, the system kept popping up notifications. You have trained with Rockdalo's Guardian Staff. Your understanding has improved. Your skill Rockdalo's Guardian Staff has increased. Experience +3. Your skill Rockdalo's Guardian Staff has increased. Experience +3. Thanks to Clea's practice and her talent in advanced extraordinary insight, the system kept showing that every 3 or 4 seconds, experience increased by 3. In just 1 minute, the experience bar for Rockdalo's Guardian Staff Level 1 was already halfway full. This fast progress made Rain very happy. Rain, be careful. I'm going to use my bloodline talent now, Clea warned as she pushed off and prepared to activate her ability. Okay, I want to see your bloodline power, Rain nodded, feeling curious. Was that the blue airflow just now? Maybe it was a wind-type speed boost? One of my bloodline abilities is acceleration. As Clea finished speaking, 2 streams of blue air appeared around her long, flexible thighs. Suddenly, Clea's speed increased by at least 30%, and she shot out a long wave of air toward Rain. Wow, so fast. Rain was a little surprised, but he stayed calm. He used his special move, Shadow Step, instantly creating multiple afterimages, and the fight became even faster. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their weapons hitting each other was continuous. Clea was surprised to find that even with her bloodline ability activated, she couldn't gain an advantage over Rain, who was wielding a short staff. This is too crazy. While Clea was momentarily stunned, Rain suddenly appeared with 5 different illusions, each in a different pose, and his staff shot toward Clea. Rain's staff gently touched Krea's shoulder, then immediately moved away and stopped. I thought I could get closer to you, but I didn't expect. Krea sighed. Well, Krea, your strength, when activating your bloodline talent, is probably stronger than most experienced senior knights. I was just taking advantage of a small opening in your stance, Rain said reassuringly. Really? Of course. It seemed Rain's encouragement was very effective. Krea kept trying against Rain many times. Rain's new extraordinary skill, Rockdalo's Guardian Staff, kept improving, reaching level 4 in less than 40 minutes. Since Krea had just awakened and was too tired, which was not good for her body, they left the training room after a while. By then, Rain's Rockdalo's Guardian Staff had already reached level 5. Meanwhile, underground somewhere in Maest, a huge snake-like creature was digging quickly, followed by a group of black-robed people led by a handsome middle-aged man. Contact Ikasura and tell her we will need about 4 more hours to reach the bottom of Count Habsburg's estate in the city. Around 2 a.m., the handsome man thought for a moment and said, Understood. Lord Edmundo, a black-robed person respectfully responded and slowly stepped back, as if making a call. Sir, 2 a.m. is when people are most tired. Launching an attack at this time is the best choice, another black-robed subordinate flattered. Yes, sir. Also, the power of the legendary land snake is truly beyond imagination. No wonder the Holy Father values it so much and sent you personally, said another subordinate, looking at the digging snake with admiration. Yes, with this legendary land snake, we can connect our activities across several provinces of the empire. It's very important, Edmundo nodded with a smile. He completed this task of controlling the land snake very smoothly, which naturally made him feel very happy. Next, he planned to go to Meister County Town to completely destroy the Habsburg family, ending everything. As for the message from Icosera about going to Monster to find a swordsman named Rain, Edmondo was not interested. First, because the defense forces deployed by the Dragon Empire in the provincial and county capitals were on completely different levels. Moreover, Munster is a special city built on a mountain, with the mountain made of solid rocks. Even with the legendary Earth Snake's digging ability, it would be very difficult to tunnel through. If they attacked directly and the legendary Earth Snake died in battle, it would be a great loss. Second, he believed that destroying the Habsburg family, the ruling family of Meister, was enough revenge for the deaths of Ganon and Horden. He thought it was reckless to run to Munster with Icosera, who was overly dependent on him. Deep down, he did not agree with this plan. He planned to act a bit more proactively during the upcoming surprise attack, as a way to give Icosera some explanation. At 2 a.m., the moonlight was cold. In the second floor of the Habsburg mansion, suddenly, Rain, who was resting in bed, opened his eyes sharply. He had just felt a sudden heartbeat and a faint warning from his danger sense. From this direction, Rain looked toward the bedroom floor. When he touched the ground with his feet and prepared to stand up, he felt the entire villa tremble slightly. This vibration might be ignored by ordinary people, but to Rain, he immediately understood what was happening. Then, Rain quickly put on his armor and leapt out of the window. A few seconds later, boom. Under the garden, a huge, menacing, petal-shaped mouth with a diameter over 3 meters suddenly burst out. Debris, dirt, and dust flew up dozens of meters high. Following that, a gigantic snake-like creature emerged from the ground. Instead of sinking back underground, it stood upright partially. Even just part of its body was taller than the villa. Under the moonlight, its enormous shadow almost covered half the building. Only a legendary earth snake could have such power. A group of guards saw such a huge creature and naturally didn't dare to approach. However, since it wasn't the first time they saw the legendary earth snake, after a brief panic, they kept their distance, carefully watching from several dozen meters away. Meanwhile, loud screams came from the mansion and the surrounding area. Clearly, the commotion caused by the legendary earth snake had alarmed everyone inside Count Habsburg's estate, and even nearby households came out to see what was happening. At the top of the earth snake's head, a line of black-robed mages appeared, led by Edmondo. He looked around and was very satisfied with the shock caused by the snake's appearance, nodding slightly. But soon, he seemed to think of something and looked confused. Huh, where is Icosela? Did you send signals just now? Edmondo asked his subordinates. Yes, we did. Half an hour before we arrived, we also contacted Timshire. A subordinate replied respectfully. Edmondo nodded. He knew Timshire was Icosela's subordinate. It shouldn't be like this. With such a big commotion from the legendary earth snake, even if there was no signal, Icosela should have sensed it long ago. Edmondo frowned slightly, feeling a bad premonition. Are you looking for her? Suddenly, a headless black-robed corpse was thrown in front of the earth snake. It rolled a bit, and then lay still. Huh? Although it was missing half its head, the slender body, familiar black robe, and the faint snake-shaped mark on its half-face immediately made Edmondo's face change drastically. Icosela? Why you? Who are you? How dare you kill Icosela? Edmondo's shock was obvious in his voice. He had prepared for the worst, but the scene before him still exceeded his expectations. How could this happen? Icosela's strength was comparable to his own. If the opponent could kill Icosela, it meant they also had the ability to kill him. Behind Edmondo, a group of black-robed figures suddenly made a loud noise, becoming very agitated. Clearly, what they saw shocked them even more. It's Lord Icosela. Yes, he was actually killed. Remember, this was not just some ordinary soldier. This was a legendary expert. Whether placed in the Empire or in the major churches, they are all top-tier strong fighters. A group of black-robed figures with wide eyes stared intensely at this scene, their hands clenched tightly, filled with shock and fear. Although Ryan had anticipated that more cult members from the snake cult might appear later, he was surprised by how quickly they arrived, especially with the leader of the Earth Snake coming along. This made things more difficult. The leader's aura was clearly stronger than Icosarus, indicating he was another powerful legend-level cultist. Plus, with the legendary Earth Snake, this meant Ryan was about to face two legendary enemies at once. Although Ryan had increased his strength slightly through skill points, fighting two legendary fighters at the same time was still very challenging. However, Ryan quickly noticed something that might work in his favor. From the signal flare they just sent, and their words and expressions, it seemed they were waiting for someone. Ryan immediately thought they might be waiting for Icosara and the others. In that moment, Ryan understood their plan. They intended to attack Habsburg's mansion from two sides, one front, one back. Since Ryan had already killed Icosara, it seemed the cult members here didn't know about it. So, Ryan quickly devised a tactic: strike first. That's why he threw Icosara's body out. Now, Ryan calmly approached the 2- or 3-story tall legendary Earth Snake, wielding his deformed double-handed war hammer, showing no fear. He softly counted aloud. 1, 2. Too bad. There are exactly 10. If there were 11, that would be perfect. Apart from the leader, there were 9 other cult members, which meant Ryan couldn't use his usual tactic of defeating them all to trigger the soul-shattering impact by stacking 10 layers of soul energy. As for Edmondo's side, when he saw Ryan throw Icosara's body out, he already started thinking about retreating. Since the enemy's situation was unclear, he didn't see any reason to take unnecessary risks. Moreover, for him, the idea of avenging Cannon and Horden was not very important. The Pope's main task for him was to bring back the legendary Earth Snake. However, in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank, because he saw the young man in silver armor across from him, who was holding a war hammer and walking straight toward them, completely unafraid of the legendary Earth Snake under his feet. This made Edmondo feel nervous. After all, anyone who ignores the Earth Snake is not a fool. They must have the strength to handle it. Since the other person could defeat Icosila, it must be him. In an instant, Edmondo activated his innate magic skill, Ice Shield, and immediately began chanting a spell, Frost Armor. As the urgent spell sounded, a thick, elliptical ice shield appeared around Edmondo's body. Inside the ice shield, on his surface, there was an additional layer of transparent, solid ice armor, like knight's armor, protecting him tightly. With 2 powerful defensive spells surrounding his body, Edmondo finally felt a bit more at ease. Additionally, his sharp hearing caught Ryan's low whisper, which made him curious. He asked aloud, "What are you counting?" When Edmondo cast the spell, Ryan was a little nervous. He thought Edmondo was about to attack, but he didn't expect it to be a defensive spell. This made Ryan feel slightly relieved because, from his reaction, Edmondo seemed to be wary of him. Furthermore, Edmondo was a rare ice-type mage. But none of that mattered now, because he had already come within 15 meters of his opponent. Ryan looked up at the giant creature in front of him and the group of people on top of the Earth Snake's head. He smiled and said, "You said you wouldn't understand anyway." Suddenly, just as Edmondo was pondering what Ryan's words meant, he felt a flash before his eyes. Ryan had disappeared suddenly. In that instant, he sensed something behind him. Edmondo turned around sharply. He saw that the 8 elite members of the church he brought with him looked as if they had been struck by lightning, stunned, with wide eyes, frozen in place. In front of their bodies, 8 identical figures of the young knight appeared, each wielding a war hammer in various poses. This scene lasted less than a second before the 8 illusions disappeared again. It seemed as if all the illusions had gathered at the farthest true body. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of bones cracking filled the air. He brought 9 elite members of the mysterious serpent cult, who all performed the disappearing head trick. Almost at the same time, the heads above the eyebrows burst open, spilling white, red liquids, and jelly all over the ground. Then came the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground with a thud. It was clearly the top-secret technique Shadow Step used by Ryan with all his might. At the same time, 9 transparent spirits quickly emerged from the corpses, trailing long flames, circling Ryan twice before being absorbed into his warhammer. This scene made Edmondo's eyelids jump wildly. Such speed. And just now, what was that? Necromancer magic? Or is there something strange about that warhammer? a magical artifact related to necromancy? Finally, Edmondo understood how Icosila died. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to avoid a surprise attack from an enemy wielding such a strange weapon. Moreover, he didn't want to retreat now, but could he escape from the speed the opponent showed? Controlling the Earth Snake to attack? That also wouldn't work, because the legendary Earth Snake is too large and the opponent's speed is incredibly fast. So, the top priority is to first limit the opponent's speed. Frost Breath. With a wave of Edmondo's hand, a tornado mixed with shattered ice swept fiercely in all directions. Edmondo's goal was clear: use the cold to numb the opponent's limbs and slow down their attack speed. Faced with this wide-range ice magic, Ryan could only step back slightly and use his transformed mithril-shaped shield to block in front, reducing the damage from the ice magic. But Edmondo's methods were clearly more than that. He quickly began to chant softly, "Blizzard." As the spell was cast, a thick, dark cloud suddenly appeared above Edmondo's head, and the temperature dropped sharply. Snow began to fall from the sky, mixed with ice particles. The guards around, responsible for surrounding and guarding, suddenly felt a chilling cold wave coming at them. Since he was also standing just above the ground snake, only about 7 or 8 meters away from Edmondo, Ryan felt an even colder chill. However, Edmondo seemed to forget one thing. The huge ground snake beneath his feet was also not very resistant to the cold. Feeling the powerful cold air coming from above, the ground snake suddenly became drowsy and lowered its neck, lying flat on the ground. This made Ryan happy, because fighting on top of the ground snake limited his movement a lot, unless he jumped down. But now that the snake was lying on the ground, he could move quickly around, looking for a chance to attack. When Ryan realized this, Edmondo also quickly understood the problem. Although he could control the ground snake, he couldn't go against its natural instincts. Just like a dog trainer can't make a dog behave like a panda that eats bamboo. When the environment gets too cold, the ground snake naturally reduces its activity and begins to sleep. Edmondo reacted very quickly and made a decision. He jumped off the snake and quickly retreated toward the area where the guards were most numerous. As he moved, the large dark cloud above his head also slowly shifted, and the core of the snowstorm began to move away. Ryan quickly understood his plan. The opponent wanted to create distance to free the ground snake from the ice magic's influence. Ryan couldn't let that happen. Armor-breaking strike. Ryan's twin-handed war hammer instantly transformed into a spear, and he used a top-level technique combining Shadow Step and armor-breaking strike. He moved like a silver lightning bolt, striking at Edmondo as he was flying backward. His speed was so fast that Edmondo saw Ryan still in the same place, but in the next moment, Ryan suddenly appeared in front of him, holding the spear. Sizzle! The spear tip clashed fiercely with the ice shield. In the next second, the shield shattered. Even the ice armor on his body was almost pierced through. Ryan's attack made Edmondo sweat coldly on his forehead. Such power! Where did this young strongman come from? Edmondo did not realize that Rain's recent attack, which seemed simple, was actually a combination of top-level Shadow Step, the power boost from 27 soul energy points, the intermediate strength talent, the dragon bloodline, and other enhancements. This allowed him to deliver a strike that appeared casual, but actually broke through his innate magic and secondary defense magic. Serpent Hair. In a panic, Edmundo immediately used this signature ability of the snake cult experts. He saw 4 or 5 guards, unable to dodge, suddenly bitten on the neck or back of the head by the thin snake heads, causing them to faint and fall under control. This made Rain feel mixed emotions, both worry and hope. He remembered what Clea had told him. If a person is controlled by serpent hair for more than a minute, they become hopeless and turn into mindless puppets forever. Killing these guards would save them and also gather the last needed soul energy. But seeing his own people being killed right in front of him made him very angry. Bladestorm. A female knight, glowing with a faint blue aura, swung her greatsword from behind Edmundo, sweeping toward him. It was Clea who had activated her bloodline talent. Frozen. Facing enemies from both front and back, Edmundo finally used his trump card. The ground around him suddenly erupted with large ice spikes of varying heights, some up to 3 meters tall, others as small as ice balls, covering a radius of several dozen meters in white frost. For a moment, Rain and Clea were forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Edmundo controlled several guards, now turned into frozen zombies by serpent hair, and threw them heavily at Rain. Rain watched the guards rushing toward him and silently thought, "Sorry about this." Hammer of Annihilation. Bang. Rain struck one frozen guard with a heavy, smashing him to pieces. Instantly, a soul phantom was absorbed by his war hammer. 10 portions. At this moment, Rain's eyes sharpened as he stared at Edmundo. The next second, he used Shadow Step, leaving a trail of afterimages, and rushed into the Frozen at incredible speed. How dare he rush into Frozen? Such a young man, blinded by a brief advantage. Edmundo saw this scene, and his face showed no surprise, only joy. Because in the ice, his ice magic would be strengthened by 50%, while his opponent in the ice would be affected by extremely cold winds, causing their hands and feet to stiffen and their movement speed to slow greatly. So, in his view, once Rainer entered the ice, he would quickly lose his greatest advantage, speed. Boom, boom, boom. Rainer swiftly swung his double-handed warhammer, smashing all the ice spikes and icicles in a straight line, like a giant beast charging into the ice. Wow, what kind of monster is this? Seeing Rainer's powerful display, Edmundo couldn't help but quickly cast his spells. Ice Blade Storm. Ice Cone Technique. A series of ice spells, combined with the Blessing of the Ice, all aimed at Rainer. Although Rainer managed to block each attack, his hair and eyebrows were already turning snow white, and his movement speed was greatly reduced. How this made Edmundo breathe a sigh of relief. Such a dangerous guy. But he's almost frozen solid now. Edmundo watched as Rainer, moving as if in slow motion, approached within 2 or 3 meters. When he slowly swung his warhammer down, a faint smile appeared on his face. This pose looks good. Perhaps it will make a fine ice sculpture as a trophy. Clang. At this moment, Rainer's warhammer struck Edmundo's protective ice shield. From the sound, it was clear that there was light, even a bit weak. But in an instant, Edmundo's expression turned to horror. The next second, he let out a heart-wrenching scream as he covered his head. The real damage from the spirit-shattering impact attack severely wounded Edmundo's soul, leaving him unable to maintain the ice. Meanwhile, Rainer silently increased his strength again. As his heart pumped out a surge of heat, he continued swinging his heavy hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The first strike shattered the ice shield, and each subsequent struck Edmundo's body. At first, Edmundo could barely hold his ground, but soon he was overwhelmed. After being hit once, he looked like a torn cloth, with no strength to resist. Very quickly, Edmundo was hammered into a pile of flesh by Rainer. Huff Huff. Rainer kept holding his hammer with both hands and gasped for breath loudly. But then he remembered that although he had defeated this creature, there was still a legendary land snake behind him. He quickly turned around and looked at the soon-to-wake land snake. His warhammer transformed into a long spear. Sharpness Technique. Whoosh. A silver line shot straight toward the legendary land snake. Under the combination of 2 top-level skills and the dragon bloodline, the spear's power was pushed to its limit. It deeply pierced into the snake's tough, rubber-like body until the handle was buried. Because of the precise strike, it hit exactly between the snake's poorly sighted eyes, hitting the brain. As a result, the snake's cloudy eyes suddenly opened wide, but it was already near death. It was still thrashing violently, causing the ground to shake, but it was definitely dead. He pulled out the spear. Looking at what was probably the fastest legendary land snake to die, he felt a bit emotional. If it weren't for Edmundo's ice, he might have needed much more effort to kill this snake. Suddenly, a foul smell of snake blood mixed with unknown fluids sprayed out from the circular wound made by the spear, like a high-pressure water jet. In his surprise, he got soaked. Just as he was a little annoyed, his body stiffened suddenly. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. The host has been baptized by the legendary land snake's blood, detecting trace amounts of dragon gene fragments. Do you want to absorb them? Note: absorbing these trace dragon gene fragments can slightly increase the host's maximum dragon bloodline concentration. This ancient legendary land snake actually has dragon gene fragments? But soon, Ryan realized clearly. The ancient land snake probably descended from some unruly dragons during ancient times. Isn't it bad to have poor communication within the same species? And across different species? However, this is good for me. The system says trace amount? I remember last time when the 3-headed sea dragon's egg fluid was used, it was described as a small amount. So, does that mean the dragon bloodline inside the land snake is much thinner? Ryan keenly noticed the difference in wording compared to the last egg fluid baptism. But no matter how small, as long as it can improve my strength, even a tiny bit counts. Ryan quickly chose yes, without hesitation. Suddenly, he felt a warm, slightly humid sensation on the part of his body that was stained with the smell of snake blood, as if warm spring water was seeping into his skin. This process lasted less than half a second and then ended. Ryan quickly glanced at his status panel. The effects of the Dragon Bloodline showed no change. Dragon Bloodline, weak level, effect, slight increase in fire element affinity, slight boost to great strength talent, slight enhancement of steel body talent, minor strengthening of battle roar skills. This made him a bit disappointed. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Ryan's mind. Wait, if I wash myself more times, maybe the small improvements will add up? Thinking of this, Ryan's eyes lit up. He quickly moved into action. His spear transformed rapidly into a giant double-handed sword over 3 meters long, nearly 4 meters. Then, he spun around and appeared beside the legendary Earth Snake, aiming a powerful slash at its enormous head. A large silver arc flashed across, and with a sharp sound, shoo. Because the Earth Snake's defense dropped significantly after its death, its large, fierce-looking petal-shaped mouth was cut off. The snake's foul, river-like blood sprayed out from the smooth, round-cut surface. Ryan took a quick step forward and stood beneath the blood waterfall, ready to be baptized. Indeed, after his skin was heavily stained with the snake's blood, the warm sensation appeared again. But soon, it seemed to reach a limit, and Ryan could no longer feel the warmth. Thinking for a moment, Ryan was still not satisfied. Where's the most concentrated essence of blood? It should be the heart. Ryan leapt lightly onto the Earth Snake, transforming his sword back into a giant sickle, with the blade facing downward, stabbing into the snake's thick skin. Sizzle! As Ryan used his top-tier secret technique, Shadow Step, a figure flashed above the Earth Snake, which was cut nearly in half and stretched for dozens of meters, exposing its spine and internal organs. Seeing the large, still beating heart, Ryan's eyes lit up. He quickly cut off the top part and dove inside. A warm sensation returned once again. Sure enough, the most blood and essence are in the heart. It seems this baptism is quite particular, unlike the genetic technology from my previous life, which only needed a little, even just a few cells, to extract many genes. The system's absorption seems to require a certain amount to achieve the best effect. Ryan's eyes flickered with understanding. But soon, he could no longer feel the warmth. After a few seconds, he dragged his bloody, sticky body out of the legendary land snake's heart. The scene just now confused the people around him. To them, Ryan, soaked in the foul-smelling snake blood, seemed to have been stimulated as he cut off the snake's head and then bathed again. Even stranger, this was not the end. Ryan actually split the huge land snake almost in half and jumped into its body. Could it be that Ryan treated the legendary land snake like a dragon? Was he doing a snake blood baptism? Does the blood of this legendary land snake really have the power of a dragon, capable of granting incredible strength? Some brave guards stepped forward, enduring the stench, and touched the snake blood with their hands. Zzz. Many guards quickly cut away the corroded skin from their fingers. Such strong corrosiveness. They looked at Ryan, who was unharmed, and felt even more amazed. At this moment, Ryan had just jumped down from the snake and was about to rinse off. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded again. This time, Ryan's eyes widened in shock, taking a deep breath. The first system prompt appeared as follows: Dragon Bloodline, medium, effect, moderate increase in water and fire element affinity, moderate boost to the giant strength talent, moderate enhancement of the steel body talent, and greatly strengthened battle roar skills. It seemed to change little, only the bloodline description shifted from weak to medium. At the same time, the description of the battle roar skills changed from moderate to greatly. But that was not the main point. The key was the prompt that followed. Ryan's gaze was fixed intently. Notification: the host Dragon Bloodline has been upgraded to a medium level, triggering a special advanced class change. Dragon Blood Mage, Legendary. Prerequisites for becoming a Dragon Blood Mage, Legendary, include 1. Sufficient Dragon Bloodline concentration. Currently, the conditions are not met, so the class change has failed. Wow, a legendary class. Ryan couldn't help but curse excitedly. Whether it's the King of Thousand Blades or the Dragon Knight, triggered by red dragon scales, they are all just epic level. This time, it's actually legendary. Ryan's excitement was obvious. If the King of Thousand Blades or Dragon Knight class panels are comparable to powerful imperial figures like Princess Minia, then a legendary class panel must be even stronger, perhaps a demigod. Ryan's eyes sparkled. He had never heard of legendary level fighters before. It seemed that above epic level was demigod, like the Emperor of the Empire, who had just succeeded in a major attack but was heavily injured. For a moment, Ryan thought about many things. But the problem is, my current strength seems far from that of a legendary dragon blood mage. The prerequisites aren't even clearly defined. Only the first requirement is specified, and the rest are marked with question mark. I need to find a way to clarify the class change conditions further. Well, no rush. At least, the main direction is clear now. This made Ryan suddenly feel that the foul smell of the earth snake blood on him had become much easier to accept. However, he still needed to wash up first. Clea, who was nearby, originally planned to step forward and ask about Ryan's condition, but before she could, she saw Ryan quickly walk towards the bedroom. It should be fine, she thought with a slight smile. After Ryan repeatedly rinsed himself 4 or 5 times and applied the perfume several times, he finally eliminated the smell of earth snake blood completely. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the bedroom door. "Come in." A familiar figure appeared at the door, Clea. It was nearly 3 a.m., and normally, no noble girl would enter a man's room at this hour. Since the recent battle just ended, Clea also quickly took care of some matters and finished up in a hurry, so she didn't think much about it. After all, caring for her guardian knight's health after a fight is both necessary and reasonable. However, as soon as Clea entered the room, she saw Ryan still wet from his hair and wearing only a simple sleep shirt, revealing his strong chest. This made Clea realize that her visit at this time might be a bit inappropriate. But since she was already here, she couldn't just turn around and leave now. Ryan, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" Clea asked after glancing at Ryan's tall figure, feeling a bit worried. She had never heard of a legendary earth snake's blood improving a person's physical strength. Usually, only dragon blood was known to have such effects. Earlier, out of curiosity, she had touched the earth snake's blood. Although it was better than ordinary guard's blood, and she could resist its corrosive effect on her skin, she didn't feel any benefit to her own body. "Miss Clea, please come in." "Are you referring to the snake blood I just bathed in?" "Of course, I'm fine," Ryan replied calmly. "And it's even better than before." Clea's eyes widened in surprise. Could it really be good for health? Seeing her reaction, Ryan thought for a moment and explained, "Maybe it's because of my special constitution. I feel some slight changes in my body after bathing in the legendary earth snake's blood. Of course, I mean in a good way." He kept his explanation simple. He wouldn't tell the full truth, but saying that it was beneficial to his body was fine. Such an enviable constitution. Clea nodded in agreement. To her, this was the only explanation for why Ryan would soak in snake blood, so she quickly accepted his reasoning. "By the way," Clea then asked, "Ryan, based on your previous judgment, do you think the snake cult will send more people after this attack?" She moved to the window, looking out at the uneven, still messy front yard under the bright moonlight. Her brows furrowed slightly as she asked, According to the intelligence from the sword bearer, the group from the snake cult that came this time should be the only ones." Ryan also moved to the window, standing beside Clea, and offered comfort. He understood Clea's meaning. The people from the cult of the hidden serpent are very strong this time, with 2 legendary fighters. This makes them almost unstoppable for the Habsburg family. If Ryan hadn't arrived in time, the Habsburg rule in Munster might have ended in disaster. He thought for a moment and added, "As for the future, it seems that the legendary earth serpent has special significance for the cult of the hidden serpent. Since I killed it this time, even if they want revenge later, they will probably come to Munster to find me." Clearly, the cult of the hidden serpent's actions were not just about revenge for Ganon and Horden. This can be seen from their behavior. His purpose in killing the earth serpent was also for this reason. "Ryan, thank you." Clea turned slightly, her beautiful eyes looking seriously at Ryan, and said, she understood what Ryan meant. Ryan was saying that he had handled the current trouble for her, and he would also bear any future problems. But this made Clea momentarily unsure how to thank Ryan. With Ryan's current strength, some of the extraordinary skills stored within the Habsburg family might no longer be very useful to him. "You're welcome. I am your guardian knight." After all, Ryan smiled, looking at Clea's focused and beautiful face. He reached out and gently took her small hand, patting it to comfort her. Clea's hand was warm and soft. Surprisingly, her palm had no calluses from holding a sword. Perhaps this was due to her bloodline awakening. Ryan's gesture of holding her hand made Clea a little shy. Her face turned slightly red, and she dared not look at Ryan anymore. Instead, she looked out the window at the moon. As your guardian knight, holding hands isn't a big deal. Some noble women and their guardian knights in the imperial city are much more open about it. Although her father had clear expectations for her marriage, Clea comforted herself with these thoughts. But as she turned to the side, she revealed a more beautiful profile and a well-shaped figure. Moreover, Ryan's hand-holding made Clea lean a little closer, and she showed no sign of pulling away. This made Ryan think she was silently agreeing to something. I see his large hand naturally wrap around Cray's slender and flexible waist, gently applying pressure and pulling her into his embrace. Cray stiffened but didn't resist much. Ryan risking so much to save me and the Hub's family, it's normal for him to just hold me a little, right? She told herself to feel better. The touch was so pleasant that Ryan's hand couldn't help but a few times, feeling the warmth and elasticity of her waist. At the same time, he observed Cray, noticing she was still looking out the window, with a slight blush on her cheeks. He also remembered that she had come to him late at night. Suddenly, a warm feeling rose in Ryan's chest. Women's waists are delicate, and if she allows you to touch, it means. After all, below her slender waist are rounded, firm hips and tight. As her guardian knight, Ryan has fought 2 battles tonight, plus the previous fight protecting the estate. I haven't been able to do much for him, but he has helped me so much. As long as I don't cross that line, it shouldn't go against what my father expects. Unknowingly, Cray's patience for Ryan's actions was growing. But she hadn't realized one thing. Ryan's strength was far beyond hers. Once she stirred his desire, she would be unable to stop him. Sure enough, Ryan's eyes burned brighter, and his hands became more restless, slipping inside and continuing downward. When Cray felt Ryan's hand go inside, her face instantly burned like fire. At that moment, she felt something drain all her strength, leaving her completely weak. She wanted to push Ryan away, but her hands rested on his chest, unable to exert force. Her soft, fair hands made Ryan think she preferred facing him directly, not turned away. So, Ryan's hand remained inside his fitted pants, supporting her elastic hips, and adjusted her position. This caused Cray's usual way of avoiding embarrassment, looking away, to completely fail. For a moment, she was panic-stricken. This was her first time, and she wasn't fully prepared at all. But in Ryan's eyes, usually confident and elegant, Cray, who was acting as the full representative of Meister's government, showed a shy expression that created a strong contrast. Moreover, Ryan's deep impression was of Cray teaching him giant bear swordsmanship at Habsburg Manor. So, in a way, Cray was also his knightly mentor. Multiple factors combined, making Cray's temptation towards Ryan almost infinite. This made Ryan think of a popular joke, beasts and worse than beasts. Faced with Cray's small cherry lips, Ryan naturally moved in. And so, some things happen naturally. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Just a few minutes earlier, headmaid Shadia was about to bring a bottle of scented oil to Ryan's room. 2 intense battles that night kept Shadia very busy. After the first fight, she wanted to visit Lord Ryan. But when she saw Ryan heading to the training room, she hesitated. After thinking for a moment, she decided to wait until early morning. Unexpectedly, another battle broke out late at night, and Ryan was covered in a foul-smelling snake blood. Shadia quickly found a good reason, bringing scented oil to remove the smell. But when she was holding the oil and walking around the corner on the 2nd floor, she suddenly saw a familiar figure entering Ryan's room. She knew that figure very well. She saw her almost every day. Of course, Shadia knew it was her lady, Cray. Isn't it said that the lady can only find someone to marry into the family? Lord Ryan has a bright future. He's clearly not the type to marry into the family. Could it be that the lady has really fallen for Lord Ryan? Or are they discussing something important? This made the maid boss feel both curious and a little excited. If the lady really is involved with Lord Ryan, that would be good. At least, I could see Lord Ryan more often. Thinking of this, Shadia really wanted to go closer and listen at the corner. Of course, that was just a thought. She knew very well that both of them were extraordinary, with highly sensitive hearing and perception. If she got too close, she would definitely be discovered. However, soon Shadia had an idea. As the head maid, she had arranged the rooms last night, placing Rain's room right next to hers. This meant she didn't need to listen at the door or peek around the corner. She could quietly listen from her own room without anyone noticing. Understanding this, she quickly returned to her room, changed into her pajamas, and got into bed. Then, she gently pressed her ear against the wall next to Rain's room, moving softly and slowly. Before long, Shady's eyes widened, and her mouth slightly opened when she heard sounds she shouldn't have heard. Although she had never experienced such things, she knew these sounds came from people who were very close and affectionate. Her usually serious and fair face turned red quickly. She looked around nervously, remembering it was her own room. She quickly pressed her ear against the wall again. Soon, her face grew even redder, and her hands involuntarily moved to places they shouldn't. After a while, Shadia felt her waist weaken as she got out of bed, then went to the bathroom to wash herself with a delicate lace cloth with straps on both sides. A few minutes later, she returned to her bed. Normally, at her age, almost 40, she should rest after relaxing a bit. But as soon as she lay down, she heard sounds coming from the next room again. Curious and unable to resist, she pressed her ear to the wall once more. After a long while, Shadia staggered out of bed, supported herself against the wall, and went to the bathroom again, washing herself with another small lace cloth. Meanwhile, Rain, just a wall away, was happily discovering something new. He realized that the female knight was truly different. Her long training as a knight made her very flexible and strong, with muscles that contracted and relaxed easily. After their first encounter, Claire was almost unaffected and could continue to interact closely with Rain. Several times, Rain used his special ability, Intermediate Strength, to push Claire beyond her limits, gaining the advantage. This time, the farmer had thoroughly plowed the land. Clea, with a happy and satisfied smile, fell asleep. She rested for less than a quarter of an hour before her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and in the next moment, she opened her beautiful eyes. Although she knew that Reen's constitution was special, she didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. Not only was he tireless physically, but even that Part was gifted with remarkable talent. At this moment, Clea was resting her head in Reen's arm, feeling waves of sweetness and shyness in her heart. However, when she thought about that matter, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. After some thought, Clea decided it was best to clarify the situation with Reen. She spoke softly. "Reen, I need to tell you something. Before, my father and my family decided that I should inherit the Habsburg family's count title. So, he hopes I can find someone to marry into." Hearing this, Reen finally understood why Clea hesitated so much. This matter was indeed quite difficult to resolve because, first, he couldn't marry into the family. Second, if Clea inherits the Habsburg count title, it means that even if her rank surpasses that of a count in the future, becoming a marquis or even a duke, she would still find it hard to marry him. According to the customs of the Dragon Empire, when both spouses hold noble titles, only the higher one is retained. For Reen, being a count was already a step forward, but it clearly wouldn't be the end. Of course, there was a solution. If Clea chose not to inherit, then the issue of the Habsburg count title wouldn't arise. By the way, Clea, you have a younger brother, right? I think his name is Dekar? Why not let him inherit? Reen asked curiously. Well, my brother is shy and not good with words, and he's very determined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the military academy on his own, Clea explained. Reen nodded. I see. No wonder the Habsburg count designated Clea as the first heir. After all, among nobles, besides strength being the biggest confidence, communication and connections are also essential. Don't worry. I believe there's always a way, Reen said softly, holding Clea in his arms. His fingers gently stroked her porcelain-like skin to comfort her. Two of them cuddled for a while longer. Clea looked at the faint light outside the bed and suddenly realized, oh no, it's almost dawn. I need to go back, or the servants might see us, and that wouldn't be good. Last night, the fight ended around 2 in the morning, then they fought for several more hours. After lying down just now, dawn was almost here. Would it be okay if the servants saw us? Ryan asked with some doubt. No, it's not good. Our affair, father doesn't know about it. If he finds out. Plus, as the heir of the Habs family, I need to keep up the family's good image, Clea said quickly, revealing a beautiful view. Ryan thought for a moment, nodded, and said nothing more. He also really needed some rest. When Ryan woke up again, the light outside the window was quite strong, even through the curtains. He guessed it was already around 10 or 11 in the morning. but this sleep made Ryan feel refreshed. Better go to the training room first. I need to upgrade the Rock Delo's guard staff as soon as possible. Almost ready for the job change. I have to work harder. By the way, it's already this late. I wonder if Anna and Nero have come by. Ryan thought to himself. Sava Province. Black Mud Swamp. Inside a native tribe's camp. The surrounding dozens of tall huts were torn apart, many burning with black flames. The open ground around was filled with natives wearing grass skirts and animal skins, lying scattered everywhere. Many were old, weak, women, and children, but all had been killed. In the center of the camp, a strong native painted with various colors on his face was pressed down by a tall man in fine knight armor, who was standing on his head, and the native was motionless. Did you find the thing? The tall man asked casually. On the man's left cheek was a clear old cross-shaped scar, indicating a past injury from a sharp weapon. This man was the Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar. Reporting to Lord Hansar, we found it. The Earth Dragon is almost finished eating, a subordinate dressed as a mercenary respectfully said. Good, let's pack up and leave. Understood, my lord. At this moment, another servant dressed similarly hurried over and reported. My lord, I have urgent news from the Sam group at the Axon auction house. Oh, Sam? What does that guy want from me? The Sam group wants to invite you to help with a mission. The goal is to distract a star-level swordsman. The location is in Munster. They hope you can go quickly, and they say the price is negotiable, the servant said quickly. Hansar raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise, and asked again, Negotiable price? Are they really saying that? Yes, my lord Hansar, the servant replied, opening a note and showing it to him. That clever guy Sam, why is he so generous this time? Something's fishy. Hansar stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, My lord, I will refuse the Sam group, the servant immediately said. No, double the price. If they're willing, we go. Not taking money when you can is foolish, Hansar waved his hand. Understood, my lord. Basically, it's just a star-level swordsman, not a magic iron level. Probably has a complicated background. Or they wouldn't ask me to distract them, Hansar muttered. After enjoying a prepared brunch, Ryan went to the training room on the first floor. At the corner of the corridor, he saw the head maid, Shadia, turning around while holding a set of clothes. However, her appearance was quite different from usual. Dark circles, a tired face, and frequent yawns, she looked nothing like the sharp, capable head maid she usually was. Ryan immediately realized that the 2 surprise attacks launched by the enemies last night must have disturbed everyone in the mansion, leaving them all sleep-deprived. After all, as ordinary people, facing such scenes, their only options were to run away. Resistance was impossible. Headmaid Shadia, maybe you should rest properly. The fight yesterday was intense, and you all probably didn't get much sleep, Ryan said with a smile. Huh? Shadia's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Ryan. Fighting? Intense? No way. Does Lord Ryan know I was eavesdropping? Originally, Shadia felt quite guilty when she saw Ryan. When she heard words like intense or battle, her mind immediately thought of the embarrassing sounds she overheard last night while listening against the wall. So, in an instant, Shadia's face turned red. The headmaid quickly said, Yes, Lord Ryan. As soon as she finished speaking, the headmaid hurriedly turned and ran away, thinking to herself, Lord Ryan is really something. He talks about the intense fight between him and Miss Kriya. To me, Ryan looked at the usually serious-looking headmaid with some curiosity. Why did she suddenly turn red and run away? That's not like her character. For a moment, Ryan didn't understand why she reacted that way. But soon, he shook his head, decided not to think about it, and pushed open the door to the training room. Inside, the room was empty. The only possible person there, Kriya, was not present either. She was probably busy or resting. Too bad. If I had a training partner, I could improve my ultimate combat skill even faster. I wonder when Nero and the others will arrive. Overall, I just don't have enough skill points. Thinking of this, Ryan suddenly paused. He remembered that yesterday he was almost completely distracted by the legendary profession of Dragonvein Mage. He hadn't checked the system notifications after the fight. He immediately opened the system and looked at his attribute panel. Constitution, 48 Strength, 58, 2 points added during battle. Agility, 48 Spirit, 59 Willpower, hidden attribute 12 Hey, my willpower is still increasing? I added 2 points. Ryan muttered to himself. He thought that after choosing no during his last class change to Sword Saint, The hidden attribute of willpower might change, but it seems it hasn't. Maybe I need some condition or opportunity. Ryan continued scrolling up to review his previous battle records. Congratulations, you defeated a strong enemy and gained 14 gold skill points. Congratulations, your hidden willpower attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, profession level has increased. This time, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, profession has successfully reached level 10, earning Ryan 1 attribute point and 1 skill point again. Adding these to his remaining points, he now has a total of 3 attribute points and 3 skill points left, with 22 gold skill points. I have 3 skill points now? Does that mean I can reach level 10 by just adding points at level 7? And then, with the intermediate weapon mastery talent, I can learn the ultimate skill early? Ryan's eyes sparkled. Never mind, I should save my skill points and follow the original plan. I should keep at least 2 points for the advanced meditation technique and puppet technique, just in case I need them. Ryan thought carefully and shook his head slightly. Of course, this is mainly because he is currently improving his extraordinary combat skills quite quickly. Even without adding points, relying on the advanced extraordinary insight talent, he can reach level 9 within 2 days. However, the later upgrades for the advanced meditation technique and puppet technique will be much slower without the boost from advanced extraordinary insight. Ryan looked again at the passive effect of the advanced extraordinary insight. Weapon masters can handle various combat skills effortlessly, and their speed of learning any extraordinary combat skill is increased by 200%. As I thought, it's specified as combat skills, not magic. Ryan nodded. After making up his mind, Ryan's hardened mithril bar instantly transformed into a staff over a meter long. Then he began practicing the extraordinary combat skill Rock Delo's Guardian Staff. Half an hour later, when Anna, Nero, Ramir, and the others arrived on horseback near Count Habsburg's residence, they saw a large group of city guards coming and going at the gate, seemingly busy with something. A faint smell of blood and decay drifted from inside the mansion. Huh? Do you smell something? Anna's nose twitched as she asked with curiosity. This is the smell of blood decay. Could an attack have already happened? Vieri, who had previously worked at the military headquarters and had rich combat experience, immediately reacted and said, Everyone's gaze turned sharply to Vieri. However, it doesn't seem to be the smell of human blood. Vieri saw everyone's eyes and hurriedly explained again. Stop guessing. We'll know once we go and see. Nero looked serious and said. Everyone couldn't help but look worried and quickly rode toward Count Habsburg's mansion. But as soon as they reached the front gate, everyone looked shocked, their eyes wide open, staring blankly. Because at this moment, their eyes passed through the open gate and clearly saw that in the garden of the front yard, there was a huge creature that looked like it had been dismembered. The foul smell they just detected was coming from here. A large amount of dark red blood had mixed with the garden soil, and the guards were busy filling in the holes. Although the head of the legendary land snake had been cut off, its long snake-like body was still recognizable, and it looked like a giant snake. This is a legendary land snake. Has it been killed? Who has such great strength? Ramir, who was helping the stone squad, exclaimed. It must be Captain Rain. Nero, after being shocked, recovered and patted Ramir on the shoulder with a smile. Seeing this scene, he felt relieved. Yes, Captain Rain's strength can't be judged by normal standards. Ramir nodded thoughtfully. He wanted to argue, but then remembered that Rain had defeated the blood-cursed Naga High Priest, so killing a legendary land snake now seemed reasonable. Then, could Rain be hurt? Anna suddenly thought of a question and whispered. Well, everyone looked at each other and found it hard to answer. After all, legendary land snakes are not easy to deal with. The captain probably paid a price, maybe a minor injury. But they all knew about Anna and Rain's close relationship. Saying the captain was hurt might seem like they lacked confidence in their leader, and it would also worry Anna. Vieri, as Rain's follower, didn't think much and immediately stopped a guard to ask, Yesterday, there was a fight here. Was Captain Rain injured? Since Vieri and the others are dressed as knights and look very impressive, the guards, although stopped, are quite respectful. When Vieri calls Ryan captain, their attitude becomes even more respectful, and they smile, saying, Greetings, everyone. Are you friends of Lord Ryan? He is fine. Hearing this, Anna and the others breathe a sigh of relief. However, Lord Ryan fought 2 battles yesterday, so he should still be resting. The guard thinks for a moment and adds, 2 battles? Everyone looks at each other in surprise. They missed 2 fights just by arriving a night late? So they gather around the guard and ask in detail, quickly learning most of the story. 2 legendary fighters and a legendary land snake? Captain, that's incredible! Neo, a knowledgeable Marquis' son, exclaims in amazement. Captain is so amazing. Angus's eyes widen with admiration. Has Lord Ryan really reached this level? Ramir also looks stunned. This is too unbelievable. Evelyn's eyes widen in shock, her mouth slightly open. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Ryan notices the activity at the door through the window. Good, they arrived just in time. Seeing the team members arrive, Ryan smiles. He opens the training room door and goes to meet them. After some greetings and explanations, Ryan leads everyone into the training room. A few minutes later, in the center of the room, Vieri quickly steps forward. His great sword flashes like lightning, forming a silver arc from top to bottom, swinging heavily at Ryan. Ryan calmly raises his staff to meet the attack. Clang! A harsh clash of metal sounds fills the air. Rain's staff firmly blocked his opponent's powerful sword strike. Cling-clang. The 2 fighters exchanged blows faster and faster, with the sound of weapons clashing non-stop. Clang. After another clash, they separated. Pant Vieri's chest rose and fell rapidly, breathing heavily, with sweat pouring down her forehead. I'm done, Captain, Vieri said tiredly, waving her hand. Although Vieri had activated her limit break and used a secret technique, she was still no match for her captain. In a burst of energy, even for just a few minutes, her stamina was drained. Even a great knight can't keep using secret techniques non-stop, so she quickly grew tired and lost. Seeing that Vieri lost because of exhaustion, Anna, Nero, and Evelyn exchanged glances, all knowing that Rain was deliberately holding back. He wasn't using any other weapons, just a simple wizard's staff, the most common weapon among mages. Captain, it's my turn. Bang bang. Angus's sword and shield clashed as he eagerly stepped forward. Angus was in a good mood about fighting his captain. He thought, being able to defeat 2 legendary cultists and a legendary beast last night, with legendary strength. That's impressive, right? Then, how rare is it to have a chance to practice with a legendary Empire warrior? Do you realize how valuable this is? Winning or losing? Is that even something to worry about? Every second counts. Cherishing this precious training time is the most important. So, full of fighting spirit, Angus stepped into the arena. 10 minutes later, Angus, exhausted and out of breath, had also used up his stamina. Captain, it's my turn now. Evelyn, the red-haired beauty, looked eager to try. Evelyn could clearly see that her captain was practicing with the staff. This was a rare opportunity. If Rain used a sword or war hammer as a top knight, she wouldn't even have a chance to fight him. That's why, usually, Angus and Vieri were the ones most often practicing with Rain. But if her captain used the staff, she could just barely join in. Ryan smiled and nodded, saying, of course. At the same time, he glanced at the system notification. Your skill Rock Delo's Guardian Staff has improved. Experience plus 621. Note, the experience for this skill has been boosted by 100% through the exclusive talent, Advanced Extraordinary Insight. You have fought in a battle. Weapons Master, Legendary. Experience plus 41. Seeing that Rock Delo's Guardian Staff had leveled up to level 5, 1233/2000. Ryan's eyes lit up immediately. Just 2 practice matches, and he's already halfway there. This speed is quite good. Indeed, having a training partner makes a big difference. When Evelyn stood in the center of the arena, ready to attack, suddenly, the door to the training room opened again. A tall, graceful girl with a lively and heroic appearance entered. Of course, it was Clea. At first glance, she was drawn to Evelyn, the red-haired beauty standing in the center, about to challenge Ryan. Huh, she seems to be from a noble family too. Really pretty. Is she Ryan's teammate? Or a friend? As for the other girl, Clea looked at Anna briefly, then quickly focused her gaze on Evelyn. Though she was also youthful and charming, with a girl-next-door vibe, her appearance was clearly not as striking as the red-haired girl in front of her. Women seem to have their own unique way of sensing each other. Evelyn naturally felt Clea's gaze and attention. Right now, Evelyn was also confused. Clea, you're here. Come, let me introduce you, Ryan greeted with a smile. This is Ramir the Wizard, vice captain of the Rockstone team. This is the eldest daughter of Count Habsburg, heir to the Habsburg family, and Knight Commander Clea. And this is Evelyn, my teammate. Evelyn, hello, you're very beautiful, Clea said with a gentle smile, looking at Evelyn. Clea, you're truly beautiful, Evelyn responded, aware of Clea's special attention. But at this moment, she could only smile wryly inside. After all, she couldn't exactly say, Miss Clea, you have the wrong person. You should be paying more attention to Miss Anna, not me. Meanwhile, Munster airship dock. As the airship slowly came to a stop, several well-armed mercenaries, led by a man dressed in a black wizard robe, stepped off the ship. This group was Sam and his team. They walked together, seemingly discussing something. Recently, Garcia received a reply from Earth Dragon Knight Hansar. We can take the job, but at double the price. Captain, Hansar is taking us for fools, said a bald, burly man gruffly. Yeah, double the price. Why doesn't he just steal it? Another team member grumbled. Exactly. Why not ask someone else? However, Sam, the leader, after thinking for a moment, turned to the tall woman with a bow on her back and said, Garcia, tell Hansar we agree, but with one condition. He must come quickly. Tell him if he doesn't come within 3 days, this mission offer will be canceled. Understood, Captain, Garcia nodded. Captain. One team member clearly wanted to say more. Sam waved his hand, looking a bit annoyed, and said, If Hansar doesn't come, who will distract him? Well, the team members looked at each other, then fell silent. As long as Hansar completes the tasks assigned to him, even at triple the price, it's a small part of our profit. But if we save money by hiring someone less capable, and the mission fails because they can't meet expectations, the loss will be much greater. After a while, the team arrived at a luxurious mansion in the trade district by carriage. They quickly entered after getting off. When Sam entered the reception room, a slightly shorter man dressed as a servant knocked on the door and hurried inside. Sam glanced at him casually and asked, Has anything happened during the 2 days we were away? The man was an informant he had arranged. I only heard the spy respectfully bow and report, Lord Sam, shortly after you and the others left. Viscount Fabian came here with a tall young man. By the way, from the way he calls himself Viscount Rain, it seems his name is Rain. Huh. When they heard the name Rain, everyone in the reception hall was surprised. Then, a few people looked relieved and smiled. Captain, do you think this Rain found out about our Sam group's reputation and came to us through Fabian to clear up a misunderstanding? The bald, strong man asked with a smile. That's probably right. I think Rain might have learned about us from Fabian. Another nodded in agreement. Exactly. If I knew the opponent's backer was an Imperial Duke, I would choose peace too, another team member said, considering the situation. Only Garcia and Sam remained silent. Sam frowned slightly and asked the spy, What about Dixon? Did they bring Dixon with them? The spy shook his head immediately without hesitation. Lord Sam, I didn't see Lord Dixon among those accompanying Viscount Fabian. Sam nodded and then turned to Garcia, saying, Something's not right. Garcia, I need you to investigate this immediately. Understood, Captain. Garcia bowed slightly and quickly left. The 3 team members, led by the bald man, looked at each other in confusion. The bald man asked suspiciously, Boss, do you mean they didn't come to negotiate? It's not clear yet, but if I were them and wanted to clear up a misunderstanding, I would bring Dixon along, not keep him detained, Sam said solemnly, shaking his head. Hearing this, everyone realized, if they were here to make peace, Dixon wouldn't have been left behind. It made no sense to continue holding him. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Less than an hour later, Garcia returned, but her face was not looking good. Captain, Dixon is still held at the Sword-Bearer's Munster branch and has not been released. Additionally, Rain took the elf girl and left Munster 2 days ago. His destination is unknown. I am still trying to find out. What? He left? Does he know about our plan? One person exclaimed. Impossible. Only a few of us know this plan. The bald man shook his head and said, We're in trouble. We just promised the Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar, to pay double so he would hurry over, and now the elf girl is gone. Another person heavily pounded his thigh and shouted, This. The group looked at each other and fell silent. After all, deciding to pay double to have Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar come quickly was a decision made by our leader himself. However, they kept glancing at their leader, Sam, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Hearing the bad news, Sam's brow was always furrowed. He thought for a moment and asked, Garcia, have you asked Fabian about this? At that time, he was with Rain. Does he not know why Rain came to us? I asked him. That old fox was clueless. He said that when Rain came that day, he just wanted him to help introduce him to someone. He knew nothing about Rain's true purpose. Garcia shook his head helplessly. At this moment, a small gray bird flew in and chirped before landing on Garcia's shoulder. Huh? Sir, news has arrived. It was quite quick. Garcia unfolded a piece of paper tied to the bird's claw and quickly read aloud. Rain is on a mission to Meist. He is expected to return to Monster in a few days. That's good. It seems the other side doesn't know about our plan. So the double payment wasn't wasted. Sam paced back and forth in the reception hall twice. After thinking for a moment, he said, It looks like we need to move to a different place to stay. Garcia continued to arrange for people to keep an eye on Rain's residence. Understood, leader. By the way, there's another update. Rain has moved house. Garcia suddenly remembered something and said, Huh? Moved house? Sam raised an eyebrow and looked at Garcia. Yes, I have personally checked. The old mansion is now empty. Currently, he has moved to a new mansion in the Noble District, which is decorated luxuriously and is roughly at the Count level. Garcia didn't clarify this point earlier because Ryan and the elf girl were both absent, so there was no need to report whether the operation would continue. Noble District? That's a bit troublesome, as the security there is higher than in the administrative area, said the bald strong man, scratching his head. Not a big problem. Garcia, go investigate the patrol frequency and defensive strength of the guards in the Noble District, and estimate how much time we have left for our actions, said Sam after a moment of thought. Understood, my lord. Esteban, after completing your task, plan the escape route. Remember to arrange for decoys and mounts in advance. Yes, boss. Nodded a tall, thin team member and agreed. Maced. Habsburg Count's residence, first floor training room. Evelyn, would you like to practice swordsmanship with me? Kreia asked with a smile. Evelyn was surprised immediately. Does this mean I've helped Miss Anna avoid trouble? Captain, you owe me a reward later. Evelyn glanced at her Captain Ryan with a hint of surprise, thought for a moment, and nodded reluctantly, saying, Miss Kreia, I've heard you are a great knight, but I am a peak knight. I hope you will show mercy. Cough. Ryan also sensed something was off and coughed. Just as he was about to speak, Kreia suddenly smiled and said, Just joking. Evelyn, you are so beautiful that if I accidentally hurt you, your captain would be heartbroken. Kreia teased while giving Ryan a sidelong look. For sparring, I will naturally practice with your tough and sturdy captain. Hearing this, Ryan felt relieved. He immediately understood Kreia's meaning. See, I know about your red-haired little lover, but I'll give you face and won't embarrass her. Still, my status is higher than hers. Of course, Kreia, I will be your training partner. Anna, standing nearby, watched this scene with bright, beautiful eyes, lost in her thoughts. Seeing such a pretty female member in Ryan's team naturally stirred some jealousy. However, such feelings are common among nobles. Claria, who was raised in this environment, knew how to keep her place, but she also believed it was necessary to show her strength. That's why she made her move. Claria held her long sword at an angle, standing in the center of the field. In the next moment, a blue aura surrounded her long legs. Is that a bloodline talent? Ramir, watching nearby, asked in surprise. Yes, it's a speed-enhancing ability, Neo nodded in agreement. This kind of fast, powerful knight is often a tough opponent for wizards and apprentices. Whoosh. Claria suddenly charged at Ryan like a fierce leopard, swinging her sword from above in a swift strike. Ryan calmly waved his staff to block. Immediately, Ryan felt that Claria's strength and speed had slightly increased compared to yesterday. Clang, clang. Because both of their attacks were very fast, sparks flew as their sword and reinforced gold staff clashed, creating a continuous sound. Every time they collided, a white wave of energy spread out around them. Sometimes, a new wave would explode before the previous one finished, forming multiple white rings in the air above the field. These rings marked their movement paths, making their fast, blurry figures clearer. Ryan could clearly feel Claria's power had grown, but he wasn't sure why. Was it because her bloodline was activated, pushing her into a rapid growth phase? Or was it because she saw Evelyn and him sparring and felt a bit upset? It couldn't be that they had some intimate moment yesterday and unlocked Claria's bloodline potential, could it? Ryan shook his head slightly, trying to clear that thought. No matter what, he had to be gentle with this future countess, who had just become close to him. So, Ryan mostly defended and rarely attacked. Fortunately, this time he practiced his extraordinary combat skill, Rockdelo's guarding staff, which focuses on defense. After a few minutes, clang, the two clashed heavily and then separated. Clea's tall chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly exhausted from the intense effort. Even so, everyone in Ryan's team was stunned by what they saw. Wow, are all the captain's friends so amazing? This Miss Clea looks younger than me, but her fighting ability already surpasses mine, Vieri said in amazement. Although he had trained with Ryan and had become more resistant to such talent, Clea was still a woman, so the impact was very strong. Yes, I think I can barely stay undefeated, but winning seems unlikely, Angus said seriously, nodding. Evelyn was even more shocked. She didn't expect this countess, who was a bit better in shape than her, to be so powerful. She thought that although Clea was a great knight, as a top knight, she could still use some magic tricks to compete. But now, it was clear she was far above that level. Meanwhile, Ryan glanced at the system prompt. Your skill, Rockdelo's guarding staff, has improved. Experience plus 981. Congratulations. Your skill has leveled up to level 6. You participated in a battle. Weapons Master, Legendary. Experience plus 43. Seeing that Rockdelo's guarding staff had reached level 6 277/3000, Ryan's eyes lit up. The sparring with Clea was even better than with Angus, impressive. Ryan, again. Clea slowly exhaled and said seriously. Huh? Suddenly, the area fell silent. Everyone's expressions froze as they looked at Clea and then at Ryan, both of whom kept quiet in agreement. Your body. Ryan hesitated and thought for a moment. My body is fine, Clea replied, her face showing a flicker of embarrassment that quickly disappeared. Clearly, Clea mistakenly thought Ryan was asking about her recovery after last night's activity. In fact, Ryan only wanted to show concern, especially since Clea had just exerted herself a lot. All right, just tell me anytime you're tired, Ryan nodded. With Clea's help, Ryan managed to raise Rockdelo's guardian staff to level 8 before dinner. During the dinner, Clea regained her elegant demeanor as the Lady of Habsburg Manor, speaking politely and making everyone feel warmly welcomed. After the dinner, Ryan was thinking about whether to go to the training room when suddenly, the blood-feathered messenger in the sky sent a message that Anna had left Habsburg Manor alone. He was surprised and didn't have time to tell anyone, so he quickly followed. Soon, Ryan quietly followed Anna to a green forest area in the mysterious noble district. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the sky. A huge eagle was circling above Anna's head, then suddenly dove down quickly. Ryan's heart tightened at the sight. But he soon noticed that Anna's face showed no sign of fear, which made Ryan think of something. He continued watching from a distance, staying still. Sure enough, as the eagle flapped its large wings and landed, it transformed into a tall, graceful elf woman standing next to Anna. Aunt Drenna, why did you come personally? Anna said softly, clutching her dress tightly and lowering her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. If I didn't come, I was worried you'd run off to the imperial capital, said Drenna, the elf woman, with a slightly scolding tone. Although there was a hint of reproach, everyone could hear the affection in her voice. It was like a mother finding her child who had done wrong. She couldn't help but scold a little, but mostly cared and loved. Did you secretly look at the secret letter in my drawer? Yes, Anna lowered her head even more, almost burying her face in her chest. Oh, you. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd keep worrying about your mother and run to see her. You have no idea about the background and strength of the Axon auction house. I know. Anna looked up and said to Delana with bright eyes. Huh? You know about the Axon auction house? Now it was Delana's turn to be curious, and a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. But soon, she shook her head and said, You don't know. Do you think the Axon auction house you see in this town is all there is? The Axon auction house is a large organization spanning the entire Dragon Empire. Almost every bigger city has their branch or outpost. Delana gently brushed Anna's hair back from her forehead with her slender, fair hand and slowly explained. In her eyes, Anna was still just a child. Auntie, I know. Their headquarters is in the imperial capital, Tamriel. The auction house is very complex with many shareholders. Even each branch has local noble families invested. Anna's eyes sparkled, and she looked at her aunt with a bit of stubbornness. Huh? Delana's eyes widened in genuine surprise. It was as if she was discovering for the first time that the little girl in her eyes had suddenly grown up. Do you really know? That's not quite right. What you said isn't a secret, but it's also not information you can easily find out. Anna, who have you been in contact with recently? Don't tell me it's through your good friend Ryan. Based on my understanding of the Dragon Empire's administrative system, a small-town security officer like him would never know such information. Delana focused on the words good friend and looked at Anna seriously. It's not like that, Annie Delana. Ryan is no longer a security officer in the town. He's now a viscount. When Anna mentioned Ryan, her face turned slightly red with embarrassment, but she quickly realized what she was saying and hurriedly waved her hand to correct her aunt's mistake. Huh? Viscount? Delana paused, but inside, she was extremely skeptical. The long lifespan of elves and the relatively well-preserved ancient texts meant most elves knew quite a bit about human empire structures. How was that possible? He wasn't even a baron 6 months ago. How could he become a viscount? Anna, you need to be careful. Men in the human world are very good at sweet-talking. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't hold back anymore. He also understood the other person's purpose this time. Although it was out of concern for Anna, he wondered if it was okay to criticize him. Cough. Who's over there? Drenna immediately became alert, her eyes sharp. Ah, Ryan. You. I saw you running out late at night, worried about your safety, so. Ryan slowly stepped out of the forest, smiling. Are you Ryan? Drenna's guard slightly eased, but her curiosity deepened. The Ryan she remembered was a shorter, thin boy, but now he appeared tall and strong, wearing a silver armor, looking impressive. His eyes shone brightly, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Yes, Lady Drenna. We met once before, by the carriage. Do you remember? Ryan took a few steps forward and slightly bowed to Drenna. He naturally respected this aunt who cared about Anna. Hearing Ryan mention the details of their previous meeting, Drenna nodded and began to believe that the person in front of her, who seemed like a different person, was indeed Ryan. Wow, you've changed a lot. Now I believe a little more what Anna said. Your strength is more than enough to be a noble of the Empire, Drenna said, studying Ryan carefully with her beautiful eyes. Ryan knew she wasn't admiring him, but was assessing his strength. Ryan, are you really willing to help Anna find her mother? Drenna asked seriously, her eyes fixed on Ryan after thinking for a moment. Of course. Without asking for anything in return? No. According to your kind, not asking for a reward often means wanting more, maybe even everything. Drenna shook her head and sighed. This. Ryan was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Drenna, Anna's aunt, to suddenly say such a philosophical thing. Aunt Drenna, Ryan is a good person. Anna quietly said from beside him. All right, Ryan, how do you plan to help Anna? Will you go to the imperial capital together to find her? Forgive me for speaking frankly. Even if your strength is quite good, it might be difficult for you to realize your plans in the imperial capital. Miss Delana, actually, I am a shareholder of the Munster branch of the Minsteraxen auction house, so I will first try to find Anna's mother's whereabouts through the auction house's internal channels. Reen thought for a moment and spoke honestly. Huh? You are a shareholder of the Munster branch of the Axen auction house? Delana was truly surprised. For a moment, Delana didn't know what to say. Indeed, if that is the case, then Reen is the best person to find his sister. After a while, Delana processed this news and finally spoke. Reen, I will go with you to Munster to see if what you said is true. If it is, I can agree for Anna to stay and, with your help, look for Dallin. By the way, Dallin Eagle Moon is my sister, and that is also Anna's mother's name. Of course, I plan to return to Munster tomorrow. But, Ms. Delana, you might need to dress up a little. After all, the beauty of elves can attract many jealous eyes. That would be great. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble, Delana nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, Delana quickly cast a spell. Under the moonlight, a flickering glow appeared on her face. Her already beautiful face started to change slightly. Her features became softer and rounder, and her skin tone dimmed a bit. Her pointed ears also became less noticeable, blending more with human features. But her noble aura remained striking. Overall, Delana now looked like a graceful, elegant lady of high status. When Reen and his group returned to Count Habsburg's mansion, as soon as they entered the hall, they saw Neo, Angus, and Evelyn, who were chatting, turn to look at them. Seeing their captain had gone out at some unknown time, and now a new, elegant lady had come back with them, Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Uh, this is my Aunt Delana. She will return to Munster with us, Reen explained. Hello, Miss Delana. Neo and the others hurried to stand up, showing a hint of shock, and bowed slightly to greet her. Miss Anna's aunt? Are they really talking about marriage now? Has the family already come to meet people? But how did Captain Kriya, with her strong presence, handle that? Hello, Delana nodded. However, she could faintly sense that the others seemed to recognize her as an elf, and their gazes toward her felt a bit strange. This made Delana wonder if she had been out of practice with her disguise magic for too long, causing her skills to decline and making her obvious to others. That night, Anna and Delana shared a room. Since the team members, including Ryan, were staying at the estate, Kriya naturally wouldn't sneak into Ryan's room in the middle of the night. So, Ryan's room was only occupied by him. Women are really troublesome, especially when there are more of them. But soon, Ryan refocused and practiced his fire dragon breathing technique as usual. Maybe because his breathing skill reached level 18, after a set of movements, Ryan felt a faint warmth in his body. At that moment, 2 system notifications quietly appeared. Congratulations. Your physical attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has increased. If I add a little more now, I can meet the job transfer requirements for the King of Blades with 50 points in strength, agility, and stamina. For a moment, Ryan, who had planned to rest early, suddenly became energized. Because he was just one step away from transferring to the epic class profession King of Blades, which required the legendary skill Rock Delo's guarding staff. Then I'll settle it tonight. The thought of reaching an epic class profession made Ryan feel excited and impatient. He thought for a moment and got up to leave his room. Of course, to save time, he briefly considered and then called Angus and Vieri from their dreams. Captain, is that really necessary? It's so late. Angus and Vieri looked at each other, grimacing. Our captain is a bit too intense. It's almost midnight, and he's waking them up to practice. Just some insights, Ryan said with a smile. 2 hours later, the system notification sounded. Your skill, Rock Delo's guardian staff, has been upgraded. Experience plus 634. Congratulations. Your skill, Rock Delo's guardian staff, has reached level 9. All right, you can rest now. Good job. Reen suppressed his excitement and thanked his 2 exhausted team members. Meanwhile, he quickly added some skill points to the extraordinary skill Rock Delo's guardian staff. As a surge of training memories related to Rock Delo's guardian staff flooded into Reen's mind, the system notification rang out again. Congratulations. You have mastered the beginner secret technique of Rock Delo's guardian staff, the Staff of Protection. Staff of Protection? Great. I finally completed this last secret technique. Reen looked at the prompt, feeling very excited. At this moment, he naturally had no interest in checking the new icon on the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel or the description of this new secret technique, Staff of Protection. Instead, he immediately started allocating skill points. After raising his Constitution and Agility to 50 each, the long-awaited epic-level job transfer prompt finally appeared. Ding! The system detected that the host triggered a special advanced job transfer for Weapon Master, Legendary, King of Blades, Epic. The prerequisites for advancing to King of Blades, Epic, are 1. Weapon Master level 9 or above, 2. Mastery of 9 different secret techniques, 3. Physical second stage limit break above 90%, 4. Any breath technique level 18 or above, 5. Strength, Agility, and Constitution each above 50. Are the conditions currently met? Yes or no for the job transfer to King of Blades, Epic. Note: after transferring to King of Blades, Epic, the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel will be replaced. Without hesitation, Reen silently chose yes. Begin job transfer. Ding. Successfully transferred to King of Blades, Epic. Strength plus 8, Agility plus 8, Constitution plus 8, Spirit plus 5. Ding. The host now has an Epic Profession panel for the first time. Total number of Profession panels plus 1. Current maximum number of panels is 6. Obtain the core skills of the King of Thousand Blades, Epic Weakness Control, active. Obtain the core skills of the King of Thousand Blades, Epic Blood Rage, active. Awaken Bloodline. Troll King, ding. The host has core skills Danger Sense and Dark Vision. These can be merged into the Troll King bloodline, and the system automatically begins the fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. Ding. The host has the Dragon bloodline, medium. It can be merged with the Troll King bloodline. Since only one bloodline can be kept, the system automatically begins the fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Mutated Dragon Bloodline, medium, effect, moderate increase in water and fire element affinity, top-tier talents including Danger Sense, Dark Vision, Weapon Mastery, Supernatural Insight, Great Strength, and Steel Body. Warcry skills are doubled in power. After successfully changing jobs, Rain felt like a stream of molten lava flowing through his body. A powerful force seemed ready to burst out, and his body resembled a restless volcano. Rain clenched his fist, feeling the immense strength within. He could faintly sense every subtle change inside him, as if each cell was shouting. The restrictions engraved at the genetic level, limits, were now being broken one after another. After feeling these changes for a while, Rain focused his attention on the system panel. First, the previous Weapon Master, Legendary, panel disappeared, replaced by the King of Thousand Blades, Epic, class panel. The entire panel shimmered with a noble, dazzling purple light, very different from the previous blue of the Weapon Master, Legendary. It seemed to hint at a significant difference in combat power between the two professions. The system notifications kept flashing rapidly, almost overwhelming Rain. Every item displayed needed careful review, so Rain examined each one carefully. His except for a +5 boost to Spirit. All other attributes increased by +8. This is the biggest boost ever during a job change. No wonder it's an epic-level profession. Indeed, the maximum number of panel points has increased again. Seeing this, Rain couldn't help but feel excited. This also matches his previous guess. Whenever he advances to a higher level in his profession, the number of skills on his panel increases. This means that once he chooses a new profession, he can quickly gain many skill points and attribute points, which will naturally improve his strength. Hey, 2 core skills? And they don't look simple. Just as Ryan was about to open the panel and check the descriptions of the new core skills, suddenly, he froze. Wait, this is Bloodline of the Troll King? Combined? Mutated Dragon Bloodline? A series of dazzling prompts appeared before Ryan's eyes. But after carefully reading them, Ryan was very happy. It seems that some of the talents and core skills from before have been fused together, becoming an external display of the mutated Dragon Bloodline. Also, the bloodline level of the Troll King shouldn't be higher than the Dragon Bloodline. So does the high-level bloodline fuse with the mid and low-level bloodlines? Or is this a special effect of the system? Ryan pondered silently. Next, Ryan found the descriptions of these 6 talents on the attribute page. Name: Ryan Karen. Profession: King of 1,000 Blades, Epic, LV1, 0/100, /Warhammer Mage, Legendary, LV10, 322/20,000, /Beast Priest, Legendary, LV5, 299/2000, /Deadly Alchemist, Supernatural, LV6, 69/3000, /Great Armorer, Supernatural, LV6 for 18/3000, Constitution, 58 Strength, 66 Agility, 58 Spirit, 64 Willpower, Hidden Attribute 12 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill points. 2. Below the attribute panel, there are dozens of lines of tiny text. Danger Sense, passive. Danger Sense, passive originates from the innate ability within the Troll bloodline. After brutal arena trials, your perception of danger becomes extremely sharp. Dark Vision, passive. Dark Vision, passive originates from the innate ability within the Troll bloodline. Your vision in darkness is comparable to that of nocturnal animals. Top-tier Weapon Mastery, passive. Top-tier Weapon Mastery, passive. Effect: after surviving brutal arena trials, the Troll King develops an extraordinary familiarity with all kinds of weapons, making any weapon used automatically reach Expertise Max level. Top-tier Extraordinary Insight, passive. Top-tier Extraordinary Insight, passive. Effect: after surviving brutal arena trials, the Troll King can effortlessly learn various extraordinary combat skills, with a 200% increase in learning speed for any new skills. Top-tier Steel Body, passive. Top-tier Steel Body, passive. Effect: your skin constantly interacts with surrounding metal elements, greatly increasing your defensive power. Talent: Top-tier Great Strength, active. Top-tier Great Strength, active. Effect: when activated, your strength can increase up to 4 times. Note: during the strength boost, your stamina consumption also increases proportionally. The level of enhancement can be freely controlled. Wow! This effect Rain looked at the 6 derivative talents of the mutated dragon bloodline, which almost cover all previous talents, including even the core skills of the early Night Watchers. That makes sense. As a battle profession originating from ancient trolls, if trolls didn't have danger perception and dark vision, how could they survive in the perilous ancient jungles and even build a vast empire? Then, Rain couldn't help but feel excited and began checking the 2 core skills. Previously, the core skills of the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, were incredibly powerful. The 2 core skills are described as follows. Core skill: Weak point control, active. Weak point control, active, effect. When activated, your perception becomes extremely sharp, and you become more focused, making it easier to identify enemy weaknesses for targeted attacks or defenses. Note: activating weak point control consumes additional mental energy. The stronger the enemy, the higher the mental energy cost, but it will not exceed 30%. Core skill: Blood Rage, active. Blood Rage, active, effect. When activated, you become more focused and excited. The release of special bloodline hormones greatly boosts your reaction speed, strength, and attack speed, casting speed. Note: the more severe your injuries, the more pronounced the effects of Blood Rage. Note: when activating Bloodthirsty Rage, it will greatly consume energy. Additionally, this rage has obvious side effects, making you more bloodthirsty in battle. So, while enemies tremble in fear, please be careful to control your level of brutality. After repeatedly reading the descriptions of the 2 core skills, Ryan fell into deep thought. Surprisingly, neither of these core skills is a direct attack. The first core skill, Weakness Control, is easy to understand, but I don't know how effective it is in real combat. I need to test it. As for the second core skill, Bloodthirsty Rage, it's more complicated. First, there's the keyword attack speed. The system also specifically notes that it includes casting speed. This is somewhat similar to the ability Frenzy of the Bloodtop Troll, which has a similar effect. Ryan quickly recalled, but mine should be much better, not just faster spellcasting, but also improvements in reaction, strength, and overall attack speed. Next is the heavier the injury, the better the effect. But I have top-tier steel body armor. Do I need to injure myself to boost my attack power before activating it? Ryan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Wait, that's not right. If the enemy is weak, I don't need to activate this core skill at all. Why use a sledgehammer to a nut? Ryan crossed his arms and stroked his chin, continuing to think. However, I really want to know how much better the effect gets when injuries are more severe. Early the next morning, Ryan and his group prepared to leave. Cleria and head maid Shadia came to see them off. Cleria, noticing the elegant, dignified woman who appeared, paused briefly and looked at Ryan with surprise, asking, "Who is she?" "Oh, this is my aunt," Anna quickly replied. Cleria nodded, a bit puzzled but said nothing further. Instead, she addressed Ryan and the others. "Ryan, thank you for your timely help this time. Safe travels, everyone." Soon, Ryan and his group arrived at the airship dock in Fishport Town. "Maybe I should just wait for you in Minster." Delana looked at the huge airship and the crowd waiting at the docking point, then spoke to Rain. "Lady Delana, do you think there are too many people?" Rain thought for a moment and understood the reason. "It's a bit overwhelming," Delana nodded. "Once on the airship, it'll be better. I have a private cabin for you and Anna to rest." Well, Delana hesitated. If she had a private cabin, she could barely accept it. Otherwise, as an elf, she was not used to being so close to so many humans. "Auntie, you can stay with me," Anna said, pulling Delana. "All right." After several hours of flight, the airship safely arrived in Munster. Rain and his group quickly stepped off the docking platform. At this moment, Rain faintly sensed someone watching him. It seemed like someone was spying on him. He paused and looked southeast. Another person in the group also noticed the spying Delana. She almost looked in the same direction as Rain. They saw a figure with a bow moving quickly from afar. "Is that a woman? An archer?" Rain thought silently. "Captain, what's wrong?" Someone asked. "Nothing. Let's go." Rain shook his head and said. Meanwhile, near Munster city gates, the people queuing to enter suddenly became restless. A loud drumming sound came from afar, and the ground seemed to shake slightly. A heavily armored knight was controlling a large quadruped creature, over 3 meters tall and 6 or 7 meters long, resembling a giant lizard that had grown several times larger. The knight was heading toward the city gate. When close to the gate, The knight pulled on the reins and stopped. The knight was a strong man with a noticeable old scar across his face. Hansar, the Earth Dragon Knight. Sir, according to regulations, wild beasts that turn aggressive are not allowed inside Munster, said a few city guards, nervously holding their weapons, looking at the enormous creature. No, my Cruptus is a mount, and very obedient. Don't you think so? The guards looked at each other in confusion. Here, this is the riding permit issued by the imperial capital. Behind Hansar, a knight attendant quickly showed a sheepskin scroll to the city guard for inspection. Then there's no problem. Please come in, sir, the guard said after carefully checking and allowed entry. Hansar controlled the giant earth dragon and slowly entered Munster. The dragon blood fruit from the native tribes seems to work very well. Sir, Krupus is in good shape, the attendant beside him said. Yes, Krupus's earth dragon bloodline has increased a lot. It won't be long before he reaches the legendary level, Hansar replied with a smile. By the way, contact the SAM team to confirm the mission, he added. Understood, sir. In a mansion in the upper city of Munster, Sam was in the reception hall listening to reports from his subordinates. Captain, Hansar and his group have arrived. Should I invite them over? No need. Arrange accommodations for them. I will visit them later. We should keep a low profile here, Sam said, waving his hand. At that moment, Garcia, a tall female archer with a bow on her back, knocked on the door and entered. Captain, Ryan and his team appeared at Munster's airship dock about half an hour ago. They are now heading to his mansion in the Noble District. Oh, is the elven girl nearby? Sam's eyes lit up as he asked. His main interest was naturally the elven girl, not Ryan. Yes, but there might be more than one elf. Someone accompanying them is a beautiful woman who seems very close to the elven girl. She appears human on the surface, but I have a feeling she is an elf, Garcia said after some thought. She remembered clearly that when she observed Ryan's group from afar, two people looked in her direction quickly. One was Ryan, and the other was this elegant woman. With such sharp perception, she couldn't be an ordinary woman. What? Two elves? Sam's eyes widened, and he immediately stood up. Haha, boss, we're rich now. The bald, strong man rubbed his head and laughed loudly. Double the price for Hansar. We didn't lose out. Captain, I'm not entirely sure. Just a feeling, Garcia said hesitantly. Garcia wasn't that excited. After all, it was just her personal judgment. This is simple. I made this magic tool using green thorn seed in the past. As long as there is a slight natural magic fluctuation nearby, within 30 meters, it will sense it. Garcia, don't go yourself again. Send someone cleverer to check. Sam said this while taking out a small, light green seed about the size of a pea from his pocket and handing it to Garcia. Understood, Captain. Garcia nodded slightly and turned to leave. 2 hours later, everyone in the reception room was excited. Because Garcia's guess was confirmed, inside the Ryan residence, there are currently 2 elf women. This seemed to be the trigger that ignited everyone's enthusiasm. 2 elf women. If this mission succeeds, wouldn't the reward be doubled? Besides Ryan, are there any other tricky people? Sam looked a bit impatient, pacing back and forth in the room, and asked. Yes, there is one named Vieri. He's a Grand Knight, different from the others in Ryan's team. He mostly stays inside the Ryan residence. And the others have already left the residence, Garcia replied. Oh, just an ordinary Grand Knight? Diam, you handle Vieri. Sam turned to the muscular, bald man. No problem, boss. The bald man nodded and rubbed his head. Garcia, you're responsible for that elf girl. I'll deal with the older elf. As for Estvan and the others, create some noise nearby to distract the patrol guards, then support and wait for the signal. We need to finish the whole operation quickly, then retreat along the planned route immediately. Any questions or anything you think we've missed? Sam looked around at his team. Captain, what if something happens with Hansar, or if Ryan comes back within 10 minutes after being lured away? Garcia asked, thinking carefully. Hearing her question, everyone was momentarily stunned, then they started sharing their opinions. Hansar isn't that useless, right? Yeah, he shouldn't be so incapable that he can't hold out 10 minutes. Not even 5 minutes, I hope. The bald, muscular man touched his head and said, well, actually, normally we should be done in 3 minutes, at most 5. I told Hansar 10 minutes to leave some room for the whole operation, Sam smiled. Haha, I knew it. Boss, you're leaving quite a bit of extra time. The bald man laughed loudly. Yes, more than double. Truly worthy of being the team leader, another team member said with a smile. All right, I think I'm ready on my end, Garcia said after a brief thought, nodding. Since their leader had already considered this issue, there was no need for her to say more. Okay, I'll head over to Hansar now, Sam said as he stood up, seeing that his team members had no objections. Half an hour later, in Hansar's temporary residence in the Munster trade zone. So, my task is just to pick a lady visitor and then kidnap her? Hansar asked back. Exactly, she will definitely try to chase after you. You don't need to fight her or anyone else. Just lure them far enough away, and that's completing the mission, Sam nodded and said. As he spoke, he handed Hansar 2 portraits. The pictures showed Ryan and Vieri. However, when Hansar saw the young, innocent-looking Ryan and the same-aged Vieri, he was slightly stunned, almost unable to believe how young the target was. After all, such a young person, how skilled could they be? Could they even surpass himself? The task was surprisingly simple. Sam, this is way too easy. Are you sure I don't need to kill both of them? Haha. Hansar burst out laughing. Sam, as long as your price is right, I can help you take out these 2 guys directly. Don't complicate things. Hansar, follow the plan. It's good for both of us, Sam said seriously. Actually, inside, Sam was hesitant. He wondered whether he should tell Hansar about the destruction of Asimov's Bloodtop mercenary group by Ryan. But after a moment's thought, he decided not to bother. After all, if Hansar found out and tried to ask for more money, it would only cause trouble for himself. Besides, he had already made this clear. Just meant to distract Hansar from the other person, not to let Hansar and the target fight. So even if he didn't share all the information, it wasn't against the rules. All right, Sam, you're still so boring, Hansar said, shaking his head. When do we act? Tonight, around 1 a.m. Do you have any issues on your side? Tonight? Sounds good. I like it. The schedule is tight. Doesn't interfere with my next job. Great. Sam, next time you have a job like this, just call me. I'll give you a discount, Hansar chuckled. Deep into the night, the moon was bright, and stars were few. Near the new residence of the Ryan family in Munster's noble district. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared swiftly and entered Ryan's new home, Hansar, who was on time as planned. Just find a lady to distract then. The first room on the left should do. Hansar casually looked around Ryan's house and decided on his target. At that moment, Ryan, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and Drina, who was resting in the same room with Anna, also opened her eyes instantly. Boom. Hansar broke into the first room on the left, grabbing Agatha, who was in her pajamas and screaming in fear. Then, he laughed proudly and strode out quickly. But as he stepped out of the room, he froze. He saw that in the yard, there were now a man and a woman, both calmly watching him. Hansar was stunned because of the extra person. Ryan's appearance was expected, but who was the beautiful woman next to him? She looked quite dignified. Could it be that, in the middle of the night, they were in the room doing something? No, that didn't seem right. The woman's clothes looked undisturbed. But Hansar quickly shook off these messy thoughts. At that moment, 2 words flashed through his mind. More money. It didn't make sense to distract one person when the price for distracting 2 was the same. An extra person naturally meant more money. That couldn't be wrong, right? Meanwhile, Ryan was quickly sizing up the burly man in front of him. The other person has a scar in the shape of a cross on his face. He is tall, strong, and looks very imposing. Judging by his aura, he is probably slightly stronger than Batista from the Pan's Hike team. Compared to the Tide Piercer Rolgars, he seems weaker. This means his strength is roughly between the peak of a great knight and a titled knight. However, he hasn't fully understood his purpose yet. He entered the house and immediately took Agatha. Is there some conflict with the Wingens family where Agatha belongs? Or did he mistake someone else for her? Ryan always thought that if someone was kidnapped, their target would be Anna. Suddenly, the man quickly moved with Agatha towards the left side, seeming not eager to fight him. Ryan immediately said to Drina nearby, Ms. Drina, please guard the house, especially Anna. Then, Ryan's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. Drina was surprised to see this. She noticed that before Ryan finished speaking, he was already about 20 meters away, rushing toward the intruder. If this had happened 2 days ago, Drina wouldn't have believed Ryan or would have ignored him. But since coming to Ryan's house, she trusted what Ryan said about 80%. Her opinion of Ryan's strength also increased a lot. She nodded slightly without taking any action, then turned her head and gave a slight nod to Anna, who was also awakened. Hansar, the first time he looked back, saw that both of them were still standing there, and he felt a bit relieved. He thought to himself, this money is way too easy to earn. But in the next second, his face suddenly changed, because he felt a strong gust of wind hit him from behind. Instinctively, he spun quickly, protecting the girl he was holding with his right hand in front of him. Then, he raised his left arm, intending to block the attack coming from behind with a shield. But Hansar only saw a shadow flash by, and he felt a sharp pain and looseness in his right hand. The girl he was holding slipped away. Immediately after, he felt a tremendous force coming from his left shield. Bang! Hansar was propelled like a heavy cannonball, flying in a straight line from the garden of Ryan's house outwards. The sturdy marble wall was instantly shattered, creating a large hole. But he still didn't stop. Instead, he flew across the street and crashed heavily into the wall of a mansion on the opposite side, finally coming to a complete stop. The hard white stone wall was dented in the shape of a person, with dense web-like cracks spreading outward. This scene was naturally observed by Sam's group and Hansar's guards outside the Ryan residence, who had been lying in ambush. Just moments before, they heard a clear metallic clash, and they thought Hansar had succeeded, showing eager expressions and ready to act at any moment. But in the next second, they saw Hansar's tall, familiar figure. Though he had come out, he was actually flying backward. His speed was extremely fast, perfectly matching the level of a dragon knight, but it didn't seem like he was luring enemies into pursuit. It was more like being knocked away by the enemy. So, for a moment, everyone, including Sam, was tense and ready to act again, but now they were confused because they couldn't understand Hansar's current state. Especially Sam, who was deep in thought. Was Hansar deliberately pretending to be weak, trying to lure the enemy into chasing? He had clearly been told to just catch a woman and leave immediately, so the enemy would follow. But this guy was still fighting Ryan? That was crazy. But soon, Sam's pupil shrank, and his face grew serious. He noticed a figure he recognized, calmly walking out of the hole, Ryan himself. After rescuing Agatha, Ryan had handed the frightened girl over to Vieri and the guards who had come rushing over after the loud noise. He himself was heading away from the mansion. As for why he didn't quickly catch up, it was because he was still thinking about the punch he just threw. Ryan hadn't used his new core skill, weakness control, nor had he used blood rage. He only briefly activated top-tier strength, used the intermediate move heavy punch combo, and, while saving Agatha, threw a punch at the enemy. Unexpectedly, the power of that punch seemed a bit too strong. Ryan looked at the burly man embedded in the wall and the twisted left arm of the opponent, sighing inwardly. But soon, Ryan showed understanding on his face. This is because the talent Top Weapon Mastery now allows him to use gloves with significant bonuses, reaching the level of glove specialization max. Additionally, when he changed jobs, the boost of 8 points in strength and agility was quite substantial. Furthermore, under the blessing of top power, although he hasn't fully activated it, the effect is comparable to the power of his previous top-tier hammer technique, Annihilation Hammer. No wonder he was able to knock a peak knight out with a single punch. Hansar struggled to stand up from the wall, his face grim. But when he looked down at his dislocated left arm, he felt a chill in his heart. Such strength. Even a nearly legendary fighter couldn't break his arm with a single punch, right? Is this a joke? Could this young man actually be a legend? Hansar's eyelids twitched rapidly. At that moment, he began to realize. Why did Sam repeatedly emphasize that he should take the woman and leave immediately? It wasn't because he was afraid he would kill her, but because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave if he stayed longer. Why did Sam, this clever, agree to double the price? That fool must have known how strong the opponent really was. Why did he agree? Was he just being stupid? No, he was deceived by that Sam. But he hadn't lost yet. Krups! Hansar shouted loudly, and at the same time, he snapped his dislocated arm back into place with a loud boom. A giant lizard, about 3 to 4 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long, charged out from a nearby house. This made Ryan's eyes show a hint of surprise. Not because of the creature's size or strength, but because of the faint dragon-like aura mixed within its breath. Is it a dragon-descendant creature? That's a surprising find. Ryan's gaze toward Hansar softened a lot. Good person. Since learning that his bloodline was of dragon descent and that he needed to absorb dragon blood or similar substances to improve, Ryan had been thinking about how to start this process. Unexpectedly, someone was already offering it so quickly. As for the watchful eyes around, Ryan naturally sensed them. He also had a rough idea of the enemy's strength and number. But just in time. My departure should make these watchers come out on their own. With Draylana and Vieri here, I can return within a minute without any problem. Ryan quickly made a decision. After Hansar jumped onto the dragonborn creature, he shouted loudly and quickly headed in the opposite direction from Ryan. Of course, Sam was left speechless watching this scene. He was shouting inside, "Hansar, you idiot. The plan was to hijack the lady and then run. Not for you to run straight away. With no hostage in hand, do you think they won't chase after you?" Unexpectedly, Ryan only slightly tiptoed, then shot out a silver streak straight at Hansar riding the land dragon. This left Sam and his team stunned, completely confused. Because, in most cases, normal people would choose to defend their home first and not chase after the enemy. But Ryan seemed a bit crazy. He actually went after him. "Captain, the person has been lured away, but it seems quite different from our plan." Should we still go in?" Garcia asked quietly, looking at this confusing scene. Sam's mind was racing fast. Soon, he showed a fierce expression and quickly said, "Of course we go in. Just need to make some adjustments. Esteban, you two also go in and help Garcia quickly capture the elf girl. Diam, go all out, quickly deal with Vieri, then join me to take down the other elf." Sam turned to the burly, bald man beside him and added, "Got it." The bald man showed a fierce smile. He had long wanted to suggest that their leader loosen the rules. The previous operation was so timid and uncoordinated, it was not satisfying at all. Actually, in Diam's view, if they added some money and had the Land Dragon Knight, Hansar join forces with them, they might be able to directly defeat Ryan. At first, having only one elf might have been too costly and not worth it. But now with two elves, losing some people if it helps achieve the goal is very worthwhile. With Sam's command, everyone in Sam's group quickly emerged from their hiding spots and rushed toward Ryan's mansion. Soon, they had entered the mansion. Seeing multiple enemies invading and noticing that their attention was mainly on him and Anna, Delana's eyes narrowed as she thought silently, "Are they really targeting me and Anna?" When she descended from the airship during the day, Delana sensed that someone was watching her. Now, it seems her feeling was correct. Delana's focus shifted immediately to the leader, a middle-aged man in a black robe. From his magical aura, she could tell he was likely a stronger expert than herself. Next to her, Vieri also looked serious, because directly in front of him was a strange, bald, muscular man with shiny skin. His aura was even stronger than Angus's, and he was actually a peak-level knight. Although he had recently trained hard with their leader, Ryan, and had made good progress, he could only compare with experienced knights, not quite reaching peak level. He had also launched a signal flare for his team. As long as they held on for 5 minutes, the others would arrive. "Attack," Sam said in a deep voice. Then, he began to chant a spell. Hansar's nickname is Earth Dragon Knight. His greatest reliance is the Earth Dragon beneath him. As a dragon-blooded creature, the Earth Dragon's strength and speed are much greater than ordinary fierce beasts. With the Earth Dragon, Hansar feels much more confident. Now, he is fully himself. With the Earth Dragon's help, Hansar's attack and defense capabilities greatly improved. Additionally, the Earth Dragon is very fast. Without a flying mount, even a legendary expert's pursuit can be left behind. In fact, if Ryan hadn't just shown such overwhelming strength, Hansar, who had just suffered a setback, would have turned around to give Ryan a lesson. But just 2 seconds after his heart settled, he looked back and immediately widened his eyes, because he suddenly realized that the speed at which Ryan was chasing behind was actually much faster than his Krupus. If this kept up, he would be caught in less than 5 seconds. "Krupus, Earth Dragon Charge," Hansar shouted loudly. With a heavy pull on the reins, the gray skin of the Earth Dragon beneath him suddenly seeped with tiny blood beads. Immediately, its limbs started running rapidly in alternation. Suddenly, its speed surged like a gray streak, rushing straight ahead. Meanwhile, the night watchmen who noticed something was wrong along the way were blown away by the whirlwind created by the Earth Dragon. Some unlucky ones were lifted about 4 or 5 meters into the air before being slammed down hard, losing their fighting ability instantly. "Huh? Not bad," Ryan said as he watched the Earth Dragon, which was about to be caught, suddenly regain strength and gradually increase the distance from him. Remember, at this moment, he was also using the top-level secret skill Shadow Step intermittently to pursue. Since that's the case, In an instant, the hardened fine gold in Ryan's hand transformed into a short spear. Suddenly, Ryan stomped heavily, causing the white stone pavement to deeply under his silver battle boots, sparks flying everywhere. At the same time, he twisted his hips, his arm muscles swelling more than double, then swung down forcefully. Huh! With a low roar, the short spear in Ryan's hand vanished instantly, and a black lightning bolt shot straight from his fingertips into the back of a burly man dozens of meters away. No sound of breaking the air. The short spear seemed to traverse space itself. A circular white energy wave appeared just in front of Ryan, and from the Earth Dragon's back, Hanser's entire waist and abdomen suddenly exploded, creating a huge hole. At this moment, a sharp, piercing whistle echoed all around. Chew! Clearly, the speed of the short spear was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of sound, causing such effects and power, breaking the sound barrier and reaching the target. But after piercing through Hanser's waist and abdomen, the short spear still had strength left and heavily struck the Earth Dragon's neck, which was in a straight line with its master Hansar. Boom! This hardened fine gold short spear was embedded nearly halfway into the Earth Dragon's neck, creating another bloody hole. Ah! Roar! Hansar and his Earth Dragon both screamed loudly, losing their balance as they ran. The Earth Dragon staggered immediately. Hansar, overwhelmed by intense pain and serious injuries, couldn't sit steadily and collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, Reen quickly approached from behind, his figure drawing a silver arc, instantly appearing in front of the Earth Dragon's left side. The hardened fine gold in his hand had already transformed into a large two-handed sword. Shoo! A curved slash cut across the Earth Dragon's neck. Snick! The foul-smelling blood of the Earth Dragon sprayed out like a small waterfall from the circular wound where the neck was cut. Reen adjusted his distance slightly and was splashed all over. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! The host has been bathed in the Earth Dragon's blood. A small amount of dragon gene fragments have been detected. Would you like to absorb them? Note: absorbing this small amount of dragon gene fragments can slightly increase the host's maximum dragon bloodline concentration. Sure, my perception was right. This Earth Dragon is a dragon descendant, with dragon gene fragments. However, from the description, it seems similar to the legendary Earth Snake, just a small amount, probably not enough to upgrade my bloodline. But even a tiny mosquito leg is meat. I'll accumulate it gradually. Reen immediately chose yes. Just like last time, Reen instantly felt a warm sensation rise from the part of his skin that had touched the Earth Dragon's blood, as if something was seeping into his body. The whole process was very brief. After Reen cut open the Earth Dragon's chest with another sword, he inserted his hand into the cavity and pulled out a beating heart about the size of a basketball. Can't waste it. Reen glanced at his attribute panel. As he suspected, the effect of his dragon bloodline hadn't changed at all. Mutated dragon bloodline, medium, effect, moderate increase in water and fire element affinity, top-tier talents including danger perception, dark vision, weapon mastery, extraordinary insight, immense strength, and steel body. Warcry skills are doubled in power. Huh? This is. But in the next second, Reen's eyes lit up, because he saw that the system surprisingly refreshed another message. To become a legendary Dragon Vein Wizard, the prerequisites are: 1. The mutated dragon bloodline concentration must be rich or higher. 2. Unexpectedly, as the dragon bloodline concentration increases, the requirements to become a legendary Dragon Vein Wizard become clearer. Also, the bloodline concentration requirement is described as rich. Am I currently at the middle level? Is the next level rich? Or is there an intermediate level? Ryan couldn't help but think deeply. But then he shook his head. This isn't important now. I should hurry back to the mansion. Just now, I sensed many watching eyes. I guess they've all appeared now. As Ryan was about to leave, suddenly he noticed a man lying in a pool of blood on the ground not far ahead. The man was still struggling to get up, and his eyes were fixed on Ryan with anger and hatred. Right, I can't waste this, Ryan muttered to himself. He saw his twin swords in his hands quickly transform into a warhammer. In Hansar's terrified eyes, the warhammer precisely struck his forehead. Smack! With the sound of a metal rod hitting a watermelon, a transparent, fierce-looking soul shadow with a long tail of flames circled around Ryan several times before rushing into the warhammer. The next second, the ground beneath Ryan cracked like a spider web, and a white wave of energy spread out rapidly. Meanwhile, the Ryan's shadow on the ground began to fade away gradually. At the same time, inside Ryan's new mansion, less than half a minute after the battle started, a wall-like, tens of meters long green vine stretched out, separating two groups of people. The vine shimmered with a strong green magical glow, absorbing almost all of the attacks from Sam's group. However, Drenna, the caster, looked strained. Sweat was already visible on her forehead. She knew very well that her level 2 spell, Vine Wall, wouldn't hold out for long. At most, it would last another minute before failing. At this moment, Anna suddenly looked toward the mansion's door and exclaimed, "Ryan." Upon hearing Anna's cry, everyone present instinctively turned their eyes toward the doorway. For a moment, they all froze as if struck by lightning. They saw Ryan suddenly appear at the entrance of the mansion. Although he was covered in fresh blood, judging by his smooth movements, it was clear that the blood was not his. The answer became obvious. Is this even a minute? The bald, muscular man, Diam, who was about to attack Vieri, was stunned by what he saw. Hansar is really a trickster. He promised to draw them away for 10 minutes. Another team member gasped. Yes, the team leader wisely left nearly double the time margin. But how long has it been? I'm afraid even that extra time isn't enough now, Esteban muttered. Sam's face darkened, and his jaw clenched tightly. He knew the strength of the Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar. Now that Ryan was here, it likely meant Hansar was badly injured and fleeing. Now he faced a very difficult choice. Should they retreat or attack? Retreat? If they didn't assign someone to cover the rear, retreating now would be unlikely. From Ryan's display of strength, unless most of their team stayed behind to hold him off, it probably wouldn't work. But there was another problem: he was unwilling to give up. In front of him were two elven women. If they didn't act now, they might never get another chance. They weren't fools. If the two elves escaped back to Ferdinand Forest, all their plans would be for nothing. The team would suffer heavy casualties, and their strength would be greatly reduced, an enormous loss. No, they couldn't retreat. At least, they had to capture one elf before withdrawing. Although doing so might cause casualties, it would also bring them credit with Dukedrom. Esteban, you and the others set a net to trap them. Garcia, use the strong bow to block them. Sam quickly ordered after making his decision. Diam, ignore your side. The target is that elven girl. Hurry. As soon as Sam finished speaking, everyone in Sam's team immediately acted. It must be said that the team members are highly trained and very efficient. Of course, team combat is very different from fighting alone. At this moment, the team still believes that, together, they can compete with Ryan. If nothing else, retreating safely is not a big problem. They saw Esteban and another person quickly draw two nets and throw them at Ryan. The nets opened up in midair like dark clouds, covering an area of about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. They knew well that, although these nets were made of special materials, they wouldn't cause much trouble for a skilled fighter like Ryan. Their goal was clear: to slow Ryan down a little, giving Garcia a chance to attack when Ryan dodged or blocked. They had practiced this kind of teamwork many times and were confident. Their main goal was to help their leader capture an elf. If they succeeded, they would have achieved their mission. Garcia had already aimed his large bow at Ryan. With a whoosh, an arrow with a dark glow shot straight at Ryan. All three attacked at the same time, aiming for Ryan. They watched closely, seeing the arrow approaching Ryan. But Ryan didn't dodge. The three of them looked happy, thinking Ryan was still young and strong but lacked experience. They knew Garcia's arrow was poisoned. If it scratched him, the poison would seep in and gradually numb him. He wouldn't be unable to move, but his strength would weaken, making it easier to turn the battle. But suddenly, they were shocked to see the arrow go through Ryan and hit the ground, with the tail feathers still trembling. Wait, that was an illusion. Ryan was no longer in the same spot. All three of them were stunned and frightened. Boom. Suddenly, Esteban let out a muffled groan. In an instant, he was propelled into the air over half a meter high, twisted by a powerful force. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened wide, and his tongue was knocked out of his mouth. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Esteban, preparing to punch him in the stomach. It was Ryan. Since he advanced to the epic-level profession King of Blades, his strength had greatly increased. Based on this, he activated the top-tier skill Shadow Step, which made his movement speed almost faster than ordinary knights, reaching the limit visible to the eye. Only Garcia, as an archer, could barely catch a glimpse of Ryan's figure. But even she didn't have time to warn Esteban before he was hit. Immediately, She drew an arrow, knocked it on her bow, and aimed repeatedly, but she couldn't shoot it out for a long time. In the next second, another member of the Sam team, who was throwing a net, suddenly flew backward. With a loud crash, he slammed into the stone wall of the villa, causing web-like cracks to spread rapidly outward from his body. At the same time, the enemy was embedded into the wall. Garcia quickly glanced and knew the enemy was beyond saving. Her teammates' pupils had already become dazed and dilated, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Clearly, Ryan's punch had shattered his internal organs. In just 2 seconds, 2 great knights had fallen. This scene made Garcia shiver all over. Her heart seemed to sink into a 1,000-year ice cellar. She had hoped to rely on her arrows to interfere, and with the team's close cooperation, at least delay Ryan's actions, or even, if things went well, trap him in a special fishing net for a while. But the brutal reality told her otherwise. Teamwork could fight strong enemies, but this time, they could barely even track the enemy's movements. Any follow-up cooperation or encirclement was just an illusion, nothing more. It was impossible to achieve. Whoosh! Ryan's figure vanished again before everyone's eyes. This time, cold sweat suddenly poured down Garcia's forehead. She knew. This was her turn now. Retreat. Sam, who had just seen this, realized he had made a huge mistake and shouted loudly. At the same time, he suddenly changed the direction of the 3 linked fireballs in his hand, no longer aiming at the vine wall, but directly targeting Garcia's position. At this moment, Ryan was about to deal with the enemy's female archer, but unexpectedly, Sam directed the linked fireball straight at his own archer. This surprised Ryan a little, because this meant that if Ryan continued to attack the female archer, he would be hit and injured by the linked fireballs. In other words, the opponent risked hurting his own teammate to force Ryan to stop attacking. But Ryan had just been promoted. He really wanted to get hurt a little to test the power of his epic core skill, Fury of the Blood. So, in everyone's shocked eyes, Ryan did not dodge at all. He simply punched Garcia in the forehead with a loud smack. In the next moment, boom, 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 3 explosions suddenly erupted where Garcia was standing, with 3 small mushroom clouds rising up. These were the linked fireballs Sam had just released. The power was extremely strong. After the dust settled a bit, a figure was faintly visible. The shiny silver mithril armor he wore was torn apart and burned red from the high heat. Garcia was lying on the ground, motionless. It turned out Ryan had not dodged or used the magic skill metal shield, but instead chose to endure the linked fireballs Sam released. Impressive power, Ryan muttered softly. Right now, his skin was almost red, like a cooked lobster. He had forgotten one thing, the metal's heat conduction. So, he had no wounds, but the high temperature was quite uncomfortable. Is this considered being injured? Ryan looked down at his intact but slightly scorched skin and mumbled to himself. For the first time, Ryan activated his core skill, Fury of the Blood, of his epic class King of Blades. Instantly, he felt his heart pounding rapidly, blood pumping forcefully out of his body. His eyes slightly reddened, tiny blood vessels spreading across the whites. He only felt a surge of power like a volcano about to erupt, and the recent battle seemed completely unsatisfying. Ryan was testing something, but others didn't know. This scene made Sam's hands and feet go cold instantly. He could feel that Ryan had not used any magic or magic tools, yet he had firmly resisted his continuous fireball attacks. That's a level 2 fire spell. Does he not bother to dodge? How confident must he be in his defense to do this? Meanwhile, Dio, who was fighting very nearby, also looked completely hopeless. As an experienced member of Sam's team, he had fought many enemies with their leader. But this was the first time he saw someone directly withstand their leader's level 2 magic attack. And he didn't even bother to block with his hand. Where did this monster come from? No wonder the Bloodtop mercenary group was wiped out. In an instant, Dio's confident stance changed to a dazed look after being hit twice by Vieri. However, he took the chance to quickly use his momentum to retreat. But in the next second, he felt a binding force under his feet. Looking down, he saw his feet were tightly wrapped by 2 thick vines glowing with a faint green light. While cursing and trying to shake off the vines, Dio suddenly heard Sam shout, "Dio, get out of the way." Dio immediately sensed danger. Suddenly, he felt a strong gust behind him. In that moment, a warning bells rang in his mind. He tried his best to roll sideways, but it was too late. Bang! A large bump suddenly appeared on Dio's chest. At the same time, a figure in a punching pose appeared behind him, Ryan. Just now, Ryan saw Drina wrap the nearby strong man with vines, so he seized the opportunity. As the man struggled to break free, Ryan aimed a heavy punch right at his back. Dio's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then he staggered and knelt on the ground. Although that punch didn't seem to cause much external injury, it shattered Dio's shoulder blades, heart, and ribs. Sam's face was now pale. He quickly recited his spell and backed away. Next moment, flames suddenly appeared around his legs. However, he did not choose to attack. Instead, without looking back, he quickly rushed outside the mansion. The flames on his legs seemed to give him a burst of energy. Every step he took caused slight explosions under his feet, sparks flying everywhere. He was propelled forward very fast. In a previous life, this version of Sam would definitely be considered a social person, moving with sparks and lightning. The flames on his feet kept erupting in turn, making his speed increase rapidly. When he reached the nearly 3-meter-high wall of the mansion, the pulse of flames beneath his feet intensified. He easily leapt over the wall. But just as he was airborne, suddenly, a black light shot towards Sam's back like lightning. At the same moment, a loud explosion occurred. A ring of flames burst out from Sam's body, but the black light kept moving forward, unshaken. With a sharp sound, Sam, like a swan struck by an arrow, fell from the sky. Just moments before, it was Ryan who threw a spear with great force after activating his Fury Rage skill. Did he just kill a level 2 liquid mage with one spear? Everyone present was stunned, staring at the scene before them. Vieri looked at Sam's twitching body on the ground, then at their captain, Ryan, and felt numb. His captain's strength. How did it seem to have grown even stronger? Meanwhile, Drina's usually composed face was now blank with confusion. Only one thought kept flashing through her mind. A level 2 liquid mage, who was fighting her and even slightly stronger, was just killed with one spear? That means if she had thrown it herself, she might have killed him too? Anna's eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened, showing her shock. Although she wasn't the main fighter, she had been helping Drina fight the enemy just moments ago. She knew how tricky the opponent was, but such a powerful enemy was just killed with one spear by Ryan? As if he was casually killing a wild rabbit in the woods. This was just too unbelievable. At this moment, Ryan slowly withdrew his right hand, shifting from a throwing stance back to a normal standing position. He used this process to calm his wild, bloodthirsty rage. When Ryan turned to walk toward Anna, the guards inside the mansion quickly cleared the central area, making way for him. Each guard looked at Ryan with admiration and excitement. Ryan approached Anna and comforted her, saying, "Anna, the people spying on you earlier were likely these ones. Now that they are all taken care of, you can rest easy." Hearing this, Vieri realized that the attackers from the night were the same group that had been following Anna, the so-called Sam team. At this moment, Drina also approached calmly and nodded to Ryan. She said, "Ryan, your strength is even greater than I imagined. Much stronger, in fact. It seems I no longer need to stay in Munster." She continued, "I believe Anna will be safer with you taking care of her." Ryan smiled and slightly bowed, replying, "Lady Drina, thank you for your compliment. Protecting Anna is my duty." Then she asked, "By the way, Ryan, the creature you killed earlier seems to be a land dragon." "A land dragon?" Ryan nodded, recalling that he had heard of such a creature, and dragon-blooded being. Drina explained, "Yes, it's a rare type of dragon-blooded. The one you fought was still growing and not fully mature. If it had been an adult, it would have been even more difficult to handle." Ryan nodded again. Internally, he hoped the dragon was mature, as that might mean more dragon gene fragments could be extracted. Also, knowing that his opponent's mount was a land dragon made it easier to trace their background. Such a unique mount wouldn't be unknown across the entire empire. Initially, he thought the land dragon rider might be part of the Sam team, but from the recent fight, it seemed otherwise, more like they had called in reinforcements. "By the way, Ryan, I believe everything you said earlier is true. There's no need to visit the Munster auction house again tomorrow," Drina said. Before Ryan could speak, Delana turned to Anna and said, "Anna, I need to return to Ferdinand Forest quickly. I received a message from home this afternoon. I trust Ryan can keep you safe, but you should take care of yourself. I will come back to see you again after some time." "Aunt Delana, are you leaving now?" Anna asked, holding Delana's hand with surprise and sadness on her face. "Yes, Miss Delana, you." Just as Ryan wanted to stop her, Delana waved her hand to stop him and said, "Ryan, As a thank you for protecting Anna, I have something for you. I think you will need it. Delana took out a bright, colorful feather about the size of a palm from her waist pouch and handed it to Ryan. Ryan looked surprised but took it without hesitation, sensing a strange magical glow coming from the feather. He could feel some unknown energy inside. This is a feather from a dead eagle beast, part of its essence. It can help speed up your pet's growth as it matures, Delana said, looking at the sky and then at Ryan. Ryan's face lit up with joy. Could this speed up the growth of the blood feathers? Then he might soon be able to fly freely in the sky like a griffin knight or a dragon rider. Thank you, Miss Delana. This item is very useful to me, Ryan said gratefully. Yes, I'm leaving now. Delana patted Anna's hand and then headed toward the garden nearby, quickly disappearing into the woods. Soon after, a loud eagle cry sounded, and Ryan and Anna looked up at the sky, knowing Delana had truly left. At that moment, noise came from outside the mansion. Ryan looked up and saw that Neo and Angus had arrived. Angus was carrying two people, likely members of the SAM team or the subordinate of the Earth Dragon Knight. After a while, the noble district guards, night watchmen, and city guards also arrived. Ryan comforted his mother Emma, Jennifer, and Agatha, who had suffered an unfair disaster, while briefly telling the noble district sheriff what had happened that evening. Soon, the Sword-Bearer Division sent people to take over the scene. At last, Ryan had some free time and went back to his room to rest. The next morning in Ryan's study. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The Deputy Minister of Affairs from the Task Hall, Orina, entered with a smile and said, Lord Ryan, I didn't expect you to return to Munster so quickly. Yesterday morning, I received your report about the two missions involving the blood-cursed Naga Cave and the Cult of the Serpent. I immediately handed it over to General Edward. Did you notice his shocked expression at the time? Hearing this, Orina covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Clearly, as Ryan's liaison officer, the more impressive his achievements, the more proud Orina feels. A high priest of the ancient blood-cursed Naga, plus a legendary Cult of the Serpent expert, and a legendary land snake, adding it all up, that's like 3 legendary fighters you defeated. You are truly amazing. But if that's the case, sigh. Orina, a capable young woman, couldn't help but sigh. Lady Orina, what's wrong? Ryan was quite puzzled by Orina's sudden sigh. Could it be that his efficient completion of the tasks was actually a bad thing? It seems that even General Edward can't hide his situation for long. Sooner or later, you'll be transferred from the Imperial Capital headquarters. Just thinking about that makes me. Ryan couldn't help but smile. So, that was the reason. Lady Orina, I think I won't be leaving Munster for the Imperial Capital anytime soon. When the headquarters wants to transfer me, they will probably ask for my opinion first. I'll try to delay it as much as I can, Ryan said with a smile. He himself planned to take some time to rest and reflect, especially since he had learned advanced meditation techniques and puppet magic from Master Maguro, which all required some time to master. Also, after promoting to the Epic Class King of Thousand Blades, Ryan needed time to think, review, and improve. Only then could he fully unleash the power of this epic class. Last night's battle used one core skill, Blood Rage, though it was an incomplete version because he was only lightly injured at the time. The other core skill, Weakness Control, he didn't get a chance to use at all. That's great, Lord Ryan. When you're at the branch for a day, I will make sure to serve you well. Orina nodded again with a smile and said, By the way, last time you mentioned that near Longya Mountain Pass, there might be a sealed gate. Has there been any confirmation? Not yet. Only 3 days have passed, and the team should have just arrived. It will probably take another 2 or 3 days before we get clear news, Orina replied, shaking her head. All right. Let me know as soon as there's any news, Ray nodded. Yes, given the long distance, harsh environment, and exploration, it definitely takes more time. Understood, Lord Rain. So, there probably aren't many tasks these days? Yes, Lord Rain. However, in 3 days, the Eagle Federation will send a large delegation passing through Munster. General Edward hopes you can attend the welcome banquet, she said. The Eagle Federation? Rain raised an eyebrow, looking a bit surprised. He had only dealt with the Eagle Federation twice, both times during battles against Leviathan squads. There was also one more, if you could call it that, Iron Man from the Bloodtop mercenary group, who is said to also come from the Eagle Federation. Currently, in his trophy cabinet, there's a metal arm fragment, crafted by a top puppet master from the Eagle Federation. Yes, Lord Rain. How will they come here? Our battles with the Sea Tribe are so intense now. The waters near Munster are probably not safe for them to arrive, Rain asked. Lord Rain, the delegation from the Eagle Federation won't arrive by ship. They will come in a giant airship. You might not know, but their airship technology is more advanced than ours in the Empire, Orina explained. I see. Thank you, Lady Orina. Please tell General Edward that I will attend, Rain said with a nod. He was quite curious about the Eagle Federation. Meanwhile, on the coast of the Eagle Federation's continent, the huge elliptical airship was slowly heading toward the vast blue sea. At the front of the airship, a middle-aged man dressed in a Federation officer's uniform respectfully spoke to a middle-aged noblewoman in hunting attire. Lady Trina, why are we not flying directly to the Dragon Empire's capital, Tamriel, this time? Instead, we are taking a detour through their Munster province? Since we're going, we might as well take the opportunity to learn about the current situation in the Dragon Empire, the noblewoman named Trina replied. From what I hear, some sea tribes in Munster are fighting against the Dragon Empire, encouraged by the sea god cult. We can observe that. Unlike the giant beasts appearing frequently across our federation, I heard that recently, the Dragon Empire has been in turmoil, and many evil cults have emerged. That's right. Given the corruption and outdated administrative methods of the Dragon Empire, these cult organizations are hard to eliminate. In fact, they serve as a good breeding ground for such groups. Yes, Lady Trina. So, humanity's hope lies in the thriving Federation, not in the increasingly decayed Empire. Indeed. However, the Dragon Empire still retains many ancient secret weapons, like the Dragon Knights, whose strength should not be underestimated. The entire training system for Dragon Knights is considered top secret by the Dragon Empire. When dealing with awakened giant beasts, Dragon Knights have advantages over the giant war golems developed by our empire. Hearing this, the middle-aged officer thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Indeed. I hope your visit this time will help the Empire understand that only through cooperation can we better face this catastrophe. He hesitated slightly before saying the last word. For him, and even for the Federation, the current situation was unforeseen, so he used the word catastrophe. Yes, I hope everything goes smoothly. In Rain's study, Olenna and Rain's conversation continued. By the way, Lady Olenna, do you know the purpose of this Federation visit to the Empire? Rain suddenly asked, recalling a question. I'm not very clear about this. You know, diplomatic affairs are handled by the Empire's External Relations Department. However, if you're interested, I can ask someone to find out. Olenna apologized. That's okay. I was just asking casually. How are the other counties doing lately? Rain nodded. He wasn't very concerned about the Federation's intentions. He was just asking out of curiosity. Currently, the situation across the Munster province remains stable. The few crises that are most likely to erupt, 2 of them, were handled by you alone, Olenna said with a smile, her beautiful eyes watching Rain. Oh? Rain was surprised. He had only completed 2 tasks in his district, and those just happened to be the most likely to cause trouble. From another perspective, whether it's the ancient blood curse Naga or the secret snake cult, both have sent legendary experts this time. Ordinary provincial-level sword-wielders might not be able to handle them. If a mission fails, a large part of the region's situation could quickly deteriorate. Yes, Your Excellency Rain, Olenna replied. However, the situation in nearby provinces isn't very good. For example, in Was province, an ancient evil cult, the Plague Sect, that had been silent for a long time suddenly revived, and it seems to be getting worse, she explained. In Nam province, besides the increasing activity of the secret snake cult, the Limb cult has also been attacking repeatedly, causing many tragedies. General Edward even received a plea for help from the sword wielders in Nam province, she added. Why don't they ask for help from headquarters? Rain asked, looking up at Olenna with some confusion. Because the headquarters is also short-staffed at the moment, Olenna explained. Most of the Empire's guardians have been called to defend the capital, so the responsibility for fighting high-level evil cults in various provinces falls on the Sword Wielders Division and the local officials. She sighed softly as she finished speaking. Most provinces are under a lot of pressure right now. Luckily, we have Your Excellency Rain here, and General Edward is very wise, Olenna said. Overall, we can only hope for the Emperor's early recovery. That way, the Empire's guardians can be fully mobilized, and the situation might turn around quickly. That makes sense, Ryan nodded. However, he was somewhat skeptical about Alina's last statement. It's not that he didn't want the Empire's emperor to recover, but for him, his own strength was the only reliable support and hope. Everything else was not entirely secure. Speaking of the Nam province, Ryan remembered the three comrades he fought alongside, Langer, Alex, and Flay, and wondered how they were doing now. Actually, our area is in the eastern part of the Empire, and things are relatively better there. In the northern provinces, especially near the cold wind tundra, cults are more rampant, and I heard several counties have already fallen. Alina saw that Ryan was quite interested in the overall situation of the Empire and shared another piece of news. Huh, the cold wind tundra? Things are that bad there. Ryan's eyes suddenly sharpened as he confirmed again. Alina stiffened slightly, seeming to be overwhelmed by Ryan's presence, and quickly nodded. Yes, the information comes from official Imperial sources, so it's reliable. But she was also curious. Why did Ryan seem particularly concerned about the news from the cold wind tundra? After confirming once more, Ryan fell into thought. When he heard cold wind tundra, a girl carrying a large shield and with a fiery figure naturally appeared in his mind, Lager. It had been a long time since she last sent him a letter. Ryan had always thought that her silence was because she had returned to her barbarian tribe, wanting to go back to her original life. But now, that might not be the case. This made Ryan feel a faint worry in his heart. However, he was no longer alone, nor was he the small security officer from Flash Gold Town he once was when Lager knew him. Now, he could rely on the mighty organization of the Empire's sword-bearers to gather accurate information first and then plan his next moves. Does Alina have a way to find out about the situation in the cold wind tundra? Ryan asked thoughtfully. To be precise, I mean the barbarian tribes in the cold wind tundra, Ryan added. After all, the cold wind tundra spans several imperial provinces, and some parts are too remote, even beyond the Empire's borders. So, it was necessary to clarify this with Alina. Because for Rain, his main concern is the savage tribe where Lagri lives. Savage tribe? Alina's mouth slightly opened, clearly surprised by Rain's request. Because Rain's focus is quite unusual. But then Alina quickly understood and nodded, saying, All right, Lord Rain, no problem. I will contact someone to help investigate the savage tribe in the frosty tundra. Thank you, Lady Olenna. Please handle this as soon as possible, Rain nodded. You're welcome. I'll get on it right away, Olenna replied with a gentle smile. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A guard entered respectfully, holding a stack of papers, and handed them over. Lord Rain, the portraits of the attackers from last night are ready, drawn by the artist as you requested. Good. Place them on the table, Rain said with a slight nod. Yes, sir, the guard replied, respectfully bowing before stepping back. But the guard's words caused Olenna to feel a sudden shock. What? Lord Rain was attacked again. Lord Rain, were you attacked last night? Olenna asked, eyes wide with surprise. She had a rare day off yesterday and had gone straight to Rain's place this morning, so she didn't know about the attack on Rain's residence last night. Of course, the main reason was that Rain handled the fight so quickly. At this moment, except for a large hole in the western wall of the residence, almost everything else was intact. Without a close look, there was no obvious sign of a fight. Yes, by the way, Lady Olenna, could you help me contact headquarters again, just like last time, to investigate a few people? Rain handed her the stack of portraits. They included images of Sam and the Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar, among others. Some of the portraits had been damaged, with their heads smashed, so the artist had to spend extra time and effort to restore them. Since Jennifer, the beautiful woman, became a shareholder in the Axon Auction House's Munster branch, Rain could investigate through her internal channels. But after some thought, he decided it was better to pursue two lines of inquiry simultaneously. Since it involves the people behind Sam Group and clues about Anna's mother, relying only on the channels from the beautiful woman might lead to misunderstandings or inaccurate information. Understood, Lord Ryan. I will contact headquarters immediately. Also, the attack on you is a serious provocation to the Minstar Sword Bearers Division. I will report this to General Edward right away. Oriana's face turned serious, filled with righteous anger. Just joking, this isn't the first time. The capable young woman decided to report this to General Edward and demand strict punishment for those behind it. Thanks for the trouble, Ryan said with a slight smile. After Oriana left, Ryan finally had time to review last night's battle records. Congratulations! You defeated a strong enemy and gained 7 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level has increased. Congratulations! Your King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level has increased. Thanks to last night's fight, Ryan's new epic profession, King of Thousand Blades, leveled up 3 times, reaching level 4, giving him 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Adding his remaining points, he now has a total of 4 attribute points, 5 skill points, and 28 gold skill points. Ryan crossed his arms and paced around the room, thinking, now that I have top-tier weapon mastery, except when using a Warhammer for spirit-shattering impact, I can use any weapon without much difference in power. Of course, when unleashing ultimate skills, the power varies greatly depending on the level of the skill. Ryan looked at the King of Thousand Blades profession panel, where rows of extraordinary combat skills were listed, including two-handed warhammers, two-handed swords, shields, one-handed axes, daggers, brass knuckles, iron staff, bows, lances, and throwing spears. Suddenly, he felt a bit overwhelmed. A closer look revealed differences. Some extraordinary skills, like two-handed warhammers and two-handed swords, had already been upgraded to top-tier ultimate skills. Others were at high-tier ultimate level. Some remained at mid-tier, with little progress. Still, a bit too chaotic. If only I could combine all these extraordinary combat skills into one. For example, merge them all into a single powerful skill and develop multiple special moves from it. That would be much simpler. Ryan silently thought to himself. Just as this idea formed in his mind, a system prompt suddenly appeared, detected that the host has the special profession King of 1,000 Blades. You can fuse all extraordinary combat skills into one. Do you want to fuse them? This will cost 22 gold skill points. After fusion, all derived special moves will reach the top level. Note: after fusion, the names of individual skills will no longer be displayed separately, except for special moves, but the host can still use the related skills. Note: after fusion, the new extraordinary skill will be a refined version, and the experience points from the previous skills will be proportionally transferred to the new skill. Is it really possible? Is this a special feature of the epic profession King of 1,000 Blades? And all the derived special moves will reach the top level? Ryan's eyes lit up at the end, and he felt very happy. Does it cost 22 gold skill points? Currently, I don't need many gold skill points for my magic skills. Even if I spend 22 points now, I still have 6 left, which is 1 more than the usual skill points. Even if I study puppet techniques later, it will be enough for a short time. After a brief thought, Ryan decided to fuse. Once fused, all special moves would reach the top level, and with the talent, top weapon mastery, Ryan could unleash top-tier moves with every action, like a walking, self-propelled cannon. Ryan believed this was the right way to unlock the epic profession King of 1,000 Blades. Choosing yes, a vast flood of memories about the 9 great extraordinary skills suddenly poured into Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan felt as if he had been in a mysterious space for nearly 100 years, practicing and understanding these skills, absorbing their essence, and connecting them seamlessly. When he came back to himself, he felt a bit dazed, as if he had truly spent a long time in that space. At this moment, the system prompt appeared again. Would you like to rename the new extraordinary skill? Yes/no. Another name? Then let's call it the 1,000 Blades Combat Technique. Lazy to think too much, Ryan glanced at the words King of 1,000 Blades on his profession panel and silently thought to himself. Just as Ryan was about to head to the training room to try out his new skill, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the window. He paused and a smile appeared on his face. Is it finally time to start reaching maturity? After a short while, there was a knock on the door and a clear, childish voice called out, "Brother, Anna asked me to call you. Bloodfeather is growing up." Ryan quickly opened the door, smiling as he gently ruffled his younger sister Mint's head. "Come on, let's go see." Okay. Mint happily held Ryan's hand and led the way. Soon, Ryan and Mint arrived at the backyard woods of the estate. This is where Bloodfeather's nest is located. At this moment, Anna was calming Bloodfeather. Although Anna's breath, whispers, and gentle touches had made Bloodfeather calmer, Ryan could tell that Bloodfeather was still a bit excited and restless. Bloodfeather occasionally let out loud calls, and its thick, ostrich leg-like claws kept scratching the ground. It seemed that due to a major change happening inside, It was acting a bit wild. But this was clearly a good sign. Anna, is Bloodfeather about to reach maturity? Ryan asked with a smile. Last night, shortly after Draylana left, Ryan fed Bloodfeather the feathers of the Thunderhead Eagle Beast. He thought Bloodfeather might break through a certain limit and become fully mature. But to Ryan's surprise, after excitedly swallowing the feathers, Bloodfeather quickly returned to its nest and curled up to sleep. Yes, Bloodfeather just woke up, but the energy from the feathers has already spread through its body while it was sleeping. It's probably about to break through a certain boundary and reach maturity. So, it's acting very restless. Anna nodded, feeling relieved when she saw Ryan arrive. Ryan also nodded. At this moment, he noticed the system prompt sounded. Host's pet, Bloodfeather's horned eagle beast, influenced by the Thunderhead Eagle Beast's feathers, is rapidly growing. Rapid growth in progress. And so on. Bloodfeather became even more restless. It occasionally flapped its huge wings, trembling all over as if tiny ants were biting its body. At the same time, the blue-purple feathers emitted a gentle glow, and a pair of sharp claws grew visibly faster and sharper. A few minutes passed. Suddenly, 2 swelling bumps appeared on Bloodfeather's forehead. Soon, 2 long horns broke through the bumps and continued to curve and branch out, forming a pair of deer antlers. Seeing this, Ryan was slightly surprised, then a smile appeared on his face. That's right. It reminded him of a phrase Veronica had mentioned. One of the main signs of a mature Bloodfeather horned eagle beast is the growth of a pair of deer antlers on its head. A few more minutes passed. With a loud, sharp eagle cry, Bloodfeather's body had undergone a huge change. Its body was now nearly the size of an adult warhorse, with a wingspan of over 4 meters, close to 5 meters. Its muscular build was clearly visible, and its claws and beak emitted a faint dark glow. From its posture and features, it was obvious that it was very good at close combat. At this moment, the system's notifications began flooding the screen. Host's pet, Bloodfeather horned eagle beast, has successfully entered the mature stage. Your beast taming skill has improved. Experience plus 1018. Your beast sacrifice, legendary, profession experience plus 399. Note: Bloodfeather horned eagle beast has awakened the innate abilities Ferocious Claw Strike and Iron Beak Puncture. Seeing Bloodfeather advance to maturity early, Ryan couldn't help but smile happily. It wasn't that Bloodfeather could help him much in battle, but now he could finally try riding the horned eagle, soaring through the sky like a griffin knight. Huh? 2 innate abilities? Ferocious Claw? Iron Beak? It really is a fierce, melee-type raptor. Ryan thought to himself as he looked at the awakened abilities. Although it lacked long-range attack skills, Ryan wasn't disappointed at all. Most of the time, you can't have everything. He walked around Bloodfeather, nodding constantly as he looked at his majestic pet. He reached out and gently stroked the bright blue-purple feathers, feeling their smoothness and softness, very pleasant to the touch. At this moment, Bloodfeather also gently nudged Ryan with its forehead horns, as if trying to communicate something. "Oh, you're more eager than I am," Ryan said with a smile. He naturally understood Bloodfeather's meaning, which was to ask him to sit on it, as if taking a ride with Ryan. As a druid, Anna also understood this and immediately looked on with a quiet smile. Only his sister Mint was a little confused at first, but she quickly understood. She saw Ryan gently tiptoe and leap onto Bloodfeather's back. Bloodfeather spread its wings and flapped forcefully a few times, causing a strong gust of wind. Suddenly, Ryan was riding like on a horse, bouncing up and down. Since it was his first time riding, he didn't have a saddle or reins, so he could only hold lightly onto the neck feathers and squeeze his legs tightly. Suddenly, after taking off, a faint blue airflow surrounded Bloodfeather's body, and then it soared into the sky. "Wow, brother is flying," Min exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Ryan. The sky. No one would not dream of soaring through the sky. At this moment, Ryan felt a thrill like a roller coaster from his past life. He only felt himself suddenly climbing higher, then saw the ground and scenery around him quickly getting farther away. He was riding Bloodfeather, flying higher and higher, soon reaching the main peak of the Haskaga Mountains. After gliding, flipping, and accelerating a few times, Ryan gradually became familiar with how Bloodfeather, the eagle beast, flies. He also sensed the faint blue wind energy swirling around Bloodfeather. After all, with his weight plus Bloodfeather's body similar to a small horse, according to physics, a wingspan of less than 10 meters probably couldn't make it fly. But this is a magical world. Now, seeing Bloodfeather look so relaxed and free, Ryan knew that the load it was carrying was far from its limit. This gave Ryan a sudden flash of inspiration. Since that's the case, maybe I can. His eyes lit up, and he slightly lowered Bloodfeather's altitude. At the same time, he activated the hardened silver on his forearm, which started to cover Bloodfeather's body like mercury. At first, Bloodfeather let out a few calls, seeming a bit uncomfortable. But after Ryan made some adjustments and avoided certain joints, Bloodfeather appeared much calmer. Soon, a majestic, armor-like eagle beast appeared before Ryan. Like this, it's like wearing a layer of armor, making it less likely to get hurt in close combat. Just more expensive. To defend against physical attacks, I need more hardened fine gold, and for magical energy attacks, I need more enchanted silver, especially enchanted silver, which is quite costly. Also, besides covering Bloodfeather, I need to keep some for weapon transformation. Ryan quickly thought of some preparations he needed to make. By the way, I can now test the power of the riding spear. With the boost from riding on a mount, how powerful can the top-secret move Armor Breaker of the riding spear become? Ryan's eyes lit up. Immediately, he focused his gaze on the large white rock face at the main peak of the Hoskiga Mountains in front of him. Ryan, who was originally riding Bloodfeather about 50 meters from the rock face, now raised his riding spear, squeezed his legs, and with a loud cry from Bloodfeather like an eagle's call, he and the eagle shot forward like an arrow, so fast it was almost instant. Boom! With a loud explosion. At the impact point on the rock face, a burst of white energy rippled out, and a lot of debris and stones scattered. As the dust settled, a dent about the size of a basin appeared on the rock face. Meanwhile, Ryan's nearly 4-meter-long riding spear disappeared as if by magic, because at this moment, Ryan's hand was partly inserted into the rock face, up to his forearm, making the spear even less visible. Fortunately, Bloodfeather used its strong claws to grip the rock face heavily, buffering the impact of the sprint. Otherwise, it might have bumped into the rock face. The rock face is more fragile than I thought. No, I think my strength has increased, and I didn't quite control the power well. Ryan shook his head and said, clang. He slowly pulled his dark-colored riding spear out of the rock face, bringing out a lot of debris, and a circular hole about the size of a bowl appeared in the rock face. At this moment, Ryan suddenly looked up and turned his gaze to his left rear. He saw 4 black dots flying from afar. Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately recognized that 4 Griffin Knights were approaching. Obviously, the Griffin Knights on patrol must have noticed something happening nearby, so they came to check. Wow, it's Lord Rain, whispered the lead, Viscount Firk, as he approached closer. He shook the reins and sped up. Next to him, Fisher was smiling and said to the other 2 Griffin Knights, "Didn't you say you wanted to meet Lord Rain? Well, here he is." Lord Rain, long time no see, Rain waved and greeted with a smile. He had just seen that the visitor was the deputy captain of the Griffin squad, Viscount Firk, a familiar face. "Lord Rain, is that a type of hawk eagle?" "It's rare to see such a flying mount," said Firk, a blond man, looking at Rain's majestic Bloodfeather with surprise. "Yes, it's a Bloodfeather hawk eagle. I got it by chance," Rain replied. "Viscount Firk, I've always admired you Griffin Knights for soaring in the sky," Rain said with a smile. They exchanged compliments briefly. At that moment, Fisher accidentally felt a beam of sunlight shining on his face, flickering and blinding him, so he naturally looked up. Huh? He saw that the light was coming from the rocky wall of Mount Hoskiga's main peak. What's going on? He was supposed to be facing north of the main peak, with the sun blocked, so why was there light? Wait. Ugg Fisher rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he gasped. Seeing Fisher's stunned expression, Firk and the other 2 Griffin Knights turned to look curiously. In the next second, all 3 froze like lightning had struck them, their eyes wide with shock. Rain also found this curious and looked up. The rocky wall he had just struck with his attack was actually pierced through? At the top of the mountain, about 7 or 8 meters thick, a hole had been punched through the rock. Even stranger, it seemed the sun's position was just right, with a beam of sunlight passing through the hole and shining onto the other side of the mountain, illuminating the area in front of Minster. The original view of the highest peak of the Hoska Mountains, the Golden Summit, might need to be renamed. No, perhaps there is now an additional beautiful sight. Fisher, a local, was momentarily distracted and muttered to himself. The original main peak of the Hoska Mountains would shine with a golden light on clear mornings when the sun reached a certain position. Because of this, the scene was named Golden Summit. Hearing Fisher's words, including Filk, everyone fell silent. They couldn't believe that Ryan's recent strike had directly created a new scenic spot. Ryan was also slightly stunned. He hadn't thought much when he made his move, just felt that the cliff of the main peak of the Haska Mountains was a good fit. But the effect before them truly surprised him. Lord Ryan, I believe you have added a new, beautiful site to Minster. Soon, the administrative office might come to ask you what name would be best, Filk said with a smile, surprised. Well, I just tried a new skill, and I didn't expect such an effect, Ryan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Lord Ryan, I think this hole should be named after you, calling it the Ryan's Hole. What do you think? Fisher flattered. Fisher's intention was simple. He wanted the world to remember who created this hole. But Ryan was stunned when he heard this. What? Ryan's Hole? What kind of silly name is that? Even stealing light through a wall is better than that. He thought Fisher was a clever young man, but now it seemed he was also bad at naming things. Cough. How about the Light's Hole? Maybe that sounds better, Ryan suggested with a cough. His words made the others react immediately. Lord Ryan, the Light's Hole is a much deeper and more meaningful name. Phil quickly agreed with a smile. As a noble from the imperial capital, reading the room was naturally an essential skill. Lord Ryan, that's a perfect name. The others immediately praised him, but their eyes kept occasionally drifting toward the hole. The powerful piercing force from such concentrated energy was truly astonishing. After a while longer, Ryan and Filk slowly guided their mounts to a relatively flat part of the mountain range and started a private conversation. Lord Ryan, as a knight with a flying mount and your sword-wielding status, you are almost like a Griffin Knight. You can skip the Royal Griffin Guard and directly apply for the assessment to join the Empire Dragon Rider Reserve. Filk's face grew serious as he spoke carefully. Dragon Rider Reserve? Ryan asked with some confusion. He only knew that the Empire's protectors, the Dragon Knights, seemed to be selected from the middle ranks of the Royal Griffin Guard. He didn't know much else. Yes, Lord Ryan. Do you remember the token Princess Minia gave you, that red dragon scale? Of course, Ryan nodded. Actually, Princess Minia had this idea from the start. She thought you might have a chance to participate in the Dragon Knight selection. But, since you don't have a flying mount and lack experience in aerial combat, she gave you the red dragon scale so you could first join the Royal Griffin Guard. Normally, most Dragon Knight candidates first join the Royal Griffin Guard, contract a griffin, and after training and getting familiar with flying, they can qualify for the Dragon Knight assessment. But now that you have a Blood Feather Eagle mount, you can skip this step. And with your status as a star-level sword wielder and the token from Princess Minia, your background check for the Dragon Rider Reserve assessment should go smoothly. Filk spoke confidently, clearly showing friendliness toward Ryan. On the other hand, Ryan was genuinely interested in what he was hearing. Oh, after passing this assessment and joining the Dragon Rider Reserve, how long would it take to become a Dragon Knight? Ryan's eyes lit up as he asked. Previously, Ryan wasn't very interested in joining the Royal Griffin Guard mainly because Griffins didn't seem to offer much help in battle for him. At the same time, he already had a Blood Feather Eagle mount, so contracting a Griffin seemed unnecessary. But if he could contract a giant dragon, that would be a different story, completely a different level. Not to mention the incredible combat power of an adult dragon. The legendary profession of Dragon Knight would bring Ryan huge benefits. Probably more than the legendary profession King of the Thousand Blades. Well, I can't say for sure. Filk paused, seeming to organize his words. This made Ryan curious, because, in the end, the birth of a Dragon Knight is a two-way choice. The dragon chooses the person, of course, but the person also chooses the dragon. However, the main thing is the former, because there are far fewer dragons than candidates for Dragon Knights, Filk explained slowly. Oh, I see. Ryan nodded with a raised eyebrow. The selection for Dragon Knights happens roughly once every 5 years, unless there are serious battle losses, which then prompts extra tests. This time, because of the big battle in the capital, several Imperial Dragon Knights were lost. So, the Empire decided to hold extra tests. Ryan finally understood. Could it be that the giant dragon, the mount of the Dragon Knight, is inherited from the previous fallen Dragon Knight? Ryan asked. Yes, because dragons have a very long growth cycle. Unlike other creatures, they keep growing continuously. That means, the longer a dragon lives, the bigger it gets, and the more battle experience it has, Filk explained patiently. Although the official Dragon Knight selection is scheduled for the Frost month, if Lord Ryan wishes to participate, he should go to the capital soon, because the reserved Dragon Knight assessment is held on the first Sunday of the harvest month. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 5 years. Thank you for the information, Lord Filk, Ryan said with a slight bow to show his gratitude. You're welcome, Lord Ryan. I have some other matters to attend to. Let's talk again next time we have free time. Filk also bowed slightly and smiled. All right, Lord Filk. After Filk and his group left, Ryan jumped back onto Bloodfeather's back and flew toward his home. On the way, Ryan was digesting the information Filk had given him. Now it's the month of flowers. After that comes the month of stags, the midsummer month, and the month of flowing fire. Then, it's the harvest month. Looking at it this way, if I want to join the Dragon Knight selection, I only have about 3 months to prepare. When Ryan guided Bloodfeather to land slowly, his sister Mint immediately ran over, pulling Ryan excitedly and asking, Big brother, why did you take so long? Oh, and how does it feel up in the sky? I also really want to soar in the sky. Big brother, can you take me flying in the sky too? That's easy. I'll take you flying right now, Rain said, gently patting Mint's head with a smile. For such a small request from his little sister, Rain naturally agreed. However, Mint's bright eyes twinkled as she turned her head and then sweetly smiled at Anna beside her, saying, Big sister Anna, please come with me. I might get scared without you. Well, Anna was about to refuse, but Mint grabbed her hand and gently persuaded her, pushing her forward. Anna was just wondering why Mint would be scared, especially with Rain, her brother, present. Why would she be afraid? Before Anna could figure it out, Mint pulled her along. At that moment, another question appeared. How should the 3 of them sit? But while Anna was still hesitating, Mint had already made plans. Big sister Anna, if you hold me, I won't be scared anymore. Is that okay? Faced with Mint's innocent big eyes, Anna found it hard to say no or anything else. All she could do was nod. Yes. Yay. That's great. Mint smiled so happily that her eyes squinted into slits. Wait a moment. No, that's not right. If I hold Mint, then I can't let Mint hold Rain, right? Wouldn't that mean Rain has to hold her instead? Anna seemed to realize something, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of panic. Big brother, if you want to hold big sister Anna, or she might get scared too, Mint said loudly at this moment. Whoosh. Anna's face turned red. Although her closeness with Rain had improved a lot after their reunion, it was still somewhat secretive. But now, being held in Rain's arms in front of all the guards made her feel very shy. Before Anna could say more, Mint urged them to get moving quickly. Big brother, let's go. Okay. Rain nodded with a smile. And when Anna was finally held in Rain's arms, she immediately blushed and lowered her head shyly, clutching Mint tightly. Before takeoff, Ryan used his special magic skill called metal shaping. He quickly formed a soft piece of enchanted silver into a ring buckle that looked like a safety bar from a roller coaster. This buckle held all 3 of them together and passed through and secured below Bloodfeather's abdomen. Because it involved his sister and Anna, safety was the top priority. However, this meant Anna was now very close to Ryan. Bloodfeather, a close combat eagle beast, didn't mind having Anna and a small amount of Mint nearby, as it didn't add any weight. As Bloodfeather spread its wings and took off again, the 3 of them shook up and down sharply. Mint cheered happily, and Anna and Ryan couldn't help but feel happy from this simple, pure joy. But when Bloodfeather flew quickly, Anna, sitting in front of Ryan, felt her hair flowing in the wind. As the fresh scent of grass and trees drifted past her nose with her hair, Ryan instinctively tightened his arms around Anna. Bloodfeather's flying style was special, different from normal eagles. It was more like a horse, with each wing beat causing it to rise and fall. This made Ryan feel a bit uncomfortable. With their faces close, trying to stay calm, it was quite difficult, especially since they were very close. After a while, Anna suddenly felt something hard pressing against her buttocks. At first, she awkwardly twisted her waist, trying to move away from the object. But she soon realized she couldn't avoid it. So she tried to press the other person down onto her hips. When Ryan let out a slight groan, Anna suddenly understood what she felt was. Her face turned as red as a glowing iron, almost bleeding. She felt her cheeks burning, her whole body softening, and even her hands holding Mint became loose. Fortunately, Ryan had used his metal shaping magic earlier to keep all 3 of them together and securely fastened to Bloodfeather's belly. Even if Anna let go, Mint would stay safe. Mint, sitting at the front, happily waved her hands and occasionally shouted loudly. In contrast to the fresh Mint, Anna kept her head down the whole time, almost burying her face in her chest, and she remained silent. Big Sister Anna, why do you feel so hot? Big Sister Anna, why are you trembling all over? Are you scared? Brother, hold Anna tightly. She's frightened. As Anna twitched slightly all over, she suddenly collapsed softly into Ryan's arms. Her beautiful eyes seemed foggy, and she didn't even notice when the Bloodfeather landed in the backyard. When she tried to stand, her legs went weak. If Ryan hadn't supported her, she might have fallen to the ground. But once she regained her senses, she quickly ran away like a scared rabbit. Brother, what's wrong with Big Sister Anna? Does she dislike flying in the sky? Ryan didn't know how to answer his sister's question at first. He couldn't say it was because he kept aiming his gun at Anna all the time, so she felt shy. However, Ryan soon remembered what happened earlier in the sky. He realized Anna was the type of person who becomes soft at the slightest touch, and she seemed unusually sensitive. Maybe it's her first time, so she's a bit nervous. But I also went through it for the first time, so why wasn't I nervous? Mint continued to wonder. After the excitement, Ryan quickly thought of something. He needed to learn how to float in the air soon. Otherwise, falling from high up might not kill him but could seriously hurt him. Once a battle starts, anything can happen, so it's best to be prepared in advance. In the afternoon or early tomorrow, I need to go to the exchange hall to exchange for floating magic and some rare metals. When Ryan returned to his study, he also stopped by Jenny's room. Since Agatha's room was still under repair, Agatha was resting in Jenny's room now. Ryan thought it was necessary to visit Agatha after her recent unexpected trouble. Lord Ryan, why are you here? Agatha looked happy when she saw Ryan come to visit her and sat up from her bed. Being valued by someone important made Agatha feel warm inside. Rest well, Aga Shah. Ryan waved his hand, signaling Aga Shah to lie down comfortably. Thank you, Lord Ryan, for your concern. I don't have any serious issues, just a little scared, Aga Shah replied. Lord Ryan, Aga Shah was mainly frightened and has a small scratch. You don't need to worry. I will take good care of her, Jenny explained. Yes, if you need anything, just tell me, Ryan nodded. Thank you, Lord Ryan. When Ryan returned to his study, he quickly called in the beautiful woman, Jennifer, and asked, Jennifer, how are the guards you trained at the guild? Regarding the recent attack, although the main reason was the attacker's strength, since the guards were quite powerful, it also served as a warning to Ryan. He planned to strengthen the overall defenses of his home. It's been only half a year, and most of the guards are at level 1 or 2 knights. Very few have reached level 3, Jennifer said, frowning slightly. Ryan nodded, which was in line with his expectations. Noble families usually train and select servants or guards from a young age, which generally ensures loyalty but takes a lot of time. This is one reason why emerging noble families find it hard to catch up quickly with established, powerful noble houses. By the way, dear, just now, our estate received an invitation from the Goddess Church, signed by Brandier. Jennifer took out an invitation from beside her and handed it to Ryan. Oh, a letter from Brandier? Ryan took it and read quickly. After reading, he couldn't help but smile and said, Jennifer, you probably won't believe this. Archbishop Scene has been transferred to oversee the Minsider Cathedral. Really? Archbishop Scene is coming to Minsider? That's wonderful. Jennifer's eyes lit up. Tomorrow night, come with me to the welcome banquet, Ryan said with a nod. Of course, dear. After Jennifer left, Ryan took out a transparent, faceted crystal from his waist pouch, an important memory crystal from his mentor, Magaro. Inside was stored the first layer of the most important advanced meditation technique of the Steel Heart School, called Steel Heart. Previously, Ryan had been focused on changing his epic profession, so he temporarily set aside learning advanced meditation techniques. However, now he was able to start learning it. Holding the crystal in his hand and entering a focused state of mind, a wave of knowledge about the advanced meditation method flooded into his mind. Ryan carefully began to understand the first level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method in his mind. Soon, he grasped many new pieces of knowledge he hadn't known before. The main purpose of the Advanced Meditation Method is to further strengthen and refine mental power. Moreover, each level of the Steel Heart meditation also has an additional effect of improving mental control. After successfully practicing the first level, Besides the general effect of refining mental power, it will also increase the power of metal magic by about 20%. Seeing this, Ryan's eyes lit up. 20% is not a small increase. To improve magic power, there aren't many methods available. This means that if my metal shield's defense is about 40 degrees, after mastering the first level of this meditation, it will be 48 degrees. This surpasses the attack limit of most first-level magic. And even top-tier knights, if they only master advanced secrets, won't be able to break through their own metal shield's defense. Plus, I also have the top-tier steel body talent. Prerequisites for learning. 1. It is recommended that the mage's talent be metal magic, with each level providing a certain bonus to the talent. 2. It is recommended that the mage's affinity for metal elements exceeds 80. As Master Magaro said, this is a special advanced meditation method that is very suitable for those who mainly study metal magic, and it really suits me. Ryan nodded and immediately began practicing according to the requirements of the advanced meditation method. The process of cultivating the first level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method is simple to say but difficult to do. It requires visualizing a complex three-dimensional pattern composed of 36 will runes in the mind at once. Since there are only 24 will runes in total, many of the 36 runes are repeated. This is like the 26 letters of the English alphabet, but in the word congratulation, the letter appears twice. It's also similar to building with Lego toys, where many different basic units are combined to create a large model. Therefore, in terms of difficulty, this new method is a big step up from the previous basic meditation technique. No wonder Mentor Magaro told me to start practicing it first, he thought. Most wizards probably can't master it in just 2 or 3 months, Rain nodded. But, since my mental strength is much higher than that of an ordinary level 1 wizard, I should be able to learn faster. Rain looked at his attribute panel. His mental attribute was 64. He felt confident about learning the advanced meditation method. Soon, Rain began practicing step by step, visualizing the first three-dimensional symbol in his mind according to the method. Half an hour later, after trying more than 10 times, Rain quickly realized that the difficulty of the advanced meditation method lies in that when 36 willpower runes are combined, the 3D model becomes very complex. The further he went, the harder it became. However, with his mental strength of 64 points, it wasn't too difficult. In his last attempt, Rain successfully visualized a complex model made of 34 runes in one go. This meant he was only 2 runes away from completing the first level of practice. This speed surprised Rain, but it was also understandable. Ask yourself, which level 1 wizard, before learning the advanced meditation method, has a mental strength of 64 points? Most have around 30 points. Rain's mental strength was nearly double that. But at this moment, Rain suddenly felt a faint pressure in his temples. Clearly, this was the limit of his current practice time with the advanced meditation method. Suddenly, Rain noticed that on his attribute panel, his mental attribute was now shown as Mental, 64, Haze 1%. Wow, the effect appeared so quickly? The haze percentage has shown up? Although the system had already indicated during his official wizard transition that his mental power was hazing, it hadn't displayed a specific value before, probably because the basic meditation method's refining effect was too weak. It's very likely that at that time, the value was less than 1%, so the system didn't show the exact number, Lean guessed. Now, even though he hasn't completed the first layer of the advanced meditation method, the system already shows a 1% value, which clearly shows the big difference in the effects of mental strength refinement. Lean faintly sensed a change. Indeed, his mental power felt noticeably more pure and refined. This made Lean very excited. He originally planned to rest and take it slow, spending a few days to complete the first layer, but now, seeing such clear results, he had other ideas. With 4 attribute points remaining, I can spend 1 or 2 more to break through. Let's go all out now. Feeling the effect of mental strength refinement, Lean's desire grew quickly. Without much hesitation, he added a point to his mental attribute, instantly raising it from 64 to 65. Lean immediately felt as if a clear spring suddenly appeared in his mind, sweeping away mental fatigue and making his senses sharper. He then began to sketch the complex three-dimensional pattern of the first layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method in his mind. The first will rune. The second. The 35th will rune. Nice. Just 1 more to go. Lean's face lit up with joy. After trying more than 10 times, he felt his head getting dizzy, but the results were very clear. Now, he was trying the last one. It was like building a house, only the roof was left to finish. So, Lean added more points. Half an hour later, Lean happily sensed a strange phenomenon in his mind. He saw at the bottom of the metal transformation talent model a ring-shaped, thin base made of mental crystal. Clearly, the first layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method had been successfully practiced. The system prompted, "You have practiced the incomplete Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, and your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill, Advanced Steel Heart Meditation, incomplete. Your skill, Advanced Steel Heart Meditation, incomplete, has been upgraded, gaining 1 experience point." Incomplete? That's right. I only practiced the first level. Soon, Ryan saw a new skill icon on his Warhammer Wizard Legendary class panel, an image of a person sitting cross-legged with eyes closed in meditation. Below it, a small note read, "Advanced Steel Heart Meditation, incomplete, level 1, 1/100, with a special effect, Metal Control level 1. Metal Control level 1, passive, effect, slightly improves your ability to control metal energy particles." He didn't know how long it took other wizards in the repair school to learn the first level of this skill, but it probably didn't take him just one day like it did. It's a pity that Master Maguro isn't here. He would be very happy. These 2 attribute points are definitely worth it. Ryan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This important achievement is finally done. From now on, I just need to practice steadily every day. Ryan focused again on the new base structure in his mental sea. This must be the special feature of the Advanced Steel Heart Meditation, why it can boost the power of metal-based magic. Later, I can try casting magic myself and compare the changes. At the same time, Ryan noticed that the silver mist around this 3-dimensional structure had become much thicker. The silver mist now filled the entire area of his mental sea more than when he first advanced to wizard, but before practicing the advanced meditation. He looked at the system panel and was surprised. The mental strength value on his attribute panel had actually decreased. It showed mental 60, misty 5%. He remembered clearly that at the start, his mental strength was 64. After adding 2 points, it should have been 66. But now, it was only 60. However, the mistiness had increased noticeably from 1% to 5%. Could this be the effect of the advanced meditation on refining mental strength? Removing impurities, which causes the total to decrease. That's probably about right. But before Rain could think further, suddenly his eyes brightened. Huh? This is. Because he saw that the system prompt had refreshed with a new message, the prerequisite for advancing to Dragonvein Mage, Legendary, is 1. Mutated Dragon Bloodline Concentration at Rich, Level, or above, 2. Level 3 Crystallized Mage, or higher, 3. Prerequisite 2 is clear. Wow, Crystallized Mage? That requirement is really high. Rain couldn't help but gasp. He was no longer a novice mage. He knew that reaching level 3 meant the stages of mental power: fogging, liquefying, and crystallizing. Right now, he was only at 5% fogging, with liquefying still ahead, and then crystallizing. If he were an ordinary level 1 mage, it might take many years, maybe 100 or 200 years, to reach crystallization. Also, mage promotion isn't always smooth. It's very possible to get stuck at a certain stage. But thinking about it, that's normal. A legendary profession. The prerequisite of reaching crystallized mage level isn't too much, Rain thought confidently. He can add attribute points, and his mental power can improve several times more than an ordinary mage. This process should be greatly shortened. Plus, this also confirms that Dragonvein mages are indeed mages and have some connection to advanced meditation techniques. The first level of the advanced meditation I just learned already shows its requirements for mage levels. Looking at the prerequisites for becoming a Dragonvein mage, Rain had some insights. After thinking for a while, he decided to test the changes before and after learning the advanced meditation technique. First, naturally, was his innate mage skill, metal transformation. But Rain didn't transform the dagger, because the metal amount was too small and had almost instantly transformed before. To see a clear difference, he needed a larger amount of metal. As Rain thought, with a slight movement of his mind, the hardened fine gold in his hand immediately began transforming into the shape of a pig-headed hammer. The process was very fast. Rain tested several times, recording the time, which was about 0. 16 seconds, less than 0.2 seconds. Compared to the previous 0.25 seconds, it was over 20% faster. This made Ryan very happy. He saw the pig-headed hammer quickly transform into a sturdy tower shield, then rapidly change into a two-handed sword. Indeed, no matter what shape it took, the transformation was much faster than before. Don't underestimate the importance of even a small time saving. Often, in battle, success depends on quick reactions. From another perspective, during the same amount of time, Ryan could transform more metal than before. It looks like I need to visit the branch and exchange for more rare metals. Also, I need to practice floating magic. Thinking of this, Ryan didn't delay. He stored his hardened fine gold and stepped outside. Sitting in the carriage, Ryan was still thinking about his earlier transformations. It seems that the first level of the advanced meditation method for the steel heart isn't enough to produce this effect. Ryan carefully sensed the change. That part of the vaporized mental energy is more active in mobilizing metal energy particles than unvaporized mental energy. I see. The reason for the speed increase also includes the bonus from vaporized mental energy. Although the bonus isn't big, it's because the vaporization isn't very deep. Ryan nodded thoughtfully. Inside the exchange hall, a young female clerk stood up and bowed, saying, "Hello, sir. How can I assist you? I want to exchange for some rare metals." "Of course, sir. Please show your badge." Ryan nodded and handed over his crystal badge. The girl looked at it and was momentarily surprised. She became more respectful, took the badge with both hands, and placed it into a special slot. She then asked, "Sir, which metals would you like to exchange for?" "Give me 20 pounds. No, 50 pounds of enchanted silver, and also 50 pounds of hardened fine gold ingots." "Oh, and add 20 pounds of luminous ingots," Ryan said after some thought. Recently, in several battles, Ryan found that enemy sorcerers often used magic. Enchanted silver was very useful, greatly reducing the damage from enemy spells. Previously, he exchanged 20 pounds of enchanted silver, which could only transform into a normal-sized kite-shaped shield. It was enough to defend against first-level magic, but not against Sam's second-level magic last time. After all, this was a first-level spell, Metal Barrier, used to resist an enemy's second-level magic, so it was understandable that it couldn't hold up. If he had enough enchanted silver to form 3 kite-shaped shields, his defense would improve significantly. Adding the effect of the advanced meditation method, Metal Control, even if it couldn't fully block second-level magic, the gap would be smaller. As for hardened fine gold, it was very tough, perfect for throwing spears. Its power was several times that of ordinary steel. It's mainly used as a consumable durable item, costly. But now, Ryan had enough contribution points, so he naturally chose to maximize his combat strength. Finally, there was the glowing stone. Recently, the trend of cults rising was obvious, so Ryan planned to exchange some in advance, just in case. However, the young female clerk was stunned. Enchanted silver cost 180 contribution points per pound. 50 pounds would be a total of 9,000 points. Quite expensive. Is it really necessary to spend so much? Even a star-level sword-bearer like Lord Diamond might find this a bit excessive. Sorry, sir. How much did you say you wanted earlier?" After regaining her composure, the young clerk asked. Ryan realized he might have asked for a bit too much, so he patiently repeated his order. "Sir, let me confirm. 50 pounds of enchanted silver ingots, totaling 9,000 contribution points. 50 pounds of hardened fine gold ingots, totaling 1,200 points. 20 pounds of glowing stone, totaling 2,400 points. In total, that's 12,600 contribution points. Is that okay?" "Yes," Ryan nodded. All right, sir. I'll go get them for you now. Wait, I also want to exchange a spell, levitation. Please handle that as well." "Understood, sir." 10 minutes later, Ryan left the exchange hall satisfied, holding a sheepskin scroll in his left hand and carrying a wooden box in his right. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the Munster province, at the Dragon-Tooth Mountain Pass, deep inside the Adachi mine, a small, elite team of 5 people is slowly moving deep into a mine. They are the Black Sword team, led by a star-level sword wielder from Munster. "Strange, do you smell that?" "Since we entered the mine, I felt a bad smell, like rotten food," said a team member holding a dagger, frowning. "I smell it too. It wasn't so strong at the entrance, but now it seems to be getting worse." I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Now I smell it too, said another team member carrying a large bow, twitching his nose and nodding. Suddenly, the team's deputy leader, a wizard holding a short staff and lighting a magic light, stopped in his tracks. He is the only official wizard in the Black Sword team and second only to the captain, Greyro. Because official wizards have sharp senses and protective magic, he leads the way through the dark tunnel. Seeing Ant stop suddenly, the others also stopped talking and looked up. In the next moment, they all looked shocked at what they saw not far ahead. About 20 meters into the tunnel, a large bronze door, dozens of meters high, was opening from both sides. Inside the door was dark and deep, and even the light from Ant's staff couldn't reach inside. Near the door, a large complex magic circle with many lines was faintly glowing green. Strangely, such a magic circle should be controlled by someone, but now no one was there. Captain, is this a sealed door? One team member asked in surprise, pointing at the bronze door. What they saw was beyond everyone's expectations. In the Adaki mine, there really was a sealed door, and more importantly, it was already open. Yes, Greyro said seriously, his face stern, but his eyes stayed fixed on the deep inside of the door, unblinking, as if trying to see through it. It's already been opened. The wizard Ant stepped forward with a serious look, walking 2 steps ahead of the team. He crouched down and examined the magic circle carefully. Soon, he turned around and said, Captain, this magic circle will stop working in less than 24 hours. Judging by the symbols, it seems to be a blood sacrifice magic circle. If I'm right, someone set it up and used it to open the sealed gate. Retreat. Black Sword Greyro signaled to Ant with a hand gesture. He had been watching the gate inside and felt a strange sense of fear. As a top-level knight with mastery of advanced skills, Greyro trusted his instincts completely. They wouldn't lie to him. Huh? Captain, should we go inside and check? Another team member asked, confused. After all, they came from Munster to investigate this matter. They didn't know what was inside the open sealed gate, so rushing to retreat seemed strange. Yeah, Captain, maybe I should go in and take a look? A slim team member, quick and agile with 2 daggers, suggested. Hey, Bram. What's on your face? Why is it so pale? As Ant held a bright spell to light the way, one team member pointed at Bram, who was playing with his daggers, and asked curiously, Huh? Bram looked confused too. He touched his face. Yes, he felt something soft. He quickly pulled it off, feeling a slight. In his hand appeared a white, fan-shaped object. Is this a mushroom? Another team member at the back, carrying a large bough, came over curiously, looking at the white fungus that resembled a ginkgo leaf. But when he leaned in to look closer under the bright spell, the 2 others nearby, seeing this, looked like they had seen a ghost, eyes wide, trembling fingers pointing at him in shock. What's wrong? You 2 look like you've seen a ghost, the team members said. When he saw that even Captain Greyro and the others looked at him with shock, he knew something was wrong. He reached out and touched his face. The next second, he froze completely in place. Because his hand touched a large, soft, and strange substance on his face, he suddenly grabbed a white, mushroom-shaped object from his face. Soon after, red blood started to flow, making his face look sickly and frightening. My face. Oh my gosh. My neck is also affected. What kind of strange thing is this? At this moment, everyone began to nervously feel around their bodies. Soon, the members of the Black Sword team discovered that, except for Vice Captain and Wizard Ant, who seemed protected by their innate magic, no one else was infected by the mysterious fungus. Even the strongest leader, Black Sword Greyro, a top knight, had already developed many white, cotton-like spores on his body. The other 3 team members, who were less powerful than Greyro, had even weaker resistance and had already grown full white fungi, which looked like the mushroom-shaped fungi just now. Quick, let's get out of here first. Greyro ordered immediately, feeling more and more uneasy inside. Just as the team was about to turn around and leave quickly, suddenly, the ground in the tunnel trembled fiercely. Then, a deep roar, unfamiliar but very intimidating, came from inside the sealed door. In an instant, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts. They felt as if they had fallen into a freezing cold cellar, and even moving their legs became much more difficult than usual. Instinctively, the members of the Black Sword team stiffly turned their necks and looked back at the sealed door behind them. They saw 2 brown lights suddenly appear inside the sealed door. Rumble, rumble as the ground vibrated rhythmically, the 2 lights drew closer. The foul smell grew stronger. When the lights approached the illuminated area, the Black Sword team finally saw clearly. Those were not ordinary lights. They were the eyes of a giant dragon. The giant dragon looked extremely ugly. Its skin, which should have smooth, shiny scales like normal dragons, was absent on this creature. Instead, its surface was wrinkled, pitted, and even oozing pus, as if its body was emitting a strong, corrosive energy from inside. Run. Guerrero finally understood the source of the strong unease in his heart. The corrupted dragon in front of him must be the ancient creature sealed inside the Gate of Banishment. Although it had been sealed for thousands of years, its remaining aura was still incredibly powerful. Guerrero immediately sensed that only the Empire's guardians could handle such a monster. Their Black Sword team was no match. Even though he heard their captain shouting desperately, everyone else seemed trapped in a swamp, moving at less than a third of their normal speed. Roar. The corrupted dragon roared angrily. Then, a thick, yellow-green mist-like breath shot out violently from its large mouth. In the narrow tunnel, this was almost impossible to avoid. The last member of the team was the first to be hit by the mist breath. Mushrooms on his body grew wildly, and within seconds, various gray and green, colorful fungi covered him completely, covering his face. He was still running, but to others, he looked more like he was staggering. The second. The third. The wizard Anton's protective magic also shattered instantly, and fungi began to grow rapidly on him. Guerrero, the Black Sword, was no exception. Seeing the entire team about to be wiped out, Guerrero stopped in his tracks, suddenly turned around, and swung his large black sword with all his might at the breath attack. At the same time, a deep roar echoed behind him. Anton tried to send the message out. As soon as he finished speaking, he radiated a faint light of willpower mixed with primal energy, raising his black, double-handed sword like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight at the pursuing corrupted dragon. Black glow. A dark arc flashed, and the corrupted dragon's thick, stone column-sized claws and elbows were immediately cut open by Guerrero's black sword, leaving a deep several tens of centimeters long. Yellow-green pus sprayed out. Just when Guerrero thought he might hold on a little longer, maybe even escape alive, suddenly, boom, a huge, sharp claw slammed down from above, smashing Guerrero into a mass of flesh. Captain. At this moment, the wizard Anio had just finished casting a spell. A light blue whirlwind wrapped around him as he sped forward, only to see his captain tragically dead in front of him. Faster, even faster. I want to survive. I need to send the message. Anio, a wizard, lost his composure for the first time, his eyes filled with rage. But it was too late. It wasn't the corrupt dragon behind him that caught up. It was the spores and bacteria on his body that had begun to grow rapidly. Meanwhile, near the entrance of the Adachi mine, a level 3 wizard apprentice dressed in a gray robe and a knight wielding a sword and shield were casually chatting. Both had recently joined the Black Sword team, so Guerrero assigned them to guard and communicate at the mine entrance. It's been 2 hours and 10 minutes. Why haven't the team leader and others sent a message? Could something have gone wrong? The knight checked his pocket watch, frowned, and asked. According to their plan before leaving, the team inside the mine would contact them every 2 hours. This was standard procedure for the Sword Bearers team during exploration missions. It's unlikely. Captain Guerrero is quite powerful, almost at the legendary level, and with Deputy Captain Andier, a real wizard, this is just a survey mission. Nothing serious should happen. The apprentice in gray shook his head and said, Wait, Medros, did you hear that sound? It seems to be coming from the mine. The knight Luca turned alertly, signaling his companion to listen. I hear it, but could it just be the wind? Medros, holding a short staff, listened carefully but couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. Right now, they were at the mountain pass of Longya Mountain, where strong winds blew all year round. That's why they chose to ride mountain-appropriate ponies instead of the Empire's small airships. Suddenly, from inside the mine, a clear scream of a human reached their ears. The two exchanged glances and immediately became alert. Quick, hide behind the hill, Medros ordered. They quickly moved behind a hill a few dozen meters from the mine entrance and concealed themselves. Their task was to stay alert and communicate, not to fight. This was the clear order Captain Guerrero gave before they set out. A few minutes later, a humanoid monster staggered to the cave entrance, let out a loud roar, then turned around and retreated deeper into the mine. What kind of monster is this? Luca, A great knight had never seen such a strange humanoid creature covered in fungi. Medros stared blankly at the scene, frozen in place. Medros? Luca found this strange. Normally, Medros had plenty of battle experience. He was a full member of a gold-level team and wouldn't be so scared of a monster. "It's over," Medros said sadly. "It's all over. The captain and the others are finished." "Ruka, that wasn't a monster. It was Deputy Captain onto the Wizard." Medros's words hit Luca like a thunderclap. "What? That? How is that possible? Really? Did you notice? The charm on its neck. I know that charm very well. It's a magic item sealed with a water barrier spell." Luca was stunned. He thought back and realized that the humanoid monster's neck had something shiny. "Because I have that item too. I got it from the branch exchange hall," Medros said, pulling out a triangular crystal-shaped charm from his chest and showing it to Luca. Luca immediately believed Medros's words. After a moment of dazed silence, Medros mumbled to himself and quickly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, writing with a feather pen. "We need to report this to the branch immediately." Half a minute later, a bloodhawk soared into the sky. The next morning, Munster, Ryan's new residence, study room. Right now, Ryan was organizing 3 rare metals he had brought back from the branch: enchanted thal silver, hardened refined gold, and luminous ingots. But when Ryan looked at the enchanted thal silver, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, as if he remembered something. He first carved out a part of the magical thal silver to shape 2 kite-shaped shields, then quickly transformed the remaining thal silver into various armor pieces, following the style of the mithril engraved plate armor on his body. With the Armor Smith's Armor Specialization passive skill and the Master Armor Smith's Inscription Specialization passive, Ryan took less than half an hour to craft a set of thal silver plate armor engraved with basic defense runes. Looking at the slightly matte silver armor set in front of him, Ryan nodded with satisfaction. This set is like a magic resistance outfit. The thal silver combined with the basic defense runes will reduce enemy magic damage by at least half. The only inconvenience is carrying it around. But then, Ryan thought of the blood-feather horn eagle he had just reached maturity. "It can't be carried on me, but it can be placed on blood-feather. Before battle, I can change armor sets at any time." Although Ryan has the innate magic skill metal morphing, which can quickly cover the chest area with armor, transforming complex knight armor with inscriptions and parts into a different form wouldn't be instant. After finishing these preparations, Ryan turned his attention to the parchment scroll he had just exchanged, Floating Technique. Since floating was a relatively simple first-level spell, learning it was not difficult. Soon, the system prompted, "You have learned the floating technique, and your understanding has improved. You have gained a new skill, Floating Technique. Your floating technique skill has been upgraded. Experience +1." Meanwhile, on the Legend of the Warhammer Wizard panel, next to the advanced meditation method of the Steelheart, a new icon appeared. The icon shows a person floating in midair, with their feet resting on a fluffy white cloud, symbolizing support from the clouds. Below the icon, there are small words: Floating Technique LV1, 1/100. Floating Technique LV1 effect consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate a specific magic model that draws on surrounding wind energy particles, causing the user to float in the air for 1 minute. Note: casting time is 3 seconds. Not bad. Now I won't have to worry about accidents when riding Bloodfeather. Ryan couldn't help but nod, feeling a bit happy inside. However, the casting time of 3 seconds is still a little long. Just as Ryan was considering whether to add points to the floating spell or practice on his own to improve, he suddenly noticed the advanced meditation technique next to him, with the Steelheart icon. Advanced meditation technique, incomplete, level 1, 1/100, with a special effect metal control level 1. Right? What is the effect of adding points to this advanced meditation technique? Ryan thought for a moment and realized he didn't really know. When he learned the basic meditation technique, he didn't need to consider this. He had successfully completed the basic meditation practice by adding points to his mental strength. This made Ryan curious. He looked at the 5 remaining skill points and, unable to resist his curiosity, invested 1 point into the Steelheart Advanced Meditation Technique. As the Steelheart Advanced Meditation Technique leveled up from 1 to 2, a flood of memories about cultivating the Steelheart flooded into Ryan's mind. Ryan closed his eyes and stood still, carefully feeling the fragments of cultivation memories within his mind. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if he had experienced several years of intense practice in a mysterious space. Soon after, Ryan began to run the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation technique again. In no time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the visualization process for the first layer of the Steel Heart model in his mental sea was much smoother than before, almost twice as fast. What does this mean? It means that, within the same daily meditation limit of about half an hour, he could previously visualize and sketch only twice. Now, he could do it 4 times. What does this imply? It means Ryan's mental energy fogging process can be greatly accelerated. Ryan also knew a little about how long the fogging process takes. Even the most talented first-level mages, no matter how extraordinary, need years to reach over 90% fogging. Most mages, from the start of the mental fogging process, even if they smoothly break through bottlenecks along the way without any setbacks, still need nearly 20 or 30 years. And a first-level mage who completes this mental fogging process within 10 years can be called a genius. Within 5 years? I am afraid this is rarely seen throughout the entire Dragon Empire. This immediately made Rain feel excited inside. Now it's at double speed, but it can obviously go even faster. After pacing back and forth in the room for a moment of thought, Rain decided to add more points to the advanced meditation method. As he added points, the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation technique advanced from level 2 to level 3. A few minutes later, Rain tried to run the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method again. Sure enough, his visualization process sped up again, and within about half an hour, he could complete 6 visualization cycles. At first, it was twice, now it's 6 times, 3 times faster than before. Level 3 is 3 times, so isn't level 4 4 times? Suddenly, Rain's eyes sparkled. Immediately, he tried to add points again to the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Point allocation failed. The limit for the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, incomplete, has been reached. Huh? Rain furrowed his brows. Does this mean that for the first level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, I can only reach 3 times speed at most? Alright, at 3 times speed, that's 3 years for others, but only 1 year for me? Although I still think that's a bit slow, but I can accept it. Rain, feeling somewhat greedy, thought to himself, no, wait, I can still add points to my mental attributes. Previously, I proved that if mental strength is strong enough, it can further speed up this fogging process. Rain's eyes lit up instantly, and he suddenly thought of something. This is also why, for most mages, various drugs that can enhance mental strength are extremely precious. Are there drugs that can speed up mental fogging? There might be, but Rain hasn't heard of any so far. Perhaps finding drugs to boost mental strength should be on my to-do list. Through Jennifer's auction channels? Or through the Minstar branch of the Royal Alchemist Association? Rain immediately thought of 2 paths. After all, for Rain, he has the Desperate Poisoner Profession panel, and he is a top alchemist himself. He didn't consider making his own potions before because, for him, time spent on improving extraordinary combat skills was clearly more worthwhile. But now, if it's about potions related to boosting mental strength, it's not impossible for him to consider making them himself. By the way, when I previously defeated the level 3 apprentice Wizard Adams in Glitter Gold Town, I confiscated a book on spiritual runes. It detailed how to make a special potion called the Secret Elixir, which can boost mental strength. However, the materials are quite hard to find. Maybe Jennifer can look for them through the auction house, Ryan recalled. As for why he didn't craft it back then, it was because the materials were difficult to obtain. But there's no rush now. Perhaps I should focus on studying puppet techniques first. Since Ryan could increase his mental power simply by allocating points, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was quite interested in the puppet technique given to him by Mentor Maguro. Ryan took out the thick book on puppet principles that Maguro had given him from the drawer and carefully started reading it. On the next page, after opening the cover, Ryan saw that almost a full page was filled with notes about the number of revisions, revision dates, and contents of each update. Huh? It seems the sect values this book on puppet principles very highly, as it has been revised many times. That makes sense. For the sect, this book is probably as important as a dictionary in my previous life, fundamental but very meaningful. For Ryan, metal puppets suited him very well. His high affinity for metal elements could fully enhance the combat power of metal-based puppets. As for other types of puppets, like clay, rock, or flesh and blood puppets, he could learn about them gradually after mastering how to make metal puppets. After all, beginners should avoid trying to learn too many things at once. For puppets with low intelligence requirements, activating magic can achieve the goal. For mid to high-level puppets with higher intelligence, it's necessary to add a control core. Looking at this paragraph, Ryan fell into thought. Intelligence requirements? Activation magic? Control core? Control cores are for mid and high-level puppets. I'll set that aside for now and focus on activation magic. Ryan quickly made his decision. It didn't take long for Ryan to find the records about activation magic at the end of the puppet technique principles. As a first-level spell, mastering activation magic is not very easy. However, for Ryan, who has a mental strength of 60 points, close to mid-level first-tier mage, it is not difficult. Just like when he learned floating technique, soon the system prompt sounded. You have learned activation magic. Your understanding has improved. You have gained a new skill, activation magic. Your activation magic skill has increased, experience +1. At the same time, below the Warhammer Mage Legend panel, next to the metal barrier of the spell, a new icon appeared. The icon shows a staff lightly touching the head of a clay figure, as if the staff is granting it some kind of wisdom. Ryan focused on the new icon, noticing a small line of text below it. Activation Magic LV1. 1/100. Activation Magic LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy, guides mysterious energy particles, and gives life to a humanoid or beast-shaped dead object, granting it basic intelligence and simple movement abilities, lasting half an hour. Note: this spell is a guiding type of magic, with casting time and mental energy consumption depending on the complexity and size of the target. Yes. Ryan's face lit up with joy. Humanoid or beast-shaped. Last half an hour? Guiding type of magic? Ryan immediately noticed a few keywords. Thinking for a moment, he recalled the simplest beginner-level puppet from the metal golem principle. No, it's not quite a puppet, but called an active metal. It only requires transforming any metal ingot, like an iron or copper ingot, into a metal block with a humanoid shape. For other metal-based mages, this is very easy, done in less than a minute. But for Ryan, who has metal transformation as a natural spell talent, it's just a matter of a second. In an instant, a half-human-sized metal doll appeared in Ryan's hand. After placing it on the ground, he began to use his newly mastered spell, Activation Magic. As the spell sounded, Ryan gently pointed his finger, and a small, yellowish beam of light the thickness of a little finger shone on the metal doll. About 3 seconds later, Ryan noticed a small light appearing in his mental space. With the command "stand up," the metal doll slowly rose and started to move on its own. Wow, that's interesting. Ryan raised an eyebrow and said. Perhaps because he had a high affinity for metal elements, he hardly felt any mental energy drain. This meant he could try to activate larger moving metal mannequins. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Ryan smiled slightly, seeming to think of something, and gave the command "open the door" to the moving metal doll. However, Ryan found it a bit amusing that, perhaps because the metal doll's intelligence was not high enough, it seemed confused and didn't know what to do. Is it really not working? Ryan shook his head and sighed. But then, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Could it be because the command was too vague and not clear enough? Rotate the handle. Ryan tried giving a clearer, more specific command. The metal doll seemed to find its target, walking toward the door and placing its metal hand on the handle. He heard a click as the handle was chosen, and the door opened. Ryan's face lit up with joy. At that moment, he saw a beautiful woman, Jennifer, standing outside the door. She looked at Ryan sitting at the desk with her beautiful eyes, feeling a bit confused. Huh? Who just opened the door for her? She looked down and suddenly froze in shock. With a scream, the woman took 2 steps back, trembling, pointing at the half-human height metal doll in front of her, and said, This is. Ryan quickly stepped forward, looking somewhat apologetic, and said, Sorry, I scared you, Jennifer. This is a new spell I just learned. The beautiful woman patted her full, soft chest and gave Ryan a quick glance, saying, Darling, luckily it's daytime. If it were night, I think I might faint from surprise. Ryan smiled, put away the moving metal, and then took the woman by the hand as they entered the study. Jennifer, is there something you need? Darling, it's almost lunchtime, and everyone is waiting for you. The woman replied with a slightly exasperated look at the wall clock, pouting her small, cherry lips. Ryan looked in the direction she was pointing and saw the clock on the wall, suddenly realizing. He had spent several hours studying new magic spells this morning. Time flew by quickly, and it was almost 12:30. He thought to himself, I guess I've been so absorbed I forgot to eat. Sorry for making everyone wait. Let's go now, he said. Soon after lunch, Ryan and Jennifer got into a ready carriage to head to Monster Cathedral for a banquet. Ryan also brought along a blue and white warhammer he had seized from the ancient strongman. He had initially planned to invite Anna to come along as well. But it seemed that because Anna was very sensitive when riding the Bloodwing Horn Eagle that day, she now felt shy whenever she saw him and politely declined to join. So, in the carriage, only Ryan and Jennifer were present. By the way, darling, the information about the Earth Dragon Knight has been found, Jennifer said. Their name is Hansar, and he's best known for his Earth Dragon mount. I heard he recently took Dragon Blood Fruit and is about to evolve. He was hired by the Sam Group to come help, she added. Oh, you found out so quickly? Ryan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Jennifer's efficiency. Oriana from the Sword Bearers Division hadn't reported to him yet, but now she had news. Although the Axon auction house had a very extensive network, Jennifer had only recently become a shareholder in the Munster branch, so many people and things were still unfamiliar to her. Yes, darling. You don't know. Since the fall of the Sam Group, Fabian and others have become much more respectful toward me, Jennifer said. Many pieces of intelligence are reported voluntarily by them. Some I haven't even arranged yet, the beautiful woman said with a gentle smile. She now truly understands what it means to enjoy shade under a big tree. With Ryan as a strong support behind her, she is almost the unofficial queen at the Axon Auction House's Munster branch. Fabian, the branch's official manager, is also working hard to align with her. She took this opportunity to suggest that Fabian strengthen business exchanges between the auction house and the Iron Hammer and Rose Guild. Within a few days, the guild benefited greatly. Yes, by the way, you just mentioned the dragon blood fruit? Yes, I overheard some masters at the auction talking. It seems to have special effects on the growth and evolution of dragon-descended creatures, the woman nodded. This made Ryan think deeply. Her recent intelligence gave him new ideas. If it works on dragon-descended creatures, what about on oneself? Ryan wondered silently. Can the system absorb beneficial components from the dragon blood fruit? Of course, dragon blood or dragon bodies are not the same as things that promote the growth of dragon-descended beings. So, it might not work, but it's worth trying. Jennifer, next, focus on 2 types of items at the auction house. First, items related to dragons, dragon bones, dragon blood, or the dragon blood fruit you mentioned. Second, keep an eye on potions that can boost mental power. If the price is right, buy them. Also, help me acquire the raw materials for this mysterious potion. Ryan thought about making the mysterious potion and immediately took out a list of raw materials from his waist pouch, handing it to the woman. Okay, dear, she replied. She carefully stored the list, nodding in agreement, without asking why Ryan needed these items or commenting on their potential value. Jennifer knew well that Ryan's strength was the foundation of everything she had. However, her beautiful eyes were shining with affection as she looked at Ryan, and her voluptuous body leaned closer to him. Although she had been meeting Ryan often recently, because of Anna, Jennifer still maintained her role as a housekeeper inside the mansion. Currently, inside the closed space of the carriage, and it had been a long time since Ryan last experienced that. She was also at an age when such feelings are quite natural. The beautiful woman's face was slightly red, but she voluntarily lowered her head. After a moment of rustling, Jennifer, were inside the carriage. Ryan muttered softly, Darling, haven't you been studying magic lately? You can control metal dolls now, so surely you know some soundproofing spells? The beautiful woman said, giving Ryan a playful look with her lovely eyes. Ryan was speechless for a moment. He wanted to say, I really don't know, but at this moment, he had no desire to pay attention to that. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. After a long while, the woman wiped her red lips and slowly stood up, teasingly saying, Darling, I didn't expect you to really not know any soundproofing spells. Suddenly, her expression froze because she realized that her light blue evening dress was being lifted by Ryan, revealing her large, white, beautiful hips, and her slim waist was being held by a large hand. Darling, we're inside the carriage, and you haven't learned any soundproofing spells. The woman exclaimed, both surprised and pleased. Again, 1,000 words are omitted. After a while, the woman finally rested against the seat inside the carriage, tilting her head and brushing aside her slightly messy hair. Exhausted, she looked at Ryan and said, Darling, now how am I supposed to go to the banquet? Soon, The carriage arrived in front of the Grand Munster Cathedral. At this moment, many noble carriages had gathered in front of the church. Several courteous male nobles, holding the hands of fashionable and beautiful noble ladies and wives, stepped up the stairs into the cathedral. However, as they ascended, they kept glancing at the top of the stairs, where a silver-armored knight with a large hammer, standing with his hands behind his back, was waiting. Is there a big figure arriving today? Why is Lord Brandon personally waiting here? Many nobles whispered quietly. It is known that the Punisher Knight Brandon holds a high status within the Munster Goddess Church. Even among the upper class of Munster province, his position is second only to the Duke of Munster and a few marquises, ranking above counts. Hey, do you know which noble Lord Brandoir, the Knight of Discipline, is waiting for? A noble girl asked curiously. I'm not sure. I haven't heard that Duke Stinster is coming. Maybe it's some marquis? A middle-aged noble nearby frowned slightly, thinking, and shook his head. Probably. As the carriage with the noble crest of crossed swords and hammers stopped, Brandoir immediately smiled and quickly stepped down from the steps. At the same time, tall and handsome Rain first stepped out of the carriage, supporting the delicate and radiant Jennifer, who felt her legs weaken. Seeing Brandoir personally come to greet him at the door, Rain smiled and nodded politely. This scene was naturally observed by many nobles. So, he was waiting for him. Who is this young man? A noble lady looked at the handsome Rain with curiosity, then cast a slightly jealous glance at the stunning woman Jennifer beside him. You don't know him? He's Viscount Rain, a rising star in the Minster Sword Bearers Division. It's said that Duke Minster himself speaks highly of him. A middle-aged noble who seemed to know about the previous Minster cult attack explained from the side. Wow, he's so impressive. The noble lady and young ladies nearby covered their mouths in amazement. However, their attention quickly shifted from how impressive Rain was to his companion, Jennifer. So, who do you think the woman next to Viscount Rain is? She looks much older than him, not like a couple. A young noble lady asked with curiosity. I think I've seen her before. She might be from a trading guild. Let me think. I believe she's the president of the Iron Hammer and Rose Trading Guild. She's probably Rain's white glove, another noble lady recalled. About a month ago, she saw Jennifer once at a banquet. I see. It seems we still have a chance to get to know Viscount Rain better. That's not certain. Maybe Rain just prefers older women. Huh. I've never heard that men always like 18-year-olds. A few noble young ladies, upon hearing that Jennifer only wore white gloves, seemed to relax a little and started joking with each other. Although young, Ryan had gained a reputation after several battles in Munster. Basically, the upper class of Munster knew that the Sword Holder Division had sent a very strong young man named Ryan. Lord Ryan, I should have visited you first, but due to my brother's situation, I haven't been able to lately. I apologize. Brandon bowed slightly and nodded to Jennifer. Lord Brandon, you are too polite. Ryan understood that the two recent cult attacks had caused heavy losses to the Munster Goddess Church, even resulting in Brandon's younger brother dying in battle. Naturally, he didn't mind that Brandon hadn't visited him personally. Lord Ryan, I really want to chat with you longer, but your old friend, Bishop Scene, is waiting inside and has prepared a surprise for you. Look, shall we? Brandon smiled. Of course, I haven't seen Bishop Scene in a long time, Ryan said, signaling Brandon to come along while wondering what the surprise could be. Soon, Ryan and the elegant Lady Jennifer, led by the knight Brandon, arrived at the prayer hall. Inside, many nobles were already present. These people were well informed and knew what it meant for Bishop Scene to oversee the work, so many had come forward to visit. After discussing, Bishop Scene and Brandon decided to expand the gathering and hold a ceremony to award honors. Just as Ryan wondered why so many nobles had come to an informal gathering, an elderly man dressed in a light blue robe with gold trim and holding a staff stepped forward from the back of the hall. It was Bishop Scene, whom Ryan hadn't seen in a long time. Bishop Scene, long time no see, Ryan slightly bowed and said. Viscount Ryan, long time no see. Your growth surpasses my expectations. Bishop Scene immediately returned the greeting with a smile. Ryan was no longer the boy from Meist County. Even Bishop Scene had to observe proper etiquette and no longer called him child. Half an hour later, after awarding several knights the gold conch medals, the ceremony reached its peak. Count Lion has made outstanding contributions in multiple battles against the Black Flame cult. Especially in these two instances, not only did he repel the evil force's attacks, but he also joined forces with the Duke and others to kill the cult's high priest. To honor Count Lion for his excellent service in fighting the cult, on behalf of the Goddess Church, I hereby award him the second-class Goddess Medal. Bishop Shuren spoke passionately as he took a shiny silver medal about the size of a fist from a tray held by an attendant. Only then did Lion realize what the surprise that Brander mentioned was. This second-class Goddess Medal is very important. It is the highest-level medal awarded by the provincial-level Goddess Church. It is one grade higher than the Gold Conch Medal. The medal is slightly larger than the previous Gold Conch Medal, made of mithril, with a clear image of a goddess holding a shell, very lifelike. Count Lion, may the goddess bless you. Thank the goddess. Thank you, Bishop Shuren. Lion bowed in gratitude. Bishop Shuren then solemnly pinned the medal onto Lion's chest. Count Lion, please keep this second-class Goddess Medal safe. Wherever there is an empire, as long as there is a temple of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church, you can receive help from the Goddess Church. Additionally, this medal not only solidifies the divine spell Detect Evil, but also contains a divine spell called Goddess's Protection. It can only be used once, but its power is impressive. Bishop Shuren looked at Lion with a smile. After the award ceremony, Bishop Shuren, Brander, and Lion went into a room for a private talk. Bishop Shuren, after you leave, what about Meist? Lion couldn't help asking. Lion, Rudolph, whom you know, will take over as the Bishop of Meist. Bishop Shuren said with a smile. Oh, Rudolph has been promoted too? That's good news. By the way, Bishop Shuren, Lord Brander, I have something I hope you can help identify, Lion said as he opened a wooden box. Identify? Brandoir couldn't help but show a look of doubt and asked, knowing that both of them are clergy members, not experts in appraisal. In the open box, there was a huge blue and white war hammer emitting a strange aura, which immediately caught their attention and interest. This was obtained from the ancient strongman of the Black Flame cult. From how the war hammer feels, I don't think it looks like a cult artifact, Ryan slowly guessed. Indeed, it doesn't seem to match the style of the Black Flame cult. Brandoir, who was also skilled with two-handed war hammers, could no longer contain his excitement. He held the war hammer and gently stroked it with his fingers. Ryan, do you mean? Scene, the main character, asked curiously. I want both of you to check the ancient texts within the church to see if there are any records about this ancient strongman from the cult. Maybe we can find some information about the origin of this warhammer. The person most familiar with the Black Flame cult is naturally the Goddess Church. Ryan hadn't considered bringing it to the church before because he was not familiar with the high-ranking officials of the Minsider Church at that time. But now, things are different. Both Bishop Scene and Brandoir have a special relationship with him. Of course, Lord Ryan. However, we might need to contact the Cathedral of Cologne in the imperial capital, because their collection of books is the most comprehensive within the church, but it will take some time. Brandoir thought for a moment and said. Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers off the coast of Meist, dozens of four-masted sailing ships were engaged in fierce battle with more than 10 large sea monsters, led by 2 five-masted ships. These ships are the first and third fleets of the Dragon Empire's South Sea Fleet. In an instant, sea monsters roared, waves surged, and cannons thundered. Occasionally, magical streams of light rose from each sailing ship, attacking the massive sea creatures. Suddenly, a lookout on the five-masted ship changed his expression and quickly signaled the crew below deck with a flag. Soon, Rear Admiral Campbell, the fleet commander, received the message. He quickly used a brass telescope, looking up from the captain's cabin into the sky. Not far away, a giant, egg-shaped airship, as tall as a small mountain, was approaching from above the battlefield where they fought the sea creatures. Admiral, this is... The staff officer beside him widened his eyes as he looked at the giant airship in the distance. It was so far away and so huge that it was easy to see how large the airship was. From what he knew, the Empire had not yet produced such a large model of airship. It should be a federal envoy. Admiral Campbell lowered his monocular telescope and said in a deep voice. He had received some information earlier, but he didn't expect the federal envoy to enter the Empire's territory from the Mist Sea area. Normally, if they were heading straight to the imperial capital, Tamriel, they wouldn't pass through Mist. The other side is deliberately taking a detour here. Admiral Campbell vaguely guessed their purpose. On the bridge of the huge airship in the sky, more than 10 officers dressed in federal military uniforms gathered around a middle-aged noblewoman in hunting attire, watching the battle below. They occasionally commented on what they saw. Lady Trina, the Dragon Empire's navy equipment is at least 20 years behind ours. They still rely on pure-sail battleships, while our iron steamships are already in combat, said a senior colonel, shaking his head. Although spies had reported similar information before, seeing it with his own eyes was the best proof. The ship's cannons are not powerful enough. Most are old-fashioned bronze cannons. Compared to our steel cannons, they are much weaker, and their range is about one-third shorter, said a federal major general, lowering his binoculars with a hint of disdain. The ships are equipped with many third-level wizard apprentices. There are even some full-fledged wizards, which is quite good. Yes, but I fear that might be the only bright spot. If the Empire's navy were at war with us, I believe total destruction would be the only outcome, another federal major general said. Everyone, since we've encountered them, we should show some sincerity to the Dragon Empire. How do you think we can deal with these sea beasts? The noblewoman Trina asked. Simple, use thunderous shells, suggested the federal major general just now. Major General Contra is right, thunderous shells are powerful enough. One shot can severely damage these sea beasts, said another. All right, let's proceed as Major General Contra suggested, Trina nodded. Let the Dawn ship fly directly above the sea beast, prepare to launch thunderbolts. Soon, the orders were passed down layer by layer. After a few minutes, 2 large, cylindrical bombs about half a person tall quickly dropped from the giant airship toward the sea beast below. Boom. A bright white flash lit up the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. A giant sea creature, over 20 meters long and resembling a crab, was blown into 2 pieces and died instantly. The other bomb did not hit directly but exploded near a 30-meter-long octopus-like sea beast, breaking more than 10 thick sucker tentacles. At this moment, 12 black dots in 2 rows were rapidly approaching the giant airship of the Federation. From afar, it was faintly possible to recognize them as the Imperial Griffin Knights, warder of the Munster Province, Dragontooth Mountain Pass. 2 people were running quickly, while behind them, dozens of humanoid monsters with awkward movements were chasing. If looked at carefully, it was clear that these monsters' bodies were covered with colorful fungi, and they emitted a yellow-green, rotten smell. The 2 running ahead were survivors of the Black Sword team who hadn't entered the mine to explore, third-level wizard apprentice Medros and the Sword Shield Knight Ruka. Medros, these monsters are increasing in number. Yesterday, we managed to kill over 10, but I didn't expect these creatures to become more troublesome now. Why hasn't the support from the division arrived yet? Ruka, the Sword Shield Knight, asked with a tired look as he ran quickly. They had already released both of their messenger Bloodhawks. Even if the first one had encountered some accident, it was unlikely that both would fail. The message must have been sent. It's not that fast. In Munster Division, the captain's strength is already top tier. Do you think sending a few more star-level small teams would help? Medros looked serious as he relied on the wind of speed to escape quickly. Hearing his companion's words, Ruka's face darkened. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Medros made a good point. Most likely, the division is waiting for support from the Imperial capital. However, I believe it should be quick. At least the vanguard should be fast. Medros wasn't sure if he was speaking to Ruka or to himself, only hearing him whisper softly. Since the day before yesterday, strange humanoid monsters covered in fungi have appeared in the mine. When they find human villages, they immediately attack. This also let the 2 see the full process of villagers being turned into these fungi monsters. Apprentice Wizard Medros named these infected people mushroom people, meaning spore or mushroom creatures. After being infected, these ordinary villagers went in and out of the mine several times. The number of mushroom people decreased, but the ones that reappeared seemed to grow stronger over time. The biggest problem was their high contagiousness. In close combat, they could quickly infect you with a yellow-green mist they emitted. Fortunately, if you kept a safe distance, a strong knight's body could barely resist the infection. Otherwise, in previous small battles, Ruka would have already died. This made Medros and Ruka believe there was some kind of infection source inside the mine, especially since there was a sealed gate inside before. So, they were almost certain that there was a 90% chance the problem was with the sealed gate inside the mine. This also explained why their captain, Black Sword Greyro, who was nearly a legend level, didn't make it out alive. There's more ahead, Ruka said sharply, noticing something. Turn left. Medros shouted. Not good, there are more on the left. They've surrounded us. Ruka's face turned pale. Just as they looked panicked and wondered whether to fight, suddenly, The humanoid monsters stopped and quickly turned back the way they came. This left Medros and Ruka confused, both exchanging uncertain looks, not understanding what was happening. Boom. Suddenly, both felt the ground shake beneath their feet, followed by a loud cracking sound like a mountain collapsing, coming from the direction of the Adachi mine. Even though they were several kilometers away from the mine, they could clearly see a huge amount of dust erupting from underground. Then a giant dragon burst out from beneath the earth. Roar. The mighty dragon roared loudly, surrounded by thick yellow-green gas. From the broken ground opening, a large group of fungus creatures emerged, some of which were as big as ogres. This must be the source, Medros said, staring at the scene in shock. I understand now. The fungus creatures go in and out, infecting humans, to give energy to the dragon. Medros, look at the direction the enemy is flying towards, Lucas said suddenly, looking worried after hearing Medros. Oh no, it's heading towards Brightside Town. I know, it's trying to recover. Both of them looked very worried instantly. Munster. On the way back from the church to his home, Ryan didn't chat much with the beautiful woman and looked very serious. Because Bishop Scene and Brandier shared the same opinion. Even if the Emperor recovers, the situation won't improve much. According to the Goddess Church, disaster has arrived. Only the most devout believers will be blessed by the Goddess. Ryan originally thought that after becoming the King of Thousand Blades, he could handle some risks easily in the short term. But now, he felt the future might be even harder than he imagined. Those without long-term plans will have immediate worries. Raising strength is very important, and we can't slack off. Back home, Ryan took out the last item given by Master Maguro, an iron puppet scroll, from his drawer. The Dragon Vein Mage probably can't meet the requirements for a quick change of class, but maybe the battle puppet isn't impossible. Perhaps there's another way. Ryan's eyes sparkled with hope. The effect of the morning's activation spell left a deep impression on him. He only activated a piece of transformed metal, which was just but now he was making a precise puppet. He was very interested in the metal-made combat puppet and wanted to test a few ideas in his mind. Rain spread out the parchment, revealing a detailed and intricate blueprint of a metal battle puppet. The diagram mainly included specifications, sizes, and materials for the legs, torso, and other parts. Because it was a battle puppet, it didn't have a palm on its hand. Instead, the right forearm extended into a blade axe, capable of both stabbing like a sword and chopping like an axe. The original palm of the left hand was replaced with a heavy tower shield. Normally, making such a metal puppet would take about 3 months if done by a master blacksmith, and there might be problems during assembly, like issues with precision. Even for rare metal mages, it would probably take at least 3 or 4 days to complete one. However, for Rain, a talented mage skilled in metal transformation magic, making this puppet was not much harder than making a full suit of knight armor. He quickly started to craft it after a brief look. Since it was his first puppet, he used 2 iron shields hanging on the wall in his study as raw materials, transforming them into the puppet shape. After about half an hour, all the parts of the metal battle puppet were finished. After a little more time assembling it, Rain looked at the puppet, which now had a humanoid shape, and smiled. Activation spell. As Rain softly recited the spell, he pointed his finger. The metal puppet quickly crawled up from the ground. Because of its jointed limbs, it moved more flexibly and quickly. This made Rain raise an eyebrow in satisfaction and nod. If using the activation spell on a metal previously cost 1 unit of mental energy, then this time, activating the metal battle puppet used 3 units of mental energy. This activation spell is quite special, he thought. It doesn't consume mental energy in a fixed way like other magic. The spell description says, this is a guiding spell. The casting time and mental energy cost depend on the complexity and size of the target. Rain understood this better now. Also, from its speed, we can see that the metal battle puppet is quite powerful. According to puppet magic principles, once the activation spell is cast on the puppet, it is considered successful. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted, you have learned about the Iron Sheet Combat Puppet, and your understanding has improved. You have gained a new skill, Iron Sheet Combat Puppet. Your Iron Sheet Combat Puppet skill has leveled up, experience +1. At the same time, below the legendary Warhammer Mage panel, next to the activation spell, a new icon appeared. The icon's picture is almost exactly like a photo of the Iron Sheet Combat Puppet. Ryan focused his attention on the small text below the new icon. Iron Sheet Combat Puppet LV.1 LV.1 Effect of Iron Sheet Combat Puppet. A small combat puppet granted basic intelligence and mobility by the activation spell. Note: the overall combat strength of the Iron Sheet Puppet depends on its material. Note: the level of the Iron Sheet Combat Puppet is synchronized with the activation spell level and cannot be directly upgraded with skill points. Interesting. Is the Iron Sheet Combat Puppet a separate skill? Ryan was slightly surprised by the system prompt but quickly smiled. No experience bar. Ryan immediately noticed this. After reaching level 1, there was no experience bar in parentheses. This is good because it means I only need to upgrade the activation spell itself. It saves a lot of skill points. After completing one puppet, Ryan continued to make more according to his plan. This time, he changed the material. He used hardened fine gold for the construction. Thanks to previous experience, his crafting speed was faster this time. 20 minutes later, Ryan finished a combat puppet with a hardened fine gold shell. 35 minutes later, he made another puppet from demonic mithril. After creating 3 puppets of different materials, Ryan thought for a moment and then took the Iron Sheet Combat Puppet to the training room on the first floor. He wanted to test the effects of the 3 different material puppets to confirm his suspicions. When Ryan entered the training room, he didn't expect to see 3 people already there: Angus, Nero, and Vieri from his team. Seeing Ryan bring in 3 clearly puppet-like objects, they all looked surprised. Ryan smiled, feeling that he didn't need to test everything himself. Perfect. Since you're all here, try out my combat puppets and see how they perform. Captain, is this a battle puppet? That's quite rare, Neo Luo said, inspecting the metal battle puppet with curiosity. Most mages specialize in elemental magic, like fire or water, while less common elements include earth or ice. Or, more often, mages focus on powerful attacks. Only a few spend time researching potions, raising pets, or making puppets. Captain, are these 3 puppets all made by you? I didn't see any maker's marks on them, Neo Luo asked suspiciously. He knew their captain was a metal mage, but he doubted the captain would spend so much time making puppets, especially since they had been practicing advanced combat skills every day. Yes, I made them myself, Ryan replied. Really? The 3 looked at Ryan in surprise, as if thinking, is the captain really into making puppets again? Who wants to go first? Ryan asked, noticing their strange looks and deciding not to dwell on it. I'll go first, Vieri said eagerly, curious about the puppets. Ryan nodded and stepped forward with the original metal battle puppet, standing in the center of the arena. Whoosh! The metal puppet stomped heavily and charged straight at Vieri. Clang! Vieri cautiously swung his sword to block a right-handed strike from the puppet, then relaxed his face and counterattacked quickly. Clang! Swish! After 2 attacks were blocked, Vieri moved to the side of the puppet and slashed, cutting through its waist. Despite the damage, the puppet continued fighting fiercely and attacked Vieri again. Oh no! Captain, I've damaged it, Vieri said as he stepped back 2 paces. It's okay, just a test, Ryan said, waving his hand. He didn't mind the damage. He was more interested in how the puppet performed. Overall, its fighting ability is comparable to that of a real knight, with no obvious weaknesses. It fights bravely, similar to an experienced knight. Indeed, at the level of a formal wizard, these iron golems are mostly useless. Ryan thought to himself, then stepped forward and placed his right hand on the damaged spot. In the next second, the iron went back to its original state. Captain, the golem's fighting ability isn't great. I can take down 10 of these by myself. Oh? Then try this one, Ryan said with a smile, waving his hand. A dark silver battle golem appeared on the field. Huh? The color is different? The material is different? Neoaro narrowed his eyes and quickly noticed the difference. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the fight in the center of the field had begun. In less than half a minute, Vieri swung his sword several times, hitting the hardened gold golem's surface. Sparks flew, but only shallow marks remained. Limit break. Whirlwind slash. A few minutes later, Vieri, looking a bit exhausted, unleashed his secret technique after several bursts of energy, barely cutting off one arm of the hardened gold golem. Phew, Captain, why is this golem so hard? Vieri gasped in surprise. Could it be hardened gold? Angus stepped forward and touched it, looking astonished. Yeah, no wonder. Captain, you used so much hardened gold to make this golem? That's so extravagant. Vieri's eyes widened. Many great knights didn't have a full suit of armor made entirely of hardened gold, yet our captain has already started making golems with it. Captain, could this one be enchanted silver? Neooro, the Duke's son, looked at the familiar metallic color and asked. Yes, Ryan nodded with a slight smile. The three of them gasped in shock, their faces showing disbelief. Train first, I need a moment to think, Ryan said. Ryan walked to the side, contemplating the combat strength of the hardened gold golem just now. Its incredible defense combined with fearless fighting spirit is comparable to peak knights. Against opponents who don't use magic, it's like early great knights. Indeed, different materials make a big difference in fighting power. Also, regular iron golems aren't useless. If there is a powerful bomb, combined with others, it becomes a deadly weapon, self-destructing combat puppets. Not enough with one, then 10, or even more. By the way, the notes on the combat puppet mention that its activation level is synchronized with the activation spell. I wonder what the effects would be after reaching level 2. Since the activation spell is quite special, a rare guiding type magic. Reen recalled the guiding magic he knew, which was only Scorching Touch before. Curious, he decided to add a point and see the result. With the addition, the activation spell instantly upgraded to level 2, and a memory of activation training flooded Reen's mind. After regaining focus, he immediately checked the description of level 2 of the activation spell. Activation spell level 2 effect. Uses a certain amount of mental energy to manipulate mysterious energy particles, giving life to a humanoid or beast-shaped dead object, granting it basic intelligence and some ability to act, lasting for 1 hour. The duration increased from half an hour to 1 hour? Reen's eyes lit up. Other wording has also changed. It now mentions a certain amount of mobility, which seems stronger than simple movement. Interesting. Reen nodded. Then, he aimed at a hardened golden combat puppet and cast the activation spell, giving it some simple commands. He noticed that the mental energy cost for level 2 activation had increased, and the agility of the hardened golden combat puppet had improved significantly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the training room door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A subordinate from the task hall, Elena, entered. After smiling and nodding to the others, she approached Reen and said, Lord Reen, the Federation's delegation will arrive soon. The administrative office has informed you that you can depart now. Already so soon? All right, Lady Elena, let's go now. On the carriage. By the way, Lord Reen, there's one more thing. Duke Munster has proposed to General Edward that he wants to hire you as Munster's chief security advisor. Elena said. General Edward's opinion is that it's up to you to decide. Chief security advisor? Reen nodded, pondering. Previously, he had served as a security advisor for the trade zone, so he naturally knew that the role was mostly a ceremonial position. His main duty was to handle special incidents or emergencies within the city after receiving requests for help from the administrative office. In reality, since all of Ryan's family lived in Munster, he was almost always the first to respond to any attack incidents. In other words, whether he officially held the position or not, it made little difference to Ryan. Additionally, as a token of gratitude for the Duke of Munster gifting him the residence earlier, Ryan thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Since that's the case, I agree. Because Ryan's new residence was in the Noble District, it only took 10 minutes by carriage to reach the airship docking platform. At this time, the square at the airship platform was already crowded with people. A red carpet was laid out on the ground, and there were honor guards and a military band on either side. Duke Munster and General Edward were flanked by an elderly man dressed in fine clothes, standing at the front of the welcoming crowd. This is Duke Victor from the Imperial capital, who is also the leader of the delegation sent to welcome the Eagle Federation, Elena whispered to Ryan, explaining. Ryan nodded. He didn't push to the front, but stood at the back of the crowd. He wasn't very fond of these kinds of welcoming ceremonies, but he was curious to see how the Federation's people would differ from those of the Empire. Look, is that him? A middle-aged noble pointed at a spot in the sky, looking very surprised. This caused a few nearby nobles to furrow their brows, as such loud exclamations were considered quite rude among nobles. However, when everyone looked up, they couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Ryan also followed their gaze and felt a bit surprised. He saw an enormous airship flying from the distant sky toward them. Compared to it, The of Griffin Knights looked like flies circling around a cake. Ryan had never seen such a large airship before. It was about 10 times bigger than the military airships he had traveled on before. As the airship approached, a buzzing, vibrating sound came from far away. "What's that sound?" "It seems to be coming from the airship," a noble asked with confusion. "I don't know. I've never heard this kind of sound before." "It seems to be very regular," said another noble, shaking his head. Reen raised an eyebrow. He was very familiar with this kind of vibration sound. In his previous life, on busy city streets, the rushing cars and the deep hum of engines sounded much better. Clearly, the airship must be using a more primitive type of power. Could it be a steam engine? Reen wondered. As the airship approached Minster, the overwhelming sense of pressure, like a small mountain, made many waiting nobles change their expressions. "The Eagle Federation split from our empire hundreds of years ago. Is it already this advanced?" one noble exclaimed. "This airship is enormous, more than 3 times bigger than the largest cargo airship I've seen in the empire," another noble said, surprised by its size. Reen could understand even more details. The huge balloon looked like a full, oval-shaped cloud, grayish-white, made from a very tough and strong special fabric. Below, a large ship-shaped cabin hung, with a brass-colored metallic look. With Reen's excellent eyesight, he could see the dense rivets on the surface, covering large brass plates. Just the strength and craftsmanship of the cabin's surface already surpassed that of the Empire by a level. At the back of the cabin, 2 large bronze exhaust pipes were ejecting a lot of white steam. There was also a huge propeller at the tail, much larger than those used on ships. The buzzing sound came from the power device turning it. Indeed, it's a steam power system, Reen thought to himself. At this moment, the elegant old man next to Duke Minster snorted and said, "The Federation is just a bunch of reckless fools trying to defeat dragons and gods by studying ancient Gnome Empire technology. If the Empire's Dragon Knights weren't busy, they wouldn't be showing off like this." Reen looked at the old man and thought, the Empire's Dragon Knights are strong, but most people probably don't understand what steam power really means. He naturally knew that, in his previous life, steam power was called the First Industrial Revolution. As the giant airship slowly docked, the band began to play. Just as the welcome ceremony was about to start, General Stanley hurried in, looking serious, and whispered a few words into Admiral Edward's ear. At the same time, guards from Munster's side quickly reported something. Immediately, both their faces changed color. The front part of the recently docked Federal giant airship had a cone-shaped bow, with large glass windows embedded in it, decorated with fine carvings and copper frames. Inside the windows, high-ranking officials from the Federal delegation looked down on the scene below, noticing the small commotion among the Imperial crowd. It seems something big has happened. By the way, where are our spies in Munster? Have them find out what's going on immediately. I want to know the details within half an hour, Trina said with a slight smile. Understood, Your Excellency, a staff officer immediately bowed. As the Federal delegation led by Trina slowly disembarked from the airship, the welcome ceremony officially began. However, compared to the cheerful scene, Duke Munster and Admiral Edward were very anxious. They quickly exchanged opinions behind Duke Victor. They decided to leave immediately, as they expected that after the long ceremony, things would be over in Brightsena. Ambassador Trina, welcome to the Dragon Empire. Duke Victor, it's a pleasure to see you. These two are. Trina looked at Duke Munster and Admiral Edward beside Victor. Oh, I forgot to introduce them. This is the Provincial Governor, Duke Munster, and this is Admiral Edward. Your Excellencies, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your Excellency, Duke Victor, I apologize. Munster and I have an urgent matter to handle. Duke Munster couldn't hold back anymore and said. After all, what happened in Munster Province was his primary responsibility. Oh, Duke, Admiral Edward, if you need help, just say so. The fleet I brought is the Lancelot-class giant battleship from our Federation, and it's quite powerful. Duke Trina looked at the two men with curiosity and made a pointed remark. Duke Munster and Admiral Edward exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Well, Your Excellency, thank you very much for your kindness. Please allow us to discuss with Duke Victor first. Perhaps there will be trouble for you later. Duke Victor was visibly stunned. Although he was the person in charge of hosting the delegation, since the governing official was absent in Munster's territory, it was considered quite rude in diplomatic etiquette. A few minutes later, Duke Victor excused himself to go to the restroom, and Duke Munster and Admiral Edward immediately nodded to each other. Ferreira, Duke Munster's real name. Edward, is the situation really that bad? Duke Victor asked with a serious face. Yes, the situation might be worse than we thought. Admiral Edward looked at Duke Munster and quickly explained. Lord Victor, some time ago, a suspected unrecorded sealed gate was discovered near Longtooth Mountain Pass. Just a few hours ago, a survivor from a previously missing sword-wielding star team sent an urgent message. The sealed area contains an ancient dragon, which is said to carry strong corrupting energy, able to corrupt living beings and restore its strength. Currently, this corrupt dragon is on its way to Blitzen, destroying 3 small towns along the way. What? That means thousands of people have been killed or injured, Duke Victor exclaimed, eyes wide. Yes. The problem now is, if we don't send strong and quick support immediately, and if Blitzen is destroyed, it could mean hundreds of thousands of casualties. Furthermore, if Blitzen is destroyed, according to intelligence, the enemy can restore their strength by corrupting living beings, so they might quickly return to their peak power. This is the worst part, Admiral Edward said with a serious expression. Yes, Duke Victor, after discussing with each other just now, we might need to rely on the Griffin Guard you brought for. Otherwise, our strength may not be enough, Duke Munster said. Duke Victor remained silent after hearing this. The timing was very awkward, as it coincided exactly with the arrival of the federal delegation at the Empire's first stop. Now, if all the Griffin Knights are withdrawn, it is like revealing everything to the Federation, showing that the situation in the Dragon Empire is very bad, so bad that they cannot even keep the basic stability. Diplomatically, this is a big mistake and will hurt future negotiations between the two countries. So, it means that when the Empire's Guardian arrives, it will be too late, right? Duke Victor thought for a moment and said, Yes, that's why we want to gather all the Griffin Knights and rush immediately to Brighton. Even if we can't stop the enemy, we should try to distract them from Brighton. At least we want to buy some time for some people inside the city to evacuate. So, we hope that the Griffin Guard unit you brought can go with us, added General Edward nearby. Duke Victor frowned deeply. Clearly, he was weighing the options on one side, the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, on the other, revealing everything to the Federation. But soon he understood. Although the war between the Empire and the Federation had been less than 100 years, there had been many small conflicts, and both sides had planted countless spies and scouts. Could they really hide some situations? If Brighton was truly destroyed, such a tragedy could not be kept secret. Instead of hiding it, it might be better to let the Federation know. Although the other side would understand the Empire's strengths and weaknesses better, the Empire could also see what new tricks the Federation had developed in these 2 years. Ferreira, Edward, let the Federation get involved, Victor said. It's a good chance to see what support the Federation has. Let the Federation join. Duke Munster and General Edward looked at each other and then smiled happily. For them, eliminating this huge hidden danger quickly was their top priority. Yes, gather all the Griffin Knights. Also, gather the small airships. Even if they are not as big as the others, we need to make a show of force, Duke Victor added. Currently, we only have 2 small airships. The others are on missions and are already on the way. It will take several hours at least to gather a few more, someone replied. Meanwhile, in another place, the reception hall. Did you understand the situation? Trina asked her deputy. Yes, I understand. It is said that a corrupt dragon is currently on its way to Brighton, destroying several small towns along the way. A corrupt dragon? That's not easy to deal with, whispered a federal general nearby. Can we handle it? Trina asked calmly. It's not a big problem. That's good. We can also show the Empire our strength. Let's go. I'll go talk to Duke Victor. Trina stood up and said, Huh? Madam Envoy, will this reveal our strength too soon? Don't forget, we're here to negotiate. Showing strength can help us negotiate better. Trina smiled. In a corner of the reception hall. Lord Ryan, this is an urgent mission. We need to leave now. General Edward is waiting on the military airship, a confident young woman said urgently beside Ryan. Huh? So urgent? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Leaving immediately? This is the first time Ryan has faced such a rush. But then he thought for a moment. Just a moment. Yes, Lord Ryan. I just received an emergency report. The details will be explained later. General Edward will tell you on the airship, Elena quickly said. All right, let's go, Ryan said as he stood up. A few minutes later. Edward, who are you waiting for? Duke Victor asked with a displeased look. Oh, I just called a star-level sword wielder from the division. He should arrive soon, Edward said apologetically. Facing a dragon, a star-level sword wielder might not be very useful, Victor replied. Edward hesitated, recalling how Ryan had often turned the tide in difficult situations. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Duke Victor, I also know the young man Edward mentioned. He's a young miracle worker, recently hired as the chief security advisor by the Minster Administrative Office, explained the Duke of Minster. At this moment, Ryan, accompanied by Olena, also boarded the airship. Huh? Is it this one? Duke Victor looked suspiciously at the two beside him, clearly doubtful. So young? How strong could he be? Probably just a relative. But even if Duke Victor had some guesses, he didn't say anything openly. In the cabin, Admiral Edward quickly and clearly explained the situation. Just now, we received urgent news. The sealed gate at Longya Mountain Pass has been broken. An ancient corrupted dragon attacked several small towns along the way and is now heading toward Brightshin County. What? A dragon? The Griffin Knights and several sword wielders present were all shocked. Ryan also narrowed his eyes, feeling quite surprised. Although he had heard some news about Longya Mountain Pass before, it was about a suspected sealed gate at a mine, where the Black Sword Squad was investigating. He didn't expect that the news would suddenly explode like this. Silence. The Imperial capital will probably send help soon. Our main goal this time is to try to interfere with their plans. We can't let them attack Brighton easily. At the very least, we need to help the residents evacuate and buy some time. Several hours later, as the airship arrived near Brightshin, both the Empire and the Federation could see from the airship that the town was in chaos. A giant dragon, dozens of meters long, was wreaking havoc over the town. At the same time, thousands of monsters of various sizes were fighting the town's defenders, but with the corrupted dragon leading the attack, the battle was almost one-sided. The situation was now very dangerous. Let the Griffin Knights go first to find the enemy's weakness, Duke Victor said seriously as he watched the scene. As an experienced general from the Imperial capital and the envoy for this mission, Duke Victor took the lead as the overall commander of the battle. Duke Munster and Admiral Edward were responsible for planning and coordination. Understood, Duke Victor, replied the Griffin Knight captain, bowing slightly. With a sharp whistle, 2 teams of 24 Imperial Griffin Knights, led by him and Viscount Firk, formed 2 straight lines and charged rapidly toward the corrupted dragon. The Griffins flew very fast, and in less than half a minute, they engaged in battle. Compared to the giant, dozens of meters-long body of the corrupted dragon, the 24 proud Griffin Knights now looked like a flock of small sparrows attacking a huge eagle. Whoosh! You see well-trained Griffin riders quickly dodge the claws and wing attacks of the corrupted dragon, moving swiftly like the wind. At the same time, they throw sharp short spears at the dragon with force. Many spears pierce the dragon's skin, making the Griffin riders smile with relief. Captain, their defense isn't strong. One rider exclaims happily. This situation is better than they expected because, normally, a dragon's scales are very tough, and their spears shouldn't break through the scales. But suddenly, everything changes. Be careful. The corrupted dragon, annoyed by these pesky flies, takes a deep breath. Then, it unleashes a powerful 180-degree fiery breath attack. A large, intense yellow-green stream of flame, like a high-pressure water jet, hits 3 riders who cannot dodge in time. In the shock of everyone watching, these 3 Griffin riders, along with their griffins, quickly become covered in fur, decay, and colorful fungi. They lose their balance and fall from the sky. One breath destroys 3 skilled Griffin riders. This scene causes Edward and others on the small airship behind to panic. The Empire spends a lot of gold to train a good Griffin rider, and losing 3 in less than half a minute is a big. The fight will be very difficult from now on. What are those Federation people doing? Are they just watching the show? Duke Minster curses. This is a battle within the Empire's territory. We can't interfere when the other side attacks, Victor says with a grim face. Reen thinks for a moment and considers telling Admiral Edward to try something. Suddenly, the Federation's giant battleship starts to move. About 2 kilometers behind the air combat scene. Inside the command room of the Federation Lancelot-class giant battleship. A group of Federation officers are carefully watching the Empire's Griffin riders attacking the corrupted dragon. Good control. Everyone seems to be at a high knight level, and their coordination with the Griffins is very good. Yes, as expected of the top elite forces of the Dragon Empire. But training such Griffin Knights is probably very difficult. How many can the entire Dragon Empire really have? The two teams of Griffin Knights in front of us are probably most of the Griffin Knights in the Munster province. Oh, and this includes the team escorting us. So, at most, about 20 Griffin Knights per province. Very skilled, but unfortunately, there are too few. This training strategy of the Empire can't handle the losses in future battles. The officers commented one after another. Such a powerful breath attack. When they saw the corrupted dragon's breath, the Federation officers also looked worried. This kind of corruption ability is too shocking. Seeing this, Trina's face also grew serious. She turned to a nearby officer and said, "Vice Marshal Rees, I leave the next battle to you." "Of course, Lady Trina. We should show our wings and let the decayed Dragon Empire know how much the Federation has grown over these years," Vice Marshal Rees replied with a slight bow and a smile. "Prepare to turn left. Ready the port side cannons. All ship cannons, start loading." Commands were issued through brass tubes, layer after layer, down to the lower decks. Suddenly, a huge battleship appeared to turn sideways in midair, making Duke Victor and others on a small nearby airship initially think the Federation was fleeing. But in the next second, they saw 2 rows of dozens of black holes suddenly appear on the side of the enemy battleship, followed by dozens of flashes of fire and a rapid, continuous sound like a volley of guns. Boom, boom. In an instant, the surface of the corrupted dragon's body suddenly cracked open 5 or 6 large holes, and yellow pus sprayed out violently. Roar. The corrupted dragon let out a terrible scream, shifting its attention from the Griffin Knights around it to a large creature nearby. Not enough power, can't defeat the enemy. Looks like we need to use the secret weapon. Vice Marshal Rees narrowed his eyes and said, "Main cannon, prepare." On the side of the ship, a large hole suddenly opened in the middle of the hull. Looking along the long barrel of the cannon, you see a large 6-pointed star magic array engraved at the base. 6 official mages are chanting spells, following the captain's recent orders. As the spell is cast, the 6-pointed star suddenly surges with powerful energy, which flows into the large cannon covered with various inscriptions. In the next moment, boom, a ball of lightning-like energy rapidly shoots toward the approaching corrupted dragon. Bang! The corrupted dragon seems to sense the danger, slightly turning its body to dodge, avoiding vital areas. However, one of its fleshy wings is torn open, causing it to start falling quickly. Inside the command room of the Lancelot-class giant cannon ship of the Federation, Vice Admiral Rees, your command was excellent. I believe that in the upcoming negotiations with the Empire, we will have a strong advantage. Clap, clap, clap. The mature woman Trina smiles and leads the applause for Vice Admiral Rees. Soon after, others join in, and the applause becomes loud. On a small airship nearby, Duke Victor and others see this scene. Their faces relax slightly, but they are not very happy. Instead, they remain silent. The power of the Federation's cannon shot was comparable to a second-level magic spell, even more powerful. Something seems off. Everyone, look, Ryan suddenly warns. Everyone's attention shifts back to the fallen corrupted dragon. The dragon wavers as it falls toward the southwest corner of Brightexan City, stirring up dust and smoke. Roar. With a loud dragon cry, the corrupted dragon crashes into the ground. Around it, thousands of mushroom-like creatures from all over Brightexan City rush toward the fallen dragon's location, like moths to a flame. Because of the thick smoke, people can't see exactly what is happening, but they know something is definitely changing. A few seconds later, the intact corrupted dragon spreads its wings and soars into the sky. Not good. The enemy can restore its injuries by devouring such monsters. General Edward, who has extensive battle experience, exclaims. The corrupted dragon rushes quickly toward the Federation's giant cannon ship. Ancient dragon language. Follow the great Agnes and step into corruption. Ancient dragon language. Ancient corruption. This time, the breath attack was extremely powerful. A yellow-green stream, like a waterfall, shot onto one side of the giant battleship's cabin. It immediately clashed with the white magical shield that the battleship activated, creating a fierce confrontation. This scene caused Duke Victor to change his expression and say, "We can't let the Federation envoy die here." That would cause a direct conflict between the Federation and the Empire. Send signals to the Griffin Knights, telling them to intercept Agnes without regard for their own safety. Meanwhile, the backup ship, the Exxon, should prepare to ignite high-explosive bombs and crash into her, Duke Victor said with a fierce look. That would cause too much damage to the Empire. Duke Munster frowned deeply. General Edward also looked serious. The 4 Griffins from the Sword Holder Division had already gone into action. At this moment, it seemed like he thought of something. General Edward turned to Rain and said, "Rain, you're not a flying knight. Later, you will lead the team to the ground to kill those infected people and monsters, making sure they can't help the corrupted dragon Agnes recover her injuries and strength." Exactly. We can't let this corrupted dragon recover again. Duke Victor nodded in agreement. However, Rain looked thoughtful and didn't agree immediately. After a moment, he pointed at the corrupted giant dragon Agnes, which had just been heavily damaged by the Federation's battleship, and said, "General Edward, let me try. Maybe I can handle her." It wasn't that Rain wanted to show off, but he had a few reasons. First, he was part of the Empire. Currently, whether it was General Edward or Duke Munster, they both treated him well. If the corrupted dragon continued to cause chaos, not only would the residents of Brighton suffer, but these two would also be blamed by the Empire. Second, he didn't want to see Griffin Knights like Firk and Fisher fall one after another right in front of him, especially when he still had a chance to do something. Lastly, Rain also wanted to test some of his own ideas. Everyone, including General Edward and Duke Munster, looked at Rain, unsure what he meant. Duke Victor furrowed his brows. He already had a poor impression of Rain for being late. Now, hearing this young man question General Edward's orders, he was even less pleased. But since Edward didn't say anything, Victor's lips moved as if to speak, but didn't reprimand him. As Rain's thoughts moved, suddenly the lookout shouted, "A fierce bird of prey has appeared behind us." "Don't worry, it's my mount," Rain calmly replied. "Huh? Rain, you have a flying mount now?" Admiral Edward looked pleased, but then frowned when he thought of Agnes's power. Even if Rain became a flying knight, it would only be like having an elite griffin rider, with little impact on the battle. However, Duke Victor nearby misunderstood and looked at Rain with suspicion. "Are you a flying knight? Then, during the fight with the corrupted dragon, why didn't you join the attack? Were you afraid?" Just as he was about to scold, bang, 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 3 loud thuds sounded as the blood-winged hawk beast, which had just landed, placed 3 battle puppets on the airship deck. Rain had already turned to walk over, and a distant voice was heard saying, "Prepare 3 high-explosive bombs for me." Rain stepped forward and quickly cast the activation spell on the 3 battle puppets. With a level 4 activation spell, the puppets sprang to life and moved nimbly. Yes, Rain had just used his last 2 skill points to upgrade the activation spell to level 4. The description of the level 4 activation spell changed accordingly. Activation spell level 4 effect consumes a certain amount of mental energy, draws on mysterious particle energy, and grants basic intelligence and relatively agile movement to a humanoid or beast-shaped dead object, lasting 2 hours. The highlights are relatively agile in 2 hours. At the same time, Rain used his innate magic skill, metal morphing, to transform the original left-hand shields of the 3 puppets into barbed spikes. These are weapons that are very difficult to pull out once stabbed into a body. Summoning puppet technique? Duke Munster was surprised. He had always thought Rain was a top-tier knight skilled in many extraordinary combat techniques, but now it seemed he was actually a rare puppeteer. This surprised even Admiral Edward, who was more familiar with Rain. Although he knew that Ryan was a rare metal-type wizard, he was unaware that Ryan was also a puppeteer. Of course, others who didn't know Ryan weren't focused on this. They were more interested in how the young man in front of them planned to defeat the corrupt giant dragon. The opponent was surrounded by a strong infectious corruption field, so the Griffin Knights could only stay at a distance and attack from afar. Duke Victor and others saw Ryan's smooth movements and sensed that he had some plan in mind. Although curious, they knew it was not the time to ask. Most people present were clever. A few remembered Ryan mentioning high-explosive bombs, and their eyes lit up, but then they looked thoughtful. Even with the bombs, how to use them effectively was still a question. At this moment, 3 packs of high-explosive bombs arrived. Ryan thought quickly and saw 3 combat puppets each carrying a heavy explosive pack. Ryan then leapt onto a blood-winged hawk beast, riding it swiftly. Besides placing a magic-coated silver puppet behind him, He grabbed the other two with his claws. "Let's go." With a flick of his leg, Ryan caused the blood-winged hawk to glow with blue energy, flap its wings powerfully, and fly quickly toward the corrupt dragon. Everyone on the military airship watched Ryan fly away, curious about how this seemingly extraordinary young man planned to defeat the giant dragon. Ryan had just sensed that the corrupt dragon's infection ability was very strong, but its physical defenses were relatively weak. In simple terms, it was a clear enemy with obvious strengths and weaknesses. But close combat was Ryan's strong suit, especially with his blood-winged hawk. So, he needed to get close to use his advantages. Of course, this depended on him being able to withstand the dragon's yellow-green gas field and resist its corrosive breath. Because the brave Griffin Knights kept fighting the corrupt dragon fiercely, the additional blood-winged hawk, about the size of a griffin, didn't attract the attention of the dragon named Agnes. At this moment, Agnes the corrupted dragon's anger was all directed at the giant federal battleship that had just dealt it a heavy. "Blood feather, throw it." When Blood Feather reached directly above the corrupted dragon, Ryan quickly gave the order. The ordinary iron-plated combat puppet on Blood Feather's left claw, loaded with high-explosive explosives, suddenly fell onto Agnes's massive body like a spider. Bang! Agnes, who was tearing apart the federal giant airship with its claws, paused slightly because it sensed a tiny ant landing on its back. This was because the iron-plated combat puppet was fixed onto the dragon's skin with axe blade inserts, so the corrupted dragon immediately felt it. But it shook its head and paid no attention, because any living creature under its decay field would quickly become corrupted and become its follower, called a bloodbag. However, after a while, it realized that things might not be as simple as it thought. It felt a slight stabbing pain on its back, and it could sense that the tiny ant-like thing was crawling upward, almost reaching its head. This made it curious. Why hadn't this small thing been corrupted and turned into its follower? The corrupted Agnes had to retract its claws, which were tearing at the protective membrane of the federal battleship, and reach back toward its own neck. In the next second, boom, a fierce flash of fire lit up. The iron-plated combat puppet sacrificed itself gloriously. Although it hadn't yet reached Agnes's head to explode, it was almost at the top of Agnes's long neck, near the connection to its head. This explosion created a large hole in Agnes's back neck, exposing its cervical vertebrae. Roar! A miserable dragon roar immediately sounded. Seeing the combat puppet's self-destruction attract all of Agnes's attention, Ryan's eyes lit up. He seized the opportunity and instantly activated the divine magic goddess's protection from his badge, launching a surprise attack. Charge! Blood Feather! Ryan covered Blood Feather with a layer of enchanted mithril to resist the yellow-green mist surrounding Agnes. Meanwhile, the hardened gold in his hand quickly transformed into a 4-meter-long lance. As the Blood Feather flapped its wings faster, Ryan and his eagle drew a silver line from high above the decaying dragon, diving downward. Their target was the hardest part of the dragon's skull, just above its head. Why choose this tough spot? Because Ryan had briefly learned that destroying the head is one of the most effective ways to defeat undead creatures in this world. Even a corrupted giant dragon's control key likely lies in its head. Of course, Ryan wasn't completely sure, but it was worth a try. Meanwhile, on the Federation Lancelot-class battleship, the officers were no longer calm. The confident attitude they showed earlier when giving orders to the Empire was gone. Now, inside the constantly shaking captain's cabin, they were shouting loudly, "Turn the magic barrier defense to maximum. Protect us at all costs. Close combat teams, attack now. We've tried. It doesn't work." As soon as anyone leaves the ship's cabin, they get infected by the dragon's decay field. Not only do they lose fighting ability, but they quickly become allies of the dragon, a colonel quickly reported. If the cabin hadn't been reinforced with multiple layers of magic barriers, everyone inside might have been infected by the decay field. Why aren't the side guns firing? Vice Admiral Ree shouted loudly. The shaking is too intense. The guns can't be loaded, replied a major general responsible for the artillery, looking serious. Commands kept being issued, and reports of difficult situations kept coming in. Tarina, the head of the delegation, looked calm on the surface but was already overwhelmed with worry inside. She also cursed the chief engineer of the Lancelot battleship fiercely. Although she was the delegate and leader of the team, she wasn't skilled in combat. When she boarded the battleship, The chief engineer explained that the Lancelot was a great federal invention, comparable in strength to a dragon. Equal to a dragon in combat power, she remembered hearing. That's why she made her previous decisions. But in actual combat, the huge battleship's flaws became very clear. It seems to have powerful firepower, but when a giant monster gets close, there are few ways to respond. The cannons can't attack because of the strong shaking, so now they rely only on the protective wizard array engraved around them. Otherwise, the ship and crew would already be destroyed. Look, what is that? A sharp-eyed officer in the captain's room saw Ryan and the blood-feather horned eagle beast. He widened his eyes and shouted, pointing at them. Everyone looked up. Suddenly, a distant, tragic dragon roar came from the nearby corrupted dragon. A person and an eagle appeared, both covered in dark silver armor that shone with a holy light. They released a silver glow that descended from the sky. The rider swung a long spear, aiming straight at the S-head. The silver light flashed quickly, like a falling star. Within 100 meters, almost everyone heard the crisp sound of piercing. In the stunned, almost dazed eyes of the federal officers, a large bird, about the size of a griffin, was perched on the Fung's head. The rider on the bird had inserted a spear into the head of the Fung's Agnes. The Fung's head suddenly drooped, limp. Its claws released from the large federal ship's entanglement and fell limply to the ground. Ryan's strike stunned the federal group. At this moment, many officers, including the high-ranking and beautiful woman Trina, were thinking about Ryan's sudden, powerful attack from the sky. The beautiful woman Trina's eyes sparkled as she grabbed a telescope and eagerly examined Ryan. She asked, "Was that the protector of the Dragon Empire just now?" "Probably. I didn't see clearly. Our current information doesn't match any protector with this appearance," a servant quickly reported. "But that holy glow just now felt like divine magic." "Huh? Wait," Trina suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Because through the telescope, she saw Ryan sitting confidently on the back of the blood-feather horned eagle beast. At his age, he couldn't possibly be a protector of the Dragon Empire. But his strength was so formidable. What is his background? Trina couldn't help feeling curious. Reen's strike also stunned everyone on the Imperial airship, including his boss, Admiral Edward, and Duke Munster. At this moment, they all had wide eyes and looked very surprised. Previously, Duke Victor, who was quite annoyed with Reen, was now also staring in shock. After a while, Victor regained his senses, looked at Admiral Edward, and finally understood what was happening. He secretly cursed. No wonder they waited for this young man to get on the airship. Turns out he's the secret weapon of the Munster Sword-Bearer Division. Old Fox. Being able to crush the head of a corrupted dragon shows this young man's strength is truly legendary. Even in the Imperial Capital Sword-Bearer headquarters, he's at least a silver-level sword-bearer, maybe even gold-level. Edward actually kept him hidden in a provincial division. And he still talks about being a star-level sword-bearer. What a sneaky guy. He's so young but already so strong. He's a promising talent. Victor's previous displeasure with Reen had completely vanished. Now, all he could think about was whether he should find a good reason to transfer Reen to the Imperial capital, preferably to make use of him. In the air, the surviving Griffin Knights gathered around. For most of the Griffin Knights, they had already prepared to sacrifice themselves just moments ago. So, surviving now made them very happy. After all, it's better to live than to die, and no one wants to die. Lord Reen, you are truly amazing. Thanks to you, we finally won. Fisher was the first to control his griffin and fly over, looking at Reen with admiration. Just now, he almost got sprayed by the corrupted breath and nearly returned to the goddess's embrace. Moreover, after witnessing Reen's combat power multiple times, Fisher had become a big fan of Reen. Lord Reen, your recent spear strike was probably at the top-tier ultimate level, wasn't it? Pilk, who could see more, asked curiously. Let's not talk about how Reen managed to resist the extremely strong corruption field. Even if he could resist corruption for a short time, he wouldn't be able to crush a corrupted dragon skull with one shot. However, unlike the relaxed expressions on the faces of the Griffin Knights, Ryan's face on the blood-feather horn eagle beast remained serious. He stared intently at the falling corrupted dragon. He knew very well that the corrupted dragon, Agnes, was not dead. The reason was simple. There was no experience reward system prompt. Fortunately, Ryan had prepared a backup plan in advance. Looking along Ryan's line of sight, you could see another battle puppet with a hardened electrum shell lying on top of the fallen corrupted dragon. Additionally, Although Ryan had just activated the Divine Spell Goddess's protection from his Level 2 Goddess badge, which allowed him to fully resist the dragon's corruption field, he could feel the rapid drain of divine energy. The corruption field of the opponent was indeed very difficult to deal with. Although Ryan had the weakening effect of the enchanted mithril armor and top-tier talent steel body, it was best not to resist directly if possible. "Lord Ryan, what's wrong?" Filk immediately noticed Ryan's unusual expression. Normally, after killing the corrupted dragon, Ryan should be the happiest person, but at this moment, he still looked serious. "I can feel that the corrupted dragon is not dead." Ryan's voice was calm, but made the joyful celebration in the air suddenly quiet down. "No, impossible. Is it still alive after all?" Many Griffin Knights were surprised and doubtful. But since it was Ryan, the one who killed the corrupted dragon, speaking, most people chose to believe him and immediately became alert. On the Empire's military airship, seeing the corrupted dragon's head pierced and falling again, the atmosphere eased. However, suddenly a messenger reported urgent intelligence from the division. It's detailed information about the corrupted dragon. "Oh, read it," General Edward said. At the same time, he felt a bit speechless about this delayed intelligence. By the time the battle was over, the information finally arrived. Agnes is a fierce, ancient dragon from thousands of years ago, nicknamed Ancient Corruption. The opponent's weakness is not the head. If the corruption heart inside the body is not destroyed, the corrupted dragon Agnes, supported continuously by her followers, is nearly immortal. What? Whether it was Duke Victor, Admiral Edward, or Duke Munster, they had just watched the corrupt dragon fall and thought the battle was over. Unexpectedly, such a sudden change occurred. Not good. Rain is in danger. Hurry. Send a message to Rain. Tell him to be careful. Admiral Edward quickly realized what was happening. After all, with the corrupted dragon regaining strength, its target was undoubtedly Rain. "Yes, sir, Admiral." After the corrupt dragon Agnes fell again, just as Rain predicted, thousands of her corrupted followers once more acted as power banks, helping Agnes recover her injuries. Roar. The corrupted dragon Agnes spread her wings and soared into the sky, rushing toward Rain. This time, her focus of hatred was clearly on Rain. "Lord Rain, urgent news. The vital spot of the corrupted dragon Agnes is her chest, near her heart. There is an energy source called the Heart of Corruption. Only by destroying it can we truly defeat her." A Griffin Knight quickly flew over from the military airship and explained, "Lord Rain, we will engage her in close combat. You find an opportunity." Filk said seriously. After several battles, Filk, who came from the imperial capital, was thoroughly convinced of Rain's strength. If anyone could have a chance to destroy the Heart of Corruption, it would be Rain. "I don't think so. I have a plan," Rain said. As soon as he finished speaking, Rain controlled Bloodfeather and dove downward. Everyone watching was stunned. Was Lord Rain about to face Agnes, the corrupted dragon, head-on? Remember, just moments ago, Rain had used a surprise attack to heavily damage the dragon. Now he was charging straight at her. This made the Griffin Knights doubtful about Rain. The same situation happened on the Federation's giant battleship and the Empire's military airship. Whether it was the beautiful woman Terina and her officers from the Federation, or Duke Victor and others, they were all shocked to see Rain directly confronting Agnes, the corrupted dragon. He's too confident, isn't he? A surprise attack is one thing, but facing her head-on is another. In the sky, one figure was silver and small, the other gray and large. Two shadows charged toward each other, one swooping down from above, the other rushing up from below, drawing straight lines as they neared collision. But just tens of meters apart, suddenly, a bright fireball erupted from the left wing root of the corrupted dragon. It was the second battle puppet that Ryan had prepared earlier, which triggered a self-destruct. The sudden break of the dragon's wing caused it to lose balance completely. The intense pain momentarily distracted the corrupted dragon, Agnes. Shadow Step. Armor Breaker. Ryan kicked off with both feet. With his already fast speed boosted by the blood feather and now enhanced by top-tier skills, he seemed to blink and suddenly appeared right in front of Agnes's chest. Ryan pushed his long spear through the corrupted dragon's body, resisting the strong decay energy. The foul smell, worse than rotten tofu or fish cans, soaked Ryan in its disgusting blood. But Ryan couldn't care about that now, because he sensed the location of the powerful, energy-radiating corruption heart. Shoo! In an instant, he used his innate magic skill, metal morph, to bend his spear and deeply stab it into the beating, heart-like core of corruption. Immediately, Agnes twitched violently. Then, a chaotic energy field, like a magnetic storm, spread out from her center, expanding rapidly like a shockwave from a compressed explosive. Ryan was thrown back over 10 meters by this invisible force but was caught by Bloodfeather's claws behind him. Meanwhile, on the ground, within a radius of several hundred meters, all the mushroom people fell in unison, as if harvested like wheat. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. The host has been baptized by Agnes's pus and blood, detecting moderate dragon gene fragments. Would you like to absorb them? Note, absorbing these dragon gene fragments can, to some extent, increase the host's maximum dragon bloodline concentration. Not bad. The wording has changed, moderate level, certain degree of enhancement. I thought the dragon blood of this corrupted dragon wouldn't help much. After all, it's been corrupted for so many years. Now, it seems that even a truly giant dragon, despite its foul smell, is still a real dragon. Its level is clearly much higher than the legendary land snake or earth dragon creatures from before. Ryan immediately chose yes. Just like last time, he suddenly felt a hot sensation rising from the part of his skin that had touched Agnes's blood, as if something was seeping into his body. The whole process lasted about 3 seconds. Is the effect really this good? Ryan glanced at his attribute panel, feeling very happy. As he suspected, the effects of his dragon bloodline had changed significantly. Congratulations! Your mutated dragon bloodline concentration has increased to pure. Congratulations! With the power of your bloodline, your special sonic ability, Dragon Roar, has improved and integrated into your innate talents. Congratulations! With the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the first form of your mutated Dragon Man. Pure? Seeing these words, Ryan's eyes lit up. Level up. The bloodline concentration has gone from medium to pure. This matches my earlier guess. After medium, there's a level between rich and the next stage. Is the Dragon Roar becoming an instinct, turning into a talent? That's good. Huh, what's this? Ryan's eyes suddenly brightened. First form of the mutated Dragon Man. Transforming into a Dragon Man. First form? Does that mean there's a second form or more? Nice. This trip wasn't wasted. The loss of hardened fine gold and demonic silver battle puppets is minor compared to this gain. Because Ryan was attracted by the first form of the mutated Dragon Man, he didn't continue reviewing previous system prompts but immediately switched to the attribute panel for a detailed check. Effective mutated dragon bloodline, pure greatly increases affinity for water, fire, and earth elements. Grants top-tier innate abilities such as danger perception, dark vision, weapon mastery, extraordinary insight, immense strength, steel body. And Dragon Roar also grants the ability to transform into the first form of a mutated Dragonan. The first form of the mutated Dragonan warrior form after activation, the body size greatly increases, dragon scales cover the surface, providing strong defense and resistance. It is immune to low-level toxins and diseases, and immune to sorcery damage below 20 degrees. Note, duration is positively related to bloodline concentration and physical strength. Wow, so powerful? Reen's eyes widened in surprise. He was shocked just by seeing the word immune appear twice in the skill list. This was the first time he saw so many skills or talents with the word immune on his character panel. Immune to sorcery damage below 20 degrees? Does that mean most level 0 sorcery spells won't affect me? While Reen was thinking, the system suddenly refreshed a new message. Prerequisites to upgrade to Dragon Vein Sorcerer, Legendary 1. Dragon Bloodline concentration must be rich or higher. 2. Level 3 Crystallized Sorcerer or above. 3. A complete Dragon Blood Essence. Current conditions do not meet the requirements. The upgrade to Dragon Vein Sorcerer, Legendary, failed. Huh? The third prerequisite is also clear? As my Dragon Bloodline concentration increases, the conditions for upgrading to the Dragon Vein Sorcerer, Legendary, become clearer. No, they are completely clear. There are only 3 conditions to become a Dragon Vein Sorcerer, Legendary. Reen's eyes lit up with joy. He didn't expect that the prerequisites for the Dragon Vein Sorcerer were just 3 items. Previously, the epic-level Profession King of Thousand Blades had a long list of requirements. But then, Reen frowned slightly. A complete Dragon Blood Essence? Although there are only 3 requirements, none of them are easy to achieve. Suddenly, Reen thought of something. He quickly manipulated Bloodfeather and followed closely as he landed beside the fallen corrupted dragon Agnes. Then, Reen endured the foul stench comparable to canned herring, once again contaminated with some of the dragon's pus and blood. After confirming he couldn't extract any more dragon genes, he quickly left. This caused the Griffin Knights in Midair to exchange glances, then land nearby. Although they didn't fully understand Reen's actions, they thought he was probably just confirming whether the corrupted dragon was truly dead. Truly cautious, Lord Reen. Meanwhile, inside the captain's cabin of the Federation Lancelot-class giant gunship, Lady Teresa is still using a telescope, looking up and down at Rain, while other surviving Federation officers also curiously pick up telescopes to observe the dragon-slaying Imperial Knight. Hey, I recognize the opponent's mount. It seems to be a blood feather horn eagle, a rare and fierce flying creature, said a Federation Major General. How is he so young? General Rees, the highest-ranking officer among the Federation delegation, also observing Rain, who is washing off the rotten dragon's pus from his body and has taken off his knight helmet. He is surprised. Servant, I want all information on that person, Lady Teresa said without turning around. Clearly, Teresa is very interested in this young man who suddenly appeared and single-handedly defeated the rotten dragon. One person alone is comparable to the Federation's top airship factory, which spent 2 years and a lot of money to build a Lancelot-class giant gunship. This gives Teresa enough reason to focus on him. Teresa has already decided that if there is even a slight chance, she will do her best to bring him into the Federation. It's not that the Federation lacks geniuses, but they need to recruit top talents to face upcoming changes and challenges. And this Rain is young enough, strong enough, and shows enough potential to be dazzling. Understood, Your Excellency. By the way, find a suitable place to land nearby. An Imperial County city has been heavily damaged, and they probably won't return soon. Meanwhile, on the Imperial military airship, seeing Rain actually defeat the rotten dragon Agnes, Duke Victor and General Edward and others couldn't help but be shocked. After all, knowing the weakness and defeating the opponent based on that weakness are two different things. Although the key to defeating Agnes was destroying her rotten heart inside her chest, breaking through her decay field and tearing her chest open to attack the rotten heart was not something an ordinary person could do. They had urgently sent messages to Rain earlier, just to remind him not to think the dragon was dead and to warn him to avoid the dragon's subsequent counterattack. But unexpectedly, Rain was able to defeat the rotten dragon again. And this time, based on the information they provided, they completely defeated the corrupted dragon Agnes. Although Agnes had been imprisoned behind the Gate of Sealing for thousands of years and her strength had greatly weakened, she had recovered somewhat, but she was still far from her peak. Basically, her close combat ability was roughly at legendary peak level, but considering how difficult her corruption field was to deal with, overall, she still had the power of an epic-level fighter. If Ryan could defeat her, that was truly impressive. Find a place to land. Let's go pay our respects to our hero, Duke Victor said confidently, waving his hand with excitement. Seeing such an epic victory, and knowing he was the one in command, even the usually calm Duke Victor couldn't hide his joy. General Edward looked at Duke Victor, feeling mixed emotions. He slowed down a few steps and quietly said to Duke Munster beside him, "It seems we can't keep Ryan here." Duke Munster also shook his head helplessly, saying yes, but at least we can delay him for a few more days. Don't forget, Ryan is also serving as Munster's safety advisor. I might be able to help you resist the orders from the Swordholder headquarters and buy some time. Ryan's performance in this battle was simply too dazzling. In the entire Dragon Empire, there might be flying knights and puppeteers, but to reach Ryan's level of strength, there probably aren't many. Duke Victor, having seen Ryan's power, would surely spread the news widely in the imperial capital. If he wanted to keep him, it would probably be impossible. Meanwhile, Ryan, with the help of several water-type mages, washed his body thoroughly. The mages also took the initiative to clean the blood feathers of the eagle beast. After all, the corruption infection from the dragon was no joke. He didn't want his blood feathers to turn into a monster covered in white hair and mushrooms. At this moment, a large group of city guards, led by several knights riding war horses, arrived near Agnes's corpse. Leading them was a bearded knight whose age was hard to tell. He first looked in shock at the huge corpse of the dragon but didn't dare approach. Then he shifted his attention to Ryan and the griffin riders nearby. "Esteemed lord, I am Count Isaac, the governor. Thank you, and the griffin knights for your quick rescue of Braitson. Without your help, Brayton might have been destroyed this time. The Brayton defenders, led by the bearded knight, all took off their helmets and bowed respectfully to Ryan and the Griffin Knights. "You're welcome, Count Isaac. This is what I and the Griffin Knights are supposed to do." Ryan quickly helped the Count to his feet. He didn't expect that the bearded knight in front of him was actually the governor of Brayton, a count. After a brief exchange of greetings, many of Brayton's people came over to thank Ryan and the Griffin Knights. At this moment, Isaac learned from a nearby Griffin Knight that the young man in front of him, Ryan, was actually a star-level sword wielder of the Empire and the chief security advisor of Minster. He couldn't help but admire him greatly. Although Brayton is in a remote area, the city has over 200,000 residents. After this attack, it's estimated that at least one-third were killed or injured, Isaac sighed. Fortunately, Lord Ryan and the Griffin Knights arrived quickly. Otherwise, the casualties would have been much worse. Hearing this, Ryan sighed inwardly. One-third of over 200,000 people means at least 70 to 80,000 dead or injured. Are the monsters inside the sealed gate really that terrifying? Ryan wondered silently. Indeed, Agnes the corrupted dragon was very powerful. Its special corruption ability made it difficult to fight against with conventional attacks. Furthermore, Agnes's destructive power over the city far exceeded that of ordinary dragons. Because thousands of corrupted followers could quickly destroy a city's defenses and produce even more followers, which fed back into Agnes, boosting its strength. Thinking about how this incident was resolved, it was actually quite fortunate, because Agnes's strength had not fully recovered to its peak. Ryan personally felt that its power might have only recovered about 2 or 3 ching, roughly 20 to 30%. Currently, Agnes's dragon body defense was clearly not at an epic level, but if it fully corrupted the city's residents, more than 200,000, then it would be hard to say. It might recover most of its strength. At that time, it would be much more difficult for me to defeat the opponent. No, perhaps there is no chance to defeat the opponent at all, thought Rain, shaking his head silently. Count Isaac, the situation in the Munster province has been quite unstable lately. If anything happens, please contact me anytime, Rain said reassuringly. Thank you, Lord Rain. Actually, Munster is doing relatively well. My nephew is in the Man province in the Empire's northern frontier, where things are much worse. 3 counties have already fallen. Count Isaac looked very helpless about the current situation of the Empire and shook his head. Man province? The Man province over in the cold wind tundra? Rain suddenly remembered something and asked. Yes, that's the one. Are you familiar with that area, Lord Rain? Not really, I just have a friend there. By the way, Count Isaac, what is your nephew's position? He is a silver-ranked swordholder in the Man province, just like you, Lord Rain. At this moment, a group of people dressed differently from the Empire's usual attire, surrounding a noblewoman with a commanding presence, approached. Rain looked up and felt a slight surprise in his heart. He recognized the visitors. They were part of the Federation delegation. The woman leading them was the head of the delegation, named Trina. Viscount Rain, your extraordinary and fearless performance in the battle just now is truly impressive, Trina said gracefully as she stepped forward. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Today, Trina wore a black pleated skirt instead of her previous hunting outfit, which added a touch of charm beneath her authoritative aura. Overall, she gave off a unique and captivating presence. In response to Federation envoy Trina's praise, Rain smiled slightly and bowed. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Trina. But compared to the Griffin Knights, I believe they are even braver and more fearless. As a member of the Empire's sword holders, I and the brave Breton guards have only done what we should do. Hearing Rain's words, the Griffin Knights nearby felt honored and proud. Even Viscount Firk looked genuinely respectful, and Fisher's face turned red with excitement. See that? Lord Rain is not only powerful but also recognizes us like this. Led by Count Isaac, the Brighton garrison felt warm inside, even though they had lost the battle. Their fellow allies, Lord Rain and the Griffin Knight, did not look down on them. Viscount Rain, on behalf of the Federation delegation, I would like to invite you to visit our Lancet-class giant battleship, Trina said with a gentle smile. In such a large group, it was not easy to say many words, so Trina thought of this idea, to invite Rain to tour the airship. Once Rain boarded the battleship, she would have a chance to be alone with him. In just a few minutes, she believed her communication skills could give the young man a meaningful olive branch. It wasn't that she could persuade Rain to join the Federation in just a few minutes, but she could plant a seed in his mind. Perhaps one day he would join. At the same time, she wanted him to know that the Federation always welcomed him with open arms. Rain hesitated, showing a thoughtful expression. He was curious about the Eagle Federation and wanted to see it. He admired the steam-powered airships and the firepower used in the recent fight. Compared to that, the Empire was behind. However, Rain was currently an official of the Empire, and it was not appropriate for him to casually accept invitations to visit foreign airships. At this moment, the shrewd Duke Victor saw what was happening from afar and loudly called out, "Haha, Envoy Trina. Things are a bit chaotic here. Why did you all get off the airship? If something goes wrong, it could be bad." Hearing Victor's voice, Trina frowned slightly, feeling it was a pity to miss such a good opportunity. But she could tell that Rain was still very interested in visiting the Lancet-class battleship. That meant she still had a chance. "Duke Victor, you are too polite. We just want to see if there's any way we can help," Trina replied with a slight smile. Victor naturally didn't believe her 100%. "Envoy Trina, thank you for your cooperation and help during the recent battle. I appreciate it very much. I believe Duke Minster will handle the rest," he said. "To avoid affecting your delegation's future plans, I suggest we return to Minster as soon as possible. What do you think?" Victor smiled happily and said, "Of course, we can leave now and head back." Tarina nodded with a smile. At this moment, Duke Victor quickly approached Ryan, smiling broadly and enthusiastically took Ryan's hand, saying, "Viscount Ryan, it's a pity that your strength remains in Munster. You should go to the imperial capital, where there are bigger opportunities and more resources for growth." "Thank you, Duke Victor, but my family is still in Munster. For now, I don't plan to move to the imperial capital," Ryan replied with a slight smile. "Family? That's easy. Just come to the imperial capital, and your family can move with you. I'll handle all the paperwork," Victor assured, patting his chest. I've heard that housing prices in the imperial capital are very high." Ryan hesitated. "Don't worry, I will take care of your house and your families. If the mansion is too luxurious, it might be difficult, but if it's a Viscount-level residence, I can manage it." Victor waved his hand, indicating it was no problem. "Thank you, Duke Victor." "Well," Ryan began. "Viscount Ryan, from another perspective, with your strong strength, you should be treated better. Right now, you're a Viscount, but in the imperial capital, you could be at least a Count," Victor said. Cough. "Duke Victor, Ryan's Count title is already in progress." Edward, the general, coughed. "Wow, he's trying to steal the spotlight in front of them, Victor." "Is that so?" Victor suddenly realized he had been a bit too blunt and said some things without thinking. But then, Victor had a bright idea and thought that maybe persuading the young man from another angle would be more effective. He said, "Viscount Ryan, I see you're quite young. You probably aren't married yet, right?" "No." Ryan shook his head. "It's obvious. Anyone can find out just by asking." "That's great." "Viscount Ryan, I have 3 granddaughters. The oldest just turned 18 and has become a formal knight. She's currently at the Imperial Royal Academy, very beautiful. Maybe you could meet her sometime." "Huh?" Ryan was momentarily stunned. "No. Duke Victor, is that really necessary?" Next to him, Admiral Edward and Duke Minster looked quite annoyed. "Not to your taste? That's okay. I have another granddaughter who is 18, but she is only a level 3 wizard apprentice. She usually enjoys reading old books and has a graceful demeanor." For a moment, Ryan didn't know what to say. Seeing that Ryan remained silent, Victor stroked his chin, frowned, and muttered to himself, "You don't like her?" "But my youngest granddaughter is still very young, only 10 years old." This made Ryan's face darken. He quickly walked away from Duke Victor. Several hours later, Ryan returned to Minster with most of the troops. It was almost evening now. He declined the dinner invitation and chose to go back to his house. He was quite annoyed by Duke Victor's persistent and unrestrained persuasion. After having dinner with his family, Anna, and the beautiful Jennifer, Ryan finally checked the battle notifications he had received earlier. "Congratulations. You defeated a powerful enemy and gained 17 gold skill points. Congratulations. Your will hidden attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your epic level profession, King of Blades, has leveled up 4 times. Congratulations. Your King of Blades, epic profession has leveled up again." After fighting the corrupted dragon Agnes, Ryan's new epic profession, King of Blades, increased 4 levels, reaching level 8, giving him 4 attribute points and 4 skill points. Adding his remaining points, he now had a total of 6 attribute points for skill points and 23 gold skill points. But right now, what Ryan most wanted to know was how the new ability, transform into a Dragon Man form, would work after his bloodline concentration increased. When Ryan arrived at the training room, he thought for a moment, then turned around and locked the door for the first time. He was worried that this Dragon Man transformation might look strange or ugly, and he didn't want to scare his family. Another reason was that, as a secret weapon, he didn't want anyone else to know about his Dragon Man form, not even his team members like Vieri. It's not that I don't trust you, but I want to be cautious, because in extraordinary worlds, there are many magical ways to deceive or reveal the truth. As Ryan silently recited transform into a Dragon Man form, his entire body suddenly changed dramatically. Now, Ryan's body suddenly expanded, causing his enchanted silver armor to creak and squeeze tightly. He remembered that he was eager to test his new form, but hadn't taken off his armor yet. Just as he was about to quickly remove it, he paused and looked surprised, because Ryan noticed that his right hand's skin had turned dark gray, and small dragon scales, about the size of a fingernail, appeared on the surface. At the same time, his flat nails had become sharp and thin, like those of a fierce beast. In that brief moment of surprise, snap! The enchanted silver armor parts on Ryan's body started cracking and falling off, with some fragments still hanging on his expanding body. Suddenly, Ryan felt an intense itch at his tailbone, as if something was emerging. No, more accurately, something had grown. He turned his head and saw that at the end of his tailbone, there was now a tail over a meter long, covered with dragon scales. Surprised, Ryan instinctively swung the tail a few times and found it was quite flexible. But the problem was, he had never had a tail before. Suddenly having one felt a bit strange. At this moment, Ryan felt his head bump into something. He slightly bent down and looked up, realizing he had already hit the ceiling of the training room, which was made of stone. The ceiling height of this training room is a full 4.5 meters. Ryan was very shocked. At the same time, he quickly crouched and bent down again to avoid hitting the ceiling and breaking the floor. Fortunately, he noticed that his transformation had finished. He roughly estimated his height to be just under 5 meters, which was very close to that. Clearly, such a change was quite astonishing. Almost 5 meters tall, what does that mean? Normally, ogres are about 3 meters tall and rarely over 3.5 meters. But now, Ryan's height had reached an incredible 5 meters. That's pretty intense. This transformation. This made Ryan focus on the description of the first form, Mutant Dragon, and first form, Dragon Warrior form. When activated, the body size greatly increases, dragon scales cover the surface, providing strong defense and resistance, immunity to low-level toxins and diseases, and protection against magic damage below 20 degrees. Dragon Warrior form? Ryan noticed the details in parentheses after first form. Since it's a warrior, needing close combat, is that why the body changes so much? Let's not worry about that now. First, I should test the effects. At this moment, Ryan also realized that he was bent over, with his head nearly touching the ceiling, making it impossible to test his speed or other abilities. It seems I need to go outside to properly test my size. He casually picked up a knight's longsword, which was thin like a toothpick compared to his body, and struck his surface a few times. He wanted to see how strong the dragon scales were and how they compared to his previous steel body. Zing! Bang bang! Ryan tested the scales with stabbing, slicing, and chopping motions. The scene was quite funny. From the side, it looked like a tiny claw carefully holding a toothpick-sized sword, while on his thick, scale-covered arm, various chopping and stabbing attacks were performed. Indeed, it's different. After the test, Ryan's eyes sparkled as he immediately noticed the differences. Previously, when his steel body was struck with sharp weapons, sparks would fly, as if hitting steel. But this time, the scales felt very different. It was more like hitting a thick, hard shell, still very tough, but with some flexibility, which produced a dull sound. Additionally, the dragon scales provided excellent protection against piercing attacks. Without activating any talents or skills, Ryan bent his knight's longsword with a single strike, but when he hit the scales, only a small white dot appeared. Just a peak-level Grand Knight's piercing attack, and it only leaves a white mark? Even if the opponent uses advanced secret techniques, I'd probably only suffer minor injuries. No wonder it's described as having super strong defense. After a moment of thought, Ryan felt quite pleased. Just as he was about to put away his knight's sword, he slightly exaggerated his action of placing it on the rack, causing the entire stand to bend. Huh? My own strength? Reen had long mastered controlling his strength to a high degree and was unlikely to be unaware of such a difference in weight. He immediately realized that as his body grew larger, his strength had been greatly amplified. Thinking for a moment, Reen picked up a kite-shaped shield placed nearby, then gently squeezed it with his large hand. Creak. Suddenly, the steel shield was crushed into a ball. Reen barely felt anything at that moment, yet he achieved this level of power. While this kind of strength, after testing several times, Reen found that his strength was at least 4 times greater than before. Of course, in this situation, his innate giant strength ability seemed to be suppressed and couldn't be used. Just as Reen was about to test the last ability, immunity to magic damage below 20 degrees, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness inside his body. Immediately afterward, his entire body shrank rapidly. At the same time, the feeling of weakness became more obvious. Reen carefully sensed that his muscles and fascia all felt tired and weak. Clearly, he needed to recover fully before he could reactivate his dragon ant form. Has the duration expired? Reen looked at the clock on the wall of the training room. About 2 minutes had passed. 2 minutes? True Dragon Man? He shook his head slightly, feeling that this time was a bit short. But after thinking for a moment, Reen felt it was okay. After all, if he couldn't quickly finish the fight after transforming into a Dragon Man, escaping first might be the best choice. This also led Reen to focus on the note. Duration is related to bloodline concentration and physical condition. It seems I still need to find a way to increase my bloodline concentration. Also, for future attribute points, should I prioritize increasing my physique? Then, Reen shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, not necessarily. Mental attributes are equally important. Mental strength affects the power of magic, and dragon bloodline mages have the word mage. They probably won't always fight up close, right? Oh, right. After I recover my points, I should be able to reactivate my dragon ant form again? Reen's eyes lit up suddenly, and he remembered something. After thinking for a moment, Ryan decided to check first. After all, it would be funny if the stat points didn't activate during a real fight. At this time, he was feeling sore all over from his muscles and fascia. As Ryan added a bit to his mental strength, a warm flow surged through his body, instantly bringing him back to peak condition. He could feel that he was ready to activate his Dragon Man form again at any moment. This made him smile. It seems I don't need to focus on increasing my stamina anymore. Also, other special moves or secret techniques can usually be used only once per battle, but I can use them multiple times, depending on how many remaining attribute points I have. While Ryan was testing the effects of his Dragon Man form, Anna, walking down the corridor on the first floor, sensed a strong, intimidating aura coming from the training room. Wow, this kind of energy? It's different from Ryan's usual safe aura. As a druid, Anna was very sensitive to the special energy of people or animals, but this powerful, threatening aura was something she had never felt before. Curious, Anna knocked on the door and called out, "Ryan?" When Ryan heard Anna, he quickly stepped forward and opened the door. But when Anna saw Ryan, her beautiful eyes blinked in surprise, and immediately her face turned bright red. "Ryan, you're so naughty." After saying that, Anna covered her face and ran away. Huh, I've already turned back into my human form. What's going on? Confused, Ryan looked down and, in the next second, he also felt a bit embarrassed. Did I just get exposed? It turned out that the magic-enhanced mithril armor had just split open, which was not a big deal since there was linen underwear underneath. But when his body expanded and contracted, the linen underwear was torn apart violently. Although some cloth strips still hung on, something could clearly be seen through the wide gaps. No wonder Anna ran away so quickly. This made Ryan feel awkward and a bit embarrassed to go after her. It seems I need to fix this elastic underwear problem. At least, I should have some elastic underwear. Otherwise, every time I transform, I might get exposed, which is really embarrassing. Unfortunately, I don't have materials like spandex, but I could use something elastic like cow tendon for the waistband. How can we solve the problem of flexible fabric? Ryan frowned slightly. Originally, Ryan planned to rest, but after thinking about it, since he had already damaged a set of underwear, he decided to take this opportunity to test his dragon human form outside the city again. The previous test was not complete. Soon, A huge bird of prey soared from Ryan's mansion, carrying him towards the outskirts of the city. He quickly arrived at the same wasteland where he had fought with Asimov before. At this moment, the remnants of lava from that battle were still visible on the ground. However, Ryan's main focus was not on that. He found a somewhat hidden spot and transformed into his dragon-human form again. With the experience from last time, Ryan quickly adapted to the sudden appearance of his tail. Then he began testing the speed and agility of his dragon warrior form. A few minutes later, Ryan, now back in human form, looked calm and showed no emotion. He had just noticed a small problem with his dragon warrior form. His speed and agility had not increased much, only about 30% more than in human form. This means that while the dragon warrior form greatly increased his defense and strength, the boost in agility was not very significant. But overall, the increase in combat power was very obvious, about twice that of his human form. The next morning, Neoro and Angus and others arrived at Ryan's mansion. "Captain, you secretly went on a mission yesterday." "That's not very fair," Neoro said jokingly. "Yeah, we all heard about it. Slaying a dragon. Such a glorious thing, and you didn't call us? Are you worried we'd slow you down?" Evelyn, the red-haired beauty, also smiled and added. "So that's what happened," Ryan said with a smile. He briefly explained the situation. "It was an urgent situation. I received the order and left immediately. Also, the Black Sword team had already gotten into trouble, so I thought it was better not to tell you." "The Black Sword team? The star-level sword-wielding team called Black Sword?" Neoro asked in shock. Because Neoro knew the vice-captain of the Black Sword team, Wizard Onto, and had exchanged some magic experiences with him. The opponent's strength was already above theirs, but I didn't expect that such a powerful small team would all be defeated by the corrupt dragon Agnes. "That's right," Ryan nodded and said. "Fortunately, you didn't go. Agnes's corruption field quickly infects everyone nearby, and if you're not strong enough, it's almost impossible to resist," Ryan explained, his face serious as he remembered the situation. The team members were stunned and looked serious. It seems that not bringing them along was a good decision. At this moment, a servant knocked on the door. "Lord Ryan, 2 sword wielders outside want to see you. They said they are survivors from the Black Sword team." "Oh, bring them in," Ryan said with a raised eyebrow. Just now, mentioning the Black Sword team, he didn't expect there to be survivors. Soon, a man in gray robes and another in knight armor entered. "Respected Captain Ryan, I am Medros, and this is Ruka. We are both members of the Black Sword team. We sincerely thank you for defeating Agnes and avenging our team." After speaking, Medros and Ruka bowed deeply to Ryan. "No need to be polite. I also carry a sword. It's what I should do," Ryan replied. They then recounted what happened, including Neoro and others, which made everyone's mood fluctuate greatly. After some lively chatting, Medros spoke up. "Captain Ryan, we came here for another reason. With our current strength, we can't rebuild the Black Sword team. We also greatly admire your strength. So, we want to join your team. Of course, we can start as reserve members. After passing your team's assessment, we hope to become official members. Is there a chance for that?" Well, Ryan hesitated slightly, but Neoro, standing behind them, gave Ryan a subtle signal, seeming to want to keep them. "All right, then you two can join as reserve members first," Ryan decided after some thought. "Thank you very much, Captain Ryan," the two said, bowing again. After they left, Ryan couldn't help but ask, "Neoro, do you know these two?" "I've heard of these two people, but I'm not familiar with them." "Oh, then why did you want me to keep these two?" "Captain, how long do you think you'll stay at the Moonster branch?" "I understand what you mean. All right, I'll leave this matter to you." Rain nodded. Indeed, whether it's him or Admiral Edward, neither can openly refuse the headquarters' orders. That means, sooner or later, he will leave Moonster and go to the Imperial capital. Nero's idea is that once he leaves, the strength of the team will drop sharply. The team star level might not be maintained, but recruiting some new members with good skills and character to keep it at a gold level is still possible. After a while, Nero and the others stayed in Rain's second-floor study room, then went down to the training room to practice on their own. Meanwhile, Rain began to quietly think about something. He had been pondering for a long time his choice of a new profession. Since he successfully changed to the epic profession King of Blades, he gained a new profession panel, which increased from 5 out of 5 to 5 out of 6. He decided to choose tailoring. The reason is based on the promotion path of the blacksmith, first apprentice, then blacksmith, followed by armor maker, and then master armor maker. This means, although the initial profession blacksmith apprentice seems unremarkable, its growth potential is excellent. After 4 job changes, the benefits in skill points and attribute points have brought Rain great gains. Compared to those initial extraordinary professions, like Beast Tamer, Extraordinary, or Beast Sacrifice, Legendary, which have good core skills but less benefit in skill and attribute points, the gains for Rain are not as high. Currently, he has quite a few core skills or trump cards. However, his mastery of magic is not very extensive, and if he wants to bring a magic to near-instant activation in the future, skill points are essential. Considering all this, Rain decided to learn tailoring. Soon after, Rain asked his servant to call Jennifer, the beautiful woman. Jennifer, does the guild have a tailoring shop nearby? Huh. The beautiful woman looked at Rain with some confusion. She couldn't quite understand why Rain was asking about this. Although she didn't understand completely, it didn't stop her from answering quickly. Dear, of course we have. Right now, the Iron Hammer and Rose Guild owns 3 tailoring shops. Which one has the best tailoring skills? The best is probably Julius' tailoring shop. Chief Tailor Julius has reached a master level in tailoring. A master tailor? Great. Jennifer, take me there. Ryan was quite happy inside. He didn't expect Jennifer's guild to have a master tailor. Things were going more smoothly than he thought. Dear, are you planning to make clothes? But my 3 shops mainly focus on women's clothing, and men's clothes are rare. You know, women love to look good, and it's easier to make money. The woman was surprised at first, then quickly understood. In her mind, she naturally assumed Ryan wanted to order custom clothes. As a noble, Ryan should have his clothes made by an outstanding master tailor to match his status. It's okay, as long as they can make men's clothes. I'm here to learn tailoring. Ryan also looked surprised at first, then realized Jennifer misunderstood and explained. Huh? Jennifer's beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth slightly open, looking shocked. Good heavens! Is there anything more unbelievable? A nobleman wanting to learn tailoring? Dear, you're a noble. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to learn tailoring? Jennifer thought for a moment and gently advised. Yes, it might not look good. In that case, you can invite this Julius master tailor directly to the estate. Oh, and by the way, ask her to bring her complete set of tools and fabrics for beginners. She can teach in the study. Well, all right, dear, Jennifer backed down. She could tell Ryan was determined to learn. Although she couldn't understand why Ryan wanted to learn tailoring, she remembered one thing. It's okay not to understand, just follow through first. Soon, Jennifer brought in Master Tailor Julius, a gentle-looking woman in her early 40s, carrying several items like spools of thread and rolls of linen fabric. Dear Lord Viscount Rain, good day, Ulysses respectfully bowed as a lady. At first, she almost thought she was hearing things when the head of the merchant guild, Jennifer, asked her to teach the Viscount how to sew. After hearing it twice, she still couldn't believe it and was completely stunned. However, since it was the guild's request, she had little choice but to accept. She also knew that the Viscount behind the guild had recently become very famous in Munster, and she was eager to see him. Good day, Ulysses. I need to learn the basics of tailoring quickly. Ulysses, which part do you think I should start with? Rain asked straightforwardly. Well, your lordship, I suggest starting with simple clothing items. For example, capes, gloves, socks, or underwear are suitable. Shirts with collars and buttons might be a bit more complicated. Ulysses carefully chose her words and spoke respectfully. Underwear? Can I make underwear? Rain's eyes lit up as he asked. Although it seemed inappropriate to discuss this in front of 2 ladies, Rain thought that if he had to transform into a dragon man during a fight someday, a scene of torn underwear being watched by a crowd, the thought was too embarrassing to imagine. It was better to embarrass only 2 people rather than a whole group. Ulysses' eyes widened suddenly. She quickly glanced at Jennifer, who was much more beautiful than her, and thought that this handsome, tall Viscount probably didn't have any women he was flirting with. But discussing how to make underwear with a young, handsome, and powerful man was also a first for Ulysses, and she blushed a little. Of course. Yes, underwear is also suitable, she replied. Then let's begin. Jennifer, a beautiful woman, watched Rain and Ulysses, her expression unreadable, wondering what she was thinking. With Ulysses' guidance and Rain's quick learning ability, the system prompt soon sounded. You have made linen shorts, and your related skills have improved. You have learned a new skill, making linen shorts. Your skill in making linen shorts has improved, gaining 1 experience point. Congratulations! You have triggered the profession panel, Apprentice Tailor. Indeed, I triggered it, just as I expected, an apprentice tailor, Ryan thought to himself. He glanced at the new profession panel. Although Apprentice Tailor was blank and without any glow, he felt quite happy. This meant that in the future, he could likely change his profession multiple times, similar to the blacksmith path. In other words, he would soon gain many skill points and attribute points. Of course, Ryan was naturally pleased with this. Meanwhile, the 2 women, Jennifer and Ulysse, looked at each other with surprise. Neither of them could understand why Viscount Ryan, who had just finished making a pair of underwear, was so happy. Viscount, you are truly a rare tailoring genius. If you became a... Ulysse exclaimed in amazement at Ryan's rapid learning and mastery. But soon, Ulysse realized that the person in front of her was a noble, a viscount. It was not appropriate to praise him as a tailoring genius. So she quickly changed her words. No, Viscount. I mean, whatever skill you learn, you pick it up very quickly. Ryan waved his hand dismissively. Ulysse, I have a question now. The pants are not elastic enough. How can I fix that? Using a tough material like bull tendon for the waistband can help, but for the fabric, it seems there isn't any very elastic fabric, because if the body expands, it might tear. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, the entire study fell silent. Expand. Tear? Viscount, is it really okay to talk about this? Besides, that's quite boastful of you. No one had ever heard of underwear tearing apart like that. Ryan's bold words made Ulysse, who had some experience in that area, feel a bit overwhelmed. Her fair face immediately flushed with embarrassment. The beautiful woman Jennifer standing nearby was also stunned for a moment. Her lovely eyes shimmered as she looked back and forth at Ulysse and Rain. My dear, that comment was a bit too flirtatious, wasn't it? The other person is about the same age as me, but her skin isn't as good, and her face looks more dignified, which is quite different from my style. Could it be that my dear actually likes her? Wait, maybe it's the profession of the other person that interests my dear more. Jennifer's eyes brightened immediately. She thought she had figured out the key point. After all, such preferences are quite common in high society. Not just among nobles, but even among wealthy merchants, these rumors often circulate. For example, some wealthy men like to find maids for fun, or certain nobles are very interested in female teachers, and she also heard about a baroness who is only 1.6 meters tall but prefers women over 1.8 meters tall. Suddenly, Jennifer thought of many things. Seeing the expressions of the 2 mature women, Rain quickly came back to himself. His words earlier seemed a bit ambiguous, but he couldn't reveal his dragon-human transformation. Thinking for a moment, Rain said, Ahem. Well, during battles, my muscles swell, so I need underwear that is quite stretchy. I see. Ulysse nodded, though she still found it hard to believe. After all, as a master tailor, she wasn't from the lower classes and had never heard of a great knight tearing his underwear during a fight. Count, roughly how much do they expand? That affects the choice of material, Ulysse asked carefully, taking a deep breath. Probably at least double, Rain replied after some thought. Double? From a stretchiness perspective, silk has the best elasticity among fabrics. But relying solely on silk's elasticity might still not meet your needs, Ulysse said, still surprised but considering the options. Is there no solution? Are there no other materials? Some animal skins are quite elastic, but for underwear, comfort is also important, Ulysse replied. Animal skins? Rain thought for a moment but decided against it. It would be too rough. Moreover, the short shorts easily remind him of dancers or performers, which seems a bit too trendy. By the way, if you don't mind comparing styles, I have a suggestion. We could make the underwear with pleats to prevent tearing, like a pleated skirt. Ulysse saw Ryan frowning and came up with another idea. Adding pleats? Ryan quickly understood what Ulysse meant. The waistband of the underwear uses elastic material like cow tendon, but the fabric itself, even silk, can't meet the elasticity requirement. So, the only way is to add pleats. When the body expands, the underwear can stretch by flattening the pleats to make up for the lack of elasticity. Although pleated underwear might seem a bit strange, it's better than flashing when transforming. Plus, it also makes it more comfortable. Ulysse, that's a good idea. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to the lady and said, Jennifer, have someone prepare some cow tendon. I'll try it. Huh? Oh, yes, my lord, Jennifer responded, coming back to her senses. She still addressed Ryan with his noble title in front of others. Jennifer left the study to prepare the cow tendon, but Ryan didn't relax. He started working on the previous steps, making a prototype. Lord Viscount, you cut a hole in the underwear? What is that for? Ulysses looked surprised, thinking, Lord Viscount, you just praised how big it is, and now you're cutting a hole to prevent tearing? Isn't that a bit too much? Haha, this has a special purpose. Ulysses couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed, especially since Jennifer had gone out to arrange the cow tendon. Even though she was experienced, she couldn't resist being so flirtatious. Ulysses, the master tailor, blushed deeply. But she took another look at where Ryan had cut the hole and thought, I know it has a special purpose, but this hole is way too big. And the direction? It's at the back? Lord Viscount, isn't the hole in the wrong place? Ulysses reminded him. No, it's just like this. Ryan shook his head naturally. The tail, of course, is at the back. The long part in front, so, is that still a tail? Suddenly, Ulysses froze completely, her eyes blank and confused. Soon, a large bundle of beef tendons was brought in. Because Ryan had already started preparing earlier, he quickly finished making the first pair of beef tendon shorts. At the same time, a system notification sounded. You have crafted silk shorts with beef tendon folds. Your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill. Making silk shorts with beef tendon folds. Your skill for making silk shorts with beef tendon folds has increased. Experience +5 ding. The system detected the host has innovated a tailoring item, triggering a job change. Tailor. Prerequisites for promotion to tailor. 1. Tailor apprentice level 3 completed. 2. Agility above 5. Constitution above 5. 3. Craft 10 qualified tailoring items. Current conditions not met. Promotion failed. Hey, experience +5? Have the other promotion conditions also been triggered? Indeed, innovation is the primary productivity. Ryan couldn't help but feel very happy. Next, Ryan continued making 10 pairs of silk shorts with beef tendon folds. The process, which was once clumsy, became smooth and flowing. Ulysses almost stared in amazement. She faintly felt that the young and handsome Viscount Ryan wasn't here to flirt with her, but was genuinely learning how to make underwear. Lord Viscount, do you want to learn how to make clothes for other parts? Ulysses asked hesitantly. No need. By the way, let's end the tailoring practice here today. Thank you for your help, Ulysses. Jennifer, please Ulysses out. I'll practice making shorts for a few days and learn other things later, Ryan said to Jennifer again. Yes, my lord. After the two left, Ryan used only half a day to raise his tailoring apprentice level from level 1 to level 3, 127/500, gaining 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. The pile of 70 or 80 silk shorts with beef tendon folds was his labor result. Adding his remaining points, his total remaining attribute points were 7, skill points 6, and golden skill points still 23. Just as Ryan was about to level his tailoring apprentice to maximum level 3 in one go, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Thud, thud, thud. Lord Viscount, at the entrance of the residence, a Viscount Hamadi from Meister County has come to visit, the servant announced. Viscount Hamadi? Why has he come so suddenly? Ryan looked puzzled. Although he used to work under his former superior, he always felt something was off about him, so they never had much contact. Please invite him to the reception hall. I will come shortly. Ryan decided to meet him and hear what he had to say. Inside the reception hall, Lord Ryan, long time no see, Hamadi said with a smile. Lord Hamadi, long time no see, Ryan replied politely, using the respectful title he remembered from Meister. Please, just call me Hamadi. With your current fame, you should be called Lord now, Hamadi said casually. Actually, I am here on someone else's behalf, Hamadi chuckled and placed a dark brown wooden box on the coffee table. With a click, he opened the box and turned it toward Ryan. Inside the box, Ryan saw intricate symbols carved into the lid. There were 3 neatly arranged 6-sided crystals emitting energy waves, and beneath them, a letter was pressed. Ryan looked at the crystals with surprise. He didn't know exactly what these were, but from the box and its contents, they seemed very valuable. Moreover, the energy fluctuations seemed to connect with his mental powers, as if this was something special. Hamadi glanced around to make sure only he and Ryan were in the room, then smiled and said, This is from Lady Trinate, sent to you by me. Lady Trinate? Ryan raised an eyebrow. In that moment, he understood many things. It turned out that Viscount Hamadi had always been loyal to the Federation, possibly an insider or a noble who was persuaded. No wonder, when he was in Meister, Ryan had felt something was strange about him. At first, he even thought Hamadi was part of the resistance, but now he knew he was with the Federation. However, Ryan didn't understand the purpose of this visit and couldn't accept the gift. He waved his hand and said, "This is too valuable. I can't accept it." "Lord Rain, perhaps you should first read the envoy Tarina's handwritten letter," he suggested. Rain thought for a moment and nodded. "That's a good idea." He then took the letter out of a wooden box. The red wax seal on the letter was intact, and Rain could also sense a faint magical aura inside the envelope. "Lord Rain, for confidentiality reasons, the letter will be burned after reading." Seeing Rain suddenly stop, Hamadi immediately understood what was happening and also admired Rain's caution and sharpness. "I see." Rain nodded and opened the letter. The contents read, "Dear Lord Rain, your strength and talent are among the few I have seen in young people. The Eagle Federation warmly welcomes you to settle here. If you're interested, I can guarantee you will receive treatment and opportunities far beyond what you currently have in the Dragon Empire. We will also arrange for your family to be secretly transferred to the Federation. Of course, if you are not ready yet, we hope to maintain good friendship and contact with you. In recent years, the Federation has developed rapidly, far beyond what many in the Dragon Empire imagined. For example, in soul energy crystals, the Federation has doubled or tripled production. We look forward to your early joining. If you have any questions, please contact and ask Hamadi. As a token of friendship, I am sending 3 soul energy crystals as a gift. Sincerely, Tarina Hayden." After a few seconds, the letter slowly burned with a faint blue flame, turning into ash. "Lord Rain, I have delivered the invoice gift. I look forward to your reply." "I believe I should take my leave now," Hamadi said with a smile, standing up. "All right, Viscount Hamadi. I'll see you off." After Hamadi left, Rain paced back and forth in the room, thinking about the purpose of his visitor's trip. No wonder the Federation is developing so quickly and has a strong influence on the Empire. They are also making great efforts to attract talent. When Rain saw the words soul energy crystals in the letter, he immediately understood what the 3 six-sided crystals were. Generally speaking, any potion or item that can enhance mental power is already very precious. The value of soul energy crystals is even higher because they help speed up the process of fogging and liquefying mental energy. Rain had asked Elena before, but unfortunately, there was no quota for soul energy crystals in their division. Of course, the headquarters in the Imperial City had some, but they were very rare. This means that if Rain wanted to exchange for one, he would need to go to the Sword Bearer's headquarters. What's even more impressive is that phrase. The output of soul energy crystals is several times higher than before. It shows the strength of the Federation and is a huge temptation. If my fogging speed weren't so fast, I might also find it hard to resist. Rain walked over to the wooden box and picked up a soul energy crystal to examine it. Soul energy crystals are really good stuff. That's why Rain didn't refuse the gift. At this stage, soul energy crystals are very useful for improving his strength. He looked at his attribute panel. Spirit, 62, fogging 6%. His mental strength increased from 60 to 62, with 1 point from previous skill points and another from the recent improvement from advanced meditation methods. The fogging level also increased by 1%. After carefully checking the crystal again and confirming there were no issues, Rain immediately decided to use one to see the effect. Using it is very simple. Just hold it in your hand and run the meditation method. A few minutes later, as Rain activated the advanced meditation method Steelheart, the soul energy crystal in his hand seemed to resonate, releasing a transparent aura that quickly merged into his body. Rain felt that his vast mental energy in his mental sea was slowly being purified, with silvery fog gradually increasing. Then, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected a soul energy crystal that can enhance mental fogging. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, the system can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Remove impurities? Can I absorb it all at once? Rain raised an eyebrow and thought to himself. He had just tried it. This thumb-sized crystal, if he meditated for about half an hour each day, would take him nearly half a month to absorb fully. The system's instant absorption is naturally a good thing. And if impurities could be removed, wouldn't that mean I could use it continuously? Normally, soul energy crystals are good, but witches need to pause after absorbing impurities to a certain level. Once the impurities are cleared from the soul energy crystals, they can be used again, but not continuously. From the system prompt, it seems that Ryan can absorb continuously. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Suddenly, he felt the silver mist in his mind rapidly increase in size, visibly to the eye, reaching almost twice the previous size. This feeling was indescribably good. His mental strength became pure, and compared to before, with the same amount of mental power, he could mobilize more energy particles around him. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Mental, 62, missed 11%. Wow, a 5% increase at once? No wonder it's so valuable. His mental value isn't decreasing anymore, so the impurities must be almost gone. Seeing such a good effect, Ryan thought for a moment and used the other 2 soul energy crystals from the wooden box. In the end, the mental value on the attribute panel showed 62, missed 20%. Based on the idea that each point increase in mist level boosts spell power by 0.5, Ryan's current spell power is about 10% higher than when he first became a wizard. Don't underestimate this 10%. Often, progress is made through small steps that lead to a big change. Clearly, when the mist level reaches 90%, the increase in spell power will be very significant, about a 50% boost. Why not reach 100%? Generally, first-level witches can choose to advance to second-level liquid witches once their mist level exceeds 90%. Because the difficulty of misting mental power is not linear, that is, it gets harder the further you go. This is evident from the recent increase in soul energy crystals, because logically, each 5% increase should mean a mist level of 21%, but now it's only 20%. This shows that misting becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. Rain tested some magic, felt his power increase, and then focused again on the new skill he learned. Tailoring. He planned to change